She was originally a supreme master of medicine and martial arts in China, the pinnacle of existence in 2030. But suddenly she time-traveled, becoming a useless young lady that everyone could insult. Although born into the main family, she had no cultivation ability. In this world where strength is respected, she was mercilessly bullied. She was even killed by others. Suddenly, her lifeless body came back to life. When she opened her eyes, a sleazy man was trying to touch her. The sleazy men were startled. "Are you a ghost? How are you not dead yet?" Junjie wiped her mouth with a bored expression. "Which fool cursed this young lady? You may die, but this young lady will never die." Seeing she wasn't a ghost, the sleazy men immediately revealed their true nature, wanting to do something more exciting while the beauty was still alive. Little did they know that this Junjie was a tough character. It had been a long time since anyone dared to look down on her like this. Just as one of the sleazy men reached out, intending to touch Junjie's shoulder, he was suddenly sent flying by an elbow strike, accompanied by a high-flying blood spray, making people exclaim 666. The other two sleazy men were dumbfounded. The Junjie they knew was supposed to be useless. How could she possibly have the ability to throw a strong man barehanded? Junjie slowly walked towards them with a cold face. She muttered, "In 2030, many countries implement chemical castration for people like you. Actually, I think it's quite inhumane, because in my rules, those who insult me only face death." Wherever she went, chaos ensued. Since she had been reborn, she would never again be that pitiful person who was bullied by others. But fate always comes too suddenly. On the very first day Junjie time-traveled, this white-haired man, imprisoned by layers of iron chains in the deep abyss, was about to break his seal. With a loud boom, the ground shook. Unable to contain his desire for freedom, he hurriedly walked towards the surface. Meanwhile, on the surface, Junjie stumbled due to a misstep and fell into the deep abyss. The white-haired man was stunned, wondering how a woman could fall down here. And why was this woman smirking? The next second, the woman used her size 37 foot to step on the man's size 73 face. "Sorry, handsome." The chains wrapped back around the white-haired man. The plan he had schemed for over 1,000 years had failed just like that. He was unwilling. It was too hateful. So, just as Junjie's hand was about to touch the ground, he reached out and pulled, dragging Junjie back into the dungeon. They both fell into the deep lake below. From that moment, their fates became intertwined. They even kissed underwater. What's worse, the white-haired man seemed to become addicted to this woman's scent. The sweet fragrance emanating from her soul made his blood boil. It cried out to devour this woman. Junjie suddenly opened her eyes, realizing she had been taken advantage of so easily. She bit the white-haired man in front of her hard, pushing him away forcefully. She quickly surfaced to breathe fresh air. The lack of air almost made her suffocate in the lake right after time traveling. But the next second, a large hand reached out from the water. The white-haired man grabbed her neck, demanding, "How dare you ruin my plan? Who exactly are you?" Junjie looked into the man's golden eyes, feeling a hint of danger. When asking a lady's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? That's basic etiquette. The man became angry. "You caused me to be sealed again, and now you're lecturing me about manners? What can you do to extinguish the fire in my heart?" Junjie shrugged. "What's done is done. Even if you kill me now, it won't change the situation. Why don't we make a deal instead?" The man was curious that this woman wasn't afraid of him and dared to make a deal. He let her speak. Junjie confidently said, "You help me, and I'll let you out." The man sneered. "Don't make empty promises. You think the seal can be broken so easily?" Junjie looked around, observing the double-layered formation in the abyss. 8 cheilants and chains. It greatly resembled the 8 trigrams formation from her original world. Although complex, it didn't deviate from the principles of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Breaking it wouldn't be difficult. However, the man before her, sealed by such a powerful formation, must be an extremely dangerous character. If she could tame him, he might become a powerful ally in the future. The man suddenly drew closer, thinking she was trying to escape. She quickly clarified and pointed out the position of the formation's core. If he destroyed the core, the seal would be broken. The man was surprised. The seal he couldn't break for 3,000 years was easily solved by this woman before him. So he asked, "What's your name?" Junjie replied with a professional smile, "Joe." The man chuckled, agreeing to Junjie's deal. "As long as you can help me break the formation, I'll take you anywhere you want to go." Deal made. Junjio threw out a dagger, stabbing the Qilin Formation's core. The Qilin statues instantly crumbled. The chains binding the man disappeared. But the next second, the space inside the cave began to collapse. Countless rocks flew towards Yuntiu. At this critical moment, the man grabbed Junjio, shattering the giant rocks. He quickly flew upwards with the person in his arms, escaping the collapsing cave. Junjio was very surprised because the man in front of her was actually flying with her. They finally landed safely. Junjio had fulfilled her promise to the man, so the man asked her where she wanted to go. Junjio replied, to the Jun family in Fengluo City. Junjio had helped this handsome man break the seal, and now he was taking her back to the Jun family. At this time, the Jun family's second young lady, Jun Qianqian, was burning Junjio's room. Earlier, she had followed her elder sister's idea, which led to Junjio's death. Anyway, Junjio was useless. No one would care if she died. If anyone asked, they'd say Junjio knocked over a candle and burned herself to death. A stone flew from afar, hitting Jun Qianqian directly in the face. Was this a ghost? Junjio wasn't dead after all. Jun Qianqian couldn't believe her eyes. Junjio gave her a big punch in the nose, making her check if she was dreaming. But apparently, one wasn't enough. Junjio had clearly been thrown off the cliff by her personally, yet she was standing here unharmed. It was too unbelievable. Junjio had to push her again. This time, Jun Qianqian could finally confirm this wasn't a dream. She lunged at Junjio, but Junjio was no longer the useless young lady from before. How could she possibly beat the now skilled Junjio? The strange strength made Jun Qianqian doubt again. Was the Junjio before her a ghost coming to claim her life? She struggled to order her servants to kill Junjio. A group of people rushed forward, but were defeated by Junjio in one move. Jun Qianqian still couldn't believe it, constantly calling her useless. Junjio pinned her down with her foot, threatening to cut off her tongue that only spewed vicious words. Jun Qianqian's jaw was dislocated, forcing her mouth open. Just as the dagger was about to touch her tongue, the appearance of the Jun family head, Jun Leitian, interrupted her action. This Jun Qianqian had once caused Junjio's death, and the reincarnated Junjio was only going to cut off her tongue that only spoke foul language. It shouldn't be too much, right? But the appearance of the Jun family head, Jun Leitian, interrupted Junjio's action. He scolded her to let go of Jun Qianqian. Did Junjio look like she was set up to be a white lotus? Leitian probably didn't expect that Junjio, who was supposed to be dead, would appear here again. He still thought she was that weak and easily bullied girl. Why should Junjio listen to him? Just because he's the mere head of a branch family? According to custom, Jun Leitian should greet and pay respects to Junjio, who is a young lady of the main family. Of course, Jun Leitian wouldn't do that. He even mocked her, saying she was a useless person who couldn't even channel spiritual energy, yet dared to call herself a young lady of the main family. Her parents were dead, and the Jun family didn't want to raise Junjio, this useless person. That's why they sent her to the branch family. Even the order to kill her came from the main family's matriarch. The original Junjio indeed lived a miserable life. But now Junjio knew the true culprit behind the original's murder. It turned out to be the matriarch of the main family. Yun Leitian suddenly ordered to kill Yuntu. Two people, glowing blue and purple, rushed towards her. Looking at that light, could it be spiritual energy? The handsome man hiding in the shadows asked if she needed help. Junjio refused with a whistle. After all, she didn't consider these small fry worth her attention. She threw out a handful of silver needles, turning one of the spiritual masters into a porcupine. The other spiritual master was also beautifully injured. Now only Jun Leitian and his wife were left. Of course, she couldn't be too arrogant, because you never know how strong your opponent really is. She was no longer the useless young lady Junjio from before. Jun Leitian's attitude towards her did a complete 180-degree turn. He started shifting blame, saying he was forced by the Jun family matriarch to kill the original Junjio. The handsome man watched this farce from the tree. Undoubtedly, his little Jio was still the coolest. Junjio said her house was burned down and she had nowhere to go. Jun Leitian agreed to immediately send people to clean up the East Lake courtyard for her. In reality, he was just temporarily enduring it, waiting for a chance to kill her later. Just as Leitian was about to leave, Junjio called him back. She demanded that he, as the head of a branch family, properly bid farewell to a young lady of the main family. Leitian complied. She told him to put out the fire his daughter had started earlier. Lei Tian could only comply, though his anger was reaching its limit. But it wasn't over yet. Junjiu stuck a silver needle into his daughter, Jun Qianqian. This silver needle would make her endure excruciating pain of internal burning every day. This was punishment for causing the death of the original Junjiu. As for Jun Qianqian's tongue, since Junjiu had said she would cut it off, she wouldn't go back on her word. That day, gritting her teeth and enduring this humiliation, Jun Qianqian was close to pouncing on Junjiu and dying together. After everything was dealt with, Junjiu lazily stretched. After a night of turmoil, her whole body felt sore. Now, even a little exercise would easily exhaust this body. She needed to carefully nurture it and cleanse her marrow to regain her previous strength. The handsome man's hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. He questioned Junjiu why she had lied to him earlier, saying her name was September. Junjiu thought they weren't close, so why should she reveal her real name? The handsome man whispered in Junjiu's ear that his name was Mo Wuyue. Now they were familiar with each other. Junjiu had lied to him, but he thought the name September was quite nice too. Both their names had Yu, moon in them. Wasn't that like having each other in their names? So they should name their future child that. Junjiu wondered if his brain was broken. They had made a deal earlier, but he hadn't offered himself as part of the transaction. Forget about children. She didn't even want a man. This was the first time Mo Wuyue had encountered someone speaking to him like this. He recalled the scenes of Junjiu killing people earlier. He warned her not to be so reckless in the future. Whatever Junjiu wanted to do, he would do it for her. But Junjiu still felt they weren't close. Junjiu had saved this handsome man, and Mo Wuyue was taking responsibility to the end. Mo Wuyue had already latched onto her. Like chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Meanwhile, Jun Lei Tian returned to his mansion furiously. He believed that Junjiu, that stinking girl, had been hiding her abilities all along. They had all been deceived by Junjiu before. She clearly wasn't useless at all. But the matriarch of the main family had ordered him to kill Junjiu no matter what. He had no choice but to comply, or he would be punished. But even 2 level 1 spirit masters were killed by Junjiu. Did they expect him, the family head, to fight Junjiu to the death? He might not even be able to defeat her. An advisor reminded him about Miss Wan. Miss Wan was a level 2 spirit master. Killing Junjiu would be as easy as slicing fish for her. Jun Lei Tian suddenly had an epiphany. He immediately sent a pigeon message asking Wanner to return. Then, he hurriedly went to his daughter Jun Qianqian's room. Jun Qianqian was enduring the intense burning pain inside her body. Her chin had just been stitched, so she couldn't speak. It was like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express the suffering. Knowing Jun Lei Tian was having a hard time made Junjiu happy. Mo Wuyue was still sticking to her like chewing gum, wanting to stay in the room next to hers. Poor Junjiu couldn't beat him in a fight, nor shake him off. Although she had initially wanted to use Mo Wuyue as an asset, this feeling of being unable to control the situation was really awful. But after Mo Wuyue left, Junjiu lay alone on the bed. Suddenly, her bracelet made a sound. It said its name was Xiao Wu, Junjiu's biggest fan. This bracelet was something Junjiu had always worn before transmigrating. Now it was her only comfort in this new world. She pulled Xiao Wu out of the bracelet. She questioned if her transmigration here had anything to do with it. But when the bomb exploded, Xiao Wu only had time to protect Junjiu's soul. It didn't know how they had accidentally transmigrated here. And now, they probably couldn't go back. Junjiu's previous body had been reduced to ashes in the explosion. But when Junjiu heard she couldn't go back, she didn't seem too sad. Because in her previous world, she had been an orphan with no relatives. She would have died alone anyway. The only one by her side was this sentient Xiao Wu. The original owner of this body had also been too miserable. No parents, constantibulid. But since Junjiu had transmigrated into this body, they should live well together. Xiao Wu checked the original Junjiu's fate. At 12, it was discovered she couldn't cultivate. After that, she was driven out of the main family and sent to a branch family to fend for herself. But unexpectedly, the main family's grandmother had ordered her death. The reason for this was because she had a good father. Her father was powerful and of noble status when alive. Because of this, Junjiu was betrothed to the crown prince before birth. But due to her father's death, she lost her most important protection. The matriarch of the main family wanted her own daughter to replace Junjiu as the crown prince's wife, which led to Junjio's planned death. It was such a cliché plot that even soap operas wouldn't bother with it. Junjio had been treated so terribly by the Jun family. They even caused her death once. Even Xiao Wu felt indignant on Junjio's behalf. But Junjio didn't want to leave the Jun family, because this world was very different from her original one. Here, there were spirit masters and cultivators could live for hundreds of years. Medical techniques might also be different. In the original owner's memories, there was no concept of medical techniques at all. She needed to use the Jun family status to familiarize herself with this world. After all, strength was everything. Even if this body was useless, in the hands of the divine Dr. Junjio, she would turn it into a genius. Junjio used the ice heart technique to check her body's recovery. But this body was too weak. Spiritual energy could only restore some physical strength. She still needed to get some herbs to quickly enhance her constitution. Seeing Junjio's serious expression, Xiao Wu started to fawn over her, chattering nonstop. Junjio grabbed him, petting him like a cat to relax. The feeling was absolutely heavenly. It felt so good. At this moment, Bilo, the maid who had been standing next to Jun Qianqian earlier, suddenly burst into her room. She begged Ms. Junjio to forgive her this once and let her return to Junjio's side, promising never to dare do it again. But in her heart, she thought, if it weren't for the master's orders to monitor Junjio, a useless person like Junjio wouldn't even deserve her apology. Junjio hadn't even settled the score for the poison Bilo had given her earlier. Now she had delivered herself to Junjio's doorstep. Junjio verbally forgave her, but just as Bilo was feeling smug about how easy it was to fool the useless Junjio, she immediately felt something in her body. It was painful, and then her vision gradually dimmed. Her consciousness faded from her mind. Moeus suddenly appeared and asked Junjio what she had done to the maid. Junjio told him it was a puppet pill. Those who take it become puppets who only listen to Junjio's words. Moeus found this very interesting, amazed that such a convenient pill existed in the world. By now, the maid Bilo had completely turned into a puppet. Junjio ordered her to go spy on Jun Latian's family. As she staggered out, Moeus kept his eyes fixed on her. Junjio saw through his thoughts and asked if he wanted to know about the puppet pill. He suddenly leaned close to Junjio like a curious child, asking if she would tell him. Of course, Junjio was unwilling. This was her secret. How could she tell others? But when Moeus heard that it was his little nine's secret, his eyes lit up with excitement. He wanted to exchange his own secrets for Junjio's. But Junjio didn't want his secrets at all. She left the room on her own, which made Mo even more interested in her spirit and soul. The temptation was almost irresistible. Junjio encounters a quack doctor treating patients. To save face, this Dr. Zhao insisted that the young master was beyond treatment and should prepare for his funeral. Junjio scolded him as an incompetent doctor. The sick young master was weak, and the fire Lingji was too strong. Dr. Zhao wasn't saving him earlier, but harming him. His medical skills were poor, and instead of trying to fix his mistake, he was shirking responsibility for a life. Such a person without medical ethics doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Dr. Zhao stubbornly defended his pride, refusing to admit his mistake. He even challenged Junjio, saying if she really understood medicine, she should save the person. If not, she shouldn't show off here. Yun Tu Smiegel. Accepting the challenge, she approached the young master suffering from cold syndrome, first expelling the fire Lingji from his body. Then she administered medicine. Dr. Zhao nervously watched Junjio's actions. The young master slowly opened his eyes. He felt his body had never been so light before. He asked Junjio for her name. Junjio told him and also gave him a prescription for heartwarming chi-boosting pills to help improve his health. But these 3 prescriptions were secrets of every alchemist. He couldn't believe Junjio gave them to him so easily. But for Junjio, these weren't rare formulas compared to what she used to play with. This impressed the young master greatly. Junjio suddenly remembered he came to buy medicine, so he hurriedly rushed to the pharmacy. He bought quite a lot. The young master watched him, his face turning slightly red. He wasn't sure if he had recovered or fallen ill again. Just as Junjio was about to leave, the young master called out to Junjio. He said his name was Yun Xiao and gave his personal jade pendant to Junjio as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Dr. Zhao was shocked. This young master was actually from the Yun family in the imperial city. He tried to sneak away, but was caught by Yun Xiao's servants. Junjio accepted his jade pendant and left skipping happily. Yun Xiao watched her departing figure, wondering if he'd ever see her again. Junjio encountered a quack doctor treating patients. This Dr. Zhao, to save face, insisted that the young master was beyond treatment and should prepare for his funeral. Junjio scolded him as an incompetent doctor. The sick young master was weak, and the fire Lingji was too strong. Dr. Zhao wasn't saving him earlier, but harming him. His medical skills were poor, and instead of trying to fix his mistake, he was shirking responsibility for a life. Such a person without medical ethics doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Dr. Zhao stubbornly defended his pride, refusing to admit his mistake. He even challenged Junjio, saying if she really understood medicine, she should save the person. If not, she shouldn't show off here. Junjio smirked, accepting the challenge. She approached the young master suffering from cold syndrome, first expelling the fire Lingji from his body. Then she administered medicine. Dr. Zhao nervously watched Junjio's actions from the side. The young master slowly opened his eyes. He felt his body had never been so light before. He asked Junjio for her name. Junjio told him. She also gave him a prescription for heartwarming chi-boosting pills to help improve his health. But these 3 prescriptions were secrets of every alchemist. He couldn't believe Junjio gave them to him so easily. But for Junjio, these weren't rare formulas compared to what she used to play with. This impressed the young master greatly. Junjio suddenly remembered she came to buy medicine, so she hurriedly rushed to the pharmacy. She bought quite a lot. The young master watched her, his face turning slightly red. He wasn't sure if he had recovered or fallen ill again. Just as Junjio was about to leave, the young master called out to Junjio. He said his name was Yun Xiao and gave his personal jade pendant to Junjio as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Dr. Zhao was shocked. This young master was actually from the Yun family in the imperial city. He tried to sneak away, but was caught by Yun Xiao's servants. Junjio accepted his jade pendant and left skipping happily. Yun Xiao watched her departing figure, wondering if he'd ever see her again. Junjio was taking a bath. She used refined jade essence combined with the ice heart technique from her previous life. It actually allowed spiritual energy to enter her body. At this moment, Junjio had made him unable to speak, suffering daily as if being burned, wishing for death. Now that he could finally get out of bed, he was determined to kill Junjio this time. A group of people rushed towards Junjio, who was still in the bathtub. She just waved her hand, flicking a few water droplets, which knocked down Zhu Qianqian and the others. She grabbed an outer robe, slowly walked towards Zhu Qianqian, and gently pinched her little face. Zhu Qianqian was so scared she quickly backed away. This time, to kill Junjio, he had brought even more people than before. The servants rushed towards Junjio with knives, but were mysteriously scratched by claws. That's right, it was Little Five's doing. Don't think for a moment that he's just a cute spirit beast who only knows how to be adorable. Junjio decided to give Little Five extra dried fish tonight. Suddenly, Zhu Qianqian grabbed a knife and rushed towards Junjio. He didn't want to be mute anymore and was determined to get the antidote from Junjio. But how could he possibly kill Junjio? And Junjio's strength seemed even greater than before. Yun Tu smiled. Zhu Qianqian screamed in agony. He couldn't move his hands and feet anymore. Do you know why Junjio didn't kill him? Because back then, Zhu Qianqian had thrown Junjio off a cliff. Junjio's limbs were broken, unable to speak, left in the wilderness to wait for death. Let Zhu Qianqian experience that feeling of being worse than dead. This Zhu Qianqian, because of causing Junjio's original death, was now dealt with by the reincarnated Junjio. His tendons were cut, and he couldn't speak. Junjio ordered him to be thrown in front of Jun Leiqian's door as a warning against provoking her. Little Five picked up Zhu Qianqian's previously dropped bag. Inside was actually a snack that could aid in cultivation. But such a small snack wasn't enough for Junjio's cultivation. Fortunately, in the original owner's memories, it saw where to get snacks. Outside Fengluo City, there was a snack mining site. On the 15th of each month, they would hold a tasting event where unprocessed stones could be bought and sold. Stone gambling was Junjio's specialty. Today happened to be the 15th. Going now, they should still be able to catch the tasting event. Meanwhile, Jun Leiqian saw Zhu Qianqian lying on the ground. He was furious and wanted to settle scores with Junjio. He asked the maid Biluo when Wan Xiao would return. Biluo told him Miss Wan had invited Master Jun Lei to the tasting event and would return later. Jun Lei Tian angrily said, Jun Lei is the family's most promising manager. This time, we'll surely be able to cut that bitch Junjio into pieces. He instructed Biluo to report immediately when Junjio returned. Biluo agreed, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qian saw him. He wanted to tell his father that Biluo had betrayed them, but his throat couldn't utter a word. He could only watch as his father left. At this time, Junjio had already arrived at the Stone Appreciation Gathering. A carriage sped by, attracting a crowd of onlookers who said it was the Jun family's carriage and shouldn't be offended. From the carriage stepped down a woman wearing blue robes. With a graceful figure, Jun Weiner. The stone shop owner immediately rushed towards her. Jun Weiner introduced. This is the manager of the Jun family's main branch in the city, Master Jun Lei. You must serve him well. The shop owner invited the two inside, while cursing at Junjio nearby, calling her a poor little beggar blocking the master's way. But Junjio innocently said she was also here to attend the Stone Appreciation event. Jun Weiner suddenly approached Junjio, insulting her, saying she wanted to enter the event to climb the social ladder with a rich person. But looking at the situation, she seemed to be alone. Come out, Junjio. As Jun Weiner walked, she scattered broken silver behind her, causing the crowd to scramble for it. Junjio calmly spoke. You dare to show off with broken silver? After insulting Junjio, this Jun Weiner continued walking and scattering broken silver, causing the crowd to scramble for it. But then Junjio directly threw out a big treasure, nearly blinding everyone's eyes. If they saw the mountains of gold and silver in Junjio's space, it would scare them to death. Jun Weiner felt her self-esteem hurt and raised her hand to slap Junjio. But it was suddenly caught by the arriving Yun Xiao and warned him with a dark face. This caught Jun Weiner and the shopkeeper off guard. Yun Xiao demanded Jun Weiner to apologize to his friend, Junjio, immediately. Everyone was shocked to hear that Junjio was actually young Master Yun's friend. But Jun Weiner still didn't recognize Junjio. She shouted that Junjio had thrown a gold ingot at her first. Either Junjio should apologize to her, or they should gamble on stones. Whoever loses will apologize. Yun Xiao wanted to say something, but Junjio stopped him. She agreed to the bet. The rules of this stone gambling were, each person chooses a raw stone. Whoever opens a more valuable snack wins. The loser must kneel down to apologize to the other person, then crawl out. Jun Weiner was still smug, but Junjio secretly showed a mischievous smile. Yun Qiang certainly copped Yun Tu. He asked to join her, saying he might be able to help. But Junjio told Yun Xiao not to worry, she wouldn't lose. This made Yun Xiao's heart race again, but he still had to make sure Junjio would win. Actually, in her original world, Junjio always had an ability to see the core of raw stones. Stone gambling was like an open book exam for her. No difficulty at all. Moments later, both had chosen their raw stones. Yun Xiao had made full preparations for Junjio. When Jun Weiner's stone was cut open, it showed hell patterns and jade green at first, looking like a high-quality spirit stone. But when the stone was completely opened, everyone fell silent. It was quite large, but unfortunately, it was a waste stone. Jun Weiner's face turned dark. Junjio's stone, however, was different. Jun Lei Tian was hosting a family banquet today and invited Junjio to attend. It was probably a trap. He suddenly sent someone outside the window. But when he looked carefully, there was no one. Meng Wuyue's subordinate, Cold Moon, wiped away cold sweat. Junjio's intuition was too terrifying. His master, Mu Yuemi, was secretly protecting Junjio. He thought Junjio's cultivation wasn't high, but unexpectedly, she could still detect him. He'd have to be more careful in the future. Junjio returned to her room. Tian had sent clothes and jewelry for the banquet. Looking at the blood-red color, Junjio thought it was quite stain-resistant. In the Jun family's main courtyard, a group of people were waiting impatiently for the late Junjio. At this moment, Junjio appeared wearing a red robe. Jun Weiner looked at her with anger, unable to forget the humiliation of the previous stone gambling. The battle between the two sides seemed about to erupt. Old grudges were ready to be settled. Jun Lei scolded her for daring to be late. She knelt down to apologize. Junjio said he was just a cultivating dog of the main family. What right did he have to make her kneel and apologize? Junlei was furious. He gathered spiritual energy to punch her. Cold Yuan in the shadows was ready to strike, but he didn't expect that. Junlei was slapped and sent flying by Junjio. This also surprised Jun Weiner. Junlei was a level 2 spirit master, yet he was completely defenseless. Junlei shouted for his servants to attack while on the ground. While Cold Moon was still hesitating whether to intervene, Mou suddenly appeared, questioning him with a dark face about why he was just standing there. He asked if he was just there to protect Junjio or to watch the show. Cold Moon said he didn't even have time to act. Mou thought it over and decided to let it go. He ordered not to intervene yet. They should seal off the Jun mansion. No one, dead or alive, was allowed to leave. The servants were knocked down by Junjio. Even the so-called Master Junlei was killed with one slash by Junjio. The entire Jun mansion had become Junjio's personal slaughterhouse. Only Jun Weiner and Jun Leitian remained. Jun Weiner tried to mobilize her spiritual energy, but she found that her spiritual energy had disappeared. Junjio mocked them for only now realizing they had missed their chance. Leitian was still questioning how Junjio could have poisoned them when he had Bai Luo monitoring her constantly. But Bai Luo had long been Junjio's person. She had poisoned the water early on. Those who drank it would lose all their spiritual power. Junjio had also taken the antidote in advance. Now she ordered Bai Luo to give this bottle of corpse-dissolving pills to Jun Weiner and Jun Leitian. Leitian and his group had planned to kill Junjio tonight, but they were successfully countered and killed by Junjio. She even had the maid Bai Luo feed them the corpse-dissolving pills. These corpse-dissolving pills were the world's most potent poison. After taking them, one's flesh would continuously rot. The ugly way to die was indescribable. They tried to threaten Junjio with the main family, but Junjio wasn't afraid at all. She gave them a pill to delay the effects of the corpse-dissolving pill. She wanted one of them to rush back to inform the main family that Junjio was coming back. Jun Weiner quickly snatched the pill. She swallowed it ravenously. This left Jun Leitian in despair. Jun Weiner thought she was still young and couldn't die, while Jun Leitian had already lived a long life. So she might as well give this chance to herself. With that thought, she quickly left, rushing towards the imperial city. Suddenly, Meng Weiyue from the main family appeared, applauding. He came closer to examine if his little Jio had changed. Junjio pushed him away, saying they weren't familiar. But Meng Weiyue came closer again, asking how they could become familiar. This also scared Xiao Wu beside them. Moreover, the poison had no effect on him. It seemed Meng Weiyue's strength was beyond Junjio's expectations. Meng Weiyue suddenly smiled. He said he and Junjio had already kissed and hugged. Did they need to sleep together to be considered familiar? Such blatant flirting left Junjio speechless. The best solution was to ignore him. Yun Tu's tipped on Yun Leitian's hint. Unable to beat the clingy Meng Weiyue, she had to vent her frustration on Jun Leitian. She told Jun Leitian to get up and lead the way. There was more than one treasury here. If one was missing, she'd chop off one of his hands. Jun Leitian had no choice. He had a hand over all the treasures. Although there weren't many precious items in the treasury, there were still a few heavenly treasures. It was barely enough for Junjio to cleanse her marrow, refine her essence, and cultivate her dantian to become a spirit master. Mo Weiyue asked Junjio why she didn't kill Jun Leitian and the others. If she was afraid of getting her hands dirty, he could do it for her. But Junjio thought that would be too easy for them. They should at least taste the petrification pill and die when it takes effect. Otherwise, her medicine would have been wasted. She turned to ask Meng Weiyue when she could leave. But Meng Weiyue wanted to stay next door to her. Removing one wall would practically mean sleeping in the same room. Without waiting for Junjio's agreement, he ran to the room next door. Junjio was rebuilding this body. This was a specially brewed medicinal soup based on the body's condition. It could develop this body to its maximum effect, achieving perfect marrow cleansing. And today she would become a spirit master. She inserted silver needles into her acupoints, forcing her body to reach its optimal state to absorb the essence from the medicinal soup. This caused Junjio to cough up blood. Meng Weiyue smelled the blood from nearby. He came to Junjio's location alone, bypassing the guards by Nu and by Luo. He saw his little nine forcibly cleansing her marrow. This was reckless. He released a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Lightning instantly enveloped the entire small house. He was determined to protect his master, but Moyue easily picked him up with one hand, making him personally feel the pressure of a powerful figure. But Muyu suddenly hesitated. His little nine seemed to like this cat very much. He decided to let it go. Marrow cleansing and bone transformation were successful if done properly, but failure could lead to chi deviation and endanger one's life. Junjio's meridians were blocked and withered, unable to cultivate, so she forcibly underwent marrow cleansing. She was willing to risk her life to become a spirit master. If she could tell Meng Weiyue this wish, even if he had to search the entire world, he would find a safer way for her. But why did she want to solve every problem by herself, without relying on him, Meng Weiyue, at all? But his little nine, both her body and soul, belonged to him, so he absolutely wouldn't allow Junjio to have any accidents. Just as he was about to use his power, he suddenly noticed the medicinal soup Junjio was soaking in. This soup was no ordinary medicine. It contained pure power, clean and strong, yet domineering, able to temper Junjio's body. The powerful medicinal effects could achieve marrow cleansing, but the pain involved was hard to understand without experiencing it personally. If Junjio could endure it, she would be reborn with new talents. Only 3 people in the world could concoct a marrow-cleansing medicine, but this soup was even more advanced than what those 3 could make. Xiao Wu proudly told Mo Wuyue that this was concocted by his master herself. Montag Wuyu war stunt. His little nine had so many secrets. It really made him curious, but he was patient. He would uncover her secrets layer by layer. Junjio suddenly opened her eyes. The marrow cleansing was successful. Now this body was already a spirit master, but due to the excessive energy consumption earlier, she was about to faint. Moyue rushed over and caught her. Junjio looked at him in surprise. Junjio had successfully cleansed her marrow and was still naked. She was caught by Moyue. A moment later, Junjio angrily asked if he had seen enough, but Moyue smiled and said, "I see flesh and jade bones, rosy face and willow waist, goddess-like beauty, unparalleled in the world. This is something I could never see enough of in a lifetime." Junjio gave him a kick. She asked why he was here. Moyue said he came to protect Junjio. He congratulated his little nine on successfully cleansing her marrow. Then he expressed curiosity about the several extraordinary medicines Junjio had obtained earlier, asking if she was an alchemist. Junjio said yes, but she needed to change clothes now. She told Moyue to leave quickly. But after Moyue left, as she picked up her clothes, Xiao was still angry about Moyue teasing Junjio earlier, saying he would eventually beat him up badly. But Junjio still couldn't see through Moyue's cultivation level and couldn't beat him. But who knows what might happen in the future. However, Moyue hadn't expected that his dear little nine was actually an alchemist. He ordered his subordinate Lung Yu to collect the most precious medicinal herbs. The more, the better. Lung Yu thought Moyue was going to start studying pharmacology, but he was actually just catering to her interests. His little nine was an alchemist, so wouldn't this be a good gift? Inside the Jun family in the Imperial City, the Jun family matriarch Shengwan Irong was furious. By now, Jun Wanner had returned to the main family. Fearing Jun Lei would be killed, she told the matriarch about the family situation. Her daughter was about to have a good marriage with the crown prince. They couldn't let that lowly Junjio ruin it. But Junjio was clearly a useless person who couldn't cultivate. How could she suddenly change so much and even defeat Jun Lei and Zhou Wana, who were level 2 spirit masters? Zhou Wana also said that Junjio was colluding with the Yun family. The second young master of the Yun family protected her in every way. She wondered if there was something going on between them. The matriarch gave orders. She wanted Junjio to be disgraced and cursed by everyone before she returned. By then, even if she didn't kill Junjio, Junjio would have no way to survive. Bai Er rushed back to the Imperial City. He reported Junjio's actions to his grandmother. He stayed in the Imperial City, letting the family's alchemists help him neutralize the petrification pill's poison. Meanwhile, Junjio was on her way to the Imperial City. She had put in a lot of effort to shake off that clingy Moyue. She was just about to lean against a tree to rest for a while, but a peach fell from above. Moyue had caught up again. He complained that Junjio was too slow. He had been waiting for a long time. He was really bored, so he went to pick some peaches nearby. They tasted good. He gave them to Junjio to quench her thirst. Although Xiao Wu was strongly against Junjio traveling with Moyue, Junjio couldn't beat him in a fight nor drive him away. Wu Yu was very powerful. Having him around provided safety. Besides, his face was indeed pleasing to look at. It was quite appetizing, so she might as well let him tag along. Mo Wu Yue thought Junjio was complimenting him. He suddenly leaned in close. If Junjio thought he looked good, he'd gladly let her look more. He was willing to keep Junjio's appetite good for a lifetime. They finally arrived at the imperial city where the Jun family's main branch was located. They originally wanted to look around first, but after walking a few steps, they found the tea house was very lively. The storyteller was speaking passionately. He was talking about the useless young lady of the Jun family, Junjio, and her illicit affairs with men. After hearing this, Xiao wanted to rush up and give him a cat punch. But Junjio calmly wanted to listen to what he could say. However, this storyteller became more and more enthusiastic. He even said that the useless Junjio had affairs with not just one man, but at least 5. Mo Yue was very angry. The consequences would be severe. The audience was discussing loudly, saying Junjio was shameless and disgraced her family. They used the harshest words possible. Xiao Wu's anger had reached its boiling point. He was about to unleash his power. This storyteller in the imperial city was saying that the useless Junjio had affairs with multiple men. He kept making the story more exciting and outrageous. Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore. He was about to explode. Suddenly, several huge rocks fell from the sky, smashing towards Mo Wu Yue, who was emitting immature spiritual energy. After that, he lightly patted his clothes and told Junjio that the weather was nice today. He would accompany his little 9 to visit the Jun family. Junjio looked at him. This Mo Yue had finally woken up. As a member of one of the 2 great families in the Tianzong kingdom, he lived so carefree. Yet there was no way to doubt that he had the ability to massacre the Jun family. But Junjio rejected Mo Wu Yue's suggestion. Killing them would be too easy. The rumors about Junjio in the imperial city were undoubtedly the Jun family's doing, but simply killing them would be too lenient. After Junjio established herself in the imperial city, she would have plenty of ways to make the Jun family taste her methods. But Mo Wu Yue had said that no matter what Junjio wanted to do, he would accompany his little 9. At this moment, someone behind them was discussing that an ordinary doctor named Zhao He, who was the previous incompetent Dr. Zhao, had become an alchemy master by creating a new formula for heartwarming chi-boosting pills. He was now at the alchemy hall. Even the Yun family and the crown prince were going to personally recruit him. But wasn't the formula for heartwarming chi-boosting pills given to Yun Xiao? How did it suddenly become Zhao He's? It seemed she had to visit the alchemy hall first. Mo Wu Yue secretly called out behind her. Lung Yuan ordered that anyone in the imperial city who slandered Junjio would be killed without mercy. The 2 arrived at the alchemy hall. To enter, they needed an invitation. But where could they get an invitation? Mo Wu Yue suddenly grabbed her hand. He told Junjio to follow him. The 2 of them walked past the guards without being noticed. Thanks to Mo Wu Yue's invisibility, they strolled in confidently. Xiao Wu told her that once her power was strong enough, she could do this with the divine body technique. However, Junjio didn't know at this stage that the divine body technique required extremely powerful strength to achieve. Even famous masters could only look up to it from afar. At this time, the spectators inside the hall were all praising Zhao He. If Junjio hadn't come to the imperial city, she wouldn't have known that Zhao He had stolen her formula and made such a big deal out of it. He was truly shameless. On the second floor, Yun Xiao was explaining to his brother Yun Chongjing that Zhao He was just a fraud. But Yun Chongjing was calmer than him. He turned to look at the crown prince and the daughter of the Jun family's matriarch nearby. This Zhao He had stolen Junjio's pill formula. He had become a famous alchemy master in the Tianzong kingdom overnight. But Yun Xiao of the Yun family knew the formula was stolen, so he absolutely couldn't go to the Yun family. But the crown prince didn't know. After he was appointed as an alchemist, he would immediately join the crown prince's Fengxianqi faction. The emperor's favored people would then follow and support him. Today, Zhao He was officially appointed as an alchemist of the alchemy hall by Elder Dan Ge. He was still giving an impassioned speech on stage. He talked about how incredibly difficult it was to create the pill formula. The audience was completely captivated. Of course, this included the crown prince and the daughter of the Jun family's matriarch. Jun Yunxue vowed that after getting Zhao He, she would have him make beauty pills for her. She also promised that once her mother caught Junjio, he would immediately break off the engagement. engagement. He, as the noble crown prince, was actually engaged to a useless person. But this engagement was arranged by his imperial grandfather, so he couldn't change it yet. Junjio's reputation was ruined. She was vulgar and promiscuous. He could use the excuse of protecting the royal family's reputation to break off the engagement. And this Junjio he was talking about slowly walked into the hall. She even praised Zhao He's speech, saying it was truly moving. She pointed out that Zhao he had stolen her formula. But the crowd didn't believe her. They thought she was trying to scam him. Zhao he was nervous. He hurriedly called for people to drive her out. But Junjio directly gave him a heart attack. He was kicked and fell flat on the ground. But Zhao he was still stubborn and unwilling to tell the truth. Junjio asked the elder to lend her some herbs and a pill furnace. It would be better if someone could help too. The elder hesitated. Yun Xiao suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and said he had the herbs and the pill furnace. He was also a person. Seeing how familiar Yun Xiao and Junjio seemed, Moeus suddenly showed a cold smile. Zhao he had stolen Junjio's formula to become an alchemist, but now he was about to be exposed by Junjio in public. Since Zhao he claimed that the formula for the warming heart and invigorating chi pill was his own creation, the pill Junjio made on the spot should be inferior to Zhao He's. But this pill was not only better than what Zhao He presented, it was even several times more advanced than the elder's skills. Zhao He was utterly humiliated. Jun Shui suddenly stood up and accused Junjio of stealing from Zhao He. After all, Zhao He's pill came first. Days later, the formula was changed to make this new one. Now they were trying to claim ownership of the formula first. When Junjio first saw the two of them, she didn't recognize them, but felt an inexplicable hatred. A moment later, she remembered that these two played a major role in the original Junjio's death. Jun Yushua was still threatening that if Junjio couldn't provide decisive evidence, they would execute her as a villain. Junjio then turned to ask Zhao He 3 questions about the warming heart and invigorating chi pill. Not only did he answer all of them incorrectly, but he also made a fatal mistake for an alchemist. Yun Chaiwei stepped forward to testify for Junjio. This pill was actually used by Junjio to save his life when he was poisoned in Fengluo City, but Zhao He stole it on the spot. This caused an uproar of anger among the onlookers. The elder ordered Zhao He to be expelled from the alchemy hall. Yushua felt embarrassed and tried to defend Zhao He, but ended up getting her face slapped figuratively. Zhao He was unwilling to accept this. He blamed all his misfortunes on Junjio. He broke free from restraints and rushed to kill Junjio. Yun Xiao didn't have time to warn her. Moeus gathered his spiritual power. But Junjio once again failed to use the male lead correctly and instead killed Zhao He with one slash. Zhao He, who stole the formula, was exposed on the spot. Unwilling to accept it, he broke free from restraints but had both his hands disabled by Junjio. To prevent him from slandering Junjio in the future, his tongue was also cut off. He was scared to death. Jun Yushua angrily accused her of being so vicious at such a young age. But he himself had just threatened Junjio with execution for causing trouble, and now he was acting all righteous and hypocritical. The crown prince behind him also said that Zhao He deserved to die, and being scared to death was actually letting him off easy. Jun Yushua made a misstep. He was only focused on making Junjio look vicious, forgetting that the crown prince was also angry about being deceived. He pretended to be pitiful, throwing himself into the crown prince's arms, making the crown prince think Jun Yushua was too kind-hearted. The truth was revealed, and the elder apologized to Junjio. He gave her a token that allows free entry and exit to the alchemy hall. Elder Wang also asked for her name to register her as an alchemist. Junjio told him her name was Junjio. This truly shocked both the crown prince and Jun Yushua. The crown prince still didn't believe it, thinking she just had the same name as that useless Junjio from the Jun family. He advised her to change her name, saying that the name Junjio was despised and hated in the imperial city. Yun Xiao retorted that Miss Jun's name was very good. Mou also came out and hugged her. That look in his eyes made the crown prince feel fear deep in his heart. Mou even taunted, saying only uncultured people would think a name was bad. Just moments ago, they said the name Junjio had a bad reputation in the imperial city. But now, it was being praised by all the nobles present, who were eagerly inviting Junjio to make pills for their families. Jun Shui was burning with anger. It was just a single formula, yet it made Junjio so popular. But what he didn't expect was that even the crown prince personally invited Junjio to join his faction. The crown prince was confident that Junjie would definitely agree. After all, no other family could provide resources as good as his, and no woman could refuse him as the crown prince. But Junjie refused. She had already given the formula to Yunjie, the second young master Yunxiao. In the future, her warming heart and invigorating chi pills would be provided to the Yun family for free sale, but not a single pill would be sold to the Jun family. This was like slapping Jun Yushue's face in public again. But this move earned praise from everyone present. Jun Shui was about to go and meet the crown prince, but found that the crown prince had already been won over by Junjie's boldness just now. He was even muttering that it would be great if Junjie were also from the Jun family. Could it be that the crown prince wanted to marry Junjie? Indeed, everyone named Junjie seemed to be Jun Shui's nemesis. Junjie offered the warming heart and invigorating chi pills to the Yun family for free sale. After leaving the alchemy hall, Yun Xiao suddenly called out to her. He thought Junjie was losing out too much. If she sold the pills, he would definitely give her 80% of the profits. This scared his brother Yun Chong, who broke out in a cold sweat. Was his brother Qiao Qiao a money-wasting child? Why not just give all the money to Miss Jun? For Junjie, this was just small change. She didn't need a share. She even praised his nickname Qiao Qiao as cute. Yun Xiao was happy and told Junjie that if she didn't mind, she could also call him by his nickname. This made Mo beside them feel jealous. He pulled Junjie close and answered for her that she minded very much. This brat dared to flirt with his person right in front of him. He must be tired of living. The terrifying pressure made the Yun brothers inhale sharply. He directly carried Junjie away, leaving the two brothers bewildered. With such a strong person by Junjie's side, the Jun family was likely in for big trouble this time. Yun Xiao still wondered what relationship Miss Jun had with Junjie. Yun Chongqing could only helplessly pat his head. Miss Jun was the so-called useless Junjie from the Jun family. She had a grudge against the Jun family, which was why she gave the pills to the Yun family. The Jun family and the crown prince had an engagement, but just now the crown prince was being intimate with Jun Shui. The Jun family probably didn't know their own way out. What a remarkable person. Junjie and Mou were preparing to return to the inn, but the inn by Luo had found was on the right. However, Mou directly pulled her to the other side. He had called you by a mansion in the imperial city. From now on, little Joe could live here with him, Mou. Junjie naturally didn't want to return to the Jun family and face those annoying insects every day, because now it wasn't yet time to deliver the fatal blow to them. Mou bought a mansion in the imperial city to live with Junjie, but it wasn't appropriate for an unmarried man and woman to live together. They needed a legitimate reason after all. How about master and disciple? Junjie suggested that to others, she would be Meng Wuyu as master. This way, no one would question them living together. But Meng Wuyu gave a mischievous smile. He thought the stronger one should be the master. Currently, Junjie couldn't beat him, so she had no say in the matter. Meng Wuyu agreed to pretend to be master and disciple, but he would play the master, and Junjie, as the disciple, had obligations. Junjie immediately gave Wuyu a flying kick, but he easily dodged it. A disciple killing their master would be a great sin. Junjie regretted bringing up the master-disciple idea. In the end, she didn't become the master, but became Wuyu's disciple instead, being suppressed and taken advantage of. Xiao Wu's master was being harassed. He vowed to bite Mou, that bastard, to death, but he was picked up with one hand and tossed into Junjie's arms instead, pitifully seeking comfort. Mou learned from Cold Yu that people named Junjie were being hunted in the imperial city. Yun Tu scoffed. Let them search. Shengguan Irong would only get angrier for not being able to catch her. She didn't plan to show herself now. When she returned one day, she would turn the prefecture upside down. Moreover, at this time, Jun Wanner's corpse-dissolving pill poison should be taking effect. It was time to make use of this waste and go see Jun Wanner. In the Jun mansion, Zhishui immediately told his mother about meeting a girl also named Junjie at the alchemy hall. But he didn't think that person was the useless Junjie, because the real useless Junjie should be a mouse that only knows how to cry in corners, not this fierce Junjie. But the mistress would rather kill wrongly than let anyone escape. Anyone named Junjie must die. She also wanted to invite that Junjie to next month's birthday banquet. If it really was that useless one, they would kill her then. At this moment, Jun Wanner, emitting a strange odor, suddenly crawled in. Her skin was mostly rotted. The emperor's alchemists couldn't cure the poison from the fungus wine at all. Juno, with her half-rotted body, came to beg the mistress for treatment, but was kicked away by the mistress, who found her disgusting. She ordered the servants to throw her out. However, the fact that even the imperial city's alchemists couldn't cure this poison made the mistress start to wonder if the Junjio that Junshui met at the alchemy hall was the same person as this poisonous, useless Junjio. Juner was thrown out of the mansion by the servants. She happened to meet Junjio's maid by Luo, who told her that Junju wanted to see her. She was taken to Junju's residence. Jun Wang pitifully begged Junju for an antidote. She was in pain and didn't want to turn into rotten flesh. Junju gave her a pill. She devoured it ravenously. But this pill wasn't free. She needed to do something in return. That was to monitor the Jun family. She had to report any movements and couldn't inform the Jun family if Nuo Huimei and the other two came looking for information. Otherwise, the consequences would be worse. Yun Vinakrit, thinking of how the mistress treated her, she couldn't blame herself for betraying them. It was laughable that she once wanted to eliminate Junjio, not realizing that Junju never even considered her a threat. A month's time was about right. The Yun family auction was about to sell Junjio's pills. By then, Junjio's name would be known. It would likely spread throughout the imperial city. Going to the Jun family banquet with Junjio's renowned name, the matriarch Shangguan Irong would surely be furious. Xiao Wu, however, was very depressed on the side. He gently pawed at Junjio, asking if they could move out. That bastard Mo Wuyue always bullied him and constantly had ulterior motives towards his master. Junjio gently stroked his head. She comforted him, saying it wasn't the right time yet, but he couldn't swallow this anger. Tonight he would go teach Mo Wuyue a lesson. At night, a cat came to Mo Yu's residence. It dropped mice at the door. Although he couldn't beat Mo Yu, he could still disgust him. On the way back, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent. A flash of green light appeared. Mo Yu stood in front of him. Xiao Wu stood up and gave him a cat punch, but Mo Yu flicked him away with a wave of his hand. Xiao Wu's body flashed with golden light. He transformed into a white tiger. He charged at Mo Yu. Mo Yu gathered spiritual energy in his hand. He sent Xiao Wu flying again. He turned back to his original form. Mo Yu picked him up with one hand. Actually, Mo Yu had long known Xiao Wu had white tiger bloodline, because he had tasted white tiger meat and drunk white tiger blood before. He just didn't know if his little nine would like to try it. Xiao Wu transformed into a white tiger, but was still slapped away by Meng Wuyue. He even threatened to eat him, but he was just joking. After all, his little nine liked him so much. How could he bear to harm him? Meng Wuyue put Xiao Wu down. He threatened that if he caused trouble again, he would tell Junjiu that he was a white tiger, not a cat. But Junjiu happened to be nearby. Looking at the messy scene, Junjiu was speechless. She didn't see Xiao Wu, so she came to look for him. Meng Wuyue took the chance to pet Xiao Wu in her arms. Junjiu happened to glimpse the purple ring on his hand. Mo Wuyue quickly covered Junjiu's eyes, warning her not to look, saying it would devour her soul. Some things were better left unknown. But Junjiu liked to know things she shouldn't. Mo Wuyue had to promise her. He would tell her when she became stronger. Junjiu said goodbye to Mo Wuyue. She had only glanced at the ring briefly, but she still felt dizzy now. Even Xiao Wu was scared by the ring. It seemed Mo Yu wasn't lying to scare him. It really was a soul-devouring ring. This made her more and more curious about Mo Yu's identity. In Mo Yu's courtyard, Lung Yu looked incredulous. The cat in Junjiu's arms was actually a white tiger. Hadn't the four divine beasts been extinct since that battle long ago? How could there be a white tiger disguised as a small cat, appearing by Junjiu's side? But Xiao Wu was a white tiger who had lost all inherited memories. He didn't even remember who Meng Wuyue was. Not worth fearing. Lung Yu noticed that Meng Wuyue's Crimson Dragon Sword could no longer conceal his aura. He needed to go back for a while. This was indeed true, but Meng Wuyue didn't want to leave. But if he stayed here, the West would eventually be exposed. Then those old monsters would know about him breaking the seal. However, his little nine's soul was the only thing he craved. If he really had to leave, he should devour it. This way, little nine would completely belong to him, fused as one. No one could take her away. But he couldn't bear to do it. He ordered Lung Yu to stay and protect Junjiu. Whoever harmed his little nine would be killed without mercy. Also, keep a close eye on that white tiger. As for himself, he would set off tomorrow. The Crimson Dragon Sword could no longer conceal Mu Yu's aura. He had to go back for a while. The next day, he came to Junjiu's room. He put an exquisitely crafted bracelet on his little nine's wrist. As long as Junju needed him, no matter how far, just call his name to the bell, and he would definitely come. Before Junjio could ask where he was going, Imouyue didn't say clearly. Instead, he told her that he had left Lungyu behind. If she needed anything, just ask him to do it. But before leaving, he wanted to ask Jun for one thing. After receiving it, he left. However, this guy took advantage of Junjio again. Next time, he must confront him face to face. That tempting, clingy person finally left, but Junjio felt a bit of reluctance in her heart. Xiaowu beside her was very happy about this. Unfortunately, Junjio thought she would have a free fighter when she wouldn't cause trouble for the Jun family, but now she had to roll up her sleeves and do it herself. Xiaowu volunteered confidently, saying he would protect Junjio well. There was no need for that MOU. Wasn't the Yun family auction going to sell Junjio's pills soon? When Saint Alchemist Junjio becomes famous, it would be time to meet the Jun family's main branch. Half a month later, at the Yun family auction, as expected, the name of Saint Alchemist Junjio spread throughout the entire imperial city. Now everyone was discussing her pills. Perhaps no one remembered that today was the day of the Jun family's birthday banquet. An old man suddenly came over and asked if he could sit at the same table. Junjio didn't mind because from this position, she could see the Jun family's main gate at a glance. As soon as the old man sat down, he started rambling about how terrible the Jun family was. There was a little child who was betrothed to another little one since birth. But the Jun family was so evil that they schemed to poison him. The little child had no parents. Just like that, the fiancé was snatched away. It was really infuriating. So today, at the Jun family's birthday banquet, he came back specifically to teach them a lesson. And this little child was probably Junjio. At this time, Bai Luo suddenly appeared. The old man in front of her seemed to vanish into thin air. His speed was incredibly fast. Bai Luo told her that the Jun family's birthday banquet was about to begin. The two young masters of the Yun family and various forces had already taken their seats. She asked if Junjio wanted to go. Of course Junjio wanted to go. Not only go, but also make a grand entrance and crash the Jun family's party. The Jun family matriarch's face turned black with anger, because that Junjio had chosen this exact day, the day of the Jun family's birthday banquet, to become famous in the imperial city. She ordered everyone that if they found Saint Alchemist Junjio, they should kill her immediately. At this time, her daughter Jun Yushue came to tell her that the crown prince had promised to attend the banquet today. He would also publicly announce his marriage to Jun Yushue. The future emperor of the Tianzong kingdom would be under her skirt. She would surely be envied by everyone. The matriarch was overjoyed. They couldn't let Saint Alchemist Junjio disrupt this. Moreover, she guessed that Saint Alchemist Junjio was most likely the useless Junjio. This made Jun Yushue secretly decide to kill her. Whether it was her or not, she must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao, to prevent any accidents happening to Junjio, was waiting at the Jun family's gate to escort her in together. In the Jun family's main courtyard, even a single pillar was made of precious golden silk nanmu wood worth thousands of gold. It could be said that gold was everywhere. The Jun family wasn't always like this. When the third and fifth masters of the Jun family were still around, even his Yun family greatly admired the Jun family's prestige, especially the fifth master of the Jun family. He was the most glorious figure of the Jun family, also the war god general of the Tianzong kingdom, and a romantic at heart. This fifth master became famous at a young age. With his Western Street spirit master cultivation, he became the strongest in the Tianzong kingdom. Leading the Tianzong soldiers, he established Tianzong's position as one of the top 3 powers among the 10 countries. But rumor had it that he fell in love with a woman of unknown origin. Because the Jun family didn't approve, he left the family register and started his own household to marry this woman. They should have been happy, but fate had other plans. In the fifth master's last battle, he was ambushed by the enemy country and died on the battlefield. They couldn't even find his body. When his wife heard the news, she traveled thousands of miles to the battlefield. It was said that she followed the fifth master soon after. A beautiful love story ended in such a tragic way that made people sigh. After hearing this story, Junjio's heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, she had an indescribable feeling. Before they knew it, they had arrived outside the hall, attracting a crowd of onlookers and praise. But today was Jun Yushue's big day and her father's birthday banquet. They absolutely couldn't allow anyone to cause trouble. Whether Saint Alchemist Junjio was the Junjio they were looking for or not, she must be eliminated. At this moment, the crown prince arrived. Jun Yushue's face was full of shyness, but the crown prince was flirting with his eyes. The crown prince had specially brought a grand birthday gift for the Jun family head, Jun Xiongtian. It was a 1,000-year-old coral. He said it was the only one in the world. The crown prince himself had ordered people to go to the South Sea, and it took over 70 days to retrieve it. Jun Xiongtian was very touched. Indeed, only such a precious treasure was worthy of his status as the Jun family head. However, Gung Yunxiao saw through it. Wasn't this the 1,000-year-old coral that their Yun family auction house had sold a few days ago? It seemed that the crown prince didn't take his future father-in-law seriously. At this time, the crown prince was about to announce a second piece of good news. The crown prince had been betrothed to Junjio of the Jun family since childhood. Now, at the birthday banquet of the Jun family head, he was going to publicly announce his marriage to another daughter of the Jun family, Jun Yushue. The family head was of course very happy. After all, Jun Yushue was his own daughter. But at this moment, a discordant applause rang out. Junjio appeared, mocking them, saying they were truly a match made in heaven, family head. They hadn't recognized her yet, but this was normal. After all, in the eyes of Junjio's uncle, she was already dead. Everyone was also surprised that Saint Alchemist Junjio was actually from the Jun family. The family head also realized it, because Junjio looked exactly like her father, Jun Fifth Master. Junjio continued to mock Jun Yunxue and the crown prince. Jun Yunxue was shaking with anger. While the crown prince was still immersed in disbelief that Saint Alchemist Junjio was actually the useless Junjio, people were whispering below, saying that the Jun family's eldest daughter Jun Yunxue, who appeared pure and innocent, was actually the third wheel who interfered in the crown prince and Junjio's engagement. This made Jun Yunxue directly perform a fainting act on the spot. The matriarch hugged her daughter and retorted that it was Junjio who was fickle and shameless, still insulting her daughter Shuer. But now everyone in the imperial city knew about Saint Alchemist Junjio's reputation as a genius alchemist, who had seriously snatched a pill from him. This wasn't the same as what the matriarch had initially planned. Hadn't she spread rumors about Junjio being shameless and disgracing the family? It was just about making medicine. How come it wasn't working anymore? The family head ordered Junjio to be captured. As long as they caught her and killed her in a secluded place, no one would remember her after a while. Yun Xiao rushed forward to help her, but was stopped by Yun Chong. His brother was weak, so it was better to let the elder brother go to the rescue. But before he could act, Jiu had already taken everyone down. The family head and matriarch couldn't believe it. When did Junjio become so cruel? The matriarch mainly told everyone that Junjio, this little bitch, had very poisonous and cruel methods. The Jun family's Fengluo City branch, the family head and his daughter were originally normal people, who knew that after Junjio moved in, she was ungrateful, not only drugging them, but also bloodily wiping out the branch family, turning Jun Leitian and Jun Xianqian into idiots and cripples. Junjio didn't deny it, and even said that she indeed personally wiped out the branch family. This surprised the Yun brothers. Mo Wu secretly warned Junjio that if she admitted it herself, wouldn't her reputation for being cruel and vicious never be cleared? But why did this Junjio seem not to care at all? Zhou asked about the reason for wiping out the branch family. Why not let Shengguan Yirong, this matriarch, explain it? But why would she help Junjio explain? However, her mouth seemed to be out of control, revealing the fact that Jun Leitian and his wife wanted to kill Junjio, who was considered useless, but didn't expect Junjio to have the strength to kill them instead and wipe out the family. The crowd sighed. This also made the matriarch's body stiffen. The family's matriarch seemed to have become very strange. As long as Junjio asked her a question, she would lose control of her mouth and tell the truth. Actually, this was the needle eye bone. It had no other harm. It would only make people obey what others said. Junjio asked why the Jun family wanted to kill her. The matriarch replied that of course it was because she ordered them to kill Junjio, otherwise she wouldn't let them off. Junjio continued to ask the matriarch why she wanted to kill her. The matriarch replied that it was because Junjio, this little bitch, had an engagement with the crown prince. Only by killing Junjio could the crown prince marry her daughter. The crowd was in an uproar. As for Shui, she retorted that Junjio had poisoned and controlled the matriarch, and those words weren't true. The family head also agreed and rushed towards Junjio, demanding her to hand over the antidote. But he was repelled by Yun Chungjin. Everyone present was an adult. With a brain, they could understand what was true and what was false. Yun Chao also explained that it was clearly the Jun family matriarch who was vicious and poisonous, not only wanting to kill Miss Jun, but also slandering him as a soldier. Shui saw that the situation was out of control. She turned to the crown prince beside her, asking him to say that he wanted to marry her, not that little bitch Junjio. But the crown prince had fallen in love at first sight with Junjio's beauty. He turned to speak for Junjio instead. Yun Xue was like a white lotus, pure and celestial. Her goddess-like appearance made every man's heart flutter and want to marry her. While Junjio was gorgeous and spicy, cruel and arrogant. She was dangerous like fire, yet alluring, making men feel a burning desire to conquer her. Moreover, if he was with Junjio, with her assistance, it was possible for the Tianzhong Kingdom's emperor to conquer and take over the other 9 countries. An alchemist was more useful than Jun Yunxue, who was just a 3rd-level spirit master. He walked past Jun Yunxue. Coming to Jun Yunxue, this crown prince who just a second ago said he wanted to marry Jun Yunxue. The next second, he was captivated by Junjio. He even tossed Jun Yunxue aside. Although the crown prince and Junjio originally had an engagement, Junjio didn't want to marry him and wanted to break off the engagement. The crown prince had never suffered such a blow before, and even brought up his imperial grandfather to speak. This engagement was set since childhood. Junjio had to marry whether she wanted to or not. Breaking off the engagement by just talking was indeed troublesome. It would be cleaner and quicker to just kill him. As Junjio was pressing the crown prince step by step, a sound suddenly came from behind. It was the old man from the restaurant. He turned out to be the crown prince's imperial grandfather. Before Feng Xiao, it was he who arranged the engagement between the crown prince and Junjio. It was said that he once established the Tianzhong Kingdom single-handedly. After becoming a 7th-level spirit master, he wandered and disappeared, but now he appeared here. The Emperor Emeritus pointed out that he arranged the marriage for Junjio back then because she was worthy of being the future empress of Tianzhong Kingdom. But now it seemed the crown prince wasn't good enough and couldn't match up to Junjio. As long as Junjio wanted to break off the engagement, it would be immediately annulled. Then he warned the Jun family head and matriarch. If they dared to trouble Junjio again, there would be no place for the Jun family among the noble families of Tianzhong Kingdom. The Jun family had never thought that the Emperor Emeritus would threaten to destroy the Jun family for Junjio's sake. Was it just because she was that person's daughter? The Emperor Emeritus had been away for over 10 years and felt very guilty for not taking good care of Junjio. He asked Junjio if anyone had bullied her, saying he would help her take revenge. But Junjio refused, saying she never wanted to rely on others for her own matters. After saying this, she turned to leave. The Yun brothers also followed her. But just because Junjio didn't want to pursue, it didn't mean the Emperor Emeritus wouldn't. He ordered Jun Yunxue and the Crown Prince to set a date and get married as soon as possible. The Crown Prince must marry Jun Yunxue, otherwise he would no longer be the Crown Prince. But Jun Yunxue, who had seen through the Crown Prince's true nature, didn't want to marry him at all. The appearance of the Emperor Emeritus made Junjio's engagement cancellation ceremony a complete success. On the way, Sister Yunzhong asked Junjio why she didn't use the Emperor Emeritus's power to take revenge. But Junjio thought it unnecessary. Destroying the Jun family wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of when to make a move. At this moment, the Emperor Emeritus chased after Junjio and called out to her. The Crown Prince hadn't seen Junjio for over 10 years and missed her very much. The two of them went to a restaurant together. Junjio calmly asked if he could talk about her parents. The Emperor Emeritus smiled and asked if she was referring to Jun Qingxiao, the 3rd master of the Jun family. He was a righteous and straightforward person. He was very good, but unfortunately passed away too early. Junjio then asked about her mother. The Emperor Emeritus replied that her mother was the best person he had ever met. He had originally wanted her mother to be his daughter-in-law. but she had already fallen in love with her father. The couple had a deep love, which made people envious. Junjie was as smart and beautiful as her mother. But Junjie coldly snorted, saying that Jun Qingxiao, the third master of the Jun family, had never married before his death. Where did this deep love between husband and wife come from? Moreover, when she was young in the Jun family, hardly anyone mentioned her parents in front of her. Even if someone did, it was to curse her for causing her parents' deaths. In her memory, she only knew that she was the daughter of Jun Qingxiao, the third master of the Jun family. But strangely, she was born in September, but her father, the third master Jun, died in May of the same year, a difference of exactly 1 year and 4 months. So the question arose, how did the deceased third master Jun manage to make a woman pregnant for 10 months and give birth to Junjie? However, there was indeed a couple in the Jun family. The wife longed for someone to leave home, so the deep love between husband and wife that the Emperor Emeritus just mentioned should be the fifth master of Jun and his wife, who were Junjie's real parents. And her father should be called Jun Minji. The Emperor Emeritus explained that her parents did this to protect Junjie. They had offended a formidable enemy and feared that after their death, the enemy would seek revenge on Junjie. So they entrusted Junjie to the Emperor Emeritus, disguising her as Qingxiao's daughter. This way, Junjie could grow up safely. The Emperor Emeritus had to leave urgently at that time, otherwise he would have personally taken care of Junjie as she grew up. And now, the current head of the Jun family, Jun Tianxiong, had deceived the Emperor Emeritus. He had originally said he would raise Junjie well, but instead committed such vicious and unforgivable crimes. The Emperor Emeritus felt very guilty and asked how he could compensate Junjie. But Junjie seemed to see through everything and asked the Emperor Emeritus if this was his dying wish. With just a few words, Junjie had extracted from the Emperor Emeritus's mouth that she was the third master Jun's daughter, and this was a deception. The Emperor Emeritus wanted to compensate for the love Junjie had missed for over a decade. But Junjie saw through the fact that his life was coming to an end. The reason why the Emperor Emeritus didn't take Junjie with him over a decade ago was probably because he was severely poisoned at the time, with not long to live. He had to find a way to save his life, so he could only entrust Junjie to the Jun family. He suddenly came back now because he was about to die and wanted to see Junjie again. But he didn't expect Junjie to have such a miserable life, so he wanted to compensate her. The Emperor Emeritus was still wondering how Junjie could tell that he was poisoned and didn't have long to live. In fact, Junjie only needed to touch someone to know their physical condition, because in her previous life, she had cultivated the ice heart technique. Besides a powerful body, the most notable strength was her mental power. From the moment she touched the Emperor Emeritus, she detected the old poison in his body, and it had been in his body for at least over a decade. By deducing the cause and effect, she could infer the reason why the Emperor Emeritus had to leave her behind and depart alone back then. If the Emperor Emeritus wanted to compensate her, he could. He just needed to do one thing. That was to let Junjie treat him. Meanwhile, inside the Jun mansion, Jun Yinxue was causing a huge commotion. She said she didn't want to marry the crown prince. Back then, the crown prince had publicly changed his mind and wanted to marry Junjie, humiliating her, Jun Yinxue. Now she was still expected to marry the crown prince. This was deliberately slapping her in the face. But the Emperor Emeritus's decree was hard to defy. If the Jun family didn't comply, they might disappear from the Tianzhong kingdom. Jun Yinxue was unwilling. The Tianzhong Academy was about to start soon. The Martial Sect Academy would be selecting seeds. If she was chosen, wouldn't she be able to avoid marrying the crown prince? Moreover, she was the pride of Tianzhong Academy. The vice principal liked her very much. If she got a recommendation to enter the martial sect, then even the Emperor Emeritus couldn't force her to marry the crown prince, right? So this time, even if she had to resort to any means necessary, she had to successfully enter the martial sect. Inside the palace, the crown prince wasn't having an easy time either. If he didn't marry Jun Yinxue, the crown prince position would be given to someone else. His own grandfather, for the sake of Junjie, an outsider, was actually going to depose him as crown prince. On what grounds? The crown prince's grandfather, for the sake of Junjie, an outsider, was going to depose him as crown prince if he didn't marry Jun Yinxue. But he also wanted to please his grandfather. Only Junjie could please him. Marrying Jun Yinxue would only make his grandfather despise him more. His father angrily rebuked him. The last time at the Jun mansion, the news of the crown prince being rejected by Junjie had already spread. Now he still wanted to marry Junjie. Moreover, his grandfather had already agreed to Junjio's request to break off the engagement. How could he marry Junjio now? But if he married Junjio, his grandfather would definitely stay to protect the Tianzhong kingdom. Junjio was also a woman. She would eventually have to serve her husband and raise children. Although she was strong-willed now, once she became his, wouldn't she have to obediently listen to him? He wanted his father to send a message to his grandfather, saying that the Tianzhong crisis was imminent. Junjio was an alchemist and would be entering Tianzhong Academy to study. At that time, his grandfather wouldn't be by Junjio's side, but he would have a chance. As long as Junjio stayed, his grandfather, a level 7 spirit master, would stay. Tianzhong Kingdom would have protection, and other countries wouldn't have any ill intentions. His father had no choice but to agree, and he was determined to have Junjio. One empress, one noble consort, he wanted both in his harem. The Emperor Emeritus, to fulfill Junjio's wish, moved in with Junjio to let her treat him. He complied with all of Junjio's arrangements. He suddenly took out an envelope. Inside was a recommendation letter for Tianzhong Academy that he had personally written for Junjio. If his son, the emperor, hadn't sent a message, he would have almost forgotten. As an alchemist, Junjio, at level 22 Spirit Stone, should go to Tianzhong Academy to study. There were also many peers there. She could make friends. Junjio accepted this recommendation letter, saying she would consider it. That night, while Junjio was cultivating in her room, she seemed to encounter a bottleneck. Breaking through to level 2 Spirit Stone had been very smooth, but now she only felt that the spiritual energy in her dantian was pure and concentrated, but there was no sign of improvement. Although Xiao Wu didn't understand, he took Junjio to find Lung Yu. Lung Yu was also a Spirit Stone user, so perhaps she could answer Junjio's questions. However, Lung Yu believed that Junjio's talent was extremely high, and she shouldn't be stuck at a bottleneck at this stage. Perhaps she needed someone to guide her, which meant she needed a teacher. Junjio fell into deep thought. It seemed it was time to go and check out that Tianzhong Academy, the most famous temporary academy in Tianzhong Kingdom. Today was the start of admissions. Yun Xiao arrived early at the academy gates. He took Junjio's hand beside him and went to register together. Just as Junjio was signing the register, suddenly a blade flew from behind. Yun Tu Dotidits. The attacker was Luo Qi, a notorious troublemaker in the academy. He was shouting about finding the useless Junjio from the Jun family. He even challenged her face to face. With his level, he wasn't even fit to be a watchdog at Tianzhong Academy. The commotion attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. Yun Xiao shielded Junjio, but Junjio stepped around him. She directly gave Luo Qi a shoulder throw. His buddies wanted to intervene, but they were also defeated by Xiao Wu's cat punches. Those who harm others should be punished. For harming Jun, taking one of his hands as compensation shouldn't be unfair, right? Luo Qi boasted that he was the vice principal's disciple. Spiritual energy surged in his body. He said Junjio was just a useless person, and he would break her arm. But Junjio threw him to the ground again with a counter. Suddenly, Luo Qi's master, the vice principal, attacked her. She threw Luo Qi again in response. Luo Qi, who took the full brunt of this move, was sent flying, coughing up blood. The vice principal held his dying disciple on the ground. Luo Qi was furious and wanted to kill Junjio. Yun Xiao stepped forward to speak. He said Luo Qi had attacked Miss Jun first, and Miss Jun was only defending herself. She only broke one of his hands. The vice principal recognized him as Yun Xiao from the Yun family. He couldn't offend him, so he asked him to step aside. But Yun Xiao refused. Seeing how persistently he protected that useless Junjio, the vice principal revoked Junjio's eligibility to register, citing the crime of openly injuring a Tianzhong Academy disciple. Many people yearn to enter Tianzhong Academy their whole lives. That Junjio, whose eligibility was revoked, must be suffering and regretting, wishing she were dead. But Junjio was disdainful. His disciple had attacked first, and everyone present had seen it. Unable to distinguish right from wrong, black from white, he wanted to revoke her eligibility with just a few words. If Tianzhong Academy was a place where he could do whatever he wanted, where personal power trumped rules, then this Tianzhong Academy might as well not exist. She had never seen the vice principal so protective of his disciples. It was clearly his disciple Luo Qi who attacked Junjio first. Yun Tu Konsulatek. Yet he wanted to revoke Junjio's eligibility to register. Junjio injured his disciple, crippling his right hand. If it couldn't be healed, he would be useless for life. He wouldn't allow Tianzhong Academy disciples to be in the same class as such a cruel person as Junjio. But if they couldn't even heal a broken hand, wasn't Tianzhong Academy too incompetent? Yun Tu stepped forward. She performed an operation on Luo Qi. Miraculously, Luo Qi's hand was healed. The vice principal had never seen an alchemist with such skill. He couldn't help but start to doubt. Was she really the useless Junjio that Jun Yanxue had mentioned? At this moment, Tianzhong Academy's principal Luo Qiohe and the Emperor Emeritus arrived. The vice principal saw the Emperor Emeritus and glared at him with dangerous eyes. He was startled, but then he thought Tianzhong Academy was under their control. The Emperor Emeritus couldn't interfere. The Emperor Emeritus hurriedly introduced his little one to the principal. Principal Junjio also knew the truth. Luo Qi had attacked Junjio first. As a Tianzhong Academy disciple, he actually ambushed a student coming to register. If Junjio hadn't been skilled enough to dodge the flying knife, it would have taken her life. Luo Qi quickly defended himself, saying he didn't intend to kill, just wanted to scare Junjio a bit. He wouldn't have killed her. But how could Junjio's support group members allow such intimidation to exist? It was a good thing that Archer Junjio could come to Tianzhong Academy, register her and Yun Xiao's names. Once they pass the Tianzhong Mountain Selection Test, they can officially become disciples of Tianzhong Academy. The vice principal had failed to properly teach his disciple, who maliciously attacked others. Now the principal wanted him and Luo Qi to apologize to Junjio. But Junjio coldly snorted that she didn't need an apology. She walked towards Luo Qi and broke his right hand again. Although Junjio didn't need an apology, she still had to exact the price for his ambush. The vice principal was furious, but was glared at by the Emperor Emeritus nearby. He immediately backed down and helped Luo Qi leave. Unfortunately, this Tianzhong Academy didn't have Junjio's skills to quickly heal a broken hand. But this time, Junjio had also thoroughly made an enemy of the vice principal. And Jun Yanxue, in the crowd, cursed Luo Qi as a useless waste in her heart. On Junjio's first day at Tianzhong Academy, she had already made an enemy of the vice principal. Little did she know, all this was Jun Shue's mischief behind the scenes. He provoked Luo Qi to deal with Junjio, but Junjio publicly humiliated him instead. But his original purpose was to use Luo Qi to draw out the vice principal and make them enemies. Coming to the vice principal's room, Wei Zheng, who was angry at being humiliated by Junjio during the day, sought advice from the vice principal. The vice principal asked him if he had any ideas. He calmly expressed his thoughts. The Tianzhong Mountain Selection. The vice principal was very satisfied. He told him not to worry, a spot in the martial sect would be reserved for him. And as long as he got a spot in the martial sect and became its disciple, his engagement to the crown prince would mean nothing. Even the Emperor Emeritus couldn't do anything to him. The next day on Tianzhong Mountain, the selection test began. Junjio was here again. She happened to meet a person from the Jun family branch, Jun Xiaolei. Jun Xiaolei enthusiastically greeted Junjio as soon as he saw her. But when Junjio learned he was from the branch family, she was very impolite. Her words were full of disdain. Yun Xiaolei, is Yun Tu is fain, hell noling put praise for Yun Tu. He liked Junjio's boldness in love and hate. He liked Junjio and wanted to be friends with her. This clown's personality also made Junjio laugh. At this moment, there was a sound from the main gate. The vice principal walked out. He stood on the podium and announced 3 rules for the new student selection. First, they only had 3 days to reach the top of North Tianzhong Mountain. Second, they must find the Tianzhong token to pass and win. Third, those who delay, lack the Tianzhong token, or withdraw from North Tianzhong Mountain midway, will fail the military committee exam and lose their admission qualification. The timing starts now. The Tianzhong Academy selection test has begun. Only by passing the Tianzhong Mountain selection test can one officially become a disciple of Tianzhong Academy. Jun Xiaolei decided to act together with Yin Xiao and Junjio, but their path was quite strange. One day passed, and there were many poisonous snakes and wild wolves along the way. Tianzhong Mountain was so big, let alone the Tianzhong token, they hadn't even seen any other candidates. At this moment, I suddenly sensed something unusual. It seemed there were people talking nearby. Junjio rushed towards the injured. There was actually a group of candidates here, all looking at a tree covered with vines. And there was a Tianzhong token tied to the tree. But strangely, with so many people here, No one was trying to grab the Tianzhong token. Even ordinary people could easily climb up at this height. There must be another reason. Then Little Wu ran directly towards that strange tree. People were still laughing at what a cat could do up there. But Little Wu climbed straight up the tree, approaching the position of the Tianzhong token. Suddenly, vines appeared and attacked him. Little Wu dodged. He even used his sharp claws to cut the vines directly, successfully obtaining the Tianzhong token. He handed it to his master Junjiu. Everyone was surprised. Just as Junjiu was carefully examining this token, a group of people rushed up with knives. They demanded them to hand over the Tianzhong token. Yun Xiao retorted, "This Tianzhong token was obtained by Miss Jun. Why should they hand it over?" Jun Xiaolei also agreed, but there was no reason to talk with a group of barbarians. This burly man directly swung a hammer at Junjiu. Junjiu directly flung him away. Everyone was afraid. At this time, a voice in the crowd incited them to rush up together and snatch Junjiu's Tianzhong token. Junjiu had obtained the Tianzhong token, making other candidates envious. They rushed up to snatch it, but they were all taken down one by Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei beside her. Finally, someone successfully snuck up to Junjiu's side, but was countered by Junjiu. His weapon was taken away. Just 3 people defeated most of the candidates. But Junjiu didn't pursue them to the end. She let them go. A bunch of kids were just instigated by someone, pushed out as scapegoats. She had no deep grudge against them. A good lesson was enough. Jun Xiaolei didn't understand. Could it be that those people talking in secret just now, there was something fishy aimed at Junjiu? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A group of mysterious people came aggressively. From their appearance, they didn't seem to be candidates either. They immediately drew their swords and charged towards Junjiu. Yun Tu dotted. She stabbed the knife into the body of a mysterious person. This time it wasn't just a simple lesson. With a leap, she shook another mysterious person's internal organs upside down. In just a breath, in an instant, she killed 2 people. The leader of the mysterious people saw that Junjiu was so formidable at such a young age. So he decided to team up with his 2 brothers to take her down. Lung Yuan, hiding in the shadows, was also helpless. It wasn't that he didn't listen to his master Mo Wu Yuan's words to protect Junjiu. There really wasn't any chance to intervene. The leader of the mysterious people told Junjiu that he was sent by Hezong, who was the vice principal. Besides them, there were 2 other groups. This surprised Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei as well. The vice principal would naturally arrange assassins, and among the candidates too. Yun Tu hence, she summoned Lung Yu, ordering him to find all the people sent by Hezong, and in a while, it would be up to Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei's performance. During the new student exam, the vice principal secretly sent 3 waves of assassins to kill Junjiu. Now 1 wave has already been eliminated by Junjiu. The remaining 2 waves were captured by Lung Yuan, giving Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei some practice. Junjiu planned to form a team. At present, both Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were worth cultivating. In the evening, after fighting small monsters all day, the 2 were lying on the ground, starving. Junjiu was roasting rabbits nearby, making the 2 drool. Just when they thought Junjiu was going to give them the roasted rabbits to eat, Junjiu suddenly took out the Tianzhong tokens. She gave the only 2 to them and insisted they must accept them. This warmed their hearts. Then Junjiu gave them the roasted rabbits to eat. This moved Jun Xiaolei so much that he wanted to bear children for Junjiu. The 3 of them sat by the fire, eating rabbits and chatting. It was very harmonious. But Yun Xiao seemed to have something on his mind. Junjiu told him to speak his mind. Yun Xiao spoke up. Junjiu had given all the Tianzhong tokens to him and Jun Xiaolei. Now a day had passed. The Tianzhong tokens were limited. They didn't know how many people had obtained them. They still needed to hurry to the mountaintop. What about Junjiu's Tianzhong token? But who said Junjiu was going to look for a Tianzhong token? They would go to the mountaintop tomorrow morning. Once at the top, someone would naturally bring a Tianzhong token to her. Why bother looking for one? Jun Xiaolei was startled. Could it be that Junjiu was planning to rob someone? This was exactly the style of Junjiu that Lung Yuan understood. Simple, brutal, and effective. Jun Xiaolei suddenly noticed. Where did Junjiu buy the exquisite bracelet on her hand? Junjiu said it was given by someone who had left some time ago. But when he touched it, he accidentally triggered the bell. It made a sound. Lung Yu tensed up. This sound was calling for his master, Mo Wu Yuan. Since Mo Wu Yuan left, after putting this bell on Junjiu, The bell had been as quiet as a fake one, and just by thinking of Mo Wu Yuan's name, it started flashing and ringing. Lung Yuan couldn't help but tense up. He opened his personal communication device and quickly called Ing Han. Meanwhile, in the cold dragon pool, Mo Wu Yuan's attendant, Ing Han, was urgently trying to dissuade his master. The dragon chi hadn't been collected yet. He couldn't leave now. Mo Wu Yuan told him to get out of the way as he rushed out. The leaked dragon chi had already started causing anomalies. Ing Han was still trying his best to persuade his master to return to the cold dragon pool. The communication device kept transmitting Lung Yu's calls. He rushed to Mo Wu Yuan's side, telling him that Miss June was telling others about the bell he gave her, accidentally calling for him. Miss June was fine, not in any danger. Lung Yu guaranteed it with his life. Mo Wu Yuan calmed down. He indeed sensed that his little nine was safe. That bell was made with his spiritual fragment. If Jun Jio were in danger, it wouldn't just ring gently. But hadn't his little nine thought about him at all? If he had known earlier when he left, he should have eaten his little nine's soul, or at least taken a bite. To avoid feeling so lonely now, missing her but unable to see, touch, or hear her voice. Thinking this, Mo Wu Yuan returned to the cold dragon pool. He let Ing Han continue. As the dragon chi flowed back into Mo Wu Yuan's body, his true form as a blue dragon slowly appeared. Ing Han thought angrily, those bastards dared to treat his master like this. He would definitely make them pay. On the way back to the room, he asked Lung Yu what kind of person Jun Jio was, to make his master disregard his imprisonment. Lung Yu calmly told him that Jun Jio might be their future mistress. This surprised Ing Han. The Blue Dragon clan was known for their cold and proud nature, typically indifferent to romantic feelings. Due to their exquisite appearance, women often offered themselves, but most met tragic ends. Their clan members, throughout their lives, would only be attracted to one soul. They either formed a contract, becoming lifelong partners, or devoured it, which could increase their power several times. But it was very difficult for the Blue Dragon clan to resist the desire to devour their soulmate. Lung Yu told him that Jun Jio was not some delicate young lady. If it weren't for her low power level, she might be even more fierce than their master. She was more cruel, cold, and cunning. Not that the future mistress was more cruel than his master. They would make a good match. Then those bastards would be scared to death. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Meanwhile, Jun Jio silently watched the bell on her wrist ring. He said that as long as she thought of MOU, he would come. But the result was as expected. Men's words are lies. Without a Tianzhong token, she couldn't pass the exam, and her plan was to go to the finish line and snatch other people's Tianzhong tokens. The three of them arrived at the mountaintop the next day. They found the place empty. Jun Jio decided to rest there for a while. They thought she would choose a place to quietly wait for prey, but she was so open about it. Suddenly, a large group of people jumped out from the bushes behind them. They wanted to rob Jun Jio's Tianzhong token. Jun Jio just called out Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei's names. The two of them quickly took them all down. At this time, a man approached from not far away, dangling a Tianzhong token in his hand. He sat down directly next to Jun Jio. He started promoting a big sale on Tianzhong tokens. No gold or silver needed, just pills to take them away. This attracted many exam takers to watch. But for the pills to exchange for Tianzhong tokens, he wouldn't accept ordinary quality. Jun Jio stepped forward. The man asked if she was here to exchange for a Tianzhong token, but Jun Jio said she was here to rob. The man flirted with her, saying someone so beautiful surely wouldn't do such a thing. This amused Jun Jio. She asked what kind of pill he wanted. The man asked what pill she had. Jun Jio tossed him a Fong Luo pill. Take one during practice to protect the mind and prevent going berserk. The man accepted it. He gave her the Tianzhong token and told her his name was Gu Song. He came specifically to find the Saint Guardian Jun Jio. But at this moment, Jun Jio didn't know that if it weren't for this playful young man in front of her, she would face losing her companions. Madam came to the mountaintop to check on the exam takers who passed the test. The exam. But the result was unexpected. This Jun Jio was still alive. Why hadn't the assassins he and Zhu Yinshu had sent killed Jun Jio? And why did Jun Jio and her group look completely unharmed? He asked those who had Tianzhong tokens to come forward. Only 5 people. He carefully examined Jun Jio's Tianzhong token. It was real. Reluctantly, he congratulated the 5 of them on becoming disciples of Tianzhong Academy. He asked others to help register their names. Su Xiaolei happily held Junjio's hand. He finally became classmates with his favorite Junjio sister. In the evening, Yun Xiao excitedly brought 2 jars of wine to find Junjio. This was sent by his brother to congratulate them on entering Tianzhong Academy. 100-year peach blossom wine, unavailable even with money in the market. The fine wine was opened. Even Lung Yu, in the shadows, was drooling. Xiao Wu had already drunk himself, unconscious. Junjio wondered where his previous ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk had gone. Both of them were drunk and tipsy. Yun Xiao had only drunk once before. Because of his poor health, his brother didn't let him drink. But fortunately, he met Miss June. His cold poison was cured, and he could live and study like a normal person. He owed Junjio a great debt of gratitude for saving his life. He had no way to repay her. Maybe he should offer himself to her. But Junjio looked at Yun Xiao's face and refused. She thought Yun Xiao was too weak. The man she was looking for should be as strong as Mou and also beautiful. Yun Xiao was shocked, because although Mou's identity was unknown, he looked super scary at first glance. The bell on his wrist jingled. Junjio found it strange. Would it ring just by mentioning Mou? He started frantically calling Mou's name at the bell. The countryside echoed with clear bell sounds. Lung Yu was scared and breaking out in a cold sweat. He wondered if contacting Yinhan now would still save them. Yunjio and Yun Xiao were drunk. The confused Junjio shouted at the bell, calling Mou's name. Lung Yu couldn't stop him in time. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Mou had already arrived by Junjio's side. Junjio drunkenly touched Mou's hand. She fell directly into his arms. The drunk Yun Xiao beside them was still shouting recklessly, wanting to continue drinking with Junjio. Mou, who had just run out of the cold dragon pool, had a chilling aura around him. Yun Xiao was shaking all over, but still mumbling. "Miss June, can you not like Mou? Look, I'm good too." But Junjio said he couldn't compare to Mou. The person Junjio liked should be like Mou, with an unparalleled, devilishly handsome face. These words made Mou's heart bloom with joy. Yun Xiao beside them was still mumbling the same words. Mou got angrier as he listened. He told Lung Yu to drag him out. Lung Yu obeyed, but his master said to drag him out. You should really drag him, right? Mou put Junjio back on the bed, helped her change clothes, telling her to rest early. But Junjio grabbed his hand. Step by step, she approached. She even said that although Mou looked very handsome, girls' clothes were number 6. But Mou just saw that Junjio was drunk and was only helping her rest. Junjio, however, pulled Mou's collar, making him lower his head. Mou listened to her, but Junjio directly kissed Mou's cheek. After that, she looked smug. She finally kissed her little brother. Mou settled Junjio again, but was pulled and dragged into her arms once more. She even pushed him down, changing their positions. She told Mou that since she had his clothes, she should also have his clothes. That would be fair. Junjio was drunk. Mou wanted to settle her down, but was suddenly pulled by Junjio again. He was pushed down by her. She even declared that since Mou had her clothes, she should also have Mou's clothes. That would be fair. Then, with lightning speed, she made Mou look like this. Junjio then directly pounced into Mou's arms. She started touching him all over. Mou flipped over and pinned her down. Just as he was about to do something, Junjio fell asleep right away. At this moment, Mou was struggling between devouring Junjio's soul or waking her up to make her pay for her teasing. But reason ultimately triumphed over Mou. He bit Junjio's cheek hard, as punishment for her actions. Junjio's soul wasn't mature enough yet. He couldn't bear it. In the madam's courtyard, he was sulking about not being able to kill Junjio. But Junjio had another idea. Even if Junjio entered Tianzhong Academy alive, he wanted Junjio to be disgraced, pointed at by thousands, cursed and spat upon, and finally expelled from Tianzhong Academy. It's easy to disgrace Junjio, but not easy to expel her. The principal wouldn't agree. But if all the Tianzhong Academy disciples united to demand Junjio's expulsion, that might work. The next day, Yun Xiao woke up in bed. His clothes were disheveled, his hair a mess. His body ached all over. He carefully recalled last night, the scene where he confessed to Junjio. His face turned red as if about to explode. He was afraid Junjie would hate him from now on, so he decided to go find Junjie no matter what. Yun Xiao got drunk last night, confessed his love to Junjie, and regretted it after waking up, fearing Junjie would hate him. He decided to go find Junjie. On the way, he met Jun Xiaolei, who was arguing with someone. Jun Xiaolei saw him and ran over. He told him that other students were slandering Junjie, saying bad things about her, cursing her in the most offensive ways. Yun Xiao's brows furrowed, but this group of people continued to curse Junjie in front of him, calling her fickle and seducing men. They said the Yun family protected Junjie so much, they must all be her lovers. They wanted Junjie to get out of Tianzhong Academy. Yun Xiao cursed this as slander, but they warned Yun Xiao to advise Junjie to leave on her own. If she dared to go to class, they wouldn't be polite to her. Jun Xiaolei's tears kept welling up in his eyes. Yun Xiao comforted him, saying they should find Junjie first and warn her to be careful. The crown prince, standing not far away, silently observed all of this. His opportunity had come. Although he didn't know who was behind the scenes slandering Junjie, he wanted to add fuel to the fire. This was the so-called hero saves the beauty. He wanted to step in and save Junjie when she was in despair and all alone. By protecting her, Junjie would surely be grateful and tearful, admitting how foolish it was to reject this marriage initially. After speaking gently and caring for Junjie, she would voluntarily throw herself into his arms. If his grandfather knew about this, he would change his opinion and acknowledge that only he was fit for the position of Crown Prince of Tianzhong. After marrying Junjie as his empress and gaining his imperial grandfather's support to ascend the throne, even the proud White Lotus Jun Yunxue would have to come begging to be his consort. After all, in all of Tianzhong, there surely wouldn't be a second man more noble than him. Kasali ordered people to add more damaging content to Junjie's messages, intending to make it impossible for her to recover. Meanwhile, in Junjie's residence, she had slept on top of Mou all night. Upon waking, last night's hangover gave her a terrible headache. Mou's hand gently stroked her head, easing the headache a bit. She nuzzled against him contentedly. Suddenly, she realized something was off. This strange feeling was actually Mou. She remembered drinking merrily with Yun Xiao. After waking up from the hangover, she found herself lying on top of Mou. A terrifying memory flashed through her mind. It seemed she had pounced on Mou while drunk. How could this be possible? It must be an illusion. Mou looked at her with a mischievous smile, his body still bearing red marks from her sleeping on him all night. Indeed, alcohol can be dangerous. Junjie was still pretending to be calm. Mou silently watched her. She couldn't help but think that not only did she get drunk, but she also slept on Mou's body. There was no way to pretend it was a misunderstanding. Junjie awkwardly got up, trying to change the subject, but Mou pulled her back down, asking if she didn't want to take responsibility. He said that yesterday she had kissed and touched him, and even slept on him all night. Junjie imagined her little five crying SOS, but the little five was still in a drunken stupor. Mou moved even closer. He asked if she was trying to shirk her responsibility. She righteously declared that she would indeed shirk responsibility. So what if she had flirted? They didn't go all the way. Mou didn't lose out. She was the one who lost. This matter should end here. But Mou wouldn't let it go. He pinned Junjie down again. Since Junjie said she was the one who lost out, then Mou would take responsibility. It seemed this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. At this moment, there was a sound from outside. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei had arrived, looking for Junjie. Only then did little five lazily stretch. When it turned its head, it was more than shocked. It instantly turned to stone. Junjie seized the opportunity to push Mou away. Mou pressed down on Junjie again, giving him a deep kiss that almost left him breathless. This was just Mou collecting some interest. Junjie turned his head, telling Mou to get dressed as they needed to open the door. Now, throughout the entire Tianzhong Academy, rumors of Junjie's promiscuity were spreading. When Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei learned about this, they immediately came to find Junjie. But seeing Mou lying on Junjie's bed left them both petrified on the spot. Junjio interrupted their rambling and asked them to get to the point. Xiaolei then told him about the spreading rumors defaming Junjio in the academy. There must be someone behind this, slandering Junjio's reputation. Jun Xiaolei advised Junjio not to go to class for now, fearing it might be dangerous. But Junjio insisted on going to confront them, to see what exactly they were up to. Mou came out, somewhat worried about his little Gio. But Junjio scolded him to stay put in the room. He wasn't allowed to go out. Junjio changed clothes and was heading to class now. Little Five was still shouting at Mou from behind, saying how dare he repeatedly tease its master. It was too shameless. But this time it was Junjio who, drunk last night, had pounced on Mou, kissing and touching him, then sleeping while hugging him all night. Given Mou's feelings, this matter probably wouldn't be easily settled. After Junjio left, Mou instructed Lung Yuan to follow his little Gio. Only help if needed, otherwise don't interfere. But Mou didn't know that most of the time, Junjio only needed someone to run errands. After arranging everything, Mou returned to the room to adjust the spiritual energy in his body. Because of Junjio's call, he came out of seclusion early. The cold dragon was still suppressing the dragon energy, just one step away from completion. However, now that he was back by his little Gio's side, he didn't want to leave anymore. But in the future, he must never let his little Gio drink again. Except in front of him, no other men or women were allowed. If there was to be any flirting while drunk, he alone was enough. Meanwhile, in the classroom, students were still discussing Junjio. Seeing Junjio, they wanted to teach him a lesson. Jun Shui and Luo Qi were watching the show from the second floor, thinking this was Jun Shui's plan. When all the Tianzhong Academy disciples insulted and rejected Junjio, he didn't believe Junjio could still turn the tables and reverse the disadvantage. Jun Yushua had spread rumors about Junjio's promiscuity, making Junjio insulted and despised by the students. They accused Junjio of being licentious and morally corrupt, unworthy of coming to Tianzhong Academy. Being called a prodigy was just because he seduced the two young masters of the Yun family with his legs, without any real ability. They told Junjio to get out. This was exactly what Jun Shui and Luo Qi wanted to see. Junjio only calmly said, "Good dogs don't block the way. Get lost." This further enraged the students. They continued cursing Junjio for seducing the crown prince and ruining their senior sister, Yun Shui's engagement. Tianzhong Academy wouldn't welcome him. Even Lung Yuan, hiding in the shadows, could hardly bear to listen anymore. At this moment, an old gentleman slowly walked into the crowd. It was Situ Xiao, the teacher of Tianzhong Academy. A student quickly ran to Teacher Situ to complain, saying Junjio was a promiscuous person. Teacher Situ was also hearing about this for the first time. He then said to Junjio that his class only accepts disciples of excellent and noble character. Junjio's conduct was improper, unfit for his class. He told Junjio to leave his classroom. Yun Tu snorted coldly. He had passed the entrance exam fair and square. Situ Xiao was just a teacher. What right did he have to refuse Junjio's attendance? This assertiveness truly surprised Teacher Situ. The Crown Prince also suddenly arrived at the classroom, even speaking up for Junjio. This also surprised Jun Yunshui. He helped prove that Junjio had never colluded with anyone or the Yun brothers. It was just business dealings. As the Crown Prince, he could vouch for Junjio. All those rumors in the academy were false. Someone with ill intentions was slandering Junjio, deliberately ruining his reputation. As one of the central figures in the rumors, the Crown Prince standing up to defend Junjio inevitably made the students waver. Only Jun Shui saw through his true face. He said this just to deceive Junjio into submitting to him. The students were puzzled. They had heard that Junjio had ruined the Crown Prince's engagement with their senior sister, Yun Shui. Why was the Crown Prince still speaking up for Junjio? The Crown Prince's marriage was because he didn't know he already had an engagement with Junjio, which led to such rumors. But the matter had been resolved now. He would respect the engagement with Junjio. Junjio's face darkened, warning the Crown Prince that there was no engagement between them. The Crown Prince tried to approach him, but Yun Xiao held a knife to his throat. He couldn't forgive this Crown Prince for what he had done before, and now he dared to cling to Junjio. The Crown Prince warned him that he had no right to interfere in this matter. Others were slandering Junjio. Only he, the Crown Prince, was protecting Junjio. He sincerely wanted to make amends to Junjio and rekindle their relationship. But Junjio suddenly asked if the Crown Prince knew who spread the rumors. The Crown Prince had schemed to frame Junjio. He was playing the hero to make Junjio fall in love with him. But at the scene of his heroic rescue, Junjio saw through the truth of his self-directed act. Junjio ignored him and turned to look at teacher Situ. He said his choice to come to this classroom was his own. But after seeing this teacher Situ, he felt there was no need to come anymore. Not investigating facts, being biased and listening and believing. Taking classes from such a low-level teacher would be a waste of his time. But teacher Situ accused Junjio, saying there's no smoke without fire. If Junjio lived a proper life, how could rumors spread? Junjio was slandering his class. He would report to the principal to deal with Junjio. The students chimed in, wanting the principal to expel Junjio. Teacher Situ even threatened Junjio. He told Junjio to kneel down and apologize right now, and he would only punish him a little. Otherwise, he would report to the principal and have Junjio kicked out of Tianzhong Academy. Junjio scoffed, saying they were just a bunch of rabble, do whatever they want. This infuriated teacher Situ. He ordered the students to stop Junjio, while the Crown Prince had his own ulterior motives. There were only a few hundred people against Junjio, and he thought he was the only one who could save Junjio on the scene. He was waiting for Junjio to ask him for help. Lung Yu, hidden in the shadows, drew his knife, ready to strike. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei also entered a battle-ready state. Junjio suddenly grabbed and tore off a door panel, knocking down a group of people. This left the students stunned. The group that was so aggressive before suddenly lost all their spirit. Meanwhile, Junjio and his group left the classroom without much concern. Jun Yinxue came down from the second floor. He told teacher Situ not to let Junjio off so easily. They should go see the principal and vice principal to seek justice. Junjio was ruthless and cruel. Not only did he injure fellow students, but he also challenged the teachers. If Junjio were allowed to stay, Tianzhong Academy would have no peace. Teacher Situ didn't think much and canceled today's class. He asked all students to follow him to see the principal. They wanted to kick that lowlife Junjio out of Tianzhong Academy. As for Shue's plan to frame Junjio, he had all the students of Tianzhong Academy go to the principal to kick Junjio out of Tianzhong Academy. Yun Xiao, who had just left the classroom, worriedly reminded Junjio that teacher Situ would definitely not let this go. But Junjio remained calm. He had already figured out who was behind this. The current rumors were almost identical to those spread by Jun's stepmother in the imperial city before. Only Jun Yinxue would use the same content. However, the engagement was a disgrace to Jun Yinxue, so he definitely didn't bring it up. Apart from some rumors in the academy, the Crown Prince was undoubtedly involved. This Crown Prince, to achieve his own goals, even used the engagement issue to stir things up, then turned around and pretended to be a hero, saving the damsel in distress. His disgusting intentions were easy to guess. Junjio asked Yun Xiao to write a letter to Yun Chongjing, telling him it was time to take over Jun family's external forces. No need to be secretive about it. But Yun Xiao was confused. Shouldn't they deal with the trouble at Tianzhong Academy first? Junjio believed that verbal arguments were useless and would only be seen as quibbling, wasting time. It was better to remove the root of the problem, cutting off Jun Yinxue's support. After saying this, Junjio returned to his room. In his room, there was still that big trouble from Meng Wuyuan to deal with. Although Junjio didn't care about those rumors, those words had deeply hurt Yun Xiao's heart. He sent Jun Xiaolei away, intending to resolve the rumor issue alone. He wouldn't let anyone slander Junjio's innocence again. The academy bell rang, gathering everyone to the main square. Shui secretly laughed, thinking it must be the bell to publicly deal with Junjio. After all, Junjio's reputation was now unruly and dissolute. Keeping him at Tianzhong Academy would only tarnish its reputation. He had even injured fellow students and challenged superiors. It was very reasonable to punish him publicly. In the main square, the principal stepped out and said that today, in front of all teachers and students, they would clarify this rumor issue and put an end to it. But unexpectedly, the person explaining was Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao didn't help clear Junjio's innocence. In front of all teachers and students in the main square, he revealed how Jun's stepmother viciously persecuted the 9th young lady of the clan's direct line. Junjio, ordering her to be poisoned with gongqing finjia. To achieve the goal of slandering Junjie, he exposed all the vicious actions of the stepmother, making them seem justified. The Jun family, originally in the imperial city, spread rumors everywhere to damage Junjie's reputation. The rumors in the academy now were exactly the same. At the Jun family's birthday banquet, the crown prince of Tianzhong publicly proposed, wanting to marry the Jun family's eldest daughter, Jun Yunxue. However, in fact, the marriage with Junjie had not yet been concluded. As a result, after seeing Junjie at the banquet, the crown prince actually wanted to abandon Jun Yunxue publicly, saying he wanted to marry Junjie according to the engagement. The crowd was in an uproar. Jun Yunxue shouted from the crowd that it wasn't like that. He pretended to be pitiful, saying that Yun Xiao, as a son of a noble family, actually slandered the reputation of a young lady like him. The crown prince also chimed in, telling everyone not to believe Yun Xiao's words. But Yun Xiao swore, as the second young master of the Yun family, that every word he said was true. The crown prince turned to look at Junjie, hoping he could help him, but he was kicked away by Junju. He asked Jun Yunxue if he dared to swear that everything Yun Xiao said was false, and if Jun Yunxue knew nothing about what his mother had done. Yunxue timidly stepped back, telling Junju not to be so aggressive. Moreover, even if the rumors at Tianzhong Academy were false, he could prove his innocence. But the fact that he injured fellow students in class and threatened Teacher Sidhu could be testified by hundreds of people present. Teacher Sidhu also chimed in, supporting Jun Shui. He even requested the principal to expel Junjie. Otherwise, how could he defend his dignity as a teacher? The principal also spoke up, saying that there's no smoke without fire. If Junjie hadn't misbehaved, how could rumors appear? And Yun Xiao's words, in his eagerness to protect Junjie, might not all be true. At this moment, the Emperor Emeritus suddenly stepped forward. He confirmed that every word Yun Xiao said was true because he was present at the birthday banquet that day. Did they dare to doubt the words of the Emperor Emeritus? He grabbed Teacher Situ, saying that they were clearly slandering Junjie and tarnishing his reputation. Situ Xiao didn't even let Junjie enter the classroom, so Junjie's actions were justified. The Emperor Emeritus's authority frightened Teacher Situ, making him tremble all over. Just as the Emperor Emeritus was about to leave with Junjie, they were stopped by the vice principal. If they let Junjie leave today, where would Tianzhong Academy's face be? Although the rumor issue was false, Junjie's disrespect towards teachers and injuring others arbitrarily must be addressed today. While everyone was discussing Junjie, wanting to expel him from the academy, the Emperor Emeritus was openly trying to take Junjie away. The lady's long-planned scheme had failed, and she stopped the two of them. She demanded an explanation for Junjie's disrespect towards teachers and injuring others. How could Tianzhong Academy educate all disciples if Junjie was allowed to act so lawlessly? That was Tianzhong Academy's business. What did it have to do with him as the Emperor Emeritus? The vice principal believed that although the Emperor Emeritus was the Emperor Emeritus of Tianzhong, he had no right to be arrogant and domineering in Tianzhong Academy. But he was personally invited by the principal to be an elder, so how could he not have the right? If they weren't satisfied, they should just swallow it. The vice principal turned to the principal for help. Actually, what the vice principal said wasn't wrong. Even without the rumors, Junjie's behavior was indeed somewhat inappropriate. If Junjie wasn't punished, they wouldn't be able to uphold Tianzhong Academy's rules in the future. Especially with so many students watching, they couldn't bend the rules. Since there were reasons for both sides and both had faults, they decided to punish Junjie by sending him to reflect in the library for 7 days. But what kind of punishment was that? Jun Yunxue accused the principal of being overly lenient towards Junjie just because the Emperor Emeritus was protecting him. This instantly displeased the principal. Since when did his decisions need to be questioned by Jun Yunxue? At this point, there was no need to say more. The vice principal, dissatisfied with Jun Yunxue, suddenly ran to stop Junjie, saying that he was only so arrogant and reckless because of the Emperor Emeritus's protection. Without the Emperor Emeritus, he was nothing, but he did have the Emperor Emeritus's protection. What's wrong? Was Jun Shui jealous and envious? Jun Shui was furious. But whether with or without the Emperor Emeritus, Junjie was still Junjie. If Jun Shui wasn't satisfied, he should use fewer schemes and tricks and show his true abilities. Jun Shui thought Junjie was challenging him to a duel. He was a level 3 spirit master. He could crush Junjie with one finger. Junjie slowly curled his finger, telling him to try it with himself. Junjie, who was considered useless, actually wanted to duel with Jun Shui, a level 3 spirit master. Everyone called Junjie stupid. The Emperor Emeritus had intervened for him, resulting in only a 7-day punishment of facing the wall, yet he still dared to challenge Jun Shui. They were certain Jun Shui would win. Mou arrived at the square at this time. He thought his little Jio was wasting time sparring with an ant. But Lung Yu believed Junjie was doing this on purpose. By publicly showing contempt and revealing his abilities, he could prevent those ants from daring to provoke him in the future. Besides, since Jun Shui had schemed to slander Junjie's reputation, Junjie could only beat Jun Shui personally to vent his anger. Mou gave Lung Yu a dangerous look. Did he understand his little Jio better than himself? This made Lung Yu wave his hands repeatedly. On the square, Jun Shui was full of resentment. He even threatened Junjie, saying if Junjie lost an arm or a leg during the duel, he shouldn't cry to the Emperor Emeritus. After saying this, he immediately attacked Junjie. Junjie just lightly dodged, avoiding the attack. Jun Shui couldn't believe it. Unsatisfied, he frantically attacked Junjie. But Junjie dodged them all one by one. He drew his sword and attacked Junjie again. Junjie caught the blade with just 2 fingers. At this point, Jun Shui couldn't exert any strength. Junjie flipped the sword with his hand. Jun Shui was thrown back, and the sword was now in Junjie's hand. With a few flashes of the sword, Jun Shui was forced to give the onlookers a show. He kicked Jun Shui off the stage, then added a slap. Jun Shui got up again and lunged at him. He was met with a rising dragon punch, crashing heavily onto the ground. This was completely one-sided abuse. Junjie approached again and pulled Jun Shui up. Actually, Junjie had long known he was the mastermind. He was as stupid as his mother, using the same tactics, the same slander. Even a 3-year-old could guess he should have died long ago. But Junjie hadn't seen his crown prince's grand wedding yet, so he'd spare his dog life for now. After all, there was still time. The accounts could be settled slowly. Moreover, Junjie had a gift for him. He wanted him to tell his father, Jun Xiong-tian, that this was just the beginning. After dealing with Jun Shui, Yun Tu lived carelessly. Gu Song in the crowd was filled with intense curiosity. He saw that this Saint Han Junjie's martial arts skills were no less impressive than his alchemy skills. It seemed he couldn't be defeated by force, only by wit. Yun Xiao, he caught up and asked about how to handle the class now that he was being punished to copy books in the library. But that group of rabble in class was just a waste of time anyway. He had long heard that the books in Tianzong Academy's library were precious. With such a vast treasure trove, how could one leave empty-handed? This punishment of copying books suited him perfectly. Junjie returned to his residence. Mou suddenly appeared and greeted him. But now Junjie blushed every time he saw Mou. Remembering the scene of him being angry at Mou last night, he could only slip away quickly. Mou also noticed that his little Jio was avoiding him. But he had to avoid him. What if Mou wanted to hold him responsible? How should he respond? 3 days later, he received a letter from Yun Changjin. He had fulfilled his promise and absorbed 2/3 of the Jun family's external forces as agreed. Xiao Wu didn't understand why only 2/3 were absorbed. What about the remaining 1/3? But what's the point of a fatal blow? Slow torture is more satisfying. He was still looking forward to seeing how the Jun family's head and Madame Zhuishua would react when they found out he was behind all this. Being killed by the weakling they used to bully must be hard to accept. Xiao Wu suddenly changed the subject, asking if he was going to keep avoiding Mou. Junjie felt immense pressure. He couldn't keep making excuses not to return to the room. Even if Mou wanted him to take responsibility, he could completely refuse. Could it be that he was avoiding Mou because he was embarrassed? Junjie was speechless, because he was indeed avoiding Mou, even giving up his room to stay next door. Fortunately, Mou didn't follow him there. Otherwise, he would have to go stay with Jun Xiaolei. Yun Tu sotten de hooked. Little 5 and asked if it was more likely for him and Mou, or for Mou to confess to him. Little 5 successfully provoked his competitive spirit. It should be him making Mou submit, not the other way around. The image was too beautiful for him to accept, and if he kept making excuses not to go back, wouldn't Mou think he was a coward? He decided to change clothes and go to the library later. But wasn't Jun Jiao going to the library still avoiding Mou? Because he was too embarrassed to face him directly, Mou decided to go hide in the library again. Actually, Mou had also noticed that his little Jiao was avoiding him. He quickly chased after him. At night, Mou was still marveling at how his little Jiao was still studying so diligently this late. In fact, Junjio was already very tired. He planned to put away all the books and leave the library. But suddenly there was a thud sound behind him. It turned out a book had fallen to the ground. Little 5 quickly said it wasn't his doing, and the text in this book didn't seem to be the common script used in this world now. He couldn't understand it at all. He put the book back. Mou suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment, Junjio still hadn't figured out how to face Mou. Mou directly leaned in. Junjio's face turned red as he said men and women should keep their distance, asking Mou to stay away. But Mou refused. As Junjio turned his head, he accidentally brushed Mou's lips. Startled, Junjio quickly pushed him away. But Mou pulled him back. He directly lifted Junjio's chin and asked if he was avoiding him. Yun to his pite. He immediately grabbed Mou's hair and kissed him fiercely, kissing hard, kissing intensely, igniting the so-called war between men and women. Little 5 meowed and closed its eyes until Junjio couldn't hold on any longer. He finally pushed Mou away and angrily told Mou that he wasn't avoiding him at all. Mou was still unsatisfied. He was about to embrace Junjio for another round. But suddenly, a hidden door in the bookshelf behind them opened, causing Junjio to fall through. Mou quickly followed. Little 5, still with its eyes closed, didn't understand what happened. Even after the hidden door closed again, Junjio and Mou accidentally opened the library's secret door and fell into a hidden room. Junjio anxiously wanted to get out. After all, his little 5, with its clingy and spoiled nature, would probably cry if it couldn't find him. But Mou made a new discovery. It was the mural on this wall. A mysterious text. This text was ancient beast script, originating from the 4 divine beasts, vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, and black tortoise. These few lines spoke of accepting their inheritance to exit the hidden world. This inheritance was the method of beast taming, belonging to the 4 divine beasts. The Vermilion Bird clan had natural control over birds. It would be easy for his little Jiao to learn this. He could also understand bird language. This inheritance would also benefit little 5 greatly. After all, the white tiger was also one of the 4 divine beasts with commonalities. If his little Jiao learned it, he could also awaken little 5's white tiger bloodline early. With the white tiger bloodline activated, little 5 would be qualified to be his little Jiao's divine beast pet. But if the Vermilion Bird's inheritance from the 4 divine beasts was so good, why didn't Mo Wuyue learn it? Mo Wuyue simply replied that it was useless to him. He then began to release spiritual energy. The mural suddenly came to life. Rows of ancient beast script appeared on the mural. Junjio couldn't understand at all. He took Junjio's hand and reminded him that no matter what happens, don't dodge. If it hurts, just grip his hand tightly. After saying this, he gently touched his forehead to Junjio's. A vast amount of ancient beast script knowledge flooded into Junjio's mind. He told Junjio to remember them. Junjio concentrated and absorbed all these texts into his body. In fact, Junjio's mental strength far exceeded the highest level of Lin Shiyu. This also surprised Mo Wuyue. He vaguely felt that the woman in the mural looked familiar, but couldn't remember who she was. But if this inheritance wasn't somewhat useful for his little Jiao, he wouldn't waste time here letting him learn about the 4 divine beasts' Vermilion Bird inheritance. Besides the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, what's so great about it? He wanted to give this thing to his little Jiao. The Vermilion Bird inheritance couldn't even compare to the materials of this thing. His little Jiao would definitely like this more. Junjio finally finished absorbing the ancient beast script knowledge base that Mo Wuyue transmitted to him. When he opened his eyes, he found 2 weapons in front of him. Mo Wuyue told him these were a pair of double-edged swords called Bright Moon Shadow and White Moon. They were gifts for his little Jiao. But why give him gifts out of the blue? Mo suddenly leaned close, saying it was a return gift for kissing him. But if it was a kiss for a kiss, then he wouldn't need it, afraid that Mo was setting another trap for him. But if he didn't accept this return gift, then Mo would have to gently return it. Yun Tu reluctantly accepts it. He picked up the weapons and briefly tested them. Both were extraordinary items, indeed much more worthwhile. Junjio began to learn the Jade Beast technique. This Jade Beast technique was divided into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Human. The Human level allowed one to understand bird language, control birds for one's use, carve out one's own contract, and upgrade spirit beast cultivation. The Earth level allowed control over all beasts, becoming the king of beasts. At the Heaven level, all spirit beasts below the 4 divine beasts would obey, including the kings among spirit beasts. A vermilion bird pattern appeared on Junjio's wrist. This also marked his successful inheritance of the vermilion bird legacy. Mo had thought it would take his little Gio a few more days. This speed truly surprised him. But now that he's learned it, how to get out, his little 5 was still waiting outside. Mo was very jealous. Did his little Gio really like that cat so much? Junjio said little 5 had accompanied him for a long time. To him, little 5 was the most important. Junjio then asked Mo if he didn't have someone who had accompanied him for many years. This thing? Mo fell into deep thought. Up until now, those who had accompanied him the longest were Lung Yu and Inhan. But if they didn't perform well, he would also punish them mercilessly. But wait, little Gio just said that White Tiger was the most important. What about him? His little Gio's soul attracted him constantly. Hadn't his soul ever attracted his little Gio? The more Mo thought, the angrier he became. Junjio interrupted him, asking if they could first figure out how to get out. He told Junjio to stand behind him, to release spiritual energy. The vermilion bird gate rumbled loudly. Forcibly breaking through would result in a backlash from the array. Now they needed someone who inherited the vermilion bird legacy. Touching this gate would open it. Little 5 saw Junjio return and excitedly pounced on him. These 2 days had almost given little 5 depression from waiting. Junjio gently comforted little 5 in his arms. Mo watched, almost rushing over to strangle that white tiger that only knew how to act cute. Junjio disappeared from the academy for a few days to inherit the vermilion bird legacy. The 3 people in his courtyard were gloomy because they couldn't find Junjio. Today he finally returned. This instantly brought life back to the previously lifeless courtyard. Everyone was very worried about him. Mo hugged his little Gio and told everyone that little Gio was fine. He was with him, so there was no need to worry too much. The Emperor Emeritus was surprised. Even he could see that Mo was very strong, with a kind of unfathomable terror. Junjio explained that this was his master. The Emperor Emeritus couldn't help but wonder if Junjio's cultivation and strong medical skills were all learned from him. Thinking of this, he quickly thanked Mo, grateful that he not only taught Junjio, but also protected him well. His little child, Junjio, was always a poor, bullied thing in the Jun family. It was only after going to Foma City that his personality changed greatly, and he became formidable. It seems the change happened when he met Mo. Indeed, Junjio had found a good master. Mo stroked his little Gio's head, telling the Emperor Emeritus not to thank him. His little Gio was his person, so protecting him was only natural. Yun Xiao stood by with a dark face. Mo's feelings for Junjio were clearly not just those of a master and disciple. Plus, he had appeared in Junjio's bed before. It seemed Yun Xiao had no chance. The 3 returned to the courtyard together. They talked about how the 5 sects would soon come to Tianzhong Academy to recruit disciples. This was a rare opportunity. Entering the 5 sects would allow one to reach higher realms. 1 capital, 3 academies, 5 sects, and 10 countries all belonged to the lower 3 realms. Just from the name, one knew there were still middle 3 and upper 3 realms above. This was a world like a pagoda, climbing step by step. After reaching the top, there were even higher planes. And this world was more interesting than Junjio's original world, more dangerous and more exciting. He had transmigrated to the lowest point of this world, but he could climb step by step to reach the peak. The 5 sects had very few spots. Each country only had 2 or 3 spots. At that time, the entire academy would select the 10 most outstanding disciples. Tianzhong Academy would hold a selection competition among these 10 disciples to ultimately decide who had the best talent and strongest abilities. Then the envoys would take them to the 5 sects. But becoming a seed candidate and entering the 5 sects didn't guarantee becoming a disciple of the martial sect. They still had to go through selection to enter the martial sect. And those who failed the selection, if not dead, would lose all face and couldn't return to their hometown. Before the martial sect envoys arrived, Junjiu and others would undergo a 1-month training. Currently, they didn't know where the training ground was, but there were only a few days left. No matter where they went, the 3 of them should team up and not walk alone. Because the most dangerous thing wasn't the training, but people's hearts. The Yun family's eldest son, Yun Chongjing, had taken over 2/3 of the Jun family's external forces. He also had Jun Shui go back to relay a message to his parents. This made his parents feel incredulous. Even the Emperor Emeritus couldn't do this in just 3 days. The Jun family had been a prominent family in Tianzhong country for hundreds of years, with foundations laid by the 5th Master Jun. How could that useless Junjiu so easily shake the Jun family's power? Jun Yushue just relayed Junjiu's words to them. He was secretly angry. His parents didn't care about his injuries, only asking who he had offended. He said angrily that now the Jun family had no power to contend with the Yun family. If they didn't want the Jun family to be destroyed by Junjiu or the Yun family, they could only rely on his selection. With the martial sect coming to select disciples soon, if he could enter the martial sect, the whole family could easily change their situation, rise again, and even possibly become the first family in Tianzhong country. His father hesitated for a moment. He told Jun Shui not to worry. He would kill Junjiu to avenge Jun Shui. He told Jun Shui to just focus on recovering and becoming a martial sect disciple. But Jun Shui pressed, saying his father should go find someone to kill Junjiu now. Junjiu wasn't strong enough. His injuries were inflicted by Junjiu. They must kill Junjiu before the martial sect people arrive. Otherwise, with the principal and Emperor Emeritus's favoritism, they would give a seed spot to Junjiu. Junjiu was irreconcilable with their Jun family. How could they let Junjiu be selected too? His father patted his chest and promised him, saying he would start finding ways to kill Junjiu quickly. He absolutely wouldn't let Junjiu steal his, Jun Shui's, martial sect disciple spot. The martial sect only came to select talented disciples from the academies of the 10 countries every 3 years. Once becoming a martial sect disciple, one's world would no longer be limited to the 10 countries, but would ascend to a higher level. Although only the vice principal's guarantee was allowed, anyone who obstructed him had to die. The next day at Tianzhong Academy, the vice principal anxiously came to the principal's office to discuss the matter of the 5 sects envoys coming to select disciples. The principal's idea was the same as usual. Let disciples sign up themselves, then undergo a trial to prepare for the seed spot competition. But the vice principal began to persuade the principal to break this age-old rule, saying the academy couldn't be too rigid. Encountering excellent disciples was also his duty as a teacher. Understandable. The selection of martial sect disciple candidates was fair and just. How could there be any predetermined spots? The principal asked what he really wanted to say. The vice principal wanted a predetermined seed spot. The principal guessed it was for Jun Yunshui, but this was impossible. Candidate spots were about fairness and justice. If one wanted to go to the martial sect, they should earn the spot on their own merit. Using backdoors and personal connections was absolutely impossible. If he thought highly of Jun Yunshui, as long as Jun Yunshui was prepared and fairly obtained the qualification with his strength, rather than using small tricks here that would make people look down on him, Jun Yunshui had gone to great lengths to secure a predetermined 5 sect seed candidate spot from the vice principal. But it was flatly rejected by the always fair and just principal. The vice principal apologized for his failure. Jun Yunshui comforted him, saying the candidate's spot wasn't important. What mattered was that the vice principal shouldn't get upset. After returning to his room, the vice principal told them everything that happened with the principal. Jun Yunshui suppressed his anger. Since coming to Tianzhong Academy, he had been the goddess admired by all disciples, with strength at the 3rd level of Spirit Stone. Yet that old principal looked down on him. He gritted his teeth. He started acting pitiful again, constantly saying it was his own fault, that he lacked self-awareness, and implicated the vice principal. Luo Qi was also angry, saying that principal didn't take the vice principal seriously at all. Jun Shui took the opportunity to fan the flames, praising the vice principal, saying that the vice principal had devoted decades to Tianzhong Academy. Yet the principal ignored this fact. Everything was decided by the principal alone. He wouldn't listen to the vice principal's opinions at all. It must be because the principal feared he had won the students' hearts and might push him out of power. The vice principal certainly wasn't content with being just a vice principal for life. As long as Principal Luo Chiu remained for one more day, he would never become the principal. He could only be suppressed everywhere, unable to escape. He was only allowed to continue adding fuel to the fire. He and the students would definitely stand on the vice principal's side. Luo Xiaohui had been sitting in the principal's position of Tianzhong Academy for too long. It was the vice principal's turn now. No one else was qualified. If he became the principal of Tianzhong Academy, even the Emperor Emeritus wouldn't dare to be so angry. Luo Qi also encouraged the vice principal to take over. But now the principal was still vigorous despite his age. Plus, he was a level 6 spirit master. He could continue being the principal for another 10 or 20 years without any problem. How could he take over? But extraordinary situations call for extraordinary measures. If the principal was in good health, then they just needed to make him unhealthy. After the principal's death, wouldn't the position of Tianzhong Academy's principal be his? By then, Tianzhong Academy would be his domain. Who would dare to question him or refuse him face? The vice principal promised Jun Yuxue that he would definitely get him justice. Yun Yuxu smiled lightly. He wanted to make everyone who obstructed him from getting the seed spot disappear. After the news of the sects coming to select candidate disciples spread, Tianzhong Academy quickly issued an announcement. For the competition for candidate spots, Tianzhong Academy would conduct a 1-month outdoor training. The location was chosen to be in the mountain range 300 miles behind Tianzhong Academy. For this training, disciples could freely choose whether to sign up or not. Final rankings would be determined. Those ranking at the top would receive generous rewards. Once entering the mountain range, safety was the top priority. Do not leave the group alone. Although the Emperor Emeritus had asked the principal to lead the training, the principal had promptly refused. If he led the group, Junjiu would definitely be protected by the Emperor Emeritus the whole time, without even a chance to act. The principal didn't want this promising seedling Junjiu to be spoiled by the Emperor Emeritus. The Emperor Emeritus still wanted to secretly follow along, but was directly refused by Junjiu, who told him to take his medicine on time and wait for Junjiu to return and detoxify him. If Junjiu encountered him during the training, it wouldn't be just acupuncture. Junjiu would never call him Grandpa Huang again. The Emperor Emeritus, who once established Tianzhong country on the battlefield, had now devoted his whole heart to his granddaughter in front of Junjiu. With that said, the three of them set off on the road to Mount Bulang. This mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. Their task was to stay in this vast mountain for a month. There were countless spirit beasts in the mountains, which they could hunt. They would take the beast cores as their scores. One beast core equaled 1 point. After a month, they would see who had the most beast cores and whose beast cores were of the highest level. The top 10 would be rewarded with 10 level 2 spirit stones. The top 3 would gain access to the 4th floor of the library pavilion to choose a cultivation technique. This piqued Junjiu's interest. The library pavilion had 5 floors in total. The higher the floor, the more precious and important the books stored there. Tianzhong Academy disciples could freely visit the first 3 floors of the library pavilion, with only one chance to select a cultivation technique. This was for new disciples to choose their techniques. The 4th and 5th floors above were only accessible to the principal, vice principal, and teachers. During the registration period, Junjiu had already finished reading the books on the 1st and 2nd floors of the library pavilion. He hadn't gone to the 3rd floor to choose a technique yet. If he could go directly to the 4th floor to choose, that would be even better. Once entering Mount Bulang, life and death were up to fate. Moreover, not only were there people from their Tianzhong country, but people from other countries might also be there. All kinds of people might enter Mount Bulang. If someone accidentally encounters desperate outlaws, they must reveal that they are disciples of Tianzhong Academy and then release the firework signal for help. However, once used, it also means the end of the training and disqualification. Everyone was in high spirits, eager to begin this exciting training. Wu Song suddenly approached Junjiu, wanted to team up with him. He also asked if Junjiu didn't want to know the reason why he came for him. This piqued Junjiu's curiosity, making it impossible for him to refuse. He let Gu Song stay behind, but he saw Junjie happily chatting with others nearby. He expressed disdain. His parents had paid a hefty price to find the most famous assassin from the 10 countries to kill Junjie. After Junjie's death, it would be almost certain for him to get the seed spot. The mountain training officially began. The vice principal's plan to usurp power also officially started. He came to the principal's room, apologizing for previously helping Jun Shui secure a guaranteed spot. The principal didn't pursue the matter. The vice principal then brewed a cup of tea as an apology to the principal. As the principal was about to take the cup of tea, the Emperor Emeritus stopped him, asking him to change for another cup. The vice principal questioned if the Emperor Emeritus thought he was trying to poison the principal. He immediately drank the tea in one gulp. This proved the principal hadn't thought much of it. He took another cup of tea and drank it all. After the vice principal left, the principal clarified for the vice principal. Although the vice principal was a bit petty and held grudges, he had never done anything too extreme so far. But the Emperor Emeritus's intuition told him something was off. Although there was no evidence proving the vice principal had tampered with the cup, it was better to be prepared just in case. He took out a jar of pills he carried with him. These were given to him by Junjie. They could neutralize many types of poisons. Even if they couldn't completely neutralize, they could suppress the toxicity and save lives in time. He gave 3 antidote pills to the principal. This was out of consideration for their decades-long friendship. He couldn't give more. The principal happily accepted them. The vice principal, who had just left the principal's room, hurriedly took out an antidote pill and swallowed it. Fortunately, he was prepared. If the Emperor Emeritus hadn't been there, the principal wouldn't have hesitated at all, given his mood. He would have drunk the poisoned tea directly. But even if the first cup of tea was avoided, how could the second cup be stopped? Moreover, he had also smeared poison around the rim of the cup. After they finished playing chess and drinking tea, tragedy would surely strike. By then, it would be undetectable, leaving no evidence. In just 10 days, the poison would seep into the principal's bones and he would die suddenly. Even if Junjie was incredibly skilled, he wouldn't be able to save the situation if he wasn't here. This way, he would become the principal of Tianzhong Academy. As soon as Junjie and the others entered Mount Bulang, they were attacked by a striped tiger. Yun Xiao swiftly dealt with the tiger. Gu Song was still casually chatting with Junjie on the side. Suddenly, another spotted tiger sprang out from behind him, causing him to do a somersault. But the spotted tiger was only a level 1 spirit beast, the lowest rank. Gu Song should have been able to handle it easily. There was another reason for not taking action. Little Wu decided to show off in front of Junjie. Suddenly, he charged forward. He pounced on the spotted tiger, even tearing off a piece of its skin. Moments later, he came back to Junjie all dirty. But Junjie disliked how dirty he was. He ran to the riverside to bathe. Junjie looked at the wound on the spotted tiger's body where Little Wu had bitten. Logically speaking, no matter how sharp a cat's teeth are, being able to break through a beast's skin and flesh was already impressive. But Little Wu had even pierced the beast's throat. This made Junjie wonder if Little Five was really a cat. Although Gu Song didn't participate in the fight, he said he was better at handling the aftermath. The spotted tiger's hind leg meat was more exercised, tougher, and tastier when roasted. It could be kept for lunch. The 2 spotted tigers had 2 beast cores in total. One was Little Five's. Yun Xiao gave the other one to Jun Xiaolei. Next, they needed to find a spacious and quiet place to wait for more prey. They came to the riverside. Little Five had also been cleaned thoroughly. But there was nothing here. How could they wait for prey? Junjie took out a bottle and dripped the liquid inside onto some leaves. A strange fragrance immediately spread. This thing was similar to catnip. Catnip can fascinate cats. And while this wasn't catnip, it was highly addictive to spirit beasts. It could attract spirit beasts within a 10-mile radius. Now everyone was ready to start. Junjie used the spirit medicine to attract spirit beasts from within 10 miles. He even threatened Gu Song, saying if he didn't take action, he'd soak him in the medicine and throw him deep into the mountain. Gu Song had no choice. He had to join Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei in slaying spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Junjie took the chance to test the power of Yuying. With Junjie's strong abilities, no wonder he could easily defeat Jun Shui, a level 3 spirit stone, before. Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded. It was a level 2 spirit beast, a forest wolf. On the surface, level 2 spirit beasts seem equal, but spirit beasts have much stronger bodies than humans, especially level 2 spirit beasts that have mastered innate divine abilities. They're as dangerous as fighting a level 3 spirit beast. The forest wolf gathered spiritual energy in its mouth. It launched an attack at Junjio, but he deflected it with one sword strike. The forest wolf started howling. It began gathering spiritual energy again, intending to strike Junjio head-on. After an explosion, the forest wolf lay on the ground covered in blood, lifeless. This series of actions left the three onlookers stunned. However, they congratulated Junjio on killing the forest wolf and obtaining a level 2 beast core, the 10th level 1 beast core. But Junjio said, if it were Gu Song, couldn't he do the same? Gu Song was stunned. Had Junjio already seen through his hidden strength? He hadn't even used 1/10 of his power. How could Junjio have discovered it? It must be Junjio trying to bait him into revealing himself. Junjio just smiled meaningfully. 3 days later, a group of people were sneaking around in the forest. According to the Jun family's intelligence, Junjio should still be in the outer area. The reward offered by the Jun family was substantial. Their hall master placed great importance on this assassination mission, so Junjio and those around him were all targets. Whoever got the head would be rewarded. Meanwhile, on Junjio's team's side, they had quite a few level 1 beast cores. But level 1 spirit beasts could only help hone skills and gain experience. To improve strength, they needed to kill at least level 2 spirit beasts. Next, they were heading to the depths of Brown Mountain. Junjio said he needed to leave for a while, meeting back here before dusk. He had found a good spirit herb on the way that should be ripe today. He wanted to go pick it. Jun Xiaolei and the others had just finished killing spirit beasts and were resting here. They could leave marks along the way. Junjio would find them. Little Five asked Junjio why he didn't expose Gu Song's disguise. His strength must be more than what he pretended. Junjio wanted to wait for him to reveal himself. After Junjio left, Gu Song started snoring loudly. Jun Xiaolei really didn't understand why Junjio agreed to let this Gu Song, who always slacked off, join the team. Gu Song lay nearby, accepting their contemptuous gazes. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. When he wanted to warn Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei, he realized it was already too late. Junjio and MOU rushed back to the meeting point. They only found a strong smell of blood. The whole place was empty except for blood-stained weapons. These weapons were small and sharp, unlike those used by ordinary people. They seemed more like assassin's tools. There must have been an ambush. Could it be the Jun family spies again? Little Five searched around, looking for marks left by Yun Xiao and others. MOU also ordered Lung Yu to start searching. The battle here was fierce, but there were no corpses. So Yun Xiao and the others must have escaped. It's unknown if they were injured, but those who dared to attack his Junjio's people must die. On the other side, the escaped Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were being supported by Gu Song, one in each arm. They hid in a cave. Inside was a foul stench. Although it stank, it could help mask the smell of blood on Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei. Otherwise, those assassins would track them down by scent. Luckily, the Snake Den's owner wasn't home at the moment. They didn't have to fight again. If they fought and attracted those assassins, it would be deadly with 2 injured people. Gu Song, in that life-threatening moment earlier, didn't abandon Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei to escape alone. Instead, he brought these 2 burdens and escaped here. This made Yun Xiao lower his guard a bit. Gu Song suddenly asked, those assassins definitely weren't after him. Who were they really after? Yun Xiao didn't respond. This made Gu Song a bit angry. He risked so much to save Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei, yet Yun Xiao was still so guarded against him. Yun Xiao replied that he couldn't be sure who they were after either. They were hiding here now. Would Junjio be able to find them? Gu Song, because of the hasty escape and the assassin's close pursuit, didn't have time to leave any marks. Besides, he was afraid the marks might lead the assassins to them. Now it would be very difficult for Junjio to find them. But what Yun Xiao worried about more was, what if Junjio ran into those assassins? Gu Song suddenly became alert. The sound of a snake slithering came from not far away. Gu Song stood up, ready to fight, but Yun Xiao stopped him. The terrain here was narrow. not suitable for maneuvering against a snake-like spirit beast. Moreover, fighting could easily attract those assassins. If the situation became unfavorable, Gu Song didn't need to worry about them. He should go meet up with Junjie first, tell him about the assassins, and warn him to be careful. But if Gu Song abandoned them in this situation, they would only have death waiting for them. Yun Xiao, however, forced himself up. When Gu Song left through the cave entrance, he would set off the academy's fireworks. He would do everything to hold on until the academy teachers came to rescue them. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were severely injured. Gu Song had brought them to hide in a snake den. Yet Yun Xiao told Gu Song to leave them and inform Junjie about the assassins. Before Gu Song could leave, a giant snake attacked them. Gu Song gathered his spiritual energy, but the giant snake suddenly froze and was dragged away. This left Gu Song puzzled. Then Junjie suddenly appeared at the cave entrance, making Yun Xiao and the others overjoyed. He jumped down into the snake den, used his energy to heal the two, and gave them recovery pills to take. He also gave one to Gu Song. Then he took out a handful of powder and blew it. The stench in the snake den instantly dissipated. He asked Yun Xiao if he knew the origin of those assassins. Yun Xiao didn't know, but they definitely weren't from Tianzhong country. Tianzhong didn't have such forces. Those assassins were very powerful. The leader was even a level 6 spirit master. Gu Song probably knew who they were. It was Tan Lang, a terrifying dark organization within the country. To hire Tan Lang, especially with a level 6 spirit master involved, the price would be considerable. These assassins' target couldn't be related to Gu Song. It must be one of the three, Junjie, Yun Xiao, or Jun Xiaolei. Junjie admitted that if he guessed correctly, the assassins were probably after him. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were just caught in the crossfire. But now there was a question. Since there was a level 6 spirit master among the assassins, how did Yun Xiao and the others manage to escape? After all, Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were only level 1 spirit masters. Injured so badly, they had no chance to escape. The one who saved them was Gu Song. Only Gu Song could have escaped. Gu Song was still thinking of an excuse. But Yun Xiao suddenly spoke up. It was because Gu Song was a level 5 spirit master. He had heard the lead assassin mention that Gu Song was a level 5 spirit master. Indeed, Gu Song was at most 18 years old. His talent was truly astonishing. Since he couldn't hide it anymore, Gu Song had to admit it. Junjie told Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei to rest and recover. He would handle the assassin problem. He gave them 3 days to recuperate. After 3 days, they would continue heading deeper into Buin Mountain. But Yun Xiao thought their injuries were too severe. Even after 3 days, it would be hard to fully recover. They feared becoming a burden to Junjie. He suggested Junjie and Gu Song go ahead first. Don't waste time on them. Besides, they had the firework signal. They could call the academy for help. But to Junjie's ears, this sounded like someone doubting his medical skills, let alone just severe injuries. Even if they had 1 foot in the grave, he could bring them back. If these injuries couldn't recover in 3 days, where would he put his reputation as a master healer? Outside the cave, Cold Moon had found the whereabouts of the Taro assassin group. He asked Muyu how to deal with them. Muyu told him to follow them secretly. Don't let them escape. As for how to deal with them, they'd wait for his little Gio to decide. Thanks to Master Junjie's skills, after 1 day, Yun Xiao's body had already recovered considerably. As Junjie's teammate, he couldn't drag him down. He wanted to help Junjie get first place in the trial. He eagerly tried to prove to Junjie that they didn't need 3 days. Tomorrow, he and Jun Xiaolei could set out immediately. They wouldn't disappoint Junjie. Junjie told them to rest easy. He had something to do now. Gu Song followed him. He asked if he could talk to Junjie privately. Junjie asked if he wanted to request medicine. Gu Song was surprised. Indeed, even this couldn't escape Junjie's notice. The pill he wanted, no one had successfully refined it yet. But this pill was very important to him. So when he heard about Master Junjie in Tianzhong, he came. At first, he wasn't sure if Junjie had this ability, so he used the Tianzhong token to test. The result was that pill was indeed very good, and he had just witnessed with his own eyes. The severely injured Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were mostly healed by Junjiu overnight. This medical skill was truly amazing. As long as Junjiu was willing to help him refine the pill, he would do his best to fulfill any request. Junjiu told him there was no need for that. He saved Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei, so Gu Song didn't need to do anything. As long as he brought the pill formula and all the ingredients were ready, Junjiu would help him refine it. But Junjiu couldn't guarantee he would definitely refine the pill Gu Song wanted. But Gu Song believed in him. He trusted Master Junjiu. However, he didn't have the formula with him now. He'd give it to Junjiu after the trial ended when they returned. Junjiu turned and left, telling him this promise would always be valid. Gu Song asked where Junjiu was going. Junjiu simply replied he was going to deal with the assassins. This scared Gu Song silly. Junjiu turned back and glared at him. Did he want Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei to hear? Gu Song carefully reminded Junjiu that this was no joke. The assassin leader was a level 6 spirit master. Even if they joined forces now, they couldn't handle him. The gap between each level becomes infinitely larger towards the higher levels. The difference of just one level is like half the distance to heaven. Junjiu told Gu Song he wasn't going alone. Although a level 6 spirit master was strong, he wasn't completely without a chance of winning. Gu Song watched Junjiu's retreating figure. He silently wondered, to be able to defeat a level 6 spirit master, could it be that Tianzhong's Emperor Emeritus had also come with Junjiu? On Buin Mountain, Junjiu's friends were severely injured by the Taro assassin group. Although their leader was a level 6 spirit master, didn't Junjiu still have Muyu? Muyu was always extremely willing to fulfill his little Jiu's requests. In the afternoon, they were sandwiched between them. This made Manhwa a bit unhappy, but she still hugged her little Jiu and went to find the Taro assassin group. Cold Moon was currently holding an eagle. He was wondering whether it would be more delicious for Junjiu as a barbecue or in a soup. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong behind him. He quickly explained to Manhwa that he had caught this eagle from those assassins. They were trying to use it to send a message. Junjiu used the vermilion bird inheritance he had recently learned. It came in handy just at the right time. The eagle told Junjiu all the information it knew. Sure enough, this Taro assassin group was hired by the Jun family. It seemed the Jun family was impatient for their own downfall. When he returned from Buin Mountain, he would have the Jun family annihilated. Junjiu now confronted the Taro assassin group again. Their leader was just worrying about not being able to find Junjiu, but unexpectedly, he delivered himself to their doorstep. They were determined to take Junjiu's head today. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. Cold Moon was very anxious. The enemy had one level 6 spirit master, 2 level 3 spirit masters, and a group of level 2 spirit masters. Did they really not need to step in? Muyu told him to watch. Everything was up to his little Jiu. The assassin leader flashed in front of Muyu. He asked if they were Junjiu's helpers. Muyu directly ignored him. The assassin leader turned back with a cold smile. To his shock, all his subordinates had been defeated by Junjiu alone in such a short time. It seemed his little Jiu had improved quite a bit recently. Actually, when Muyu met Junjiu that day, he noticed that the soul occupying that body was not stable. It couldn't perfectly merge with the body yet. The one using Junjiu's body was not the original Junjiu. But what attracted him was Junjiu's soul. The assassin drew his sword. With one glare from Muyu, he was forced to kneel down. Junjiu wiped the blood off his sword and walked up to him. His subordinates wanted to rush up to rescue him, but were instantly dealt with by Muyu. The others' levels were too low. Only this person was somewhat useful. He could give his little Jiu some practice. Junjiu came to pick spirit herbs, but he found Muyu waiting for him. Junjiu asked, since he arrived here first, why didn't he pick them? These medicinal herbs were rare and precious. But these herbs were what his little Jiu wanted. Of course, he came to guard them for his little Jiu to prevent them from being stolen. Junjiu started picking the herbs. He asked Muyu if he was going to follow him until the end of the trial. There were still more than 20 days left. Wouldn't he be bored? Muyu was certainly not bored, because nothing was more important than his little Jiu. But Muyu was once sealed in a cliff. Below were not just mazes and barriers. It was clearly set up to trap him until death. Now that he was out, wouldn't he go seek revenge? Junjiu had always adhered to the truth that curiosity killed the cat. He never gossiped before. But Muyu was the first person he encountered in this world with whom he had a close relationship. Moreover, Junjiu couldn't forget that first glance at Muyu at the bottom of the cliff. Even with the shackles deepened, it was hard to conceal his powerful and noble aura. So Junjio had always been curious about Muyu's identity. Muyu brushed back his hair, seeing through his curiosity, but he thought it wasn't the right time yet. When the time came, he would tell his little Gio everything. If he told him now, he was afraid his little Gio would run away. But did he really think Junjio was that timid? Muyu's heartstrings were touched. He gently caressed Junjio's face. His love for his little Gio had become an incurable disease. Although Junjio wasn't afraid, he feared Junjio shouldn't have met him, but he did. So in this life and world, Junjio should never think of leaving him. No matter where, in heaven or hell, he would always be with Junjio. Junjio blushed and stepped back. He asked what if he wasn't willing. Muyu said then he would eat Junjio's soul, so they would be together for all lifetimes. Junjio was still stubborn. Although Muyu was indeed his type, they should just flirt casually. Neither should take it seriously. He didn't have that kind of obsession with Muyu. Don't say later that he was a machine that deceived people's feelings. Now he should go back. But Muyu grabbed Junjio's hand. He told Junjio he would be with Junjio on the way. But don't worry, he wouldn't interfere. Junjio, who had been training, came to seek revenge on the Taro assassin group. Now only one level 6 spirit master, the leader, was left after the slaughter. Muyu decided to use him to give his little Gio some practice. He would suppress his cultivation. Starting from level 3, he would release one level of his power every 10 moves. During this time, Junjio had a chance to kill him. But if Junjio failed, letting his strength return to level 6, he would have to face a level 6 spirit master directly. Junjio happily accepted this challenge. As long as he killed him before his power was fully restored, it would be fine. So now the wolf was released. If he wanted to live, he had to kill Junjio. Cold Moon knew that his master was stimulating the Taro leader's ferocity to give Junjio an exhilarating hunting opportunity. But no matter how he heard it, it sounded like his master was going to be single for life. At this moment, the Taro leader had no choice but to believe what Muyu said. After all, he had no room for negotiation. But how could a mere level 2 spirit master possibly defeat him? He dodged with a flash, making a loud sound. He wielded the two weapons, Shadow and White Moon, with ease. If it were anyone else, it would be absolutely impossible to take anything from Muyu's hands, let alone that set of dual swords. Junjio's sword slashed towards Taro's hand. The White Moon sword cut through his defense. It grazed his arm. Now with only level 3 spirit power, it seemed he couldn't underestimate his opponent. After 10 moves, Muyu released his level 4 spirit power. This made him much faster than before. He also cut Junjio's wrist. Level 5 spirit power was released. The Taro leader desperately attacked Junjio. Yun Tu blocked it. He leaped back directly. Level 6 spirit power was released. He had regained all his strength. This time he was going to send Junjio to heaven. Junjio concentrated his spirit power for another punch. A huge explosion echoed through the mountains. The Taro leader touched his neck. Although Junjio was also exhausted, he took out a pill and swallowed it. He began to meditate on the spot. It seemed he had some insight and was about to break through. Junjio, with the strength of a level 2 spirit master, successfully defeated the level 6 spirit master Taro leader. However, this practice seemed to have good results. Junjio directly broke through to level 3 spirit master. Since he had dealt with the Taro assassin, he also had to go back to continue the academy's trial. Muyu wanted to go with him, but was refused. This mountain was good, full of spiritual energy. There should be many rare treasures. Since Muyu was free anyway, he might as well help Junjio find some special and good spirit herbs. In this world, perhaps only Junjio could order Muyu around. Muyu promised to make Junjio satisfied. However, if he found something rare, he would ask for a reward from his little Gio. Soon after, Junjio returned to the base and met up with Gusong and others. Hearing that he had dealt with the Taro assassin group, including that level 6 spirit master, Gusong was greatly shocked and directly submitted to Junjio's strength. The next day, they headed to the depths of Bawang Mountain. They encountered many spirit beast attacks on the way, but Junjio's team defeated them all. Junjio, even found a rare medicinal herb, a thousand-year snow lingji. At this time, a group of people came over. They shouted that the thousand-year snow lingji was their property. But since when did the mountain's herbs have owners? The thousand-year snow lingji didn't have a name carved on it. But this purple-haired woman was unreasonable. She said she had set her eyes on this snow lingji 3 days ago, but was too busy hunting spirit beasts to collect it. So of course it was hers. And the two-headed tiger's beast core in Gu Song's hand was also hers. But the two-headed tiger was clearly defeated by Junjie, a level 3 spirit beast. Now they came to take advantage and rob. They were really bold. The woman sneered. By seniority, Junjie should call her senior sister Hongying. If they knew what was good for them, they should hand over the thousand-year snow lingji and the beast core. Otherwise, she would teach Junjie what it meant to respect teachers and elders. 2 masters against 4. Logically, she should win easily. It was almost lunchtime now, yet someone still came to cause trouble for Junjie. Junjie was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Wu Song directly stood in front of Junjie, saying, "I'll handle this." The students, influenced by the giant blood curse, continued to insult Junjie as a cruel and vicious star who didn't know how to respect teachers and elders. At this moment, the Crown Prince suddenly appeared. Hongying rushed over wanting to get close to him, but the Crown Prince looked at Junjie's face instead. A hint of blush appeared on the couple's cheeks. Hongying shouted that the thousand-year blood lingji and the two-headed tiger's beast core were things he had set his eyes on 3 years ago. Didn't the Crown Prince say at that time that he wanted to take the beast's soul back as a gift for the Emperor? Not only did Junjie steal his things, but he also viciously tried to kill him. The Crown Prince wouldn't hand over his things just because it was Junjie, right? But the Crown Prince directly pushed him away, saying the thousand-year snow lingji and beast core should rightfully belong to Junjie. He even smiled at Junjie. Junjie could see his favoritism. Junjie directly ignored him and turned to leave. The mountain was so big, he had finally encountered Junjie. If he missed this chance now, who knows when the next opportunity would come. This was a chance to cultivate feelings with Junjie. The Crown Prince blocked Junjie's group. Junjie scolded him to get lost. He couldn't believe that as the Crown Prince, with his dashing and handsome looks rivaling Panin, he still couldn't capture Junjie's heart. Even if it were ice, it should have melted by now. He timidly spoke, saying that as fellow disciples of the Heavenly Sect Academy, meeting on Buong Mountain was also fate. Gu Song retorted, "What bullshit fate? It's just our bad luck to meet you." Junjie had already told the Crown Prince to get lost. If he didn't listen, they would have to use force. Gu Song's pressure surprised the Crown Prince. He was supposedly a newcomer who entered the Heavenly Sect Academy at the same time as Junjie. How could he have such strong power? Junjie passed by, leaving only his back view. The Crown Prince was still stunned in place. Hongying started complaining to him. How could he give the thousand-year snow lingji and level 3 beast core to Junjie? If they had these for training, they would definitely be first. The Crown Prince was furious. Junjie was his future empress. If anyone dared to trouble Junjie, it would be like opposing him, the Crown Prince. Hongying didn't understand. Junjie's heart was set on stealing the trickster, not on the Crown Prince at all. Why did he still insist on marrying Junjie? But if the Crown Prince didn't seize Junjie while the Emperor was away, it would be troublesome later. Hongying smiled, looking at the Crown Prince, asking what if he could help the Crown Prince achieve his wish. He had a way to let the Crown Prince have Junjie's body, but the Crown Prince needed to make a deal with him. Hongying made a deal with the Crown Prince. He would help him get Junjie's body, but after the Crown Prince got Junjie, he had to give Hongying the thousand-year snow lingji and level 3 beast core. He also needed to remember this favor. The Crown Prince agreed. As long as Hongying could help him get Junjie, when he ascended the throne, he would make Hongying a noble consort. Hongying laughed inwardly. Jun Yushue was just a noble consort too. He was no worse than Jun Yushue. He then told the Crown Prince's plan. That night, Junjie's group sat around the campfire. Hongying suddenly walked over, pretending to care. He invited Junjie to his camp. Junjie coldly said, "Get lost." Hongying then revealed his true colors. The flames began to crackle, emitting wisps of white smoke, affecting everyone except Junjie. He also forced a pill into Junjie's mouth. The Crown Prince also came out from behind the mountain. He said he had given Junjie something interesting to eat. This way he could better satisfy the Crown Prince. The others searched Jun Xiaolei and the rest for the thousand-year snow lingji and beast core. The Crown Prince ordered them to leave, because what followed was between him and Junjie. No matter how cold and proud Junjie was, he had still fallen into the crown prince's hands. With this delicate and beautiful face, even the giant's blood couldn't compare. Little Five appeared, shouting at the crown prince, and scratched his face with cat paws. But in just a moment of turning his head, Junjie disappeared from his sight. Suddenly his abdomen was violently kicked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Did he think sending a woman over would make Junjie fall for the trap? Did he think Junjie was blind? The crown prince still looked incredulous. He had inhaled the smoke and taken Hong Ying's drug. It couldn't have no effect, but he was the divine healer Junjie. Get to know him. At this time, Gu Song and others also dragged Hong Ying by the hair to meet up with Junjie. Hong Ying begged for mercy and revealed the crown prince's plan to take Junjie's chastity. Junjie grabbed the hand that had just fed him the drug, violently broke it. The other hand was also mercilessly broken. He fell to the ground. Now the hands that touched him were broken. What should be done to the crown prince next? The crown prince planned to drug Junjie to violate Junjie's chastity, but was seen through by Junjie, who was proficient in all medicines. He then used his status as a threat. If he was killed, Tianzhong country wouldn't let Junjie go, and the Jun family would also be finished. But if the Jun family was really wiped out, Junjie would have to set off fireworks to celebrate. Unfortunately, this cowardly crown prince didn't have that ability. He thought he was the emperor's only son, so Uncle Jun wouldn't dare to touch him. The reason for not killing him was because he hadn't seen him and Ji Yunxue being lovey-dovey together yet. How could he ruin their marriage? But he should still send some wedding gifts. Junjie had Gu Song and Yun Xiao, one on each side, pin the crown prince against a tree. He also took the opportunity to teach Jun Xiaolei. In the future, if a man had dirty thoughts and wanted to bully someone, how to punish them to make the scumbag remember it for life. Junjie slowly approached. He kicked the crown prince. The sound of eggs breaking made the three men present involuntarily tense up. The key was that Junjie followed up with several more kicks. When blood flowed out, and this was just one of the methods Junjie taught Jun Xiaolei, there was also a second way. Junjie poured out some ice, pinning the crown prince to the ground. He took out a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it on the previously bloodied area. A large group of insects crawled out from the sparse grass, heading towards the area where the medicine was sprinkled. The mountains echoed with the miserable cries of a certain man. Then Junjie walked over to Hong Ying, threw the fireworks, gave them to him to set off after Junjie left. This confused Yun Xiaolei. Why give them the distress signal fireworks? Junjie sneered that Jun Shui and the crown prince were engaged. How could he let Jun Shui become a widow? If the Jun family hired Taro to kill him, he'd return the favor. Maybe Jun Shui would even thank him for keeping her from being a living widow. Hong Ying had both hands crippled. The crown prince had his third leg crippled. During the day, Teacher Sidhu led people to find where the signal fireworks were launched from. They took the two injured people back to the academy for treatment. Not going deeper into the mountains, Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were busy every day. In the tasks set by Uncle Jun, they had to battle with stone spirit beasts at least once a day. But they weren't required to kill the beasts. The main purpose was to hone their combat skills and accumulate experience. Gu Song was assigned to keep watch, in case any too powerful spirit beasts appeared. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei couldn't handle it. Junjie held down Little Wu and began practicing the Vermilion Bird's beast taming technique. But Little Wu seemed very unwilling to practice. This made Junjie start to doubt. Could the beast taming technique really help Little Wu? Muyu suddenly appeared behind him, telling him of course it could. This time Muyu brought a map. He had perfectly completed the task given by his little Geo. All valuable medicinal herb locations were marked. They could be picked any time. He left a barrier in place to freeze them. No one except his little Geo could see those herbs. Junjie happily gave him a kiss and praised him for doing a good job. Muyu thought to himself, his little Geo liked medicinal herbs so much. Wouldn't it be easy to get a kiss from his little Geo next time? Little Wu angrily meowed at Muyu, but Muyu tattled, saying it had been slacking off instead of practicing. Junjie was also worried. The Vermilion Bird's beast taming technique was good for Little Wu, but Little Wu wouldn't learn it. What to do? Muyu said he just needed Little Wu for one night, and he could make Little Wu learn the Vermilion Bird's legacy. Junjie gave him a doubtful look, but Muyu assured him that he wouldn't touch a single hair on Little Wu. This sounded quite reliable. Little Wu would only act cute and spoiled in front of Junjie, making it impossible. Maybe Muyu really had a way to make Little Wu study properly. Little Wu suddenly pounced on Junjie's leg and started acting pitiful. But Junjie looked at it seriously. It was even personally handed over to Muyu, forced to learn the Vermilion Bird's legacy. Little Wu tried to slack off, but was forcibly sent to Muyu by Junjie for military-style management. Little Wu, unwilling to submit, transformed into its large form. It started to fight with Muyu, but Muyu easily dodged, until it exhausted all its energy. Muyu then began to tell him Tianzhong was a peaceful and tranquil place. There were no crises or deadly threats. It was fine if he wanted to act foolish and stupid here. But if Junjie left Tianzhong, his stupidity would only hold Junjie back. No one here could discover his snow-white bones. But outside, in the 9 levels of heaven, did he know what trouble he would bring to Junjie if he continued like this? Muyu had already decided in his heart. If this stupid cat couldn't be reasoned with and refused to cultivate and improve, he would use any means necessary to ensure it could never stay by his little Jio's side. Little Wu didn't want to listen to Muyu. At worst, he could return to the bracelet if there was danger. Those people wouldn't find him then. But in the bracelet space, there was only his master's misunderstanding. No petting, hugging, or kissing. It was very lonely. Seeing Little Wu still hadn't responded, Muyu could barely resist taking action. Thinking of his little Jio, he decided to be patient a little longer. If he had encountered such a stupid white tiger before, it would have already become a tiger skin rug under his feet. He really didn't know what his little Jio liked about Little Wu. Little Wu provoked him, not only with its soft fur, but also its cute meat. The adorable animal made him lose his rationality. He ordered it to learn the Vermilion Bird's legacy tonight. Tomorrow he would let it go back. If not, he would reveal the secret of its white tiger bloodline. The next day, Little Wu ran to Junjie looking pitiful, now bearing the mark of the Vermilion Bird's legacy. Muyu was pleased and told Junjie he had found a spirit realm essence that would emerge soon. Moreover, the spirit realm essence would have miraculous effects if consumed by either Junjie or Little Wu. It was a heavenly treasure, the essence of great mountains, slowly formed over the years. At least a few hundred years, or even thousands. And before the spirit realm essence manifested, no one could discover its traces. When it manifested, it would trigger celestial phenomena. At that time, it would also attract powerful beings from all directions to compete for this pure natural treasure. If one could obtain and consume the spirit realm essence, their physique would be elevated to a higher level. It would be incredibly beneficial for beast types like Little Wu. Moreover, it was located by a lake deeper in Buin Mountain. At the earliest 3 days, at the latest 5 days, Junjie had just learned from Muyu about the imminent emergence of the spirit realm essence. He was about to notify Yun Xiao and the others to set out, but suddenly stopped, asking if Muyu would also be going. Muyu was very sad. Didn't he want him to go? Use and discard. His little Jio was so heartless. Junjie helplessly explained. He only liked to use his own cheats, not others helping him cheat. If Muyu went, it wouldn't be exciting or fun with just one move. However, if Muyu wanted to go watch, that was fine, but he wasn't allowed to interfere. Otherwise, he'd end up like the crown prince. Muyu drew closer, asking if Junjie's threat meant destroying his own future happiness. Junjie replied that it wasn't certain if this future happiness would come from Muyu. Muyu pulled Junjie close in one motion. He threatened that if Junjie fell for another man, he'd turn him into a eunuch like the crown prince. So Junjie could only be with him. Junjie pushed him away, saying he needed to get going. Muyu said he could fly Junjie there in his arms. They could arrive today. But Junjie said if he could carry 4 people and 1 cat over, he'd agree to it. After Junjie left, Muyu suddenly asked Cold Moon if he wasn't beautiful enough anymore. His little Jio used to be so captivated by his face that he couldn't move. But now he wanted him to carry other people. Could it be that he wasn't attractive enough for his little Jio anymore? Meanwhile, Master Jinjio met up with Yin Chao and the others. He had been secretly watching from the side. The greedy wolf assassins who had been trying to kill Junjie for days were now gone. It seemed they had been eliminated by Junjie's group. Although he couldn't believe Junjie had such strength, he had to find a way to kill Junjie in the mountains again. Moreover, news came from the vice principal that the principal had fallen ill. The plan at Tianzhong Academy was already in motion. He absolutely couldn't slip up here and let Junjie go out and compete with him for the seed. 3 days later, Junjio and his group had arrived at the lakeside where the spirit realm essence was about to emerge. Yun Xiao still didn't understand why they came here. Junjio told them that today, or tomorrow, or the day after, something would appear here. Gu Song was still puzzled about how Junjio knew a treasure would definitely appear here. After all, 3 days ago, they were all still deep in the old forest and couldn't have heard any related news. Junjio replied that his master told him. At this moment, an eagle flew over to inform Junjio. Jun Shui was on the opposite side. Jun Shui planned to eliminate Junjio and his group tonight. Although Junjio was just across the lake, he couldn't see even a hint of firelight. It was a bit unusual. Senior Chiu told his junior sister Jun Yinshui not to worry. They weren't making a fire to avoid drawing attention. This meant they must be up to something shady. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Junjio suddenly appeared with his sword, instantly killing 2 people. White smoke rose all around. Jun Shui ordered everyone to attack and kill Junjio together, but she found no one responding. Everyone had been taken down by Junjio's team. Senior Chiu staggered to Jun Shui's front, begging her to take him and escape. But she stared blankly at Senior Chiu, suddenly kicking him to use as a shield. She then fled in a flash. Wu Song gave chase. Jun Shui tripped. The others caught up. Jun Shui, unwilling to be caught by Junjio here, angrily got up and charged towards Junjio. She pulled out a bomb. With a loud bang, Junjio's team was almost injured. But with Mu Yu's protection, Junjio was unharmed. Unfortunately, Jun Shui escaped. Mu Yu promised Junjio he would find Jun Shui. At this moment, another loud noise came from the mountains. A beam of light surged from the lake, shooting straight into the sky. It could be seen for hundreds of miles. Even the Supreme Emperor of Tianzhong could see it. A treasure was about to emerge. Whenever a treasure appeared, many people would rush over to fight for it. The Supreme Emperor was worried if Junjio would be safe there. Although there was still a critically ill principal behind him, he had to go check on Junjio now. He had warned the principal to be careful of the vice principal long ago. If it weren't for Junjio's pills, who knows what would have happened to the principal. Now they could only wait for Junjio to return and detoxify the principal. He instructed his subordinates to take good care of the principal, while he himself had to make a trip to Buwang Mountain now. The spirit realm essence was about to emerge, attracting spirit masters from various countries to rush over. But they couldn't match Junjio's advantageous position. He was seen directly charging into the beam of light. He discovered a glowing spirit realm essence. When he reached out to touch it, another snake suddenly dodged away. No matter how Junjio tried to grab it, he couldn't catch it. The commotion from this light beam was so big that Jun Yinshui also spotted it. It looked like a treasure had appeared. Now that Junjio was at the lakeside, that treasure must be in Junjio's grasp. But he couldn't accept the embarrassment Junjio had given him. One day, he would pay Junjio back. At this time, Cold Moon, Mu Yu's subordinate, had also tracked down his trail. He tried desperately to escape, but Cold Moon pursued relentlessly. Until they reached a waterfall, he jumped down without thinking. This put Cold Moon in a dilemma. Should he continue chasing down the river or go back to report first? After thinking for a while, he decided to go back first. After all, even if the monk escapes, the temple remains. Meanwhile, inside the light beam, Junjio was still desperately chasing the spirit realm essence. But with his speed, he couldn't catch up to it in this light beam. So he had to use his wits. He was seen falling down and playing dead. The spirit realm essence curiously approached, but Junjio grabbed it and took it out. Ming Xiao and others rushed over to inquire about the situation. However, Junjio felt that there was a small problem with this spirit realm essence. It actually had 2 leaves like grass. Mu Yu explained that this was a variant of the spirit realm essence, a cultivated species. The biggest difference from ordinary spirit realm essence is that once used up, it's gone. But the cultivated species, after careful cultivation, can continuously produce spirit realm essence energy in the form of jade essence wine. This meant Junjio had obtained an infinite golden finger. Mu Yu touched the jade species, and it got scared. A drop of jade liquid flowed from its leaves. This was jade drop wine. 1 drop was more pure in energy than ordinary spirit realm essence. With this, he would always have an inexhaustible supply of spirit realm essence. It seemed his little Jio's luck was quite good, encountering a jade species that appears once in 10,000 years. But the most urgent matter now should be to leave safely first. The phenomenon of this spirit realm essence would attract people from all directions who had seen it, including some experts they couldn't defeat. So next, this would be a test for all of them to leave safely with their abilities. Yun Yongsu jumps down the waterfall, while Cold Moon failed to track Jun Yinxue. Cold Moon was scolded by Mu Yu and sent back to be punished. At this time, spirit masters attracted by the phenomenon of the spirit realm essence had arrived. However, Amber discovered that the beam of light had disappeared. Could it be that someone had already obtained the spirit realm essence? He looked at Mu Yu and Cold Moon by the lake, thinking they had taken the treasure. So he attacked them, but Cold Moon instantly beheaded him. Spirit masters from various places who came to fight for the treasure also arrived, but they were all killed one by Cold Moon. Although Jun Jio had said not to let Mu Yu take action, if Cold Moon did it, it wouldn't count as interference, right? Meanwhile, Jun Jio and others hid in a cave. They decided to wait until there weren't so many people outside looking for the spirit realm essence thief. Then they would go out, Yun Tu Relis Mu Tsing, sealing the cave entrance. At this time, the Supreme Emperor had also arrived at the lakeside. The presence of many powerful experts in the mountain made him extremely anxious. And by the lake, there were fallen bodies everywhere. Even level 8 spirit corpses had fallen here. Who could be so powerful? He frantically searched for his little Jun Jio's figure. Cold Moon suddenly appeared, telling him not to worry about Jun Jio. Mu Yu also came over, informing him that Jun Jio was now in a very safe place. The Supreme Emperor felt unbalanced. Jun Jio didn't allow him to come along, but let Mu Yu come. It was too biased. He was Jun Jio's great-grandfather after all. He told Mu Yu to quickly take Jun Jio away from Buang Mountain. It was now even more chaotic and dangerous with people fighting over treasures. But if Jun Jio left now, his training would fail. The Supreme Emperor questioned which was more important, training or life. After Jun Jio left, the vice principal had poisoned the principal. The vice principal had ill intentions and always harbored killing intent towards Jun Jio. If they dawdled for a few more days, the vice principal's evil scheme might succeed. But Mu Yu insisted. If his little Jun Jio's training failed, he would definitely be unhappy. Cold Moon noticed Mu Yu's frustration. He mediated, saying, "Supreme Emperor, you can actually go back and deal with the vice principal first. This way you won't be able to cause trouble. Then wait for Jun Jio to return and treat the principal." The Supreme Emperor denied. He couldn't kill the vice principal, otherwise it would be like declaring war between Tianrong Country and Tianrong Academy. Although Tianrong Academy was established within Tianrong Country's borders, like academies in other 9 countries, it didn't belong to any country, but was affiliated with the 5 sects. Involving the 5 sects would be troublesome. Cold Moon thought for a moment, then suggested not killing the vice principal, just beating him half to death, so he couldn't plot any schemes. The Supreme Emperor thought this made sense. He only needed to incapacitate the vice principal, preventing him from harming the principal. This way they could wait for Jun Jio to return and detoxify the principal. Then, let the principal himself deal with the corrupt elements in the academy. Perfect. Cold Moon continued, saying Jun Jio doesn't like others interfering with his training. Even Master Mu Yu isn't by Jun Jio's side, just to avoid upsetting him. So it's best for the Supreme Emperor not to disturb Jun Jio either. Just go back and solve the trouble at Tianrong Academy. The Supreme Emperor finally returned satisfied. Although Cold Moon did well this time, he still needed to be punished for his previous failure in dealing with Jun Yinxue. Jun Jio and others took the Jade Emperor's brew and were cultivating in the cave. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei successfully broke through to level 2 Spirit Masters. Gu Song was already a level 5 Spirit Master, so the effect of the Jade Emperor's brew wasn't as significant for him. However, it still refined his body, increasing his strength twofold. Gu Song suddenly asked Jun Jio which of the 5 sects he wanted to join. Besides the Dan sect and Sword sect, which focused on unique skills, there were also the Tianwu sect, Gudyuan sect, and Songhai sect that encompassed various disciplines. The Dan sect and Sword sect had the strictest recruitment. The Dan sect only accepted alchemists, while the Sword sect only took those gifted in swordsmanship and sword forging. Each year, they selected disciples from 10 countries, but combined, they accepted less than 5 people. Their requirements were extremely strict, almost to the point of being abnormal. Actually, with Junjio's medical skills, the Dan sect would be good. Gusong also suggested Jun Xiaolei go to the Songhai sect, and Yun Xiao to the Good Yuan sect. The Songhai sect only recruited female disciples, so Xiaolei would be well taken care of there. The Good Yuan sect focused on hand techniques and internal cultivation. They also excelled in calligraphy and painting, suitable for a refined young master like Yin Xiao. He could even charm many young ladies there. Junjio asked why he didn't recommend the Tianwu sect. Gusong thought it wasn't suitable for them. It was full of rough men focused on physical training, extremely brutal. Most didn't practice hand techniques. They could destroy a spirit stone with one punch, like human weapons. No girls liked the Tianwu sect, so it was almost all rough men there. They spoke coarsely and lacked etiquette and cultivation. Who could stand that? Junjio was curious. Gusong was just an academy disciple. How did he know the sects in such detail? Gusong nervously said he had just heard about it. At this moment, a snake's hiss came from the cave. A flood dragon suddenly appeared, but it didn't seem to want to attack. It spat out a pearl. This turned out to be a damn pearl. Meanwhile, the Supreme Emperor had returned to Tianrong Academy. He publicly tortured the vice principal half to death. He had Man Ru take some Tianrong Academy disciples to check what was in the food. Man Ru agreed. The principal struggled to sit up. The Supreme Emperor told him that the situation in Buang Mountain was very dangerous. It would be best to end the training and have the students return immediately. With the Spirit Realm Essence incident, everyone in Buang Mountain was on edge. Those spirit masters who hadn't obtained the treasure might start fighting, and Tianrong Academy's young saplings would be uprooted instantly. The principal immediately ordered the end of the training. Countless sound transmission talismans spread the news of the training's termination. Even though it was stopped midway, Junjio and his group had already collected quite a few herbs and should be assured of victory. But what was even more congratulatory was that he had obtained a rare and precious Dan Pearl. When breaking through to become a great spirit master, there was a pill that must be taken, and an indispensable ingredient for that pill was the Dan Pearl. Many people searched their whole lives, but couldn't find a Dan Pearl, forever stuck at level 9 Spirit Master. But Junjio, only at level 3, without even searching himself, had a flood dragon bring a Dan Pearl right to his doorstep, asking to trade for the Jade Emperor's Brew. This luck made even Gusong want to cry with envy. Although the Jade Emperor's Brew was also precious, the Dan Pearl was more important. It was the only way to break through to Great Spirit Master. As for Luo Yang and Yer, who hadn't prepared blood pills, Luo Yang showed concern for Jun Yunxue in every way. Yer angrily said that Jun Yunxue was eating their food, living in their place, using their things. She told him not to be fooled by Jun Yunxue. The purpose of their trip was for the medical insurance. But Luo Yang still protected Jun Yunxue in every way. Just as the two were arguing heatedly, Jun Yunxue suddenly spoke up, saying he had just seen the fireworks signal from Tianzong Academy, ordering him to gather at the outskirts. Luo Yang volunteered, knowing Shuetu was injured and inconvenienced. He wanted to personally escort him to the gathering place. To thank Luo Yang for his kindness, he also had some clues about the medical insurance to provide. As long as Luo Yang successfully escorted him to the gathering place, he would personally point out who got the medical insurance. If he guessed correctly, the medical insurance must have been obtained by Junjio. But how did Junjio get the medical insurance? What he couldn't get, Jio shouldn't be able to get either. No matter how powerful Junjio was, could he handle these two people? They were disciples of the Wuzong sect. At the gathering place, as soon as Junjio and his group appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. A student directly asked him if he knew about the incident with Yi Bao. The Supreme Emperor had even come looking for him a few days ago. Junjio was stunned. The Supreme Emperor had come? Gai Shiqi must have seen the incident with Yi Bao and came out of concern for his safety. He asked where the Supreme Emperor was now. The student told him that since the Supreme Emperor couldn't find Junjio, he had returned. At this moment, Teacher Situ walked over. He asked if he had seen the Crown Prince in Buang Mountain. Junjio said without turning his head that he hadn't seen him. He heard that the Crown Prince's group, many people were killed in Buang Mountain. Even he himself was carried out and sent directly to the Tianzong Kingdom's palace, said to have suffered some fatal injury. And Hong Yun's hands were completely ruined. He had become a madman. Gusong had just learned that they would be tallying the results this afternoon. Then they would depart today, heading straight back to Tianzong Academy. Why are they leaving so quickly? Yun Xiao told him it was because fighting had broken out deeper in the mountain. For those disciples who hadn't arrived yet, 2 teachers would stay behind to wait for them. At this moment, a group of people rushed to the other side. It turned out Jun Shui had returned. Jun Shui pushed through the crowd, pointed at Junjiao, saying 2 people were coming to find Junjiao. But Junjiao didn't know them at all. Yura pointed at Junjiao, wanted to talk to him alone. Jun Shui brought 2 strangers to cause trouble for Junjiao. Yura directly pointed at Junjiao, wanting to talk to him alone. Yun Xiao drew his sword and stood in front of Junjiao. Those 2 people were clearly strangers to them all, yet they suddenly came looking for Junjiao, and their manner was aggressive and hostile. Gu Song whispered to Junjiao, could they be after the spirit realm essence? After Junjiao escaped that day, something happened in the prison right after. He was so close. Unless they were idiots, they would associate Junjiao and his group being by the lake with knowing the jade seed had fallen into Junjiao's hands. However, why did Jun Yushue think these 2 people he found could make Junjiao obediently hand over the jade seed? Teacher Sidhu suddenly rushed over, scolding those 2 people. But they completely disregarded him, saying what was Tianzong Academy in front of them? They were disciples of the Sword Sect, one of the Wuzong sects. Teacher Sidhu was startled. He quickly apologized to them. But Junjiao and his group remained very calm. Jun Yunshue told Teacher Sidhu that these 2 Sword Sect disciples wanted to talk to Junjiao privately. Teacher Sidhu immediately pointed at Junjiao and told him to go meet them. Junjiao asked irritably where they would talk. Jun Yunshue thought he was scared and was just pretending to be calm now. Luo Yang pointed to the forest behind them. He needed a quiet place where no one would disturb them to have a good talk. Jun Xiaolei and the others were very worried and wanted to go with him. But Junjiao told them to wait here for a moment. He would be back soon. But after the 3 left, Rin Shui pressed down nearby. If Luo Yang and his group killed Junjiao, that would be best. But if they only wounded Junjiao and left with Yi Bao, he would have to go and deliver the final blow. He made an excuse to Teacher Sidhu, saying he was worried about Junjiao and afraid he might say something wrong to anger the Wuzong disciples. He wanted to go check on them. Then he hurriedly entered the forest. In the forest, Junjiao faced 2 Wuzong disciples alone. This was also a good chance for him to see the level of Wuzong disciples. Hopefully they wouldn't be too weak. He drew his white moon sword. Yer was still laughing. He dared to fight them. Did he have no self-awareness? She told him to quickly hand over the treasure in the pot. Otherwise, they would make him wish he were dead. Luo Yang noticed the sword in his hand at this moment. This was a good sword. It would be wasted in his hands. If he obediently offered it up, perhaps they could spare his life. Little Wu cursed loudly. These 2 were really shameless. Not only did they want to rob one thing, they even wanted to rob the sword. However, this was also a good chance to test how much Little Wu had improved after consuming the Jade Emperor's wine. Now the man would be for Junjiao and the woman for Little Wu. Let's start. A level 3 small spirit master plus a small. They actually wanted to challenge 2 Wuzong Sword Sect disciples. Yura rushed forward and swung her sword, but Little Wu easily dodged it. His nimble movements made it impossible for Yura to touch him. Yura, losing patience, became increasingly agitated. She angrily rushed forward with a flurry of cat scratches. Meanwhile, Luo Yang wasn't faring well either. He leaped to stab Junjiao, but Junjiao easily dodged it. He was even hit by a punch that made him spit blood. Luo Yang, a dignified Sword Sect disciple, couldn't even defeat a small Tianzong Academy disciple. How could he face others if this got out? But his sword had broken. This was the treasured sword his master had found for him, worth 50 first-grade spirit stones. Junjiao delivered a flying kick that sent him tumbling to the side, but he still wasn't convinced. Even with his sword broken, he still had a trump card that could tear Junjiao to pieces. He staggered to his feet, formed a seal on his chest, summoned a new sword, and attacked Junjiao. A huge explosion erupted in the mountains. The ground was split open. Luo Yang was smug with satisfaction. But Junjiao was completely unharmed. The smile on Luo Yang's face instantly disappeared. He used his last bit of strength to charge at Junjiao. But Junjio's sword struck the hand holding his new sword. Junjio had to admit, his swordsmanship was orthodox and very aggressive. Unfortunately, he had learned it so poorly. He probably couldn't even unleash 2/10 of its power. The sword sect must be ashamed to have such a disciple. Luoyang retorted defiantly. His master was an elder of the sword sect, and he was his master's most outstanding disciple. Junjio raised his hand and began to gesture. He concentrated spiritual energy in his hand. Surprisingly, he also formed a new sword. Junjio effortlessly formed the most difficult supreme technique of the sword. Luoyang couldn't believe it. With his master's guidance, it took him 3 full years to form a new sword. But Junjio had learned it in an instant. Unwilling to accept it, he challenged Junjio to a duel. Luoyang was instantly defeated. It seemed this new sword was indeed quite good. Meanwhile, on the other side, little Wu had given Yer quite a beating. He begged for mercy, promising Junjio that if he let him go back, he'd have his master give Junjio a spot in the sword sect. But if Junjio had lost, would they have spared him? Now Junjio wanted to ask him something. What did Jun Yinshue tell them? Ye confessed honestly. Jun Yinshue told them Yi Bao was with Junjio and revealed Junjio's identity. She said Junjio was weak, afraid of death, and just lucky to have obtained a treasure. Junjio took out paper and pen and told him if he wanted to live, he should write a letter to his master saying Jun Yinshue had killed Luoyang and that Jun Shui was hunting him down. After writing it, he should mail the letter to Junjio. Junjio then told him to start running deep into the mountains from now on. If Junjio couldn't catch him in 3 days, he would be free. But Junjio put a drop of beast-attracting incense on him. If he could survive for 3 days, he'd be free. Junjio didn't need to chase him personally. Letting spirit beasts do the job was just as good. Junjio suddenly heard a strange noise nearby. He quickly threw 2 needles, but they only caught a blood-stained piece of cloth. This person must be Jun Shui. No other skills but first class at escaping. Suddenly, a brocade box appeared on the ground. Junjio opened it to look. Muyu slowly spoke from the tree, telling him it was a level 5 spirit stone. It seemed Muyu had watched another good show for free. He jumped down and came to his little Jio's side. He licked Junjio's injured left hand. This wound was so small that even Junjio himself hadn't noticed it. And Muyu's action made Junjio's heart race. Junjio unexpectedly picked up the level 5 spirit stone that Jun Shui had dropped. Ordinary people might not see one in their entire lifetime. One is enough to cultivate from level 1 to Great Spirit Stone. It seems this was the price the Jun family paid to hire Greedy Wolf. Junjio carefully put away the level 5 Spirit Stone. Just as he was about to leave, Muyu grabbed him. He needed to go back. Shouldn't Muyu let go? Muyu told him that Tianzong Academy was in chaos now. The Supreme Emperor was waiting for him to return. Considering Muyu might have some difficulties expressing himself, he let Cold Moon explain. Cold Moon explained that the Supreme Emperor went back and beat up the Vice Principal, leaving him bedridden. Who knew the Vice Principal would use this to slander the Supreme Emperor, accusing him of poisoning the Principal and injuring him, claiming Tianzong country wanted to seize power from Tianzong Academy. The Supreme Emperor summoned 2 imperial envoys from Tianzong country and surrounded the Principal's residence. He was protecting the Principal, but the Tianzong Academy disciples didn't see it that way. Now both sides were in a standoff, and the situation was extremely tense. As for why Cold Moon was like this, it was because Cold Moon tricked the Supreme Emperor into beating up Vice Principal Fu, leading to today's result. So he was beaten up by MOU. The reason was that he made Junjio busy by having him return, so MOU couldn't often go tease Junjio. The Vice Principal took advantage of poisoning the Principal, likely aiming to seize power. It's just unclear why the Vice Principal suddenly decided to poison him. The Supreme Emperor was also deeply involved. Moreover, the Supreme Emperor's body hadn't been invaded by the poison. Although he didn't act, it wasted Junjio's 2 months of treatment. Junjio hurriedly returned to Tianzong Academy to detoxify the Principal, but he encountered Luo Qi and many Tianzong Academy students blocking his way. However, they were all beaten into submission by Junjio and his group. The Supreme Emperor appeared and shouted loudly, making all the students present kneel down involuntarily. He successfully met with Junjio. Luo Qi suddenly crawled out of the water. He saw Junjio glaring at him with dangerous eyes, and he was the one who led the group earlier. The students ran over, asking Junjio to release Luo Qi. They also said Junjio and the Supreme Emperor were in cahoots, killing the principal and now trying to harm Luo Qi. At this point, Luo Qi looked like a swollen water balloon. Junjio walked up to the crowd and questioned them. The principal wasn't dead yet, but they were already busy appointing a new principal. Were they trying to rebel? They accused Junjio of lying. If the principal wasn't dead, why hadn't he been seen? The Supreme Emperor had sealed off the principal's courtyard, not letting them in to see. Wasn't this suspicious? Junjio told them to get lost and wait for 3 days. The principal would come out himself and explain everything. Junjio returned to his own courtyard and enjoyed a comfortable bath. He had just returned and beaten people up, working up a sweat. He'd take a bath before checking on the principal's condition. It wouldn't make much difference anyway. Muyu was becoming more and more unrestrained, entering again while Junjio was bathing. Muyu asked where Shadow and White Moon were. Junjio showed them. Muyu gaut audibly. Junjio asked Muyu if he came to see Shadow and White Moon or to see him. Muyu rushed to the bathtub and told him he came to see his little Jio and to help purify Shadow and White Moon. Under heaven, only he, Muyu, could purify Shadow and White Moon, so Junjio couldn't leave him. Actually, Junjio was quite satisfied with Shadow and White Moon, so he also agreed that he wouldn't leave Muyu for now. For now, Junjio picked up his clothes, put them on, and fastened them. He asked Muyu for Shadow and White Moon. Now he needed to go see the principal. Just as he stepped out, Muyu grabbed him. His hair was still wet. Muyu asked Junjio to give him a moment. He immediately dried Junjio's hair. Junjio felt the warmth on his back. Just as he was drying the roots, the heat from his hands made Junjio blush involuntarily. When Junjio came to his senses, he was already in Muyu's embrace. Embarrassed, he ran away in a flash, leaving Muyu there with a mischievous smile. Junjio arrived at the principal's room to check on his condition. His pupils were already dilated. His body was also covered in bruises. Junjio cut his finger. Black blood flowed out. The anxious one asked if Junjio's grandfather could still be saved. Junjio was confident. With him here, even the king of hell couldn't take anyone. He gave Yun Qiao a list of needed herbs to prepare and asked Man Ru to bring a basin and water. He needed to perform bloodletting. After a busy afternoon, one treatment session was finally complete. He let the principal rest, planning to start the next session tomorrow. Now he needed to go to the palace with the Supreme Emperor. After all, he had turned the crown prince into a eunuch. He should go compensate the emperor. Meanwhile, the vice principal was anxious because his plan to poison the principal had failed. He began questioning Jun Yunxue. The poison was given by Jun Yunxue, who had personally said it would definitely kill the principal. But the principal was still alive. Junjio even said he could cure the principal in 3 days. Jun Yunxue was even more nervous. He had lost the level 5 spirit stone in Buwang Mountain. His father would never forgive him when he returned. But the urgent matter now was to prevent the principal from revealing the truth. Otherwise, he would be ruined. In that case, forget about going to Wuzong. He wouldn't even be able to stay in Tianzong country. So now there was only one way to kill the principal. But was Jun Yunxue the only one who wanted to kill the principal? The Supreme Emperor guarded the principal every day. The vice principal had worked hard to spread rumors that the Supreme Emperor killed the principal, inciting Tianzong Academy disciples to fight the Supreme Emperor. But they still couldn't see the principal. Yunxue said as long as they kept watch, the Supreme Emperor and Junjio would surely slip up. They just needed to kill the principal and then naturally frame the Supreme Emperor and Junjio. The vice principal agreed. After all, this was their last chance. Crown Prince Feng Tianqi had been turned into a eunuch by Junjio. Even his bones were shattered. The palace doctors couldn't treat him. He might spend the rest of his life bedridden. The emperor was very angry. He hadn't found the culprit yet, and Tianzong country only had Feng Tianqi as the sole heir. What should he do about the succession now? The Supreme Emperor didn't allow him to have 3,000 beauties. If he had a bunch of consorts, would he worry about having only one son? At this moment, the Supreme Emperor suddenly appeared with a stern face. The emperor hurriedly apologized for his earlier rudeness. The Supreme Emperor came specifically to discuss the Crown Prince's matter. The emperor pleaded with the Supreme Emperor to find the culprit and avenge the Crown Prince. Junjio walked over and said he was the culprit. The emperor was startled. He was afraid Junjio had turned into his mother. Mandong. The Supreme Emperor explained that Junjie was the daughter of Mandong and Jun Minji. The emperor was confused. Wasn't Junjie said to be the daughter of Jun Qingxiao from the Jun family's third branch? How did she become Jun Minji and Mandong's daughter? The emperor began to angrily curse Junjie for crippling his son, the crown prince of Tianzong country. Such audacity. The Supreme Emperor stopped him, but the emperor continued to berate Junjie, saying she had turned the Supreme Emperor's grandson into a eunuch crippled for life, only able to use a wheelchair. No matter what mistakes the crown prince had made, he was still Tianzong country's crown prince, the future emperor of Tianzong. He shouldn't have been reduced to this state. Even if Junjie was Jun Minji and Mandong's daughter, she absolutely shouldn't have crippled the crown prince. Junjie calmly spoke up. Tianzong country wasn't short of heirs. She could help the emperor have more children, not just one. The emperor was shocked. Junjie continued. Was Feng Tianqi really suitable to be emperor? He could secure the crown prince position only because he was the only prince. If that fool inherited the throne, Tianzong country wouldn't be far from ruin. Even if Feng Tianqi wasn't physically crippled, he was already mentally crippled. The emperor should have more sons, nurture, and educate them. There would surely be someone more suitable than Feng Tianqi to inherit Tianzong country. But children aren't born just because you want them to be. He had always wanted more children. Initially, 2 children died young, and the empress was severely injured, unable to bear more children. The Supreme Emperor wouldn't allow him to take more concubines. Otherwise, he would have had countless children by now. Junjie promised the emperor that she could help him have more children. If she said she could, she definitely could. After turning Tianzong country's only prince, Feng Tianqi, into a lifelong eunuch, she decided to help the emperor have more children. After examining the empress, she determined that when the empress was carrying her last child, she had accidentally miscarried due to a shock. But this was only part of the reason. More importantly, the empress had hit her back on a rock at that time, compressing nerves and injuring her abdomen. This crucial problem hadn't been detected or treated by anyone before, leading to her inability to conceive since then. The emperor didn't believe it and stood up to call Junjie incompetent. But he was stopped by both the empress and the Supreme Emperor. The empress was curious how Junjie knew about her hitting the rock. Only she and her nanny knew about this. The palace doctors and alchemists hadn't detected it. She had thought she was mistaken. Later, when she couldn't conceive again, she never thought it could be due to this reason. Junjie told her that although it had become a chronic condition, it wasn't untreatable. This rekindled hope for the empress. Junjie gave 2 prescriptions to the emperor. One was for brewing, while the other needed an alchemist to make a pill. If no one could make it, they could buy it from the Yun family. The Supreme Emperor curiously asked the empress what exactly happened when she hit the rock 8 years ago. Was it really an accident? The empress denied it was an accident. Today, she could finally reveal what happened back then. The cause of her miscarriage was the crown prince. It was that bastard crown prince who pushed her, causing her to miscarry. The emperor and the Supreme Emperor were shocked. At that time, the imperial doctor had diagnosed that she was carrying a prince. Soon after, the crown prince invited her for a walk in the imperial garden. He pushed her. The crown prince was afraid of the child in her womb, taking his position as crown prince. If she hadn't been diagnosed as unable to conceive again, with only the crown prince as the sole heir, why would she have kept it secret until today? She had endured it for a full 8 years. The crown prince was only 11 or 12 years old 8 years ago. That he could do such a vicious thing infuriated the emperor and the Supreme Emperor. The emperor promised Junjie that if she could help conceive more children, he would never forget this favor. Seeing this, Junjie knew the emperor must have given up on Feng Tianqi as the crown prince. Anyone who knew their son had done such a heartless and ungrateful thing would not be able to accept it. Even if he didn't mention that Feng Tianqi was now disabled, even if he were perfectly fine, the emperor would no longer give him the throne. Even if this emperor was incompetent and only became emperor thanks to his father, he wouldn't be so foolish. Junjie assured the emperor that he would definitely have children. As for gratitude, he didn't need it, just for the emperor to agree to one condition. It was about the marriage between Feng Tianqi and Ji Yunxue. The Xia emperor was put into a wooden tub by Junjie to detoxify in a bath for 2 whole days. During this time, only he and the academy principal, 2 old men, kept each other company. But there was also good news. There would be a good show tonight. They didn't need to do anything, just pretend to be unconscious in the wooden tubs. After the Supreme Emperor and the principal's matters were settled, Junjio, who had been busy all day, felt sore and tired. He sensed movement in the tree, so he jumped up. It turned out to be Mu Yu. Junjio proudly recounted his recent achievements. He had dealt with the emperor. Jun Shui would have to marry the crown prince whether she wanted to or not. As for Tianzong Academy, in 3 days he would definitely be able to make the principal recover and stand up. But there was still a good show to perform. Mu Yu should just watch patiently. The plan to exterminate the Jun family should also begin now. Mu Yu pinched Junjio's hair, asking if he needed him to do anything. Junjio shyly moved his hand away, saying there wasn't anything for him to do. Mu Yu was pleased that his little Jiu'er was so unique, clever, and cunning, dark and wild. The Jun family, Tianzong Yu, including the Tianzong country, were all played in the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, he didn't know Junjio's experiences before coming to this body. That must have been even more exciting, to shape such a charming little Jiu'er that he couldn't resist. Junjio decided to go to Wuzong after finishing the matters at Tianzong Academy. Mu Yu held his hand, telling him that wherever he was, Mu Yu would be there. All of Mu Yu's time belonged to his little Jiu'er. Junjio arrogantly shook off his hand, saying that if he regretted it later, Junjio wouldn't make up the time for him. But Mu Yu had never regretted anything. If there was anything to regret, it was regretting not eating his little Jiu'er earlier. After leaving Mu Yu, Junjio went to see Yun Chongying of the Yun family. He expressed gratitude for their family's help all along. Junjio reminded him that it would be best to develop and strengthen the Yun family as much as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe if their influence extended beyond the 10 countries. Tonight, a good show was about to unfold. 2 mysterious figures were seen sneaking into the principal's room. They saw the principal and the Supreme Emperor each soaking in 2 bathtubs. But it was also a good opportunity to kill both of them at once, thoroughly eliminating any future concerns. This was all the principal's fault. He refused to relinquish power over Tianzong Academy and repeatedly rejected the vice principal's face. He was forced into this, but before the dagger could touch the principal, it was caught by the principal's hand. The Supreme Emperor kicked the vice principal away. He crashed into the screen behind him. Behind the screen were all the teachers of Tianzong Academy. The other masked person, Jurin Shui, was also surrounded. When he saw Junjio slowly emerge from behind the screen, he realized that this was all planned by Junjio. He was just waiting for him and the vice principal to fall into the trap. He had lost completely, but Junjio didn't want to kill him now. Instead, he wanted to send him off to get married. Junjio ordered Leng Yu to take Jun Yueshue to the crown prince's side. Leng Yu swiftly carried Jun Yueshue away. Meanwhile, the principal would explain everything that had happened at Tianzong Academy recently in the square tomorrow. The next day, the principal indeed explained in the square, in front of all teachers and students of Tianzong Academy, how he was framed by the vice principal and others, and how he was saved by the Supreme Emperor and Junjio. He announced the punishment for the vice principal and teacher Situ. The Supreme Emperor's position was to be discussed separately. The new vice principal exempted Junjio from participating in the disciple exam, directly advancing him to the final qualifying spot. The matters at Tianzong Academy finally came to an end. However, Junjio now became interested in Wuzong. But if everyone at Wuzong was like Luo Yang, he might as well not go to avoid wasting time. And Ran then came to the 4th floor of Changshu Pavilion. This was his reward for not wasting his first place in the training. Mu Yu closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual energy. When he opened them, 2 books flew into Mu Yu's hands. Apart from these 2 books that would be useful for his little Jiu'er, the rest were garbage. These 2 techniques could be combined, but these 2 were just the basics. After learning them, there were higher-level Fengxingbu and Leiyu, which were many times more powerful. However, texts for Fengxingbu and Leiyu couldn't be found outside. Junjio should just learn these 2 basic ones. Later, Mu Yu would teach him personally. After all, Mu Yu was his master, wasn't he? On the day of great celebration in Tianzong country, the bride's appearance was somewhat strange. People were still confused about why the crown prince and the Jun family's eldest daughter, Jun Yinxue, suddenly got married. Moreover, the emperor and empress's attitudes were too gloomy. Some insiders explained that that since the crown prince was now disabled, this was a marriage for good fortune. But what did it matter if Jun Yunxue was the Jun family's eldest daughter? In the end, she still had to obey the royal family's arrangements. When told to marry, she had to marry. But she and the crown prince were deeply in love, so marrying him wouldn't be unfair to her. It's just that the crown prince was so severely disabled, Jun Yunxue might have to live as a widow after marrying him. Under the servants' arrangements, the wedding ceremony began. Jun Yunxue had been given a drug to suppress her spiritual energy. Now she couldn't even beat an ordinary servant. But she was the eldest daughter of the Jun family. She was supposed to go to Wuzhong. With her beauty and talent, she could marry anyone. How could the crown prince be worthy of her? The final bow was completed. Time to enter the bridal chamber. At this moment, His Majesty the Emperor suddenly interrupted. There was one more thing to announce. The crown prince, Feng Tianqi, has a vicious heart and lacks ambition. Therefore, his position as crown prince is hereby revoked, and he is bestowed the title of Prince Qi. From today, he will reside in Prince Qi's mansion. Strangely, after all the excitement, why didn't the family head and matriarch come? They only have Jun Yunxue as their legitimate daughter. Their other children are all mediocre. They shouldn't have given up on Jun Yunxue. Mu Yu replied that he had Lung Yu delay them for a while, so his little Jioer could happily watch this good show. Now that the deed is done, the news has spread throughout Tianzong country. This marriage has completely bound Yunxue and Feng Tianqi together. No one can change this fact. So let's proceed to the next step. Just as Jun Jiao and others were about to leave the palace, the hastily arriving Jun family head blocked their way. Yun Xiao wanted to stand in front of Jun Jiao, but was stopped by Mo Wuyue. This was Jun Jiao's family matter. Let him handle it himself. He didn't like others interfering. The family head was furious. Jun Jiao had harmed his daughter, so he wanted to kill Jun Jiao. What a pity for the young maiden. The girl was forced to marry Feng Tianqi, who was not only disabled, but also stripped of his crown prince title. Her father came to the palace, wanting to seek revenge on Jun Jiao. Jun Jiao drew out the white moon sword. He began fighting with the Jun family head, Jun Xiongtian, but he was at a disadvantage. Jun Xiongtian was filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill Jun Jiao to avenge his daughter, to invalidate this marriage. But the wedding news had already spread throughout the world. How could it be invalidated just because he wanted it to be? Jun Jiao didn't know what kind of technique he had cultivated. His aura was like an impenetrable golden bell, invulnerable to water, fire, and weapons. But no matter what technique, there must be a weakness. He produced a silver needle. Jun Xiongtian defended against it. But whenever Jun Xiongtian's right palm faced a silver needle attack, he always clenched his fist. He never opened it. Could this be a weakness? A test would tell. Meanwhile, at Feng Tianqi's mansion, the Jun family matriarch, Shengguan Yirong, kicked open the door with a bang. She found her daughter Jun Yunxue confined to the bed. She cried to her mother, making Shengguan Yirong furious. She said all this was done by Jun Jiao. Jun Jiao had harmed her. She asked her mother for help. She must go to Wuzhong and couldn't stay with Feng Tianqi. Feng Tianqi was just a cripple, not worthy of marrying her. Shengguan Yirong comforted Jun Yunxue, telling her there was still a way to go to Wuzhong. Not only could she go to Wuzhong, but she could also become the most noble person. She just needed to become Jun Jiao. Jun Yunxue's reputation in Tianzong country was ruined. Now her mother Shengguan Yirong wanted Jun Yunxue to impersonate Jun Jiao. That little brat Jun Jiao wasn't actually the third master's daughter. She was the fifth master Jun Minis. After the fifth master and his wife died, the emperor emeritus brought Jun Jiao to them. Even though the fifth master and his wife had died, they left countless wealth for Jun Jiao. That wealth is something the entire Tianzong country doesn't have. The level 5 spirit stone he gave to Jun Shui was just the lowest grade of that wealth. Every year, there's also a letter inquiring about Jun Jiao's well-being. Although the fifth master is dead now, these matters are handled by his loyal subordinates. The Night March Army once belonged to the fifth master's command. Famous across 10 countries, it was a force that struck fear into countless enemies. After the fifth master's death, the Night March Army suddenly disappeared. Tianzong country has been searching for them for years without success. All these years, the Night March Army hasn't seen Jun Jiao. Now, if Jun Yunxue assumes Jun Jiao's identity to meet the Night March Army, she can not only inherit the fifth master's legacy, but also go to Wuzong. They haven't seen Junjie, and Junjie is known to the public as the third master's orphan. The Night March Army won't doubt Jun Yunshua's identity. Jun Yunshua just needs to return to Tianzong Academy immediately. When the Night March Army comes looking, it will be time for the Jun family to rise. Handing the token to Jun Yushua. As long as she has this token, Jun Yushua is the fifth master's daughter. Jun Yushua accepted it. Even she hadn't expected that Jun Yujio's father had left such wealth in the Night March Army. But now it all belongs to her. Her first plan after contacting the Night March Army is to have them kill Jun Yujio. This way, no one can expose her identity, and she will be the rightful daughter of the fifth master. An hour later, Shangguan Yurong returned to the Jun mansion, but she only saw corpses hanging in the mansion. It turned out that half an hour ago, Jun Jio and Jun Xiongtian had fought. Jun Jio discovered his weakness and wounded his right hand. This prevented Jun Xiongtian from using his strange techniques anymore. Jun Jio directly killed him. He was also slightly injured in the process. Muyu stepped forward to heal him with spiritual energy. Now it's time to eliminate the Jun family. Jun Jio ordered to close the net and destroy the Jun family. The Yun family forces surrounded the Jun family. A bloody and brutal clan war thus began. The emperor received a message from the Emperor Emeritus, ordering Yulin Jun to guard the streets, not interfere in the clan war, only protect civilians, and prevent harm to innocents. Not just in the imperial city, but simultaneously, the Jun family's numerous local forces were all drawn into the battlefield. The Jun family was thus destroyed unbelievably quickly. But the Jun family's matriarch, Shangguan Yirong, managed to escape. In the outskirts, Shangguan Yirong fled on horseback. She never imagined Jun Jio would suddenly attack, unexpectedly killing the Jun family patriarch Jun Xiongtian, and having the Yun family strike simultaneously, instantly bringing the Jun family to ruin. She had to find a place to hide first. Saving her life was crucial. Once her daughter Jun Yunshua contacted the Night March Army, that little Jun family brat, along with the Yun family and the royal family, none would be spared. But behind her, Jun Jio had caught up. He swung his whip and yanked Shangguan Yirong off her horse. Shangguan Yirong tried to escape. She saw two people ahead. She desperately called for help, saying someone was trying to kill her. If they saved her, she could give them a lot of rewards. The two people stared at her blankly. Only Jun Jio keenly noticed that these two wore sword sect tokens on their waists. And this Shangguan Yirong, fearlessly revealing her identity, claimed to be the Jun family matriarch. She said if they saved her, she could thank them with many treasures. The woman disdainfully pushed her away. The man asked which Jun family's matriarch she was. She replied it was the Jun family of Tianzong country. Suddenly, a flash of sword light passed through her throat. Shangguan Yirong fell to the ground. Until her death, she still didn't know. The Jun family's sword sect was famous. It was the home of the criminal who killed Luoyang and pursued Jun Shui's family. He introduced themselves as sword sect disciples. Because of a grudge against the Jun family, they killed that woman first. He asked Jun Jio not to mind. Unexpectedly, Jun Jio raised his sword and stabbed Shangguan Yirong's shoulder again. Blood splattered onto that woman's clothes. She suddenly jumped up, her fingertips attacking toward Jun Jio. But Jun Jio directly knocked away her weapon. The man protected her. Jun Jio directly thrust his sword in front of them. He said this was Tianzong country, not a place for sword sect disciples to show off. Get lost. The two sword sect disciples killed the Jun family matriarch Shangguan Yirong. Jun Jio even gave her an extra stab. It was truly miserable. The woman still wanted to intimidate Jun Jio. But after Jun Jio's forceful warning, they left. The woman was still unsatisfied. After all, in mere Tianzong country, this was the first person who dared to be so disrespectful to sword sect disciples. The man pointed at the just-killed Jun family matriarch. Despite being from one of Tianzong's two great families, she was chased and killed here. There must be something going on in Tianzong country. They should check it out. After bringing them to the Jun mansion, they discovered that the Jun family had already been destroyed. This made them think of the woman they just met. Who exactly was she? Months later, Tianzong Academy received news that Wuzong's delegation would arrive tomorrow. Somewhere, Jun Shui met with the leader of the Night March Army, Hashang. She handed over the token, proving she was the fifth master's daughter. Although Hashang had some doubts, the token was correct. Hashang respectfully bowed. He was one of the 5 leaders under the general. He asked what orders Jun Shui had for summoning him here. Jun Shui said she wanted Wuzong's seed quota, and she wanted Junjie dead. The next day, Wuzong's envoys quickly arrived at Tianzong Academy. Wu Song introduced two people, a man and a woman. The ones wearing yellow clothes were from the sword sect. They liked to put on airs, acting like swordsmen. In Wuzong, anyone seen with a sword on their back was definitely from the sword sect. The one beside them was a pill sect disciple. They all wore brocade clothes. The one who came this time wasn't an ordinary disciple. Called Wu Shang, he was the personal disciple of the pill sect's leader, with quite a high status in the pill sect. But strangely, for just a seed quota, why would Wu Shang come? Jun Jio questioned. Had Gu Song met Wu Shang before? Gu Song hurriedly explained that he had only met him once. After all, he also came from another country. Yun Xiao was curious and asked which country he came from. Gu Song replied he came from Canton country. At this moment, Manru hurriedly brought news. She said Jun Shui had actually appeared in the 5 sects delegation. But Wu Shang, the personal disciple of the pill sect leader, directly asked the academy head for a person. And this person turned out to be Jun Shui. An elder from Wuzong had taken an interest in Jun Shui and wanted to accept her. However, Jun Shui wasn't a Tianzong Academy disciple, so they wanted the academy head to make an exception and let her join Tianzong Academy to participate in the seed quota selection. The academy head was shocked. Jun Shui acted as if nothing had happened. She asked the academy head to let her participate in the seed selection. She said she would thank the academy head after going to Wuzong. The Supreme Emperor sarcastically remarked that Jun Shui was quite capable. The sword sect disciples nearby jumped up as soon as they heard Jun Shui's name. The sword sect had received a letter from Yer saying that this Jun Shui not only killed Luoyang, but was also pursuing Yer. When they arrived at the imperial city, they saw the Jun family had been wiped out and thought Jun Shui was dead too. Jun Shui was also panicking a lot. Wu Shang rebuked them. He said Jun Shui was personally chosen by the elder and told them not to be disrespectful to her. Jun Shui was secretly pleased. She didn't expect Heshang's identity to be so extraordinary in Wuzong. The sword and pill sect disciples all looked fearful. After they left, the Supreme Emperor found Jun Jio's uncle and got a general understanding of the situation. Jun Shui had found a backer who could let her participate in the seed selection. Moreover, this quota had to be given to her. The Supreme Emperor was worried about Jun Jio. He feared Jun Shui might harm her now that she had a backer. But Jun Jio scoffed. So, what if she had a backer? She had Mu Wuyue. Mu Wuyue followed her all day. He wasn't a free exhibition piece. He had to work to pay off his debt. After Jun Jio left the academy head's office, Mao Yu suddenly approached her and suggested killing Jun Yushue to save her the trouble. But how could Jun Jio be troubled by an insect? She was quite curious how Jun Yushue had contacted Wuzong's people. The Jun family had Wuji spirit stones that they shouldn't have had. Now they were connected to Wuzong. There must be some connection between these, and it must be a very important one. But she didn't need to ask how Jun Shui did it. She would know the answer eventually. She could trample Jun Shui into the mud once, and she could do it a second time. Muyu interrupted. Didn't she say she had him, Muyu? He had heard everything Junjio said in the academy head's office earlier. No matter what Junjio wanted him to do, he could do it unconditionally for her. The 5 sect seed quota selection competition was about to begin. 11 advancing disciples entered the arena. Among them, the one with the highest mutual injury was Jun Jio, ranked first in Tianzong Academy. Jun Shui, with her face covered, sat in the VIP seats with Wuzong's people. She had told Heshang before that Jun Jio had killed her foster parents and the entire Jun family. Now seeing Heshang staring at Jun Jio so intently, she thought he must be memorizing Jun Jio's appearance to kill her later. But in Heshang's eyes, Jun Jio looked very much like his general and the general's wife. This made him feel something was off. The Jun Yushua before him did have some similarities to his general in her brows and eyes, but there was no trace of the general's wife in her features. But that Jun Jio down there, not only did her eyebrows and eyes resemble his general, but everything else looked exactly like the general's wife. The female sword sect disciple suddenly stood up when she saw Jun Jio. She told Wushang beside her that she had encountered this Jun Jio when carrying Luoyang out. She just didn't expect Jun Jio to be a student of Tianzong Academy. But now the competition was about to officially begin. The second-ranked disciple stepped onto the arena. There were only supposed to be 11 advancing disciples. How did it suddenly become 12? Of course, the 12th disciple was the masked Jun Shui, but others didn't know it was her yet. except for Junjie. The seed quota selection would be personally judged by Wuzong when they arrived. The top 3 would receive seed quotas and enter the Wuzong competition. It would be a one-on-one elimination. Everyone would draw lots to determine their opponents. There would be 2 rounds in total. 6 people would advance from the first round, and 3 from the second round would get seed quotas. The first match was Yun Xiao versus the green-haired youth. Although this was Yun Xiao's match, Hashang kept staring at Junjie below the stage. Although the token was in Jun Yunxue's hands, Junjie looked too much like his general and the general's wife. After all, when the general couple had the accident, they had lost contact for 2 whole years. Their understanding of the young master came only from the information in Shangguan Yirong's heart. Seeing Hashang staring at Junjie, Wushang reminded him that he had already chosen, and he couldn't take the one chosen by the Pill sect. Because this Junjie was the person the Pill sect wanted. Wushang, the personal disciple of the Pill sect leader, personally took on this task of selecting seed quotas just to see what kind of person the famous Junjie, known throughout the 10 countries, was. Even if Junjie's pill cultivation wasn't good, it didn't matter. Just for that pleasing face, she could be kept in the sect as a flower. The Pill sect was determined to have Junjie, but he kept feeling a chill down his spine. It turned out the Supreme Emperor and Xiao were glaring at him fiercely. The Supreme Emperor planned to persuade Junjie not to go to the Pill sect. That disciple of the Pill sect leader wasn't proper at all, and no one noticed that Junjie's master Mengyu was so obvious. This was the kind of powerful presence that only those who had reached a certain level could have, hiding in plain sight. On the arena below, the fight suddenly became intense. Yun Xiao's moves made everyone exclaim. Was this still the sickly second young master of the Yun family? The golden-haired youth drew his sword. He slashed out a sword aura. Yun Xiao silently recited an incantation. The sword summoned countless light swords. They flew towards the green-haired youth in unison. The golden-haired youth couldn't withstand it. He had to concede. Yun Xiao easily won the victory. The next match was Junjie versus the brown-haired youth Li Qi. Li Qi trembled with fear. Junjie encouraged him, telling him not to be afraid. The more afraid he was, the harder she would hit. If he showed some skill, she might go easier on him. The match officially began. Li Qi drew his knife and began to gather spiritual energy. This level 3 spirit user was very skilled with the knife and had ranked in the top 10 during the trials. It was just as bad luck to encounter Junjie, who ranked first in the trials. Junjie stood with arms folded, seemingly not intending to make a move. He directly slashed at Junjie, but he hit nothing but air. Before he could react, Junjie directly kicked him away. He fell off the arena. The crowd gasped in surprise. Hashang witnessed all of this because that aura was too similar to his general's. Gu Song's match began, but the result was a foregone conclusion. As a level 5 spirit user, competing with ordinary disciples was simply bullying. In the VIP seats, Shang watched Gu Song on the arena with interest. He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Below the arena, Jun Shui glared fiercely at Junjie. He even provoked Junjie, saying he'd better pray not to meet him in the next round, or he would lose miserably. But Junjie was actually eager to encounter him. What about Jun Yushui? This time, he wanted to thoroughly expose his true face and see just how thick his skin was. Jun Shui was furious and wanted to say something more. But Gu Song's victory was already announced on the arena. Soon after, the 6 students who won the first round quickly emerged. The second round would take place tomorrow to determine the 3 winners who would get spots to go to Wuzong. In the evening at Hashang's villa, Jun Shui angrily ordered Hashang to kill Junjie. It had to be tonight. If not, then tomorrow. He wanted to face Junjie himself. He was certain Junjie would lose. Even if Junjie was lucky enough not to encounter him, he couldn't let him go to Wuzong. He wanted to torture this clan-destroying enemy to death. But Hashang showed a hint of disgust. He told him that Junjie's skills were above his, and it was basically impossible for him to win tomorrow. But Jun Shui had already made full preparations. He took out a hidden weapon. It was called Baoyu. Years ago, Yexingjun had sent it to the young master for self-defense. He asked Hashang if the contents inside could be taken out. Hashang guessed he wanted to poison it, and told him it wasn't possible. Even if he couldn't poison it, he still wanted to take it away. Although he couldn't kill Junjie in one go, he would be very happy if he could hurt him. Hashang realized that Jun Shui planned to use dirty tricks in the second day's competition, using the hidden weapon Baoyu to try to kill Junjie. The next day, he found Junjie. he wanted to give another Baoyu to Junjie. This hidden weapon could instantly release thousands of needles. It was extremely powerful, but Junjie didn't even know him, so why was he suddenly being given something? Hashang explained that Jun Shui had obtained a Baoyu, so for the fairness of the competition, Junjie should have one too. Junjie asked in return, was it for the fairness of the competition that all other participants were given one as well? Seeing Hashang stammer without answering, Junjie still accepted his goodwill. He expressed his gratitude to him. Hashang sighed helplessly. Indeed, Junjie's personality was more like his general's. The competition officially began. Like the previous round, opponents were decided by drawing lots. The first round was Jun Xiaolei versus Luo Baiyue. However, Luo Baiyue's strength was formidable and not easy to deal with. Jun Xiaolei might be in danger this time, but Jun Xiaolei had grown a lot from training in Buang Mountain. She had also taken Yudi Nyang, which created a big gap in essence between her and Luo Baiyue. What Jun Xiaolei lacked was only the level difference between her and Luo Baiyue. The outcome was still uncertain. Junjie predicted that Jun Xiaolei should be able to win narrowly in this round. And indeed, it happened as Junjie said. Jun Xiaolei fought to the point of injury and narrowly defeated Luo Baiyue, winning by half a move in this match. Now there were only 4 people left. Any of the 3 from Junjie's team could face Jun Shui. The rest would be internal strife. As luck would have it, the second round was Yun Xiao versus Gu Song. This meant the third round would be Junjie against Jun Shui. On the arena, Yun Xiao was frantically attacking Gu Song, but Gu Song kept dodging, showing no intention of fighting back. Yun Xiao gathered his spiritual energy again. Unexpectedly, Gu Song directly forfeited. Yun Xiao was very angry, thinking Gu Song looked down on him. But Gu Song whispered in Yun Xiao's ear, saying he was already a Wuzong disciple, so this spot was useless to him. If they fought now, wouldn't he be bullying a friend? The two walked towards the arena, and the next match would be Jun Yushue versus Junjie. Yun Tu faced Tsi misked Yun Su. The cheers for Junjie from below the stage kept stinging Jun Shui's nerves. As soon as the match started, Jun Shui impatiently raised his sword and attacked Junjie. But he missed, as Junjie nimbly dodged. He then launched more fierce attacks at Junjie. Every sword strike carried his intense killing intent, but his sword was actually broken by Junjie's forceful strike. He still felt disbelief. Junjie forcefully kicked his chest. The damage was no less than attacking a man's certain body part. There wasn't even a scratch on Junjie. Thinking that this divine Dr. Junjie was not only skilled in medicine, but also formidable in martial arts. Jun Shui had now lost his weapon. He could only reach out to grab Junjie. But Junjie cut his right hand with a knife. He knelt on the arena and was kicked aside by Junjie. Junjie taunted Jun Shui, asking what gave him the confidence to dare challenge him. When the students below heard Jun Shui's name, they were shocked. Then came a wave of curses, shouting for Jun Shui the traitor to get out of Tianzong Academy. It was then that the monk in the stands realized Jun Shui had been expelled from Tianzong Academy. Wu Shang was even more puzzled. Why would he choose this woman with such a bad reputation? Jun Shui was not convinced. He blamed all the misfortunes that happened to him on Junjie. If he had killed Junjie earlier in the Jun Mansion, not letting him have a chance to escape to Fengluo City, this wouldn't have happened now. The Jun family wouldn't have been wiped out. His only mistake was not killing Junjie earlier. He pulled out another sword from somewhere and charged at Junjie again. Once again, Junjie grabbed his wrist. The crowd below cursed even worse, telling Jun Shui to get out. Forced into a corner, Jun Shui decided to use his last resort. He produced hidden weapons. Tens of thousands of silver needles rained towards Junjie. Junjie concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm. He created a shield out of thin air, blocking all the silver needles. Wu Shang was very shocked. Junjie, at such a young age, could already externalize spiritual energy. This was at least a level that required a level 5 spirit stone to achieve. In his match with Junjie, Jun Shui privately used hidden weapons. Tens of thousands of silver needles rained towards Junjie. At this critical moment, Junjie actually externalized his spiritual energy, creating a shield out of thin air. It deflected all the silver needles. They all exploded onto Jun Shue's body. Covered in wounds, he frantically sought help from the monk in the stands. Jun Shue slowly turned his head. That monk, wasn't he the old man who gave Jun Shue the value earlier today? Jun Shue asked him for help. Could he be the person behind Jun Shue? Why did he warn Junjio and then give out value? Yun Tu oaks up to Yun Su. He kicked him off the arena. Junjio won the final round. The selection for Tianzong Academy's seed spots had ended. 3 winners emerged, just waiting for Wu Zong's evaluation. Wu Shang slowly stood up. He asked the monk if Jun Shui, whom he had chosen, should be announced as having also obtained a Wuzong seed spot. The monk refused. Now that Jun Shui wanted to bring a gift to Taojiang, trying to pull a switch, did he really think he was old and blind? However, he would still fulfill Jun Shui's request to go to Wuzong. As for why, the monk just snorted coldly. Wu Shang beside him was also relieved. If they had announced in front of Tianzong Academy that Jun Shui, who lost so badly and embarrassed himself thoroughly, had also passed the test, it would have been hard to explain. People might have thought they were manipulating behind the scenes, and it would be difficult to explain when the results were reported back to Wuzong. Wu Shang leapt into the arena, coming before Junjio. He displayed a charming smile, but Junjio didn't buy it at all, making him quite embarrassed. He announced that for the triennial seed spot selection, Tianzong Academy had decided on 3 people: Yun Xiaoli, Yun Qiao, and Yun Tu. The 3 would have 1 month's time to prepare themselves well. 1 month later, he would personally come to pick up the 3 people to go to Wuzong. Once they leave, they don't know when they'll return, so cherish this month well. Otherwise, there will be no medicine for regret later. The subtext was that the road ahead was dangerous. They might never return. So when saying goodbye, don't leave anything behind that they might regret in the future. Then Wu Shang took out from his pocket a bag containing 2 level 2 spirit stones and 10 level 1 spirit stones. He handed it to Junjio, saying it was his personal reward for the 3 of them. He would come to pick them up in a month. He was certain Junjio would choose to come to the Pill Sect. Once Junjio arrived at the Pill Sect, he would have plenty of time to communicate with him properly. Jun Shui used hidden weapons privately during the match, but his opponent Junjio deflected them back. He suffered the consequences and was riddled with needles. Now he's lying in bed howling in pain. He ordered the monk to save him, using his identity as the young master of the Night March army. The monk told him to endure it. Screams like pig slaughter immediately echoed through the courtyard. All the silver needles had been pulled out. The monk handed water to Jun Shui, telling him to take it easy. Shui took it. He fiercely asked the monk if he had killed Junjio. If not, then take him along to do it. He wanted to watch the monk cut Junjio into pieces, torture him to death. He wanted to see Junjio die with his own eyes. The monk replied, if he wanted to kill Junjio, he should do it with his own abilities. He told Jun Shui to lie there and recover, not to miss going to Wuzong in a month. Upon hearing the words Wuzong, Jun Shui's eyes immediately lit up. He asked the monk when they would go. The monk told him in half a month. He then asked the monk when they would kill Junjio. The monk clearly pointed out that he wouldn't harm Junjio. Junjio now had a seed spot. He was now a prospective disciple of Wuzong. And Jun Shui's reputation at Tianzong Academy was very bad. If word got to Wuzong, it wouldn't be good. He needed to restrain himself and not do anything. Just then, a carrier pigeon flew to the monk's hand. Tu Yun had actually arrived. This made the monk hurriedly leave the room. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's alchemy room, Junjio had been refining medicine for half a day and was tired, stretching lazily. He walked out of the room. The Yun family's eldest son, Yun Chongjing, was waiting for him outside. Junjio told him that all the pills had been refined. Your servant can take them away. Yun Chongjing praised Junjio's pill refining speed, saying it was unmatched in his life. But he heard from Yun Xiao that Junjio liked to gamble on stones. The Yun family also had a stone shop. They recently got a lot of raw stones. He asked if Junjio wanted to try gambling on stones. Junjio smiled, asking if he wasn't afraid the Yun family would go bankrupt if he invited him to gamble. Yun Chong blushed unconsciously and said, to go bankrupt for Junjio, I would be more than willing. This made Junjio pause. It also surprised Yun Chongjing himself. He hurriedly explained that he meant Junjio had elevated the Yun family to its current position. Handing it over wouldn't be as important as the value of Junjio's pills. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away. Yun Chongjing liked Junjio. Even Xiao Wu could see that. But Yun Chongjing was different from his brother Yun Xiao. He was smart and rational. He knew they weren't on the same path. He also knew how to conceal and hide his feelings. There was no need to point it out and affect their alliance relationship. As for Yun Xiao, it felt like having another younger brother. As for Shui Yi, he woke up to find a suspicious woman standing in front of him, claiming to be Tu Yun, one of the leaders of the Night March army. He seemed to have heard the monk mention that Tu Yun was coming, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Tu Yun showed great concern for Jun Shui. She knew that old monk wouldn't take good care of people, so she rushed here in such a hurry. It was her fault for letting the young master, Jun Shui, suffer. It was also her fault. Shangguan Irong had kept her from seeing the young master for so many years, not knowing the young master's name or appearance. But from now on, the Night March army would protect the young master well. Tu Yun was willing to do anything for the young master. Yun Su copped a hint. He asked if she was really willing to do anything. A week later at the Yun family's banquet, Yun Chong looked at Jun Jio with concern. In a few days, they would be going to Wuzhong. They didn't know when they would see each other again this year. Yun Xiao was jealous, wondering why his brother didn't ask about him. Yun Chongjing helplessly patted Yun Xiao's head. Anyway, their father had ordered that Yun Xiao must return home at least once every 3 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize this son. The two were happily chatting, while Junjio was quietly drinking tea on the side. Xiao Wu curiously asked Junjio if he was really going to follow Mu Wuyue's words and not drink alcohol. Junjio helplessly said that the ancients were so conservative. If he pounced on Mu Wuyue, it would still be easy to resolve. But if he pounced on someone else, and they cried for him to take responsibility, what would he do? Moreover, he wasn't that kind of brutal and cruel person, so it's better not to drink. When would he be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? At night, Yun Xiao and Yun Chongjing had already passed out drunk at the table. Junjio instructed the servants to send them back to their rooms. Then he came to the courtyard alone, looking at today's big and round moon. He jumped onto the roof and sat down. The Supreme Emperor had also asked him to check the Empress's pulse and kiss the fetus tomorrow morning. Muyu suddenly appeared beside him, making him unconsciously lean towards him. Muyu said he would be in seclusion for a while tonight and might not be able to accompany his little Jioer in the morning. Junjio keenly noticed that there was a very faint smell of blood on Muyu. It wasn't the usual rusty smell of blood. This scent was very faint and had a uniquely mellow fragrance. Could it be that Muyu was injured, and this smell was different from ordinary people? Could there be other races in this world? Muyu stroked his little Jioer's hair, promising that he would wait here tomorrow to return to Tianzong Academy together with Junjio. Muyu returned to his bedroom alone and took off his upper clothes. The golden chains on his body slowly appeared. Those old things were afraid of death. They really thought they could control him with prison chains. One day he would break free from the prison chains. Then it would be time to settle accounts. However, if the prison chains hadn't weakened and consumed his power, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the lower 3 realms, unable to stay by his little Jioer's side. Because the lower 3 realms, this world simply couldn't contain his power. This was the first time Junjio had been chased and beaten. At this moment, Muyu had already arrived at the battlefield. Just as Tu Yun was releasing a massive spiritual power towards Junjio, Muyu suddenly appeared in front of Junjio, blocking this attack for him. Better late than never, but better to be just in time. Tu Yun cursed and grumbled on the side. Yu impatiently picked up Tu Yun with an annoyed look. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, Junjio suddenly interrupted, saying he still had questions to ask. They could kill him after that. Tu Yun fell to the ground. He looked at Mo Wuyue in front of him with disbelief. How could there be such a powerful expert in Tianzong? After his general was gone, the Supreme Emperor was supposed to be the strongest in Tianzong. Ma Chi was an ungrateful scoundrel. After finding stronger protection, he turned around and killed the Jun family who had raised him. Such an ungrateful bastard would not come to a good end. Yun Tu is face-dokent. He heard something about the Jun family raising him. Did he hear that wrong? If the Jun family's constant insults, curses, and abuse towards Junjio since childhood was considered raising, then it truly insulted the very words raising a child. The original Junjio lived worse than a dog in the Jun family. Even in death, he didn't have a place to be buried. Was Tu Yun's brain filled with water? He asked Tu Yun again why he called Jun Shui young master. Tu Yun thought he was trying to probe for information about the young master. So he spat and said that Junjio was so vicious and cruel. When the Night March army learned of this, they would hunt him down to the ends of the earth. He would surely die. This was completely like a chicken talking to a duck, like playing the lute to a cow. Junjio lost his patience and told Mou to dispose of him. Mou waved his hand. Tuyun instantly turned into a puddle of meat and juices. Jun Shui paced back and forth in the room, feeling dizzy. He had promised to go kill Junjio, but hadn't returned yet. As one of the 5 leaders of the Night March Army, he shouldn't have any problems. If he wasn't confined indoors, he would have gone along. It would have been so satisfying to see Junjio and Feng Tianqi die miserably with his own eyes. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Jun Shui thought Tuyun had returned. Unexpectedly, it was the monk. The monk asked with a gloomy face if Tuyun had come by. Jun Shui pretended to be clueless, saying he didn't even know who Tuyun was. The monk told him that Feng Tianqi had been killed, but it wasn't known who did it. However, the person who killed Feng Tianqi was also killed on the spot. Jun Shui found it unbelievable. Tuyun was a spirit stone at the level of the Supreme Emperor. How could he have been killed? Even if he had to die, shouldn't he have killed Junjio before dying? He only killed Feng Tianqi. What a useless fool. He was originally told to pack his bags immediately and leave Tianzong Academy today. Meanwhile, in another part of Tianzong Academy, Junjio and Muyu specifically came to find the Supreme Emperor to inquire about Tuyun's information. He told the Supreme Emperor everything that happened at Feng Tianqi's mansion, including the Night March Army recognizing Jun Shui as their young master. The Supreme Emperor angrily slammed his chair. Even if it was the young master of the Night March Army, they should recognize Junjio. The Night March Army must be blind to call Jun Shui young master and follow Jun Shui's orders to kill Junjio. Are they trying to rebel? Lung Yuan suddenly appeared. He found out that Tuyun had been wandering in the Imperial City for days, probably to ambush Junjio. It turned out he deliberately killed Feng Tianqi to lure Junjio over. Moreover, he also discovered that Jun Shui had left the Imperial City, heading towards Wuzhong. The Supreme Emperor believed Jun Shui must have run away for fear of being exposed. He had impersonated Junjio and deceived the Night March Army. Otherwise, how could he possibly be the young master of the Night March Army? Mou asked what his little Junjio planned to do. Junjio decided to go to Wuzhong, but he wanted to keep Jun Shui alive. He decided to use the flag to investigate the Night March Army situation, although he wasn't interested in the forces left behind by his father, the 5th Master. But Jun Shui's dream of replacing Taiping was just a daydream. Junjio and his group bid farewell to the Supreme Emperor and others, heading to Wuzhong with Wushang. Soon, the 3 arrived at their destination in the suburbs. Wuzhong was far away, so they had to use a teleportation array to get there. This was specially set up by Wuzhong to recruit talented disciples. It could only go to one place, the Wuzhong platform. Whether they could become official Wuzhong disciples depended entirely on their performance at the Wuzhong platform. Junjio looked at the teleportation array before him. He silently asked Mou behind him if he could keep up with them. Mou appeared faintly, asking if his little Junjio was doubting his abilities. Junjio wondered if Mou could ignore distance and directly find Wuzhong. Montak Yuachakat. He didn't need to go to Wuzhong, he just needed to find his little Junjio. The teleportation array was ready. The 3 walked into the array. Wushang kindly reminded him to be careful, as the first time using a teleportation array could be very dizzy. With a whoosh, the 4 disappeared into the teleportation array. Mou appeared. A rift opened in the space before him. He walked directly into the rift, which then closed. The entire courtyard was empty. By now, Junjio and the others had been teleported to Wuzhong. Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei were already very dizzy. Only Junjio remained calm. Wu Shang told Junjio not to force himself if he felt unwell. There were always after effects the first time using a teleportation array. He offered to check on Junjio if needed, but Junjio really didn't feel anything. Wu Shang could only clear his throat, pretending to be composed. He said they still had some distance to go to reach the Wuzhong platform, so they should prepare to set off. All disciples who passed the Academy's assessment and obtained seat spots would gather at the Wuzhong platform. After all disciples arrived, there would be a unified assessment. The elders from the 5 sects would personally observe and evaluate. Passing the assessment wasn't important. Getting the elders' approval was crucial. For example, Jun Shui had received the approval of Elder He Shang from Tianwu sect. Even if he lost the competition, he could still come to the Wuzong platform. Now at the Wuzong platform, Wu Shang gave everyone their identity tokens. The corresponding rooms would be their lodgings. When all disciples arrived, someone would come to inform them of the next steps. Walking up to Junjio, he gave him his own token. If anyone bullied Junjio, he could use this token to scare them. After all, Wu Shang was very much looking forward to Junjio's arrival. If Junjio was willing to join the dance sect, he could ask his master to take Junjio as a disciple, becoming his junior sister. His master was the sect leader of the dance sect. Not many seed disciples could become disciples of the sect leader each year. Wu Shang was confident this temptation should be enough for Junjio. He recalled that years ago, in Tianzong, he personally bought several boxes of pills refined by Junjio. He spent a month studying but couldn't figure it out. With the same alchemy technique, why were Junjio's pills of such high quality and several times more effective than others? This surpassed even him, the so-called genius alchemist and disciple of the Dan sect leader. Moreover, Junjio was so young. The Dan sect must secure such a genius. With Junjio, they would undoubtedly outshine others in this year's Wuzong competition and take first place. Junjio's alchemy talent was so good, it would be a waste not to join the Dan sect. Other sects would just squander his talent. However, Junjio seemed to have said in the cave that he wouldn't join the Dan sect. Junjio bypassed Wu Shang and replied that there were 5 sects in Wuzong. He hadn't decided which one to join yet. He let them know when he made up his mind. Wu Shang was surprised. He had made such an offer, but Junjio said he hadn't decided yet. He could only try to persuade Junjio's companions, hoping they could help convince Junjio to join the Dan sect. After Wu Shang left, Junjio and others found their lodgings with their name tags. But people's looks towards him were quite unfriendly. They said he must have had some dumb luck to get an invitation from the Dan sect's senior brother. Maybe he used some underhanded methods. Junjio ignored them and went straight to his room. Just as he was about to rest, a man suddenly blocked his way. This man blocked the path of Junjio and others. He wanted to exchange his shabby room for Junjio's new one. This was clearly intentional troublemaking. Junjio kicked him far away. His brother was unhappy about it. Junjio then bent his left hand. He had no strength to resist at all. At this moment, a young master approached. It was Murong Nanjing, one of the top alchemy talents in the Cloud Spear Nation. He angrily rebuked Junjio for daring to hurt his people. Was it just this little girl that made his senior brother Wu Shang personally invite her to join the Dan sect? Junjio taunted that if he was a man, he should stop talking. Either leave or fight. The two were incompatible. Nanjing was furious and prepared to attack. He wanted to see what kind of person this Junjio was who dared to speak so boldly in front of him. Spiritual energy surged through his body. He attacked Junjio. He was at the 3rd level of Lingshi. Not many people present could withstand this punch. Of course, except for Junjio. After a loud crash, Junjio caught the punch head-on without a scratch. Moreover, Murong Nanji's right hand seemed to be fractured. Junjio threw him aside. He had to be helped away by his servants. He hadn't expected Junjio to also be at the 3rd level of Lingshi. It was his fault for focusing solely on alchemy, so his combat skills were lacking. Today's defeat was just an accident. But in terms of alchemy, he would definitely defeat Junjio. At this moment, Junjio suddenly felt as if someone was spying on him from behind, but it wasn't MOU. Junjio's retaliation against Murong Nanjing was observed by the monk and Zhuji, who were hiding nearby. Zhuji didn't understand why he was made to watch this. The monk asked him if Junjio resembled the general and his wife. Zhuji questioned, hadn't the monk already brought back the young master? The general only had 1 daughter, not 2. The monk told him that Jun Shui was fake and Junjio was the general's real daughter. Zhuji was stunned. Why would the monk bring back a fake from so far away? But Jun Shui had the token. The monk said the token alone couldn't prove Jun Shui was the young master. He had investigated and confirmed Jun Shui was the Jun family's eldest daughter, not the young master. Junjio looked so much like the general and his wife. Was Zhuji blind not to see it? Jun Shui wanted to switch places, and he had indulged her desire. The monk revealed his plan to Zhuji. Zhuji understood. The monk wanted Jun Shui in the open and the young master hidden to protect her. This explained why the monk tolerated Jun Shui's impersonation. 15 years had passed since that incident. The hidden evil forces hadn't fully revealed themselves. Many spies had infiltrated the Night March army. They couldn't let them discover the real young master. The monk's plan was to use Jun Shui to catch them all at once. Jun Shui's death wouldn't matter, but if she could serve as a decoy for the young master before dying, luring out the hidden enemies, her death would have meaning. The monk hadn't told Tu Yun and others because he could only trust Zhuji. They only needed to know Jun Yunshui was the young master. Now they had to promote Jun Yunshui. Let the world know of her glory. Make those hidden evil forces believe she was the Night March's young master. The monk asked Zhuji to find Tu Yun's whereabouts. As he had said, he'd go to Tianzong to see Jun Yunshui, then disappeared. As for promoting Jun Yunshui, the monk had his ways. Although Wuzong's senior disciple Wushang personally invited Junjiu to join the Dan sect, Junjiu hadn't decided which sect to join. But the Dan sect and Sword sect were both uninteresting to him. The latter held no appeal after meeting those Sword sect disciples. That left Tianwu sect, Gudyuan sect, and Songhai sect. He learned more about the 5 sects platform before deciding. The next day, the three met. Yun Xiao told Junjiu that only people from Shang, Yi, and Luo Yuan countries hadn't arrived at the 5 sects platform. The rest were already here. Among them, Murong Nanjing from Yinxiang country was the strongest at level 3 Lingshi. Murong Nanjing was defeated by Junjiu yesterday, so now Junjiu was the strongest. The number of seed spots varied among the 9 countries, from 4 or 5 to as few as 2. Reportedly, Shang-Yi and Luo Yuan had the most people this time, so they were traveling slowly but should arrive today. Besides Murong Nanjing, Shang-Yi and Luo Yuan each had a level 3 Lingshi, a man named Yin Hai, and a woman named Gu Suyin. They might all be formidable opponents when they reach the Wuzong platform. Junjiu hoped they'd be more challenging than Murong Nanjing, but this 5 sects platform competition seemed too dull. The horn had sounded, signaling the start of the competition. The rules for this 5 sects platform were unknown. Last time, it was a challenge tower where one had to kill their way to the top to pass, resulting in many disciples' deaths. Even obtaining a seed spot here didn't guarantee entry into the 5 sects. There was still the 5 sects platform competition. Winners became kings, losers faced death. Even if lucky enough to survive, they'd be too ashamed to return home. Now the people from Luo Yuan and Shangyi countries have arrived at the 5 sects platform. It's said these 2 countries are the strongest, so they have the most spots. Moreover, the Sword sect and Songhai sect are within their borders. At this moment, the Sword sect's vice leader, Zhuji, is entering with Jun Shui. The crowd gasped, unable to contain their intense curiosity about the woman behind him. Zhuji passed by Junjiu. He slightly turned his head and smiled gently. Junjiu was a bit puzzled. Jun Shui stood on the platform alongside Zhuji. She was very proud. Even if the Jun family was destroyed, what of it? She was now even more noble. Even the Sword sect's vice leader had to call her young master. With her current status, Junjiu wasn't even fit to shine her shoes. She never imagined the Night March army was so powerful, entering Wuzong and her being the young master. Overnight, she moved into a luxurious palace, possessed countless treasures, and received care with high-level spirit stones. This was far beyond what the Jun family could compare to. Why hadn't her mother told her earlier? If she had replaced Junjiu and come to Wuzong from childhood, wouldn't she have ascended to heaven much sooner? Junjiu must be afraid of her now. She couldn't wait to see Junjiu kneeling and begging for mercy. Zhuji kept calling her name from the side. She finally snapped back to reality. Zhuji told Jun Shui to go as a Sword sect prospective disciple. He looked forward to her performance and hoped she wouldn't disappoint the Sword sect. This usually strict and impartial Sword sect vice leader was surprisingly gentle towards this woman called Jun Shui, truly shocking everyone. Jun Shui walked down from the platform under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Now all disciples from the 10 countries have gathered. Zhuji announced they would depart immediately. Following this path, they would reach their destination in 1 hour. Wuzong disciples were waiting for them at the destination to inform them of the Wuzong platform competition rules. Those who didn't arrive within an hour would be considered to have forfeited and disqualified. Junjiao and her two companions were about to leave. Suddenly, Jun Shui called out to Junjiao. Her approach was hostile. Yun Xiao asked if Jun Shui and Junjiao had a grudge. Junjiao blankly asked, "Who?" Lisenrated Yun Su. The deep blood feud between her and Junjiao was a matter of life and death. Junjiao, pretending not to know her now, must be out of fear. Fear of her current status. She began to list Junjiao's evil deeds in front of everyone, using spiritual energy to make sure everyone present could hear. She said Junjiao was a vicious and cruel executioner, an ungrateful wretch. Her parents raised Junjiao with great kindness, but Junjiao annihilated the entire Jun family. Fortunately, the 5 sex elders had a discerning eye and saved her, or she would have fallen victim too. But this wasn't Tianzong country. There was no emperor above the law who would abandon justice and assist evil. There was no Tianzong academy deceived by Junjiao. The sect elders, senior and junior disciples among them would all learn of her evil deeds. She, Jun Yushui, warned everyone again to stay away from Junjiao. Jun Yushui was stirring up trouble again. She moved her slanderous words about Junjiao from Tianzong country to the 5 sex platform, using spiritual energy to convey them to everyone present. She even challenged Junjiao, asking if she dared to swear in front of everyone that she didn't kill her parents and didn't destroy the Jun family. Afterwards, Jun Xiaolei wanted to say something, but was blocked by Junjiao. Jun Shui instantly lost her previous aggressive demeanor. However, thinking that Junjiao probably wouldn't dare to harm her in front of everyone, and with Zhuqi here to protect her, she began to act arrogantly again. Junjiao slowly spoke. He didn't acknowledge that the Jun family had shown him any kindness in raising him. Secondly, he didn't kill Shang Wanningrong. He merely cut off her head after she was already dead. However, he did kill and destroy Jun Shui's father and Junjia. Jun Shui was pleased. Junjiao actually admitted it, but she was suddenly grabbed by the throat by Junjiao. Junjiao said he killed Jun Shui's entire family, so who gave her the courage and audacity to provoke him? Just because the Wuzong elders saved Jun Yushui doesn't mean she's safe. If he wants to kill her, he can do it any time. For example, right now everyone was trembling in fear. Zhuqi didn't expect Jun Yushui to act so unexpectedly, attacking without warning. If he didn't stop it now, Jun Yujio might really kill Jun Yushui. But he couldn't let Jun Yushui be killed yet. Jun Yushui still had her uses. Zhuqi told Junjiao to let go. Junjiao forcefully threw Jun Shui to the side. He dusted off his hands. Without looking back, he left with Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei. Others looked at Zhuqi, wondering if he wasn't going to punish Junjiao. Zhuqi cleared his throat and explained that Wuzong's official disciples' personal grudges are not something Wuzong would interfere with or discipline. Everyone believed it, except for Yin Hai and Gusuyin. Zhuqi was clearly protecting Junjiao. But strangely, wasn't Jun Shui the one he brought? Now there was a very strange question. Zhuqi must be from the Night March Army. But while both are from the Night March Army, Tu Yun came to assassinate him, while He Zong and Zhuqi seemed to be subtly helping him. Could it be that they knew Jun Shui was an imposter? Junjiao suddenly felt like something was missing from his arms. It turned out that pets weren't allowed in the 5-sex platform competition, so he left Xiao Wu at the wooden house courtyard. He wondered if Xiao Wu missed him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was secretly fuming because of Jun Shui's provocation. Nearby, Liu ordered Leng Yu to investigate the Night March Army's roster. The monk and Zhuqi clearly knew Jun Shui was an imposter, but kept her around anyway. It seemed they had other purposes. For the safety of his little Joer, he wanted to investigate thoroughly first. At the square, Jun Shui questioned Zhuqi why he didn't punish Junjiao. Jun Shui couldn't understand. Wasn't Zhuqi also from the Night March Army? Shouldn't he have stepped in to protect her just now? Why did he watch Junjiao grab her throat without intervening? Zhuqi told her that the monk had said her most urgent task now was to pass the 5-sex platform competition. Everything else had to be put aside for now. Zhuqi and the monk were both hard to deceive. Although she could have anything she wanted, they wouldn't act like Tu Yun and kill Junjiao for her. They called her Young Master and were respectful, yet they set up a series of tasks for her to complete. If Zhuqi had stood up for her just now, Junjiao wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and unrestrained. Zuiqi warned her that she hadn't met the Night March Army yet. If she wanted the Night March Army to support her, she needed to have the spirit of a general. She could only qualify to meet them by passing the competition. Jun Shui retorted, asking if they would be at her disposal once she met the Night March Army. Zuiqi said if he could achieve a good result in the Wuzong platform competition, he and the monk would make him the Wuzong sect master's personal disciple. Even within Wuzong, this would be an extraordinary status. At that time, whatever he wanted to do, would he be afraid of not being able to accomplish it? Jun Shui turned and walked towards the training ground. He promised and would make Zuiqi and the monk look at him with new eyes. What's a temporary failure? If he became the sect master's personal disciple, he would be above tens of thousands of people in Wuzong. At that time, if he wanted to kill Jun, it would only take one word from him to make it happen. Zuiqi looked at Jun Shui's back and cursed silently. This Jun Shui was just like his mother Shangguan Yurong, greedy and shameless. His mother had deceived their Night March Army for over a decade, and now Jun Shui wanted to impersonate the young master to do evil, showing off and bullying others. If it weren't for the monk's plan, how could he, Zuiqi, tolerate this imposter Jun Shui? Everything that should have been enjoyed by the real young master now had to be given to a fake one. He just hoped the plan would succeed and Jun Shui could really lure out the hidden person. Before the official start of the sect platform written test, Gu Song actually appeared. Unexpectedly, Gu Song was really one of the 5 sects people, but it was unknown which sect's disciple he was. Junjiu answered that he was from the Hunyuan sect. They were still wondering how Junjiu knew this. Actually, Junjiu was guessing. Gu Song was definitely not a disciple of the Songhai sect, Sword sect, or Alchemy sect. Only Tianwu sect and Hunyuan sect were left. Since he despised Tianwu sect so much, he wouldn't be its disciple. So he must be from the Hunyuan sect. But even if Junjiu guessed which sect he was from, he didn't know his detailed identity. Wu Shang, the senior brother of the Alchemy sect, also spotted Gu Song. He secretly asked him what he was doing in Tianzhou. Gu Song directly said he was looking for Junjiu. Wu Shang thought he wanted to poach Junjiu to the Hunyuan sect. So he confidently said that Junjiu would definitely be theirs in the future. After all, only the Alchemy sect could bring out Junjiu's talent. But Junjiu had said he wasn't from the Alchemy sect, which shattered Wu Shang's heart. The 5 sects platform competition was about to begin. Elder Tu Chi of the Alchemy sect was the person in charge of this 5 sects platform competition. He condensed a blue flower in his hand, which was the key for all disciples to pass. In a moment, all disciples would enter the maze illusion array. Only by obtaining the cave butterfly flower could they leave the illusion array and qualify to become official disciples of the 5 sects. In addition, the first place winners from all 10 countries would receive a clue about the cave butterfly flower. Junjiu, who was first in Tianzhou, suddenly had a line of text appear on his hand. The cave butterfly flower is not on the ground. The first place winners from other countries also tightly held onto their clues. All disciples had gloomy faces. This seemed to be a reward for the top performers from the 10 countries, but in reality, it made them the targets of everyone. Even before the clues about the cave butterfly flower were revealed, the top performers from the 10 countries had already become targets. Now, all disciples entered the formation, and the competition began. Gu Song secretly asked Elder Tu Chi if the cave butterfly flower was easy to find. Tu Chi told him it naturally wasn't easy to find, but this was a competition, and only the winners would qualify to become Wuzong disciples. Now let's look at the situation inside the crystal. He was teleported to the maze illusion, but the realism here made him doubt that this was just an illusion. He even thought for a moment that he had been teleported to another place through the transmission formation just now. Not only was there the slipperiness of moss, but also the smell of soil underfoot. As soon as he walked forward, several sharp swords flew out from all around, attacking him. He flipped to dodge them. It seems there are traps. Only after passing through the traps can one truly enter the maze illusion array. If one can't even get past this stage, it means failure. Junjiu took out a silver needle. He threw it forward. A large number of sword attacks flew out and exploded on the ground. The maze illusion array has countless entrances. The trap entrance is the most difficult of all entrances. Junjiu's luck was really bad. At this time in the main hall on the mountaintop, the 3 sect masters watched Junjiu's performance in the crystal. His senior disciple Wu Shang had strongly recommended Junjiu. Unfortunately, Junjio's luck was bad. No one had ever passed through this trap entrance before. Elder Shanghai spoke, saying it was normal for Junjio not to pass. But if he forcibly tried to break through the traps and lost his life, it would be a pity to waste such a beautiful face. At this moment, Junjio inside the illusion was constantly throwing silver needles. Could it be that he couldn't get through and was venting his anger? The Tianwu sect master guessed that Junjio was probing the traps. He was first figuring out how many layers of traps there were, then planning to break through in one go. Brave and smart. But the Songhai elder thought this was suicidal. If he dared to charge through, today might be the day Junjio dies. The sword sect vice master felt the trap entrance was too difficult. Junjio should give up. For over 100 years, no one had passed through the trap entrance. So many people had lost their lives at this entrance. If it weren't for the presence of others, worried about exposing Junjio's true identity, he would have wanted to stop Junjio immediately. He didn't expect Junjio's luck to be so bad. It was about to end before it even began. The Tianwu princess, however, was interested in making a bet with everyone. She bet that Junjio could pass through. Others bet that Junjio would fail. If she won, she would host this year's 5-sex competition. If she lost, she would give them Tianwu sex treasures. The Tianwu sect master made a big bet. Junjio could pass through this maze, the most difficult entrance in the illusion array, the trap entrance. The Hunyuan sect master thought he was crazy to think Junjio could pass through. Now in Wuzong, except for Tianwu sect, the other 4 sects all believed Junjio couldn't pass through. They were just waiting for Tianwu sect to bring out their treasures. But he still strongly supported Junjio, believing he could definitely pass through this most difficult entrance. At this time, Junjio and the illusion seemed to have figured out the pattern of the traps. He charged straight ahead. Many sword attacks flew towards him along the way, but Junjio dodged them all one by one. However, at the final landing spot, a circular blade suddenly flew out. If one stepped on it, they would be cut in half. But Junjio quickly threw out a leaf. He lightly stepped on the circular blade, which caught nothing. This made the watching Gu Song and Wu Shang sigh in relief. The main hall fell silent. Junjio, that little girl, actually passed through. But this was only the second trap. There were still 3 more checkpoints. The further he went, the more dangerous it became. Raging flames erupted in the illusion. The 3rd checkpoint was like hell. But Junjio nimbly dodged in the flames. He actually passed through it. The crowd in the main hall couldn't believe it. What kind of footwork did Junjio use? He easily avoided all the flames. Not even a piece of his clothing was burned. He just walked out so easily. It must be a trick. But the challenge wasn't over yet. A 10,000-foot cliff appeared in front of Junjio. Only an extremely thin rope could reach the other side. This design is too damn perverted. How is it possible to get across? And that rope is about to break. In front of Junjio was a 10,000-foot cliff. Only an extremely thin rope could reach the other side. He tremblingly stepped on the rope, testing it. This rope was about to break. No matter what, he had to hurry across. Seeing this scene, the monk praised in his heart. As expected of the general's daughter, her courage was astonishing. But this rope was indeed as he had initially thought. It broke, and Junjio began to fall. He forcefully grabbed the broken thin rope. Steadying his body, he climbed towards the mountaintop, jumping bit by bit. But it wasn't over yet. The rope broke again. Gusong dared not look. Although it was a maze illusion array, falling down would really result in death. Junjio's situation now was also miserable. He barely clung to the rock wall. Below his feet was a bottomless cliff. Now there was still some distance to the mountaintop. He could climb up with bare hands. He infused spiritual energy throughout his body, rushing towards the mountaintop. He finally climbed up. Gu Song was excited. But finally, a huge spiked iron arm flew out. Junjio flashed with golden light. He took out his sword and sliced the rock wall in 2. The main hall fell silent again. Only the Tianwu sect master's thunderous laughter could be heard. They all lost. He would host this year's Wuzong competition. He welcomed everyone to come play at Tianwu sect. Every year, it was the other 4 sects taking turns. This year, it should be Tianwu sect's turn. He continued to mock them, asking if they wanted to bet again. Anyway, he still chose Junjio's team. No one was allowed to compete with him for it. Junjio was his lucky star. The sword sect master slapped his chair, saying let's bet. He just couldn't believe that Junjiu could be so lucky all the time. Moreover, he had heard that many people wanted to cause trouble for this Junjiu. It was even more dangerous than the maze illusion array. To pass through, one needed both strength and luck. Could Junjiu maintain this all the way? Junjiu successfully passed through the maze illusion array, the most difficult trap entrance. But to leave this place now, there were only 3 open entrances opposite him. Suddenly, a sword light flashed beside him. Junjiu immediately raised his sword to meet it. It turned out to be Yanhai, but he looked as if he had been drugged. However, this person's swordsmanship was stronger than the sword sect disciples he had encountered before. Even having lost his mind, his frenzied attacks were not at all chaotic. If he were in a clear state of mind, he should be even stronger. But Junjiu and Yanhai seemed evenly matched. Yet in reality, Junjiu wasn't using his full strength, while Yanhai had lost his mind and his power was unstable. People looked forward to a full-strength battle between the two. Junjiu sensed that since the previous checkpoint, he had constantly felt like someone was watching him. But he had no time to waste here. Junjiu gathered spiritual energy and attacked Yanhai. Yanhai also counterattacked, but he was no match for Junjiu. He coughed up blood, fell to the ground. Just as Junjiu was about to leave, Yanhai called out to him. He heard Junjiu was an alchemist. If Junjiu saved him, he would tell Junjiu the clue about the East Butterfly Flower. Yuntu almost forgot. After the first event, everyone would know clues about the East Butterfly Flower, and everyone's clues were different. This was to provoke fights between them, to seize clues and find the East Butterfly Flower. He stepped on Yanhai's body. In Yanhai's current state, Junjiu could torture him to force out the clue. Why waste time saving him? Yanhai replied that he was drugged now. If Junjiu didn't save him, he wouldn't know if what he said was true or false. Junjiu had no choice. He took out a pill and gave it to him. What he said wasn't wrong. Under the influence of a mind-altering drug, one's mind is unclear. He might be able to speak, but couldn't guarantee if what he said was true or false. Junjiu didn't want to waste effort on false information. Yanhai told Junjiu the clue. East Butterfly Flower, washing water. Junjiu got the clue. He turned and left. And this Junjiu would certainly be a forbidden zone for all contestants. Junjiu found the mark he had agreed upon with Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei in the maze illusion array. He immediately started searching, not knowing if Yun Xiao or Jun Xiaolei had left this mark. Water sounds came from nearby. Junjiu tentatively discovered Jun Xiaolei by the lake. His face showed excitement and mixed emotions, and the winter butterfly flower was actually in the water. Just behind him, a sound was made. He cautiously drew his dagger and found it was him. Ninth sister happily pounced on him, asking for pets. He pointed at the winter butterfly flower discovered in the lake. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of the lake and he couldn't swim. Unable to cross, Junjiu told him not knowing how to swim was a good thing. At this moment, there was a movement behind them. 3 other contestants appeared. They also discovered the winter butterfly flower in the lake. Seeing Junjiu and Jun Xiaolei standing blankly by the lake, they probably couldn't swim. If they got it first, they would pass. The 3 cautiously walked towards the lake. Jun Xiaolei reminded Junjiu that they were going to snatch the winter butterfly flower. Junjiu said to let them go. When the 3 were halfway into the lake, the winter butterfly flower suddenly disappeared. Junjiu said that flower was fake. A huge monster fish suddenly rushed out of the lake, attacking the 3. After swallowing them, the lake's surface returned to calmness. That was a level 3 spirit beast, the giant-toothed goldfish. The reason the winter butterfly flower they saw earlier was fake was because it grew in the middle of the lake, yet had no reflection. For those entering this forest now, what they must be thinking about is the winter butterfly flower. So now, let's go find the real winter butterfly flower. These 3 poor men walked into a trap, eaten in one bite by the monster fish in the lake. Although this is just a maze illusion array, once you die, you're really dead. Their names were crossed out. Only those who survive and emerge victorious among the remaining survivors will be qualified to become formal disciples of Wuzong. Whether or not they obtain the Tongtian flower, which sect they enter still depends on the choice of those above. In the great hall atop the mountain, the Tianwu sect leader was grinning from ear to ear. He had won another bet. He told the other 4 sects to accept their loss and send over their things. Don't make him chase after them to collect. It would be embarrassing if others saw. The Canhai sect elder angrily questioned the monk. He had just become the head of Tianwu sect. Couldn't he control that sect leader? But that's the sect leader. How could the monk, as an elder, control him? Besides, they were the ones who wanted to bet. No one forced them. Suddenly, a new situation appeared in the water tomb. Jun Shui seemed to be complaining about Junjiu to Murong Nanjing, saying that their Jun family had treated Junjiu well and never oppressed him. But Junjiu turned around and annihilated the Jun family, leaving only him alive. Hearing this, the Dan sect leader was shocked. That Junjiu was such a vicious person, even killing his own clan members. He was simply a murderer. People from other sects also agreed. Seeing this, vice sect leaders with Qi spoke up, asking everyone to calm down. Today they couldn't just listen to Jun Shui alone. This matter still needed to be verified by Tian's own country before drawing conclusions. But the monk directly cut him off, telling them not to investigate. Jun Shui was right. The Jun family was indeed annihilated by Junjiu. The monk thought to himself that this was the truth, but he still couldn't bring himself to take action against Junjiu. This was simply womanly kindness. The Dan sect leader showed a disgusted expression. Since Junjiu had such a mindset, even if he passed the maze illusion array, his Dan sect would absolutely not accept such a vicious person as a disciple. If Sword sect doesn't want him, Huan Yuan sect doesn't want him either. But the Tianwu sect leader laughed loudly. A murderous heart is good. If they don't want him, he does. Don't regret it later. He wouldn't regret it. He would absolutely not accept someone with a murderous heart like Junjiu. Meanwhile, in the maze illusion, Junjiu and Jun Xiaolei were still struggling to find clues about the winter butterfly flower. Junjiu sensed someone following him. He took out a silver needle. The people were scared out. There was no choice. They decided to attack directly. Junjiu and Jun Xiaolei in the maze illusion array were ambushed by people from Qiqiong country, but were all dealt with by Junjiu. He held the throat of the man who ranked first in Qiqiong country, asking what clue he got about the winter butterfly flower. The man tremblingly replied that his clue was that the winter butterfly flower is not in the sky. But isn't this common sense? Did he think Junjiu was easy to fool? The man begged for mercy desperately. He wasn't lying to Junjiu. This was the clue he got. Each number one from the 10 countries would get a clue. But now it seems some clues are just a waste of time. The man hurriedly confessed another piece of information he knew. Junjiu's teammate Yun Xiao was being chased and killed and had fled to the south. Junjiu was shocked. He asked who was chasing Yun Xiao. The man told him it was the woman he had just grabbed by the throat earlier, someone called Jun Shui. Junjiu instantly became murderous. Jun Xiaolei anxiously asked Junjiu what they should do. He told the man to get up and lead the way. They would release him once they found Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, in another part of the maze illusion array, Yun Xiao was covered in wounds, stumbling as he tried to escape. Behind him was a chorus of pursuit and shouting. He clutched the bag in his hand tightly. The winter butterfly flower was in his possession. Looking at the path ahead, he thought of a good idea. When Jun Shui and the others caught up, they found that Yun Xiao had already vanished. Jun Shui wanted to quickly kill Yun Xiao and snatch the winter butterfly flower. But Murong Nanjing told her not to rush. They would catch Yun Xiao sooner or later. Besides, Yun Xiao was injured and couldn't have gone far. Yu Shue suddenly noticed blood traces on the ground. Yun Xiao had run in that direction. He hurriedly ran forward. Murong Nanjing secretly ordered that when they catch Yun Xiao, they should first snatch the winter butterfly flower. They couldn't let Jun Shui benefit from it. Yun Xiao deliberately dripped blood on another path to make Jun Shui and the others pursuing him think he went that way. But they could return at any moment. He was too badly injured to be a match for them. He had to leave immediately. He fled desperately. After going so far, he should have shaken them off by now. The winter butterfly flower was meant as a gift for Junjiu. He had to protect it. Suddenly, he heard arguing nearby. Jun Xiaolei was arguing with the man from Qiqiong country. He said Yun Xiao was nearby, but Jun Xiaolei couldn't see him. Junjiu smelled the scent of blood. The badly wounded Yun Xiao emerged from behind a tree. Seeing his injuries, Junjiu didn't dare ask if he was all right. Yun Tu eskets about Yun Su. Were they still chasing him? Yun Xiao was about to reply that he had shaken them off, when he was interrupted by Jun Shui's sudden shrill voice. They had caught up. Jun Shui was excited, not expecting to encounter Junjiu here. She wanted to kill Junjie and the others. Then take the winter butterfly flower and leave this cursed place. Murong Nanjing also spoke harshly. Last time, he had underestimated Junjie, but this time, he would show everyone that he was far superior to Junjie. Junjie scoffed. Two defeated opponents dared to boast in front of him. The group surrounded Junjie and the others. Yun Xiao took out the winter butterfly flower and handed it to Junjie. Obtaining the flower would allow them to pass through the maze. As a formal disciple of Wuzong, he hoped Junjie would take the flower and leave quickly. He and Jun Xiaolei could shake off their pursuers. Junjie felt a touch of emotion. Yun Xiao kept the winter butterfly flower, but didn't use it, instead giving it to him. Jun Shui suddenly rushed forward to snatch it, but was kicked away hard by Junjie. Jun Shui wasn't worthy of the winter butterfly flower. He infused spiritual energy into the winter butterfly flower. Before Yun Xiao could say anything, he was directly teleported out. He knew Yun Xiao wanted to give him the winter butterfly flower. He appreciated the gesture, but what Junjie wanted, he would obtain himself. Junjie sent the only winter butterfly flower to the severely injured Yun Xiao outside, which infuriated Jun Shui. She was so close to passing the trial. It was all because of that bastard Junjie. Although the winter butterfly flower was gone, Murong Nanjing didn't intend to let Junjie off so easily. He ordered everyone to attack together and kill Junjie. Junjie leaped up with his sword. He gave them a taste of his blade. In an instant, they all fell silent. This terrifying scene left Murong Nanjing stunned. They didn't expect Junjie to be so strong. Now it was their turn. Murong Nanjing wanted to escape, but did he think he could get away? Junjie gave Murong Nanjing a hard slap. He fell to the ground, frantically begging Junjie for mercy. As an alchemist, he could trade this pill formula for his life. He had bought it at a high price from the trading house, specifically for this purpose. Junjie looked at it. Wasn't this the formula he and Wan Xin had played with? He was using Junjie's own formula to bargain for his life. How ridiculous. Nanjing was shocked. He had spent 30,000 gold taels on this. How could it possibly be Junjie's formula? But seeing how stupid he was, Junjie couldn't be bothered to kill him. So he gave him a chance to live. As long as he slapped Jun Shui twice, Junjie would let him go. Hearing this, Jun Shui was furious. She rushed towards Junjie, who kicked Murong Nanjing forward. To save his life, he had to be ruthless. Jun Shui couldn't blame him. He slapped Jun Shui's face hard. Jun Shui's face swelled up like half a pig's head. Unsatisfied, she scratched Murong Nanjing's face into a mess. The two were so intense that Junjie and Jun Xiaolei couldn't help but watch with amusement. Soon, Jun Shui was slapped to the ground. Junjie had promised Murong Nanjing, after slapping Jun Shui twice, he could leave. Jun Shui, with her swollen face, wanted to seek revenge on Murong Nanjing, but was held down by Junjie. It was time to have a good talk with her. Jun Shui was pinned to the ground by Junjie, who wanted to settle accounts with her. But Jun Shui threatened Junjie, saying if he dared to kill her, the 5 great sects wouldn't let him off. Junjie snorted coldly and released his spiritual energy towards the other side. A cracking sound was heard, as if something had been hit. Tu Chi and others suddenly appeared on the other side of the space. Tu Chi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This Junjie girl had actually broken through his mirror water screen. He was an 8th level spirit stone user. This made the Tianwu sect master laugh even more heartily. While the other 4 sects were complaining about Junjie being a troublemaker, Junjie had become his Tianwu sect's future disciple. He had to thank the other 4 sects for not accepting her. Otherwise, how could such a powerful little one become a disciple of his Tianwu sect? The people from the other 4 sects were filled with regret. Who could have imagined Junjie was so extraordinary, able to destroy the mirror water screen? A once-in-a-thousand-years genius like this, even if she killed without blinking an eye, must be accepted into the sect. But the Canghai sect elder was worried. Didn't anyone mention that Jun Shui? Judging from the situation before the screen broke, it seemed Junjie was about to kill her. In a nearby pavilion, Muyu was quietly watching Junjie's performance in the maze illusion array. Xiaowu asked him if Junjie would kill that bad woman Jun Shui. Mu Yuan confidently told him she wouldn't, because his little Joer was smarter than all of them. Cold Moon suddenly appeared. He had found out the list of Nightwalkers. All of Xia Luo's information was in the Imperial Seal. Muyu put away the Imperial Seal. Once his little jeweler came out, all the puzzles he wanted to know would be solved. In the maze illusion array, the mirror water had already been destroyed by Junjie. Now no one could monitor them anymore. Although Jun Shui was afraid, she still continued to threaten Junjie not to kill her. She was the future disciple of the sword sect master. If Junjie killed her, when they found out, they definitely wouldn't let Junjie off. Junjie swung his sword. Although he didn't directly kill Jun Shui, he cut the tendons in her hands and feet. Junjie just wanted to ask her a few questions. As long as she answered obediently, Junjie would be gentler with her. Junjie pressured Jun Shui, but she remained stubborn. Even if she jumped off a cliff, she absolutely wouldn't answer a single question from Junjie. Seeing her still so unyielding, Junjie directly attacked with spiritual energy, making her head ache unbearably. Having one's soul attacked by spiritual energy was truly worse than death. Seeing her already tortured to the brink of collapse, Junjie began to ask her why Nightwalker called her young master. She had replaced Junjie's identity. Nightwalker thought she was the daughter of the 5th Lord Resident Knight, so he called her young master. Junjie then asked why Nightwalker believed her. Jun Shui replied that her mother had given her a token. This was the only thing that could prove her identity. Also, Nightwalker had sent treasures to the prefecture office repeatedly, which were all hidden by her mother. It was because of the token and treasures that Nightwalker believed her. Junjie continued to ask if no one had doubted her. Jun Shui said with a blank stare, "No." But Junjie saw from the attitudes of Monk and Zuichi that they clearly suspected Jun Shui's identity. Yet they tolerated Jun Shui and even helped her everywhere. This fake young master, could she be a traitor to the Nightwalkers? Junjie withdrew his spiritual energy. It seemed the answer still had to be asked from Nightwalker's mouth. Jun Shui couldn't be questioned further, but she was still useful. She couldn't be allowed to die. Junjie would make her forget what had just happened, but he wanted her to go out and tell Monk and Zuichi that Junjie wanted to see them. Jun Shui closed her eyes, and Junjie used spiritual energy to hypnotize her. She wouldn't remember being interrogated. After leaving the maze illusion array, when Junjie met Monk and Zuichi, the suggestion would take effect, conveying Junjie's message. Yun Xiaolei suddenly reminded Yun Tu. Someone was coming. It was Yen Hai, but he wasn't here to fight Junjie this time. He came to cooperate. Looking at Jun Shui on the ground, he thought that Junjie, this woman, was truly cruel to torture Jun Shui with spiritual energy. If Junjie wasn't so powerful, he would never have thought of cooperating with her. Yen Hai had discovered many winter butterfly flowers, but there were spirit beasts guarding them. He couldn't handle it, so he thought of Junjie. After all, there was no one stronger than Junjie in the maze illusion array. He had himself and Gu Suyin. Yun Tu Kutpling Yun Xiaolei. With 4 people working together, 1 flower for each person, they would definitely be able to get them. Junjie agreed to Yen Hai's cooperation invitation. They went to where the winter butterfly flowers were. Indeed, there was a large group of winter butterfly flowers, all growing on the heads of spirit beasts. The spirit beasts had to be killed to get the winter butterfly flowers. I've long heard of Junjie's great reputation. Today I finally get to meet you. Yen Hai continued, saying that those spirit beasts were all level 2 spirit beasts. Among them, there were even 2 level 3 spirit beasts. Their strength was very powerful. Even if the 4 of them worked together, it would be very difficult to obtain the winter butterfly flowers. But Junjie thought there were only 12 spirit beasts. Dealing with them to get the winter butterfly flowers wouldn't be difficult. Yen Hai was surprised. These were 12 spirit beasts. Outside, it would take a team of dozens of people to dare to take them on. There were only 4 of them, and Jun Xiaolei was only at level 2. Where did the confidence come from to say such things? Junjie took out a sachet. He threw it towards the group of spirit beasts. The sachet burst with a puff. The spirit beasts were all poisoned and fell over. Yen Hai was stunned. How could Junjie's poison powder be so powerful? Unfortunately, his poison powder could only make level 2 spirit beasts unconscious. For level 3 spirit beasts, it could at most slow them down and make their movements sluggish. Yen Hai and Gu Su-in hurriedly clung to Junjie's legs. The contrast before and after was too great. He gave the antidote to the 3 of them, ensuring they wouldn't be affected by the poison powder. As for the remaining 2 level 3 spirit beasts, one for him, and one for the 3 of them, let's finish this quickly. Yanhai and the others charged towards the spirit beasts. It didn't make sense for the 3 of them to deal with one spirit beast. They weren't as good as Junjie alone. They had to defeat this spirit beast first, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Jun Xiaolei looked down on the 2 of them from the side. They probably didn't know how powerful Junjie was. The ones destined to be embarrassed were them. 1 level 3 spirit stone against 1 level 3 spirit beast. Junjie swung his sword at the spirit beast. It didn't cut through. The skin was quite thick. The spirit beast gathered spiritual energy. It stirred up debris from the ground. It looked like it was going to fight to the death. Had Junjie provoked that level 3 spirit beast? The spirit beast went berserk. How could Junjie possibly beat it alone? Junjie also began to gather spiritual energy. Let's see who was stronger. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar. It almost made Yanhai and Gu Su-in have to brace themselves. Could Junjie still be alive? But Gu Su-in suddenly caught sight of Junjie. He was still fighting fiercely with the spirit beast. Soon after, the spirit beast was beaten to the ground. From previous clues, the winter butterfly flower was neither in the sky nor on the ground. It didn't absorb water because it grew on the spirit beast's head. The energy it absorbed was blood. It fed on the spirit beast's blood. Moreover, the spirit beast's power greatly increased due to the energy of the winter butterfly flower. Its strength greatly increased. If he wasn't mistaken, the winter butterfly flower was the spirit beast's lifeline. But cutting off the winter butterfly flower would kill the spirit beast. If that was the case, he got up and rushed towards the level 3 spirit beast that Yanhai and the other 2 were fighting. He cut off the winter butterfly flower on its head. The huge spirit beast instantly fell to the ground. It killed the level 3 spirit beast with just one move. Yanhai wanted to curse. He had been fighting the spirit beast in a tug-of-war for so long, only for Junjie to finish it with one strike. They were both level 3 spirit stones, but did the gap have to be this big? Junjie gave a winter butterfly flower from a level 3 spirit beast to Jun Xiaolei. As for those level 2 spirit beasts waiting to be slaughtered, their winter butterfly flowers, he left them to the others. Junjie and Jun Xiaolei directly crushed the winter butterfly flowers and passed through to exit. Seeing Junjie's performance, Gu Su-in set Junjie as his forbidden ground. But Yanhai realized that Junjie didn't take them seriously at all. But Gu Su-in criticized him. How could he boost others' confidence while diminishing his own prestige? After all, they were also 1 in a million geniuses. Were they really that much worse than Junjie? There was still more than half a year until the martial set competition. This May's challenge was just a warm-up. The real test would be at the martial set competition where elites gather. A grand event where hundreds compete for the top spot. That's where true skills would be revealed. Junjie came out of the maze covered in blood, worrying Yun Xiao and Gu Song. But of course, the blood wasn't his own. He asked Tu Chi if they had already passed and gone back, since he was covered in blood and it would be uncomfortable to just wait around like this. Tu Chi agreed, but reminded that they couldn't leave the 5 Peaks arena privately. Violators would be disqualified even if they passed the challenge. After Junjie left, the couple felt that the remaining contestants in the maze weren't worth watching anymore. Junjie returned to his room. Xiao Wu excitedly pounced on him. He had missed his master so much after not seeing him for so long. Mengyu also came to greet him. Not seeing her little Jio for a day felt like 3 autumns. At this moment, Xiaoxi had already brought in the hot water Junjie requested. Even in the same room, these 2 little ones didn't notice Muyu at all. Junjie took off his clothes, preparing to wash himself. He heard that Lung Yu had already found out the list and whereabouts of the night marching army. The information was all in this report. Junjie was about to take it, but Mo Wuyu grabbed it first. His little Jio seemed to have grown up. But where exactly was Mo Wuyu looking at him? Junjie was still young. Of course he could grow. Unfortunately, Muyu would stay at this level for life. Muyu held Junjie's chin, asking if he could try it himself. But Junjie said, "Uncle, we don't have an appointment." But if he didn't make an appointment, how could he be sure his judgment was correct? He should have challenged Meng Wuyu. Meng Wuyu forcibly pushed him down in the bathtub. It was as if he had never eaten meat before. He kissed him so fiercely. He couldn't take it and pushed Meng Wuyu away. But his pride wouldn't allow him to give in. So he taunted Meng Wuyu, saying not only was his talent lacking, but his technique was also mediocre. Meng Wuyu could only use diligence to move his little Jio. He was about to continue when Zhao hurriedly refused, saying that if Mo kissed him with a face full of saliva again, he would change partners. He took out Yu Jie's intelligence about the night marching army. It was all in there. It turned out that not only the monk, but all 5 leaders of the night marching army held high positions in the martial sect. The soldiers under their command also had respectable status in the martial sect. The entire night marching army had integrated into the martial sect like a net enveloping the entire martial sect. The force was extremely large. If this power really fell into Jun Shue's hands, it would become very difficult to deal with. But fortunately, he could still have a good talk with them. Previously, he had placed Jun Shue under mental hypnosis. When Jun Shue came out, he would follow his instructions and pass a message to the monk and Zuiqi. That's when he could take action. However, he might not know that Mo Wu had already learned about his actions in the maze illusion through Ling Dang. But he still didn't plan to expose it. After all, seeing him being so cunning and scheming, you found it quite adorable. 5 days had passed in the sword sect. Only 15 people passed the maze challenge this time. After Jun Shue came out, he said a few words to the monk and Zuiqi before fainting. The two examined Jun Shue's injuries. His body and mental strength were severely damaged. The monk guessed that Jun Shue's injuries were caused by Jun Jiao. Jun Jiao used Jun Shue to pass a message requesting to meet them, likely about the night marching army. Tomorrow was the day to enter the martial sect. Jun Jiao would surely come to find them tonight. As the monk guessed, Jun Jiao and his group arrived. But when exactly did he enter? Even the monk and Zuiqi didn't notice. To answer his questions about Jun being an imposter of the night marching army's young master, Jun Jiao came to find the monk and Zuiqi. The aura around Mo Wu was so terrifying and domineering. It almost suffocated the 2 8th-level spirit stone cultivators. Jun Jiao found a place to sit down. The monk and Zuiqi immediately respectfully called him young master. Jun Jiao had doubts. When he came to the martial sect, they should have recognized him already, right? Why did they still let Jun Shue, that imposter, replace him? The monk explained. Jun Jiao's appearance was very similar to the general and his wife. He indeed recognized Jun Jiao at first glance, but they thought letting Jun Shue replace the young master's identity was for a reason. But they had to start from 15 years ago. The general's wife's identity was very mysterious. One night 15 years ago, a group of people suddenly came and kidnapped the general's wife. The general then led the night marching army to pursue and kill. That battle lasted 3 days and nights, with blood flowing like rivers. The night marching army was destroyed, so the general entered hell alone to rescue his wife. Those people, seeing no hope of victory, retreated, but the peace didn't last long. On the day the young master was born, those people came again, but the general didn't allow the night marching army to fight. This time, the general left and never returned. His wife followed him. If only they had gone to battle with the general that day. Even if the entire night marching army died on the battlefield, it would be better than regretting day and night like now. After hearing this, Jun Jiao remained calm. He had 3 questions. First, did they find Jun Mingye's body when he died? Second, who were those people? Third, why did they agree to let Jun Shue replace his identity? Zuiqi replied that they didn't find the bodies of the general and his wife back then. The night marching army speculated that those villains must have destroyed them. As for the identity of those people, they had investigated until now, but couldn't find out who they were. They only knew it was somewhat related to the general's wife. Letting Jun Shue replace the young master's identity was for the young master's safety. Those villains from the past were still persistent. They had been secretly watching the night marching army for years, forcing them to hide without a trace. They didn't dare return to Tianzong country, fearing the villains would discover the young master's existence through the night marching army. Jun Jiao pondered. Actually, the Emperor Emeritus had also said that disguising him as the daughter of the Jun family's 3rd master was to protect him. But why would these people, after killing Jun Mingyi and his wife, still relentlessly pursue a baby in swaddling clothes? Zuiqi continued. To protect the young master's safety and lure out those villains, they decided to let Jun Shue replace Jun Jiao as a decoy on the surface, while they secretly protected Jun Jiao. But Jun Jiao never needed protection. Moreover, he hated anyone replacing his identity, whether for good or bad reasons. Jun Jiao's identity was replaced by Jun Shue. Allowing Jun Shue to enjoy all the glory and wealth. Although Junjie was very displeased with the plan of using Jun Shui as bait to lure out the hidden evil forces, he still didn't kill Jun Shui outright. Well, Jun Shui got to live another episode. Yes, although using Jun Shui as bait was a good idea, he wanted to modify it. First, the plan to elevate Jun Shui's position should not only continue, but be even better and more indulgent than before. This would make that group believe Jun Shui was truly the young master of the night marching army. If that group truly came for the general's daughter's identity, Jun Shui would serve as perfect bait. If not, it wouldn't be too late to kill him later. Secondly, the current level of promotion wasn't enough. They needed to add more fuel to the fire. He asked Mo Wu Yu to create a sound-isolating barrier. Mo Wu Yu snapped his fingers. The barrier immediately enveloped the entire room. The monk and Zhuiqi were in awe. What kind of powerful expert could casually set up a barrier like this? Now they could add more fuel to the fire. Junjie infused spiritual energy into Jun Shui's brain, causing him to cry out in pain. This terrifying spiritual power shocked the monk and Zhuiqi, realizing it could kill them at any moment. The two were concerned about Junjie. After all, he had transmigrated into this body, so the soul compatibility wasn't 100%. If too much spiritual power was used, the body would break down and be destroyed. Jun Shui's mind was now under a strong psychological suggestion. He mumbled that he was the only young master of the night marching army, able to trample on everyone, including Junjie, and wanting to kill Junjie. But Junjie, having used so much spiritual power, was physically struggling. His swaying body was caught by Mo Wu Yu. Junjie told Mo Wu Yu not to worry. He knew what he was doing. Junjie decided to use Jun. Everyone else had arrived early. Unexpectedly, Junjie didn't seem to care at all. But since it was still early, they decided to wait a bit longer. However, the disciples nearby lost patience. They started discussing among themselves, wondering who this Junjie was to have such an attitude, making not only them wait, but also senior brothers Wu Shan and Gu Song. Why did Gu Song tell them to shut up after hearing this? He said if they loved gossiping so much, they didn't need to go to Xuan's own gate and could stay here to talk to their heart's content. The disciples quickly apologized, but they still couldn't understand why senior brother Wu Song was protecting Junjie so much. What abilities did she have? At this moment, Junjie arrived carrying Xiao Wu. Perhaps due to not getting enough sleep, she looked lazy, which Wu Shang and Gu Song found adorable. They couldn't help but want to tease her. Even her cold aura had disappeared. She walked towards the group of disciples who were arguing earlier. Could it be that they had disturbed her peaceful dream? The disciples admitted it. One of them angrily pointed at Junjie, cursing her as a mere woman who didn't seem to have much ability. How could she make so many people wait for her? But in the next second, that disciple was sent flying on the spot. The other disciples didn't even see Junjie make a move. Today was the day for Junjie and others to choose their martial sects. It was taking place in the mountain hall. With the help of Vice Sect Masters Zhuiqi, he asked the elders present if they had any preferred disciple candidates. The elders laughed it off, saying they naturally had preferred disciples, but they just wouldn't say it now. Wu Yu thought they were all old foxes. It looked harmonious on the surface, but they probably all wanted their young master Junjie to join their sects. The Tianwu sect master waved his hand grandly, boldly stating that no matter who they chose, Junjie would definitely join his Tianwu sect. But the Songhai sect elder thought this was too overbearing. Although the sect master didn't agree, why should Junjie be his? Moreover, what he said didn't matter. It still depended on Junjie's decision. At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Jun Shui acted like an idiot, saying what kind of person was this Junjie? Knowing that all the sect masters wanted her, it would be laughable if word got out. Jun Shui was sitting right here. Shouldn't they be discussing him instead? Was he not even comparable to that lowly concubine? It was unbelievable. Since Jun Shui was hypnotized by their young master last night, he woke up in the morning seemingly a different person, with an arrogant attitude that even he couldn't help wanting to hit. Unexpectedly, Jun Shui now dared to speak like this in front of the sect masters. The sect masters were also surprised. They wondered if Jun Shui's brain had short-circuited after experiencing the illusion. Did he not know his own place? How dare he compare himself to Junjie? At this time, Gu Song and Wu Shang had already brought the 15 winners of the 5 sects competition to the hall. Jun Shui glared at Junjie in the crowd, with a murderous look, as if he might pounce on Junjie and finish her off at any moment. Junjie, on the other hand, thought to herself that this arrogant attitude could be felt from so far away. It seemed her hypnosis was very successful. At this moment, Wu Shang, holding the roster, suddenly called out Shang Yigua, Yin Hai, Luo Yuanghua, and Gu Suyin, asking them which sect they decided to join. Today was the day to choose martial sections. Yin Han and Gu Su-ing stepped forward. Yin Han chose the sword sect. Gu Su-ing chose the Songhai sect. Jun Xiaolei secretly pulled Junjie aside and asked which sect she wanted to join. But Jun Shui interrupted harshly, saying, Jun Xiaolei, is it your turn to speak in the main hall now? What are you whispering about down there? Indeed, you came from a crab, ignorant of rules and manners. Yun Xiaolei fit honte. Jiu Fu Shang Jue Xiaolei retorted for the first time. This is the main hall. Is it Jun Shui's turn to shout? His accusation seemed to fit himself quite well too. Just as he was about to stand up, Zui Qi interrupted, telling everyone to continue choosing their sections. He finally understood why Junjie, the young master, was worried they couldn't handle it. This Jun Shui was now like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. The next group to choose their sects was Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei. Later, they were noticed by the Songhai sect elder. They chose the Songhai sect, while Yun Xiao chose the Huiyuan sect where Gu Song was. The next one was Ji Shi. Unexpectedly, this Ji Shi was so arrogant that he wouldn't even walk to the center of the hall, showing complete disrespect to the martial sect masters. This caused dissatisfaction among the disciples. With that nose-in-the-air attitude, even they wanted to hit him, but the sword sect master suppressed his anger, thinking that since they were recruiting for the sword sect, he should at least come to the front of the hall. Zui Qi hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying Jun Shui had outstanding talent, and that the sword sect master had already expressed willingness to take Jun Shui as a personal disciple. But the Zong sect master was speechless. He wondered if the entire sword sect had lost their minds. How could this trash Jun Shui be a personal disciple? Meanwhile, Junjie was watching the show from below. This Jun Shui, acting as a target to attract enemies, was finally set up by him, and it was even more successful than imagined. It made the Zong sect master incredulous, repeatedly confirming if the sword sect master really took Jun Shui as a personal disciple. Before Zui Qi could reply, Jun Shui suddenly stood up. He interrupted, saying that for someone with his outstanding talent, it was a discerning eye for the sword sect master to take him as a closed-door disciple. Only these people would mistake someone like Junjie for a pearl. It was simply ridiculous. How arrogant could this little nobody be? He clearly got in through the back door to become the sword sect master's personal disciple, yet he said it was the sword sect master's discerning eye that chose him. The various sect masters and elders of the martial sects had such poor judgment. The Dan sect master was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted, "Even if you're the sword sect master's closed-door disciple, so what? You dare to speak nonsense in front of me? Don't you believe I'll kill you right here?" Jun Shui, the Songhai sect elder, also asked Zui Qi and others disapprovingly if the sword sect really wanted to take Jun Shui. This person was so arrogant and disrespectful. How could he be fit to be the future sword sect master? But Jun Shui directly responded, asking if it was any of their business whether he was fit or not. To be frank, he considered everyone present to be trash in his eyes. This greatly angered the various sect masters and elders of the 5 sects. Perhaps only Junjie was secretly delighted. He had merely hypnotized Jun Shui a bit, but this ability to attract hatred turned out to be so powerful. It was too exciting. Faced with their questioning, Zui Qi was clearly stuttering. Junjie, the young master, was causing him trouble. It was too difficult. It seemed he could only bite the bullet and try to calm their anger. He began to defend Jun Shui, saying he was young and naive, inevitably frank. All of them were renowned figures in the martial world, so there was no need to quibble with a child. He Xiaoyi helped by saying that geniuses always have pride. Since the sword sect master was so fond of Jun Shui, there was no need for them, as elders elders to make things difficult for a junior. This made them all feel dejected. They thought, why would a sword sect vice master and an elder with great authority in the Tianwu sect praise Jun Shui so mindlessly? Could it be that he Xiao and Zhuqi had been bewitched? At this moment, the Tianwu sect master stood up and said that since Jun Shui was favored by the sword sect, they should just take him. No need to dawdle anymore. Was Jun Jiao the only one left who hadn't chosen a sect? Yun Tu noted. He slowly walked towards Jun Jiao, muttering to himself. That group of people previously thought Jun Jiao had a killer's heart and were unwilling to accept him into their sects. Their faces darkened. This cunning old fox actually said such things. Now if they were to accept Jun Jiao, it would be like slapping their own faces. The Tianwu sect master approached Jun Jiao and asked what he would do if no one wanted to accept him. Jun Jiao slowly replied, "Isn't there still the Tianwu sect?" The Tianwu sect master standing in front of him was there to invite him to join the Tianwu sect, wasn't he? Yun Su mucks Yun Tu for being too arrogant. How could the Tianwu sect possibly invite him? Didn't Jun Jiao know his own worth? But in the next second, Jun Shui was slapped in the face. The Tianwu sect master nodded, saying he was indeed here to invite Jun Jiao to join the Tianwu sect. He heard that Jun Jiao had a grudge against Jun Shui, and the sword sect had taken Jun Shui as a closed-door disciple. So, why not let Jun Jiao be his junior sister? This way, in the future, Jun Shui would have to bow and call Jun Jiao Uncle Master when they meet. It would put Jun Jiao a notch above Jun Shui. How interesting. Jun Jiao also found this quite interesting. This infuriated Jun Shui on the side. How could that despicable Jun Jiao be qualified to be his Uncle Master? He was clearly the most brilliant one, wasn't he? Although Jun Shui had been under Jun Jiao's psychological suggestion before, which stirred up his inner hatred, his arrogant temperament was almost innate. In the main hall of the Tianwu sect, he flew into a rage because he was dissatisfied with the Tianwu sect master inviting Jun Jiao to join. He said Jun Jiao was just an orphaned waste who was nothing, yet he could still enter the Tianwu sect? Was the prestigious Tianwu sect just a place for collecting garbage? Su Qi Engali rebukes Yun Su. But He Xiao secretly warned him, saying that the young master had told them to listen to whatever Jun Shui said. Zhuqi tried hard to suppress his anger. Their young master did say that, but now Jun Shui was insulting the young master. Could they just watch? What exactly did the young master want to do? At this moment, Jun Jiao started to mock Jun Shui, asking who it was that said earlier if the Tianwu sect invited him, he would take off his head for Jun Jiao to kick. But Jun Shui's head wasn't worth much anyway. Even if he took it off to kick, it would only hurt his foot. He should just stay aside. Jun Shui turned to ask the Tianwu sect master if he really wanted to accept Jun Jiao. But the Tianwu sect master didn't take Jun Shui seriously at all. He even said he was talking to his junior sister. What business did Jun Shui have butting in? Jun Shui immediately collapsed to the ground. The Tianwu sect master turned to Jun Jiao with a smile, asking what he thought of his earlier proposal. Jun Jiao asked if he was to be the junior sister, who would be the master. The Tianwu sect master replied that the master would be his father, who had long passed away. But if Jun Jiao came, he could also guide him. Jun Jiao readily agreed and affectionately called the Tianwu sect master senior brother. The Tianwu sect master immediately put his arm around Jun Jiao, saying he could take good care of him in the future. The Songhai sect elder was speechless. How could the sword sect and Tianwu sect be more ridiculous than each other? The sword sect took in a closed-door disciple, and the Tianwu sect went even further by accepting a junior sister. Who knows if the old sect ancestor in the underworld knows that the Tianwu sect master has taken a disciple for him? He asked if the Tianwu sect master was drunk and talking nonsense here. The Tianwu sect master held Jun Jiao even tighter. He said what's wrong with him accepting a disciple for his master? He wouldn't listen even if they had objections. Anyway, he had made his decision. Jun Jiao was now his junior sister. But his junior sister suddenly pricked his hand with a needle. The pain made him let go immediately. Jun Jiao also said that men and women should keep their distance. Meanwhile, Mu Yu, who was secretly watching from a corner, was emanating a chilling aura. Luckily, Jun Jiao pricked the Tianwu sect master. Otherwise, that sect might have been wiped out directly. Mo Wuyu raised his head proudly, saying his little Jiao had never told him about keeping distance between men and women. Lung Yu flattered him, saying Miss Jun liked the master, so it was naturally different. Mo Wuyu also said confidently that he also felt his little Jiao liked him very much. His little Jiao looked more and more delicious. He really wanted to eat him up completely. At this moment, Jun Jiao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned his head and saw it was Ming Yu. But why did that guy's expression look so lustful? What exactly was he thinking? After all the disciples had chosen their sects, the king would hold a banquet. Then they would rest for 2 days before returning to their respective sects. Junjie said he wouldn't attend the banquet. Meanwhile, Jun Shui collapsed on the ground, unable to understand why Junjie, that despicable wretch, became the focus instead of him, who should have been the most sought-after existence among the 4 great emperors. Why did it turn out like this? He was the daughter of Zhu Minji and the young master of the night marching army. What was Junjie compared to him? Sooner or later, he would defeat Junjie in front of everyone, trampling him underfoot. He would let the world see that he, Jun Shui, was 1,000 times better than Junjie. On the way back to his room, Junjie told Muyu that there was still more than half a year until the martial sect competition. The time before Jun Shui goes to the sword sect should be enough for him to show off and cause trouble. Muyu asked if he wasn't afraid that Jun Shui would break free from his control. Junjie shook his head, saying Zhu Qi was watching him. Moreover, there were very few people in the martial sect who could break the mental suggestion he had placed on Jun Shui, unless it was Muyu or Lung Yu. If anyone else tried to forcibly break it, Jun Shui would either die or become an idiot. Muyu suddenly leaned in close. He carefully examined his little Gio, thinking to himself that if little Gio wasn't constrained by this physical body, he would be even more powerful. So when little Gio's physical body became strong enough to match his mental power, that would be the time for him to eat little Gio. He believed that little Gio would be extremely delicious at that time. Junjie felt creeped out by his gaze and used Xiao Wu to block his view. Muyu withdrew his gaze. Junjie suddenly invited Muyu, saying he didn't want to attend the 5 sects banquet. There were too many people. How about drinking with Muyu instead? Muyu was stunned. Before he could answer, Junjie had already run off on his own. He had many bottles of red wine stored in his bracelet space. Today they could drink to their heart's content. Xiao Wu, left behind, was alone with Mo Wuyu. He felt a bit creeped out. Mo Wuyu picked up Xiao Wu and asked if his little Gio liked to drink. Xiao Wu turned his face away, ignoring him. Mo Wuyu directly tossed him aside. After all, his little Gio still cared quite a bit about this stinky cat. If Mo Wuyu did anything to it, little Gio would definitely be angry. He'd better leave the stinky cat alone for now. He'd go ask little Gio himself. Xiao Wu was still meowing angrily on the side. Muyu asked if it still wanted him to carry it. Junjie and Muyu had agreed to drink together. But this drink was red wine. Drinking Western wine in this antique-style room seemed quite out of place. Muyu took a sip. He had no reaction, which made Junjie feel strange. Usually, people would feel uncomfortable when first drinking Western wine. Muyu's reaction was so calm. Could he be pretending? Seeing his little Gio didn't believe him, Muyu took another sip. He directly kissed Junjie's lips. Seeing them kissing so passionately, Xiao Wu quietly left the room. He was a cat, not a dog, but he ended up being a third wheel all day. He couldn't take it anymore. Junjie suddenly came to his senses. He pushed Muyu away. He was puzzled how he ended up kissing Muyu when they were just drinking. Muyu gently caressed his little Gio's lips. He said the wine tasted much sweeter and better after passing through little Gio's lips. Junjie tried to calm himself down, warning himself to be more careful next time. He absolutely couldn't eagerly approach Muyu again, giving him another chance to take advantage. But the next moment, he was already drunk. He actively approached Muyu, wanting to play a fun game with him. What game? The game was to write characters on each other's palms. If you couldn't guess, you lost. What happens to the loser? What happens to the loser? Muyu added that the loser would have to kiss the winner lightly. Junjie slapped the table and agreed immediately. It was Junjie's turn to write first. Muyu looked at Junjie's flushed face in front of him. His little Gio was easy to coax when drunk. He became so cute. Drunk Junjie wanted to play something fun with Muyu. The game was to write characters on each other's palms. If you couldn't guess, you had to kiss the winner lightly. Junjie started writing first. Muyu pretended to be clueless. He leaned close to Junjie and asked if he could give a hint. Junjie covered his mouth, saying how could he give a hint? It was a character from his name. He couldn't say more. Muyu asked if it was the Gio from Little Gio. Junjie was disappointed, complaining that Muyu had guessed it. But Muyu said it was just luck. Now that little Jio had lost, shouldn't he fulfill his promise and kiss him? Yun Tu stood up. He forcefully kissed Mu Yu's lips. At this moment, Ling Xiao, Gu Song, and Jun Xiao Lei just happened to enter. They saw a shocking scene in front of them. Mu Yu glared at them fiercely. Gu Song shuddered. He quickly pulled the other two away. He hadn't expected that Jun Jio and his master actually had that kind of relationship. It was better to run away first and think about it later. Jun Jio was confused, asking why they left. He was about to ask if they wanted to drink together. Mu Yu caressed little Jio's face, asking why he wanted to drink more when he was already drunk. Jun Jio started swaying as he walked back to his room, saying he didn't realize he was drunk. He'd go to sleep then. See you tomorrow. Mu Yu watched his little Jio sleeping, so defenseless. It seemed he really trusted him. Xiao Wu thought Mu Yu might do something, so it stood guard next to Jun Jio, meowing at Mu Yu. Mu Yu just gently waved his hand, covering Jun Jio with a blanket. He told Xiao Wu not to worry. He would only do things when little Jio was willing. He wouldn't take advantage of someone in this state. Meanwhile, outside the room, the three who had seen Jun Jio and Mu Yu kissing looked dejected. Gu Song stood up first, telling them not to squat in the bushes anymore. It's not a big deal to see Jun Jio kissing his master, is it? Ling Xiao walked away looking lost. Seeing Ling Xiao's lonely figure, Gu Song felt relieved. Luckily, he only admired Jun Jio. If he was like Ling Xiao, he'd be in a daze too. Thinking carefully, if Jun Jio's lover was his master Mu Wu Yu, then indeed no one else would have a chance. After all, that person was too powerful. No one would dare to even think about opposing him. Even looking at him for too long would make one feel afraid. He asked Jun Xiao Lei if she also liked Jun Jio and was heartbroken now. Jun Xiao Lei shook her head, saying she wasn't heartbroken. She just thought Sister Jun Jio was amazing. The man she liked took the initiative to approach her. She must learn from Sister Jun Jio and not be too shy and reserved. She said she'd go back and study hard. Gu Song was speechless. He really couldn't understand young people these days. Jun Jio woke up with a hangover, belatedly realizing what happened. He looked indignant. He couldn't understand why his alcohol tolerance was so poor. Even red wine could make him drunk. Moreover, he was tricked by that bastard Mu Wu Yu into kissing and hugging. It really angered him. He had said he wouldn't eagerly approach Mu Wu Yu again. Xiao Wu came over and suggested that maybe the master shouldn't drink anymore. Jun Jio picked up Xiao Wu, rejecting the suggestion. He said since his alcohol tolerance was poor, he should drink more to practice. Otherwise, what if someone easily got him drunk in the future? Xiao Wu showed its sharp claws, saying it could protect Jun Jio. But if it was Mu Yu, it wouldn't be able to win. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was the monk asking to see him. Young Master Jun Jio asked Xiao Wu to call the monk, saying he'd freshen up first. Xiao Wu went out. It meowed at the monk. The monk didn't understand. He reached out to push the door, but was stopped by Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu's serious expression, the monk asked if it meant he shouldn't enter yet and should wait here. Xiao Wu nodded. The monk was starting to feel that this cat might be supernatural. Not only could it understand what he said, but it could also arrange for him to wait here. Soon, Jun Jio's voice came from inside, telling the monk to come in. Looking at Jun Jio sitting by the window, the monk spoke, saying he really couldn't understand why they were letting Jun Shui be so unrestrained. Earlier in the mountain hall, Jun Shui had already offended the sect masters and elders of the major sections. This kind of behavior was detrimental to the relationship between the Night March Army and the martial sects. Shouldn't they be stopping Jun Shui instead? Jun Jio asked in return, if the Night March Army could integrate into the 5 sects, wouldn't their enemies be in the 5 sects as well? Since they decided to use Jun Shui as bait, they must elevate Jun Shui to a high enough position to be seen by those enemies. After all, only when the bait is big enough will the fish quickly take the hook. The monk couldn't stand Jun Shui's arrogant attitude anymore, so he came to ask Jun Jio for clarification. After Jun Jio's explanation, the monk firmly made up his mind. He swore to Jun Jio that he would unconditionally praise Jun Shui from now on, striving to let everyone in the 5 sects know as soon as possible. That Jun Shui's identity was extraordinary. Jun Jio was also pleased. He said he had already given Jun Shui a psychological suggestion. If Jun Shui wanted to court death, they should let him do so freely. Adding fuel to the fire would be enough. The monk accepted the order. He said he would also inform Zhuo Qi about Jun Shue's instructions, since Jun Shue was with Zhuo Qi. The monk looked at Jun Jiu with concern, expressing some worry. He said that the sword sect master wasn't part of the Night March army after all, so taking Jun Shue as a closed-door disciple like this. Jun Jiu reassured the monk, saying that he had saved the sword sect master's life in the past, so the master owed him a favor. There wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, it was just giving Jun Shue a title. If Jun Shue were to die young in the future, it wouldn't affect the sword sect. Yun Tu notit. Now they just had to wait for the big fish from the martial sects to take the bait. He only hoped that Jun Shue wouldn't disappoint him and would try his best to court death in the sword sect. The next day, the martial sect square was full of people, because today was the day to officially head to the martial sects. Jun Xiaolei, with tears in his eyes, rushed towards Jun Jiu. He was so reluctant to part with his sister Jun Jiu. Jun Jiu gently comforted him, saying they would meet again during the martial sect competition, so why cry? Gu Song suddenly seriously reminded Jun Jiu, telling her that the Tianwu sect was a strange place. The sect master was drunk all day long. Almost everyone in the sect was male, all martial arts fanatics and battle maniacs. Jun Jiu should be careful when she goes there. Jun Jiu nodded, accepting Gu Song's good intentions. Gu Song suddenly looked serious again, saying there was still more than half a year until the martial sect competition. Since it would be held at the Tianwu sect this time, he would definitely try to come early. Ling Xiao also said he wouldn't let Jun Jiu wait long at the Tianwu sect. And there was also Jun Xiaolei. Jun Jiu smiled lightly. After bidding farewell to the three, the Tianwu sect master was indeed drunk. He walked up to Jun Jiu, saying they were ready to depart. But Jun Jiu was puzzled. The place was empty now, with no carriages or any other means of transportation. The Tianwu sect seemed to be in the northern part of the continent, very far away. Were they going to walk there? Then the Tianwu sect master blew a loud whistle. A giant crane flew over. This was Jun Jiu's first time standing at such a height, experiencing the feeling of mountains, rivers, and clouds beneath her feet. They rode the crane to the Tianwu sect. This sect was located in the northern mountain range on the highest mountain. The Tianwu sect disciples were excited to hear that the sect master had taken in a female junior. They all stopped practicing and rushed to the main hall to catch a glimpse of the rumored junior sister's true appearance. Jun Jiu was speechless in the sky. This scene was somewhat similar to how he interpreted soldiers rushing to the cafeteria when they heard food was being served. The Tianwu sect master coughed awkwardly twice. It was these rascals. They must have heard the news about a junior sister. That's why they were like this. After all, they hadn't seen other women for a long time, so some excitement was inevitable. He decided to first introduce Jun Jiu to the elders of the Tianwu sect. Jun Jiu followed the Tianwu sect master into the main hall. The Tianwu sect indeed resembled a monastery. After all, it was a sect focused on body cultivation, training in physical strength and martial arts. It was normal that few women were willing to come. The three entered the main hall. Indeed, from elders to disciples, the Tianwu sect was full of rough men who enthusiastically greeted Jun Jiu. Jun Jiu was puzzled. Hadn't she heard that the Tianwu sect had a female elder? Why did these elders also act like they had never seen a woman before? At this moment, a dark-skinned elder excitedly approached Jun Jiu. Jun Jiu noticed that the elder's chest muscles seemed quite large. The Tianwu sect master introduced her as Zhou Dai, their only female elder. Jun Jiu was surprised. This elder was actually a woman? She said if Jun Jiu needed anything in the future, she could always come to them, the elders. Jun Jiu smiled awkwardly and nodded. No wonder the Tianwu sect had a bad reputation outside. People called them battle maniacs, and the whole sect was full of rough men. Even their only female elder was so muscular. It wasn't surprising that they were misunderstood. As soon as Jun Jiu entered the Tianwu sect, she had to undergo a talent test. The test wasn't complicated. She just needed to infuse spiritual energy into the Tianyue stone for judgment. Talent was divided into 9 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Level 1 was red, level 2 orange, level 3 yellow, level 4 green, and so on. Purple was the highest level of talent. The highest talent that had appeared in this world so far was level 5 cyan. So anyone who could reach level 5 cyan was destined to become a great spiritual master in the future. The Tianwu sect master said his talent was level 5 cyan, and he was already an 8th level spiritual master now. He told Jun Jiu not to worry if her test result was poor, as her senior brother would take care of her. The monk secretly mocked in his heart. Did their young master need the sect master's protection? With such monstrous strength, the young master's talent surely wouldn't be low. Perhaps it would be as high as the sect master's, level 5 Cyan. Junjie curiously looked at their mysterious Tianyue stone, finding it quite interesting. In her previous life, there was nothing like this to test talent. But in this world with spiritual energy, it made sense that talent levels could be measured. These elders were already calculating. It wasn't easy for their Tianwu sect to get such a pretty young girl. Even if her talent wasn't good, it didn't matter. They would keep her here first. Besides, she was an alchemist too. If the result wasn't good later, they would definitely comfort her gently. Junjie slowly approached the Tianyue stone. She infused her spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a cyan light pillar appeared in front of everyone. The sect master immediately stood up and shouted, "Good!" It was the same color as his. It seemed she would also be a great spiritual master in the future. Then a dramatic scene unfolded. The light pillar turned blue. The disciples at the entrance couldn't stay still, looking at the main hall in shock. This was level 6 blue. Could it be the legendary spiritual king? Then the light pillar changed again. This time it was purple, the highest level of talent. Legend had it that purple had only appeared at least 1,000 years ago. Now it appeared in their Tianwu sect's main hall. This wasn't just a genius, it was a monster. But it wasn't over yet. Even though it was already top-tier talent, Junjie wondered what would happen if she added her profound mental power. This woman actually possessed the world's highest level of talent, Chi Jizi. However, she didn't look excited at all. She entered a trance. Elder Zhou beside her was already eager to record this talent. This was the highest talent in their Tianwu sect so far. It would surely shock others if they knew. But this idea was interrupted by the sect master. Because geniuses often die young throughout history. Chi Jizi hadn't appeared for over 1,000 years. If Junjie's test result was spread, it would surely invite jealousy. It would be better to hide Junjie's talent. But Junjie didn't think so. She slowly said that rather than hiding things and inviting curiosity, it would be better to openly release the news. Moreover, Chi Jizi hadn't appeared for 1,000 years. If the news spread, outsiders wouldn't believe it anyway. They would just think the Tianwu sect was exaggerating. It was just a publicity stunt. Even if this news spread to the ends of the earth, she wouldn't be in danger. The sect master pondered for a moment. He decided to listen to Junjie. After all, their Tianwu sect had gotten a sect-level alchemist and the right to host the Wusong Grand Competition. Other sects were already jealous to the point of madness. They probably wouldn't believe that the Tianwu sect could also get a Chi Jizi talent that hadn't appeared in 1,000 years. The monstrous disciples were excited. They all wanted to spar with Junjie. After all, she was a Chi Jizi that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Fighting her must be thrilling. But the senior brother gave them a punch to the head. He angrily scolded them, saying their little aunt was so beautiful, eating like a porcelain doll. How dare they lay a hand on her? Watching their bickering scene, Junjie couldn't help but sigh. These Tianwu sect people, upon learning of her talent, only showed concern and admiration. There was no jealousy or scheming. They were quite pure. It seemed she hadn't made a wrong choice coming here. At this moment, the sect master called Junjie, intending to take her to choose a place to live. When he was about to put his arm around Junjie as before in the main hall, he was warned by Junjie's glare. He immediately withdrew his hand. Looking pitifully at Junjie's back, he thought his little junior sister was good in every way, just a bit fierce. Soon they arrived at the living quarters. The interior furnishings were exquisite but slightly old-fashioned. The sect master explained that these furnishings were made 3 years ago for the Wusong platform competition. Although they were a bit old, no one had used them before. He had already arranged for new custom-made ones. Junjie felt a bit sad hearing this. These items for female disciples were specially made by the Tianwu sect for each Wusong platform competition. But in the end, no female disciples ever came. Oh, Tianwu sect. The sect master patted his chest and promised Junjie that they would treat her well. He said the women from the neighboring Songhai sect changed their sets every year, so they couldn't fall behind. From now on, they would change little junior sister's set every month, not just every half year. Xiaowu in Junjie's arms couldn't help but sigh. How inhumane. That wasn't an ordinary cat. It didn't eat cat food. It wanted to eat roast chicken, roast goose, rabbit legs, braised pork, and braised beef. But the Tianwu sect master thought these were what Junjie wanted to eat, thinking the girl was just too shy to say it directly. The cat wanted to eat him. He assured Junjie that he would prepare not only these meats, but also a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. He told Junjio not to be picky when the time came. After the sect master left, Muyu suddenly appeared behind Junjio. He intimately embraced his little Jio. Junjio said seriously that there was an empty room next door. There were few people here, so Muyu could move in without being discovered. But Muyu teasingly asked his little Jio if this was an invitation to live together. Yun Tu sighed helplessly. After all, he couldn't drive Muyu away. Rather than having him stubbornly stay in his room, it was better to let him move next door voluntarily. Muyu suddenly leaned close to Junjio's face and softly asked what little Jio would do if the Tianwu sect people found out he was living next door. Junjio slowly said that if discovered, they would just say Muyu was his master. This identity was very useful. Muyu continued to press, asking what if they saw him, as the master, being intimate with little Jio. Would they be shocked? But at this moment, a discordant knock on the door sounded. The meal had arrived. Junjio pushed Muyu away and turned to open the door. Muyu was obviously very displeased at this point. The door creaked open. A disciple carrying 2 person-high steamer baskets entered. Junjio wanted to take them, but the disciple was worried that Junjio, as a girl, couldn't carry them. However, he underestimated Junjio. After all, she was a once-in-a-thousand-years Chi Jizi, a genius talent. Junjio had already taken the food inside, so the disciple took his leave. The meal specially prepared by the sect master was indeed sumptuous. Looking at this full-course banquet with its appealing color, aroma, and taste, Xiao Wu was extremely excited. It said this might be Muyu's first time eating human food. After Tianwu sect brought a table of good food for Junjio, Muyu slowly sat down, just watching his little Jio eat, without touching the chopsticks himself. Junjio curiously asked if he wasn't hungry, saying, "Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen you eat anything." Actually, Lung Yu, who was secretly watching from outside, felt the same way. He had followed his master Muyu for so many years, but had never seen his master hungry. But speaking of hunger, that was also his master feeling hungry for Junjio's soul. Seeing that Muyu hadn't answered for a while, Junjio said if he wasn't going to eat, he could go next door first. But Muyu suddenly grabbed Junjio's hand, holding the chopsticks. He agreed to eat, but only what his little Jio had eaten, and it had to be fed by hand. After eating, he would smack his lips and praise his little Jio. What little Jio had tasted was indeed delicious, just as delicious as little Jio himself. Junjio threw a pair of chopsticks at Muyu's face, telling him to use chopsticks himself if he wanted to eat and not to take advantage all the time. But how could that be possible? Muyu took this opportunity to touch Junjio's fingers, continuing to take advantage. Junjio quickly pulled his hand back and coughed lightly in embarrassment. This scene left Lung Yu, who was peeking from outside, dumbfounded. His master Muyu, who never ate mortal food, was actually dining with Junjio. Indeed, only Junjio could change his master. The next day, Xiao Wu hurriedly ran to Junjio, telling him that the sect master had arrived. At this time, Junjio had already changed into the Tianwu sect's uniform. He was preparing to open the door. As soon as he saw Junjio, the sect master was surprised. He was just about to knock. How did Junjio know he had come? Junjio explained that Xiao Wu had seen him. The sect master looked at Xiao Wu beside Junjio and praised, "Little junior sister, your cat is so intelligent, even knowing to notify you." Then he got to the point. Joining Tianwu sect means learning the sect's body cultivation techniques. He asked if little junior sister wanted to learn. Junjio immediately agreed. After all, Tianwu sect was famous for its body cultivation techniques. In this era, where everyone was learning hand seals and spiritual power spells, Tianwu sect relied on physical strength and fist techniques, firmly occupying a place among the sects. Their strength was powerful and domineering. No one dared to underestimate them. Since he had chosen Tianwu sect, of course he should learn the sect's essence, a body cultivation technique that could defeat a group of mages with just muscles and fists. Junjio was finally going to witness it today. The Tianwu sect master brought Junjio to the training ground. As the first woman in the sect in over a decade, she particularly attracted the attention of the male disciples. They thought the little junior ant looked like a fairy and wanted to spar with the legendary Chi Jizi. This amused Junjio, who found the Tianwu sect disciples extremely adorable. Seeing Junjio smile, the disciples immediately became infatuated. The sect master interrupted the disciples' daydreaming. Then he pointed to a stone tablet engraved with training postures in front of them. This was the first level of Tianwu sect's body cultivation technique. Junjio was surprised that the stone tablet in front of him was actually a pure natural boulder. The sect master explained that Tianwu sect's body cultivation technique was divided into 5 levels. From high to low, the levels were earth, mysterious, yellow, and human. All disciples entering Tianwu sect had to start learning from the first level. Junjiu suddenly asked if they weren't afraid of other sects stealing their techniques by leaving them out in the open like this. The sect master shook his head proudly. Tianwu sect's body cultivation techniques must be practiced with the corresponding mental techniques to be effective. It's this domineering female sect master who fell in love with me. Excuse me. It's this Tianwu mental technique. Looking at the book in hand, he smiled helplessly. He didn't expect this senior brother to be so romantic. The sect master suddenly spoke up to break the awkwardness. Little junior sister, the content of this mental technique manual is complex. It would take others at least half a year to learn. But you're Chi-Jeezy. I believe in your talent. As long as you put your heart into it, you don't need half a year. But before he could finish, Junjiu interrupted. I've already learned it. The sect master was stunned. He couldn't believe what Junjiu had just said. Junjiu emphasized again. This body cultivation technique combined with the mental technique is enough, right? Let me try. The sect master still didn't believe it. Little junior sister, don't joke around. If you can learn the first level of body cultivation technique right away, I'll step down as the Tianwu sect master on the spot. So Junjiu raised his hand. He began to absorb the Tianwu technique from the stone tablet, integrating it with the mental technique. He had seen talented people before, but he had never seen anyone as talented as this woman. Even the most gifted disciples would take at least half a year to learn the first level of body cultivation technique. Junjiu just flipped through a few pages of the book. In less than a minute, Junjiu had already mastered the first level of body cultivation technique. He didn't expect the legendary Chi-Jeezy's talent to be so terrifyingly amazing. As soon as Junjiu finished practicing, he felt his physical strength increase. This made him find it quite interesting. So Tianwu sect's body cultivation technique refines flesh and blood, enhancing physical strength. Junjiu, immersed in the newly learned technique, seemed completely unaware of the collectively stunned gazes of others. The Tianwu sect master, still in a daze, opened his mouth to marvel at Junjiu's god-level talent. What takes others half a year to learn, Junjiu mastered in the blink of an eye. This doesn't even give others a chance to save face. Junjiu just modestly waved his hand, saying he might be more suited to this mental technique. If he had to say, Junjiu's current physical strength and mental power were far beyond their understanding, not to mention his world-class medical and poison skills. Junjiu's prodigious talent made the sect master even more interested. He decided to take Junjiu to practice the second level of body cultivation technique in the secret chamber. The monk in the main hall still didn't know that Junjiu had instantly mastered the first level technique. He only knew that on Junjiu's first day of training, the sect master had already taken him to practice the second level technique. He was so surprised that he cried out loudly, worried that the sect master might harm their young master Junjiu. Although Junjiu was exceptionally talented, this kind of skipping levels was too reckless. What if their young master got hurt? But in reality, Junjiu's strength far exceeded their imagination. He was brought to the secret chamber by the sect master. On the chamber walls were carved the second level of body cultivation technique. However, this second level was quite different from the first. Even with Junjiu's extraordinary talent, it was impossible to master the second level instantly. But Junjiu was determined to challenge the impossible. He followed the sect master to the other side of the cave. What came into view was a huge waterfall, with water forcefully striking the disciples practicing below. The sect master explained that the second level technique must be practiced with the stone waterfall. Only when Junjiu could stand firmly on the side stone pillar, unaffected by the force of the waterfall, would it be considered that he had mastered the second level of body cultivation technique. But this was not a simple challenge. The force of the waterfall was not small. Several disciples of the Tianwu sect had been knocked down by the waterfall. If this was how the Tianwu sect's body cultivation technique was practiced, it was undeniably too harsh. The sect master even joked with Junjiu, saying if Junjiu could withstand 10 seconds on the outermost stone pillar, he would respect Junjiu as a tough woman. A waterfall over 1,000 zhang long. Almost no one could withstand 10 seconds of impact under the waterfall. Even for the almighty Junjiu, it wouldn't be easy to lie down there. The sect master also told Junjio that he must be able to stand firmly on the innermost stone pillar to be considered as having mastered the second level of body cultivation technique. Then he joked with Junjio again, saying if Junjio could now withstand 10 seconds on the outermost stone pillar where the water force was weaker, he would respect Junjio as a tough woman. Although this was a joke, Junjio took it seriously and was eager to try. He was seen stepping lightly, landing steadily on the outermost stone pillar like a waterfall. The sect master, looking at Junjio's confident expression, wondered if he could really succeed. But the next second, Junjio was knocked off the stone pillar by the enormous pressure. He fell into the lake water. The sect master was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, Junjio wasn't so abnormal as to instantly master the second level of body cultivation technique. Junjio, in the water, spat out a mouthful of water, feeling unsatisfied. The sect master on the shore, just because he looked at the soaking wet Junjio for an extra moment, was immediately warned by Xiao Wu Miao Miao, calling him a perverted wolf and telling him not to peek. Junjio leapt out of the lake. He activated his spiritual energy, instantly evaporating the water on his body. This surprised the sect master even more. He didn't expect Junjio could already use external spiritual energy. Even he could only do this skillfully after breaking through the 6th level spirit stone. However, Junjio was very dissatisfied in his heart. What's the use of being able to use external spiritual energy? He had refined his marrow and taken Yudi wine, but facing this waterfall, he had no resistance at all. The sect master knew that with Junjio's competitive nature, he must still be thinking about falling off the waterfall earlier. So he comforted him, saying it was nothing. The force of the waterfall couldn't be resisted head-on, but one had to merge into it. Otherwise, being knocked into the lake was the least of it. In serious cases, the impact could even damage one's foundation, injuring internal organs. So regardless of talent, everyone had to obediently build a good foundation, starting from the first level. Junjio suddenly mocked the sect master, asking if he deliberately brought him here to see him embarrassed. The sect master hurriedly denied it. He said he just wanted Junjio not to be overly ambitious, but to calm down and build a foundation for a year or so before challenging. Although in fact, he did intentionally bring Junjio here to see him fail. Who told Junjio to have such strong talent that it hit his ego? Junjio suddenly said solemnly, "Give me 1 day. Tomorrow I'll stand on the pillar again." The sect master was stunned for a second, asking Junjio if he was addicted to being tortured. But Junjio righteously told him, just 1 day. Then he flew away. The sect master originally just wanted to let Junjio experience the cruelty of reality, but he didn't expect Junjio to get so fired up. However, he brought Junjio here and let him get hurt. When the time comes, those elders would probably want to settle accounts with him. But it didn't need to wait until then. The time had already come. The elders had all come to settle accounts with him. The sect master broke out in a cold sweat. He said this was where the disciples learned the second level technique. It wasn't appropriate for so many elders to be here. But Elder Zhou clenched her fist, making cracking sounds. She asked the sect master why he brought Junjio, who had just joined the sect on the first day, to this place where the second level technique was learned. Didn't he know how dangerous it was? Maybe they should just flatten this stinky sect master who bullied Songhua. He was a transmigrator with overwhelming power, and he also possessed the top talent in this world. This made the sect master a bit jealous. So, he lured him to challenge 1,000 Zhonglong waterfall. As a result, he was washed down by the waterfall. Even for disciples with high talent, it would take a year or so of cultivation to challenge this waterfall. But Junjio, unwilling to accept defeat, said that if given 1 more day, he would definitely succeed in the challenge. On the way back to his room, Junjio was still pondering carefully. But the power of the stone waterfall was much stronger than he had imagined. His body was still aching faintly. How could he withstand the impact of that waterfall? Xiao Wu beside him suddenly asked if he was injured from falling from such a high stone pillar earlier. Junjio stubbornly said no. Mous suddenly appeared in his room. He teased that Junjio wasn't telling the truth. Junjio pretended not to understand what Moue was saying. He just walked past. Montak vuyuzait helplessly. His little 9 was indeed stubborn. Then he slowly said that with Junjio's current body, the force of the waterfall was not small. Even if there were no internal injuries, there must be some bruises. Xiao Wu, hearing this, worriedly pulled Junjio's arm and meowed. Junjio stroked Xiao Wu's head, comforting her that it was all right. Then he asked Moue if he knew everything that happened around him. Montauk Vuyu nodded confidently. Every move of his little nine was within his sight. Then he told Junjio not to be stubborn anymore. He should quickly lie down on the bed, and he would help treat Junjio's injuries. Junjio didn't expect Mo Wuyue to have healing skills, so he untied his clothes. He lay down on the bed to try Mo Wuyue's skills. Mo Wuyue's expression suddenly turned mischievous. He slowly approached him, saying his skills could not only treat physical pain, but also heal the fire in one's heart. Junjio licked his lips, adding that skills alone were not enough. Oral skills also needed practice. Mo Wuyue held Junjio's face, saying that oral skills couldn't be practiced alone. It required cooperation. He asked if Little Nine was willing to cooperate with him in practice. Junjio suddenly pushed him away, telling him there would be a fee. They should first experience his hand skills. Mo Wuyue released spiritual energy from his palm, healing the wounds on Junjio's body. He leaned close to Junjio's ear and asked if it felt good. Junjio joked that it was okay, but he needed to use a bit more force. Mo Wuyue also started teasing Junjio, saying if he used more force, he was afraid Little Nine wouldn't be able to hold back his voice. Junjio chuckled softly, saying if Mo Wuyue could really make him cry out, that would be quite impressive. Xiao Wu beside them couldn't stand it anymore. He angrily meowed, wondering if these two were really treating an illness properly. What were they saying? He wanted to report them. While treating Junjio's wounds, Mo Wuyue asked if Little Nine really wanted to go to the stone waterfall again tomorrow. Yun Tu notit. He had not only washed with spirit water, but also taken spirit medicine. He couldn't believe he couldn't conquer a mere stone waterfall. Mo Wuyue reminded him that all natural forces should be followed. If he really wanted to conquer it, he should integrate with it, not resist it forcefully. Yun Tu simple. It seemed today's challenge had led him into a misconception. He needed to try a different approach. Seeing his expression, Mo Wuyue thought that the clever Little Nine must have understood. Junjio praised Mo Wuyue, saying that it seemed his previous calls of master to Mo Wuyue weren't in vain. Mo Wuyue was indeed worthy of the title, but Mo Wuyue didn't care much for Junjio's verbal praise. So Junjio leaned closer to his cheek and asked about the free oral skill practice. Mo Wuyue agreed, even with great pleasure. Junjio was washed down by the stone waterfall and felt very unsatisfied. So that night, he went back and kissed Mo Wuyue. With Mo Wuyue's buff, Junjio decided to challenge the stone waterfall again today. Looking at this 1,000-jong-long waterfall, Junjio wasn't afraid at all. He lightly tapped his toes and jumped onto the stone pillar. In the grass behind him, four people sneakily emerged. Elder Zhou was a bit worried, fearing Junjio might get hurt. She wanted to go up and stop him. Another elder agreed. After all, Junjio had just started body training. Challenging the stone waterfall now was simply reckless. Elder Zhou also chimed in, saying that Junjio was also an alchemist with a weak body. How could he withstand the pressure of the stone waterfall? Just as Elder Zhou was about to stop Junjio, the monk called her back, ordering everyone not to interfere. He said that since Junjio had joined the Tianwu sect, he should follow the sect's rules and be treated the same as other disciples. Moreover, the sect master had already warned Junjio yesterday about the dangers. If Junjio still insisted on forcing his way through today, he would have to bear the consequences. Otherwise, if they gave Junjio such special treatment, what would the other disciples think? The sect master cleared his throat, pretending to be profound, saying the monk's words made sense. But in the next second, he was scolded by the monk, who blamed him for bringing Junjio to the second level so quickly, which had provoked Junjio's competitive spirit and led to this situation. Elder Zhou also started blaming him, saying it was all his fault, and otherwise Zonghua wouldn't be taking such risks. The sect master looked wronged, complaining that when he was only 10 years old, didn't they throw him into the stone waterfall too? Elder Zhou was clearly biased, saying how could the sect master's thick skin be compared to Zonghua's delicate skin? Besides, was he as good-looking as Junjio? Didn't he know that the Tianwu sect favored women over men? It's hard to have a girl. Girls should be protected. All right, the sect master's heart was broken. He didn't understand why the treatment gap between people could be so large. At this moment, the monk asked everyone to be quiet, because Junjio had already started the challenge. The immense pressure of the water flow was hitting Junjio's body. Junjio barely managed to keep himself from falling. Elder Zhou looked worried, only hoping that Junjio wouldn't get hurt. The sect master, however, guessed that it would be the same result as yesterday. Junjio should be washed off the stone pillar soon. The water flow was splashing against Junjie. He clearly couldn't hold on much longer. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He carefully recalled what Manhwa had told him yesterday. All natural forces should be followed. If you want to conquer the stone waterfall, you should integrate into it, not resist it forcefully. Junjie opened his eyes. He understood that the waterfall was not his enemy. He shouldn't resist. He directly sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling the waterfall washing over his body. The elders didn't quite understand, wondering why Junjie suddenly sat down. Only the sect master understood, using softness to overcome hardness, competing by going with the flow. But it had only been one night. How could Junjie possibly understand how to deal with the stone waterfall? This woman had only cultivated for one day, yet it equaled others 1 year of cultivation. She sat cross-legged under 1,000 Zhonglong waterfall, feeling the strong water flow washing over her body. All the disciples felt incredible. People really couldn't be compared. Is this what they call top-tier talent? Junjie stayed like this under the waterfall for exactly 2 incense sticks time. Seeing that it was enough for today, she flashed and jumped down from the waterfall. Although he understood how to cultivate under the waterfall, the power of the stone waterfall was indeed too strong. Staying up there for a long time, the physical body still couldn't endure. So as soon as he landed, his feet stumbled. Xiao Wu worriedly ran to his side. The sect master also appeared behind him, asking if he was all right, if anything felt uncomfortable. Junjie released his spiritual power, evaporating the water on his body. He was just a bit exhausted, nothing serious. The sect master sighed in relief. He told Junjie that when he brought him here yesterday, he only wanted to dampen Junjie's spirits a bit. He didn't expect Junjie to actually succeed in one try. Could it be some genius expert who had taken over the body? Or some old monster who had cultivated for millions of years and was reborn? Junjie interrupted, telling the sect master to stop imagining things from those messy novels. Then he told the sect master that he planned to cultivate at the stone waterfall for the next few days. In 3 days, he wanted to challenge the core area of the stone waterfall. The sect master was shocked. Clearly, challenging the core area in 3 days was too incredible. Moreover, if he succeeded in challenging the core area, it would mean he had already learned the 2nd level of body cultivation technique. This step was too big. Junjie proudly answered that he learned the 1st level of body cultivation in 1 day. So, what's the problem with learning the 2nd level in 5 days? When he succeeds, the sect master should take him to learn the 3rd level of body cultivation technique. He said this casually, then turned and walked away. The sect master was really surprised. He didn't expect Junjie to say such boastful words. The key is that he really felt Junjie was right. It's truly unbelievable. So for the next 1st day, 2nd day, and 3rd day, Junjie diligently practiced under the stone waterfall. Until the 4th day, he had completely mastered the 2nd level of mental techniques. The stone pillars on the outer area of the waterfall no longer posed any difficulty for him. It was time for him to challenge the core area. Manhwa had been alone for 3 whole days. So, on the day Junjie was about to challenge the core area of the stone waterfall, he appeared by his side. The pain of separation was unbearable for Manhwa, so he came to accompany him. Junjie quickly pulled his hand away, asking if Manhwa also wanted to go up to the stone waterfall with him. Montak vuyu nodded. After all, when a disciple goes to practice, how could a master just watch from afar? Of course, he had to be hands-on. He should stay close to his little Gio. Xiao Wu meowed angrily, asserting his ownership to Manhwa. He said Junjie only needed his company, not anyone else's. But Manhwa mocked his small frame, saying that once on the stone waterfall, he'd probably perform a free fall into the water. Xiao Wu looked pitiful, but this time Junjie sided with Manhwa. He put Xiao Wu down, saying the stone waterfall wasn't a joke. It would be too dangerous for Xiao Wu to go up. He should wait here peacefully for his return. Xiao Wu felt a bit dejected. At this moment, a large group of Tianwu sect disciples suddenly rushed over. Manhwa was disturbed and looked very displeased. One of the leading Tianwu sect disciples began introducing himself to Junjie, saying his name was Xiao Wang. He was a level 3 spirit master of Tianwu sect. His cheeks were a bit flushed. He said he had long heard that Junjio had the legendary 7th level Z talent, and a few days ago, he saw Junjio's arduous practice on the stone waterfall and admired him greatly. So today he mustered up the courage to stand here, just to tell Junjio that he had admired him for a long time. Montak Vuyu was furious. The green flames in his hand began to boil, as if he was about to go on a killing spree the next second. Junjio sensed Mo Wuyue's anger and quickly restrained him, telling him not to get excited and to continue listening to Xiao Wang. Then Xiao Wang said in the next second that he hoped to spar with Junjio and hoped Junjio wouldn't mind. Junjio was a bit stunned, asking if what Xiao Wang meant by admire was just wanting to spar. Xiao Wang nodded. He praised Junjio's extremely high talent, saying all the disciples wanted to spar with Junjio. He just happened to be the first to ask. The disciples behind him agreed, and some even seemed envious of him. Mo Wuyue coldly mocked, saying that people from Tianwu sect indeed only had fighting on their minds. They were a bunch of guys who couldn't even speak clearly. How dare they misuse the word admire like this? Only his feelings for his little Gio could be called true admiration. After all, he was a body cultivation master of the 3rd level, yet he was being looked down upon by a woman like this. Xiao Wang, who had expressed his feelings to Junjio, looked at the little poet with anticipation. Junjio smiled awkwardly, then agreed to spar with him. Hearing this, Xiao Wang immediately became excited, unable to think of anything else. He eagerly took his stance, asking Junjio to make the first move. Little junior uncle, you make the first move. If I go first, you won't be able to block even one attack. Junjio replied indifferently, saying he would give Xiao Wang 3 moves. Seeing this, Xiao Wang couldn't help but remind him, afraid of hurting Junjio. As he spoke, his hand didn't stop. His right fist aimed straight for Junjio's face. Junjio's expression remained unchanged. With a turn of his body, he easily dodged. Surprised by the little junior uncle's speed, Xiao Wang's left hand was already coming up. Junjio calmly sidestepped, saying, "You're too slow." Seeing their senior brother's 2 moves miss, the disciples below started discussing their abilities. Knowing he couldn't match Junjio's speed, Xiao Wang proposed to settle it with 1 move. Junjio hooked his finger, his red lips slightly raised. "As you wish." Xiao Wang charged his right hand, seemingly using all the power of the 3rd level of body cultivation technique. His fist, carrying waves of strong wind, aimed straight at Junjio. The watching disciples hurriedly tried to stop him. Senior brother Wang stopped quickly, afraid of hurting Junjio. Seeing Junjio standing still, not moving an inch, Xiao Wang also became anxious. "Little junior uncle, if you can't block it, dodge quickly. I can't pull back now." Junjio's expression remained unchanged. He turned his wrist, raising a single palm to meet the heavy punch. The 1,000-pound force punch seemed to hit an iron plate, exploding with a thunderous boom. The disciples affected by the explosion were dismayed. Looking at the current situation, it seemed the little junior uncle was in grave danger. As the dust settled, the 2 at the center of the explosion still maintained their confrontational postures. Seeing Junjio's calm face, Xiao Wang couldn't help but call out, "Junior uncle." Then came the intense pain in his arm, making him cry out in agony. Seeing a woman actually break a strong man's arm with 1 punch, the watching disciples found it hard to believe. Xiao Wang, with his swollen hand, was crying, complaining that Junjio's hand must be made of steel to be so hard. Mo Wuyue, hidden in the shadows, smiled contentedly. With his little Jio's current strength, dealing with these Tianwu sect junior disciples only took 1 move. He really looked forward to when his little Jio would become even stronger. Junjio carefully examined his own hand. If he had faced such a heavy punch before, he would have surely been at a disadvantage. But now he only felt a slight numbness in his fingers. Tianwu sect's body cultivation technique was indeed very powerful. Xiao Wang accepted this defeat wholeheartedly, but he wouldn't give up because of it. He even asked Junjio for another chance to spar in the future. As fellow disciples, they should have friendly exchanges. He then asked Xiao Wang to stretch out his injured arm. Junjio pushed and turned the arm once. Xiao Wang's hand was instantly fixed. The other disciples became even more excited. It seemed that the rumors they had heard about Junjio being an alchemist were true. They all praised Junjie together, saying he was the idol of the Tianwu sect disciples. Other alchemists were weak and not good at fighting, but Junjie was not only skilled in medicine, but also fierce. They wanted to learn from Junjie together. Junjie helplessly turned his head away, planning to continue challenging the stone pillars. On the way, Moyue asked Junjie how it felt to become the idol of all the Tianwu sect disciples. Junjie smiled mischievously, saying he would rather become Moyue's idol. That would be more satisfying. Moyue narrowed his eyes, telling Junjie that would take a lot of effort. The water pressure in the core area of the stone pillars was indeed several times greater than the surrounding area. Junjie was struck down to his knees. However, he still struggled to support his body. Moyue comforted him, saying not to force himself if he couldn't do it. But Junjie waved his hand, firmly believing he could do it. Junjie insisted on challenging beyond his level. The strong water flow in the core area of the stone pillars struck his body. He concentrated, sat cross-legged, but his expression gradually became strained. He endured, allowing the force of the stone pillars to break his tendons and bones. But as long as he didn't die, he was determined to suppress this force and use it for himself. Moyue smiled with satisfaction on the side, seeing his little Jio endure what others couldn't, remaining calm under painful pressure. He felt a hint of admiration in his heart. Seeing his little Jio's fierce demeanor and surging energy, it seemed he was about to break through. He gathered his spiritual energy, deciding to give his little Jio a helping hand, anticipating his transformation. Soon, a dazzling purple beam of light shot straight into the sky. Accompanying it was a golden phoenix soaring with spread wings. This left all the disciples present stunned with their mouths agape. Meanwhile, the monk in the main hall received a letter from the sword sect. After reading it, he was shocked. He didn't expect Jun Yinxue to cause such a big commotion in the sword sect. At this rate, Jun Yinxue might be killed for attracting too much hatred before they could lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, Elder Zhou suddenly burst in, shouting that something had happened. He said Junjie had gone to the core area of the stone pillars. The monk, upon hearing this, shouted nonsense. The core area was not something Junjie could challenge now. He then hurriedly set off with Elder Zhou towards the stone pillars. But as soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw a beam of purple light shooting into the sky from the direction of the stone pillars. Elder Zhou exclaimed in surprise, asking if this meant someone had broken through. Looking at the golden phoenix soaring into the sky, Missouri Weiwei's eyes sparkled with pride. As expected of his little Jio, the stone pillars now posed no challenge to him. Such an outstanding and excellent person, even those at the third level couldn't compare. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing at his fingertips, Moyue's gaze grew deeper. Meanwhile, Junjie remained oblivious to the outside world, concentrating on his cultivation. Spiritual energy was building up, ready to burst forth. His blood was gradually boiling. He suddenly opened his eyes. The golden phoenix soaring into the sky let out a cry, then dove down and plunged straight into Junjie's body. With a crack, the bottleneck shattered. The spiritual energy inside Junjie cheered joyfully as it broke free from its constraints. At once, even the water pressure from the stone pillars and the pain striking his body were greatly reduced. As his strength soared, the stone pillars now became like ordinary water, no longer posing any threat to him. The disciples outside the stone pillars were also shocked, reaching the first level of body tempering in just one day, breaking through to the third level in 5 days. This legendary heavenly disciple was simply too monstrous. On the other side, the monk who had just left the main hall, staring towards the stone pillars, couldn't help but swallow. It was indeed the young master who had broken through. This was simply not giving others a chance to live. The sect master of Tianwu sect was also very pleased. The little junior sister was indeed a prodigy. It seemed that tomorrow he would have to prepare the third level of body tempering for him. Thinking of this, he felt another wave of excitement. After all, the martial sect competition was about to begin. Moyue approached Junjie, his eyes smiling, congratulating little Nine. Junjie quickly grabbed his hand. "Did you know I would break through today?" Montag vuyu chakut. He had come to protect him out of concern for his injury. How could I have known? As he spoke, he couldn't help but lean closer to him. Little Nine directly reached out to lift his chin. Junjio was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and pushed his hand away. Mo, even as powerful as you are, what I'm thinking about is how to overpower you, to be above you. Mo, seeing Junjio like this, felt his heart flutter. Just as he was about to do something, Junjio pushed the man away. Don't even think about it. It's time to go back. Saying this, he walked away without looking back. Jun Yunshue, hated by everyone, was walking further and further down the path of self-destruction, becoming a tyrant in the sword sect. Continuing from before, Mo and Junjio had just come out of the dining hall when they saw the monk and others waiting outside. An excited Jodai quickly came forward to greet them, with the monk close behind. Xiao Wu, hungry after a day, also ran towards Junjio meowing, expressing his dissatisfaction. Junjio was indeed puzzled by the arrival of the two. He picked up Xiao Wu and looked at them. Jodai walked up close, unable to help but marvel at how quickly Junjio's strength had broken through. She also looked forward to his performance in the martial sect competition. Junjio calmly looked Jodai over, then mentioned going to find the sect master to ask for the third level of body tempering technique. Before Jodai could speak, the monk used this as an excuse to have her go keep an eye on the sect master. Knowing the sect master's temperament well, Jodai quickly agreed and turned to leave. As she walked, she muttered that since Junjio was working so hard, the sect master, as a senior, shouldn't be so lazy. Seeing this, Junjio understood that the monk had something to discuss with him privately. The monk didn't hide anything and said directly, "I have important matters." Before he could finish, Junjio interrupted him. "Wait until we're back at my quarters." Mo immediately put his arm around Junjio's shoulders. Not long after they started walking back, Junjio bathed, changed clothes, and had a meal before sitting at the table and looking at the monk. The monk took a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Junjio. "This is a letter from the sword sect about Jun Yunshue." After reading the letter, Junjio smiled. "This Jun Yunshue has done well, exceeding my expectations. He's done quite well." The monk exclaimed in shock. Jun Yunshue has caused such chaos. If it weren't for Zhuqi's intervention, Zhou Sun would have been killed long ago. Xiao Wu, seeing the monk's twisted expression, couldn't help but meow and asked Junjio what exactly Jun Yunshue had done. Junjio stroked Xiao Wu's head and transmitted his thoughts. "It's nothing much. Just seizing spirit weapons, burning houses, and crippling the sect master's disciple. Now Jun Yunshue is hated by everyone, truly living up to the title of the sword sect's #1 tyrant." Upon learning the truth, Xiao Wu collapsed on the ground with a thud, rolling on his back with his forepaws in the air, meowing repeatedly. The monk watched in bewilderment, feeling somewhat confused and panicked. Jun Yunshue has done well. His name will surely spread throughout the 5 great sects. Now that everyone knows him, aren't we one step closer to our plan? But young master, he's gone too far. The monk furrowed his brows, feeling very troubled. The current sword sect master only wants to kill him now. How can we keep him alive? Junjio glanced at him and took out a bottle of pills from his sleeve, handing it over. "This is the revival pill. 1 pill saves 1 life. There are 3 inside. Give it to the sword sect master, and the problem will be solved." The monk stared intently at the medicine, and after a while spoke, "A pill that can save lives. I can bring the dead back to life with just 1 pill, snatching people from the king of hell. The sword sect master won't be able to resist such a pill." Junjio, holding Xiao Wu in his arms, continued, "As long as he's tempted, Jun Yunshue won't be an issue at all." "That's right." The monk's eyes gleamed. "Compared to saving one's life, what does Jun Yunshue matter?" He calculated the time. "There's only half a year left until the martial sect competition. I hope Junjio can go down the mountain to train with the sect disciples." Junjio, upon hearing this, thought for a moment before agreeing. "Young master, when do you plan to meet Yi Xing Jun?" The monk looked at Junjio expectantly. After uncovering the mastermind behind this, "I will meet them." Junjio paused. Suddenly, his eyes darkened slightly, but his face remained expressionless. The monk was puzzled and was about to say something. Junjio coldly interrupted. "Elder He, if there's nothing else, please return first." Seeing this, the monk couldn't say much more. He agreed and retreated. Junjio looked down at a small stone under the window. Was someone standing by the window just now? At this moment, a surprised voice came from outside the door. "Sect master, why are you here?" I came to see my little junior sister to congratulate him on his breakthrough. Before he could finish, the monk dragged him away. Junjio is resting. It was Qing Yun who was at the window just now. Junjio looked in the direction they left. He's been here all along. What does little Nine plan to do? Mo Wiyue's lazy voice came, smiling mischievously and dangerously. He deliberately let me hear the commotion. Junjio only said one sentence. I just don't know why he did it. Little Nine can kill him. Silencing him would end everything. Mo Wiyue stroked Junjio's shoulder. Junjio looked up at Mo Wiyue and shook his head. He's not my enemy. We don't need to bother with him. Is that really what you think? Mo Wiyue looked at Junjio softly, his eyes like bewitching whirlpools. The devastatingly handsome man's brows were noble and arrogant. Only when looking at him did his eyes show the tenderness of blooming flowers. Junjio lowered his eyes, removed the man's hand, and turned to walk into the room. With half a year left until the martial set competition, Jun Yunxue had already solidified his position as the young master. During this half year, the mastermind behind the scenes would surely make a move. Mo Wiyue stroked his chin with interest, changing the subject. It seems little Nine really likes Wu's song after all. Seeing him not respond, Junjio turned to look at Mo Wiyue. What are you looking at? Mo Wiyue's thin lips curled slightly, brushing up a strand of hair. Little Nine, with his tough exterior but soft heart, is quite adorable too. Mo Wiyue had gone too far, actually making a move on Junjio. Faced with the man's teasing, Junjio chuckled lightly. You've touched my tough lips before. Are you sure they're that tough? As he spoke, he traced his lower lip with his index finger. It was too quick before. Why don't I savor it slowly this time? Mo Wiyue turned the tables, moving in close. Before he could finish speaking, Junjio pushed him away. Dream on. I need to rest. Go out. I heard your spirit stone communication with this silly cat earlier. Jun Yunxue has already done so much. Junjio stroked the ruffled Xiao Wu, his eyes flashing with cunning and mischief. He's done well. It seems the mental suggestion I set for him worked unexpectedly well. Little Nine wants him to stir up trouble in the sword sect, to provoke the mastermind to make a move on him early. That's me, Mo Wiyue. Indeed, Junjio only cares about the result. As for the process, even if he gets killed, it doesn't matter, as long as his death has value. As he was thinking, Junjio paused his movements. He tilted his head to look at Mo Wiyue. What are you staring at me for again? Mo Wiyue's voice was low and sensual. Little Nine, you said one thing wrong. You should have said, the one who knows me is Wiyue. The man moved slightly, shortening the distance between them. Junjio looked up, right into those deep, abyss-like eyes. His pupils were like poppies, impossible to escape from. I want to hear you call me Wiyue. Or is Little Nine too afraid? His voice, not daring to tease, plucked at Junjio's heartstrings. Junjio didn't back down at all. He reached out to hook Mo Wiyue's neck, chuckling, me afraid? The two were so close their breaths intertwined. With no extra space, Xiao Wu could only reluctantly leave. Montak Wuyu, did you hear clearly? Junjio's red lips curled up, smiling mischievously. Little did he know his words were like a stone dropping into still water, causing ripples. Mo Wiyue said softly, if you're like this, I really won't be able to hold back. Yun tu, fearless, placed on ste. Hold back what? At such close distance, Junjio could clearly see the change in Mo Wiyue's eyes. His eyes were like those of a beast staring at its prey, poised to devour him. Suddenly, Junjio gasped, a pain coming from his soul. The bell on his wrist rang urgently in his ears. Mo Wiyue was as if struck by lightning. Damn, I couldn't hold back. I can't stay here. He abruptly pushed Junjio away and vanished, leaving a confused Junjio behind. The pain from deep in his soul was actually from Mo Wiyue biting him. Junjio was a bit shocked. It was just calling his name? Why such a big reaction? Master, has Mo Wiyue gone crazy? He dared to push you. Xiao Wu meowed angrily, stomping his paws. Junjio didn't answer, his mind endlessly replaying Mo Wiyue's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Something had happened to Mo Wiyue. This thought flashed through his mind. Junjio immediately stood up and walked out. Xiao Wu called out in confusion, Master, where are you going? He was left with only a retreating figure. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the doorway. Ling Yuan inquired, Miss Jun, do you need anything? Junjio's eyes flashed with surprise. Montak Wuyu. The master suddenly had urgent business and left. Miss Jun, don't worry. If you have any questions, you can ask the master directly. Knowing he wouldn't get an answer, Jun Jio turned to leave. MOUS suddenly had business? How convenient. He lowered his head and fiddled with the bell. There was no sound. The earlier commotion seemed like an illusion. Combined with the slight pain in his soul, Jun Jio's brow furrowed even deeper. On a remote, uninhabited mountaintop of the Tianwu sect, snow covered everything, and breath turned to ice. MOUS stood at the peak. His golden eyes flashed with anger. Ling Yuan cautiously approached. Master, you successfully intercepted Miss Yun earlier, but Miss Jun must be suspicious. After a while, MOUS's low voice sounded. If someone calls your name, would you want to devour them? Ling Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Master, may I ask what kind of desire you mean? I couldn't hold back just now. I accidentally bit Little Nine's soul. Ling Yuan had just started to chuckle when MOUS shot him a sharp glance. Are you laughing at me? A heavy pressure descended, feeling like slow torture. Ling Yuan shuddered and carefully spoke. Master, is this related to the Dragon Cage Lock? Dragon Cage Lock? MOUS murmured, bloodlust flashing in his golden eyes. Ling Yuan nodded repeatedly and continued. The dragon nature shouldn't have much effect. It can only be the Dragon Cage Lock. Master isn't an ordinary dragon. Your bloodline is unmatched. But the dragon nature is to kill. Although you don't intend to devour Miss June, the Dragon Cage Lock not only suppresses your power, but also your willpower. MOUS understood Ling Yuan's meaning. The Dragon Cage Lock wasn't dangerous to him. The danger was his inability to control his desire for Jun Jio. Just hearing his name called made him lose control of his raging desires. Fortunately, he had only bitten once and not devoured, but he wasn't sure if he could control himself next time. The soul was so important. If he really did that, MOUS imagined that scene, and his golden eyes turned dark and turbulent. The air pressure suddenly dropped, forcing Ling Yuan to kneel and prostrate on the ground. Half his body sank into the snow, not daring to breathe. Jun Jio actually wanted to dig a hole and bury MOUS, not letting him go until he explained clearly. On the snowy mountain peak, every second felt extremely long, so heavy that Ling Yuan was almost suffocating. After who knows how long, MOUS exhaled deeply, and the pressure dissipated. Go back as usual, stay by Little Nine's side, and follow his orders. Yes. Ling Yuan waited for a while, hearing no response. He sneakily looked up, but MOUS was nowhere to be seen. Ling Yuan took a breath and rubbed his nose. The master must be seeking a solution for the Dragon Cage Lock. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Good thing I'm not a dragon. Suddenly devouring your loved one is too cruel. I'd rather be single forever. Thinking this, he quickly took out his communication device to remind Inhan. Inhan, if you ever fall in love with someone in the future, don't be impulsive. Make sure to call me to supervise you. Otherwise, you'll be single for life. Being single for life is miserable. You hear me? Inhan held the device with a speechless expression. After a long pause, he only uttered 2 words, I disease. No news on the first day. None on the second day either. 7 days passed, and still no news from MOUS. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Jun Jio couldn't sit still anymore. He decided to take action. He looked out the window and coldly snorted Ling Yuan. In no time, Ling Yuan appeared. Miss June, is there anything you need? Jun Jio narrowed his eyes. Tell me honestly, where exactly did MOUS go? The master had business to attend to. Ling Yuan's eyes darted around, not daring to look directly at Jun Jio. Jun Jio raised an eyebrow. What business? Ling Yuan's back instantly broke out in cold sweat. He stuttered. He answered every question truthfully, but somehow just couldn't reveal where MOUS had gone. Jun Jio's patience ran out. His face darkened as he sneered. You're just making excuses. Not at all, Miss June. I really don't know where the master went. How dare I presume to know the master's whereabouts? Although Jun Jio's strength was weak, his aura was strong. Being stared at by him made Ling Yuan feel like he was facing MOUS. It was overwhelming. Forget it, you may go. As soon as Jun Jio spoke, Ling Yuan vanished from the spot, giving the impression of fleeing in panic. Master, do you think MOUS is secretly up to no good? Jun Jio stood up with a smile. Whether he's up to no good or not, we'll know when we see him. This MOUS isn't coming at all. How will you see him, master? Jun Jio fiddled with the bell on his wrist. MOUS, if you don't appear before me today, I'll throw away your bell. After saying this, he tucked Xiao Wu into his arms. Let's go see senior brother. He raised his hand to look at the bell that had rung twice, and said softly, before seeing Mo, let's dig a pit for him first. Confirming his guess, Junjio's mischievous nature almost made Mo lose control. To plan for the Wuzong event, Xingyu was being watched by the elders every day, forced to work. He deeply regretted winning the hosting rights. It was a typical case of momentary glory followed by lasting regret. Just as senior brother finished speaking, Junjie walked in carrying Xiaowu. Elder He and Elder Zhou Dai aren't here, right? Xingyu stood up and peeked outside. He immediately produced a jar of fine wine from somewhere and winked mischievously. Little Junior's sister, want to drink together? It's 30-year-old newer Hong. Junjie shook his head. Drinking in front of Mo was fine, but not in front of others. He looked up at Xingyu. Senior brother, I came to see you because I have something to discuss. Seeing this, Xingyu had no choice but to put away the wine gourd and ask Junjie what the matter was. I remember senior brother mentioned that Tianwu sect still needs elders. I have a candidate to recommend to you. Xingyu was delighted to hear this. They were in desperate need of manpower, and he was eager to know who it was. Junjie's red lips curled up as he uttered 3 words. Mo Wuyue. Who is Mo Wuyue? I've never heard of this person before. Xingyu looked puzzled. Senior brother, please help me out. I just need a title, no real power. And he's a free expert. Junjie rested his chin on his hands and flashed a brilliant smile at Xingyu. Seeing Junjie's smile, Xingyu felt dizzy and his face turned red. He kept nodding stupidly with a silly grin. His little junior sister was so beautiful, soft and delicate like a peony. Who could bear to disappoint her? Taking the guest elder's token from Xingyu, Junjie's smile was as radiant as a flower. Now that this is settled, let's see how Mo Wuyue can run away. Playing with the token, he waited from day to night, but still saw no sign of Mo Wuyue. Junjie began to doubt. It seems he really isn't afraid of me throwing away this broken bell. Xiao Jio's low, hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts. A certain demon finally returned at dusk, his body still carrying a cold, watery scent. Mo Wuyue's thin lips curled up. Was little Jio waiting for me? Before he could finish speaking, something flew over on a silver chain, interrupting him. He reached out and caught it. Mo Wuyue looked down, his eyes darkening slightly. It was a Tianwu sect token. That's right, since I call you master. How can a master abandon his disciple? So, I've arranged a job for you. Be a guest elder at Tianwu sect. He stepped closer to Mo Wuyue. With a hint of provocation in his voice, he asked, what do you think? Mo Wuyue's pupils suddenly constricted, his alluring thin lips curling upwards. Seeing his expression change, Junjie became more certain that Mo Wuyue's sudden disappearance earlier was directly related to him. Realizing this, the smile at the corner of his mouth became more mischievous. When Wuyue suddenly ran away that day, was he shy? Wuyue had left a message saying that Tianwu sect had gained an exceptionally handsome elder. Everyone thought it was an exaggeration. Facing Junjie's teasing, Mo Wuyue reached out and pulled him into his arms. Little Jio thinks I was shy. I left that day because I almost devoured your soul. I didn't want to hurt you. Hearing this, Junjie wasn't afraid. Instead, he was curious about Mo Wuyue's true identity. A dark light flashed in Mo Wuyue's eyes. You still have the mood to be curious about my identity? If I devour your soul, you'll die. He gazed quietly at Junjie, wanting to see his reaction clearly. Initially, he did want to devour his soul to increase his power, but now he had developed feelings for him. He still wanted to eat Junjie, but not his soul. He wanted to consume his entire being. I'm not afraid. Junjie's lips curled into a bold and unrestrained smile. He reached out and grabbed the man's clothes at his chest, pulling them closer. Why should I be afraid? Mo Wuyue, I think you underestimate me. I, Junjie, am not someone who gets scared easily. Moreover, if you dare to eat my soul, Junjie suddenly opened his mouth and bit hard on Mo Wuyue's neck. Looking at the deep ring of teeth marks, he snorted coldly. I'll eat you first. I'm willing to be eaten by you, no matter which way. Mo Wuyue replied in a low voice, smiling seductively. With the truth revealed, the two returned to their previous mode of interaction. Only Xiao Wu's eyes were blinded. A cat being showered with dog food. It seemed his status was about to decline. On the square of Tianwu sect, disciples had already gathered in small groups. With the additional identity of a guest elder, he could openly accompany Junjie. And this additional elder attracted a crowd of elders and disciples for observation. Their stunning beauty, no matter how many times one looked, still drew endless admiration. Every time this happened, Junjie couldn't help but complain that it was because Mo Mouyue was too devilishly handsome. Mouyue's golden eyes flickered, feigning innocence. It was clearly little Nine who arranged for me to be by your side, not wanting to be gawked at like a monkey. Junjio, not wanting to be stared at, could only quickly pull Mouyue away. In Elder Zhou Jie's words, who would dare say that our Tianwu sect was full of rough men now? With Mouyue and Junjio here, who would dare claim to be the most beautiful in the world? Xingyu was also looking forward to the martial sect competition, eager to slap their faces in person. Escaping the gaze of the elders and disciples, Junjio and Mouyue could finally relax for a moment. As they were talking, a messenger pigeon from the Yun family suddenly landed on his hand. Junjio was a bit puzzled. He took the bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg and pulled out the letter. It was from Yun Zhongji. It turned out that an auction was coming to Tianwu's sect. After reading it, little Nine turned to look at Mouyue. He invited me to take a look. How about we go check it out together? Seeing Mouyue nod, Junjio became interested. It would be good to see Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei. Mouyue's thin lips curved slightly. Wherever little Nine went, he would of course go along. With the martial sect competition approaching, Tianwu City was packed. The streets were crowded and lively. Junjio carried Xiao Wu, walking beside Mouyue. With him around, the crowd automatically made way. All along the way, the man was devilishly handsome with a fearsome aura, while the girl was stunningly beautiful, attracting attention wherever they went. Xiao Wu looked proud, couldn't help but glance at its owner. There are so many people, and they're all praising you. Junjio's eyes brimmed with laughter. In a few more days, when people from all sects gather here, there will be even more people. Suddenly, a malicious, hateful gaze caught his attention. He scanned the tavern by the street. The hanging bamboo curtains blocked the scene behind. But judging from the white hem of clothing visible beneath the curtains, wasn't that Junyun Shue? Mouyue put his hand on Junjio's shoulder, his eyes flickering. Little Nine, someone was glaring at you just now. Junjio's lips curled up in disdain, dismissing Junyun Shue from his mind and continuing to walk forward. No need to care. He's just bait anyway. As long as he's not dead, let him do whatever he wants. Junyun Shue's gaze kept fixed on Junjio until he turned the corner, his fists clenched tightly. Unexpectedly, he had encountered that bitch Junjio here. Turning his head, he saw the mesmerized and admiring expressions of the people around him, instantly making his face contort with anger. He slammed his fist on the wooden table and snarled, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before?" One person cautiously asked, "Junior sister Yinxue, do you know that girl who just passed by? I remember all my enemies. Anyone who dares to show that kind of expression again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." The man who had just spoken immediately tried to placate him. "Junior sister Yinxue, don't be angry. I'll go teach him a lesson." Although his temper was bad, he was very likely to become the future sect leader. As long as he pleased him, he could rise above others. Junyun Shue looked at the speaker. "How do you plan to teach him a lesson?" The man made a gesture and headed downstairs. Junyun Shue's gaze was fixed, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He silently vowed to trample Junjio underfoot. "Little Nine is mine. Put away your little thoughts." Mouyue's thunder little eyes. Junjio, who had arrived in Tianwu City, stopped at the intersection holding Xiao Wu. "We've arrived." The newly built Yun family auction house was luxurious and grand. It stood out distinctly from the surrounding buildings. The entrance was crowded with bustling guests. Attendants were greeting and seeing off people, creating a lively atmosphere. As soon as Junjio arrived at the entrance, an attendant came to greet them. "Esteemed guests, are you here to consign items or participate in the auction?" "I'm looking for Yun Zhongji." Junjio took out a token and waved it in front of the attendant. The attendant's expression changed instantly, becoming both respectful and excited as they ushered the two in. This was the token of the Yun family's main branch. They had been personally instructed about it. If anyone came bearing this token, they were to be treated with the same courtesy as the young master. Who could these people be? Your Yun family actually refuses to accept my pills? A sudden commotion broke out, drawing everyone's attention. Yun Tu also glanced over indifferently. But just as he was about to climb the stairs, he suddenly paused. Looking towards the source of the noise, he saw a woman in Dan's sect disciple attire, with an arrogant and domineering attitude. Who doesn't know know that the pills produced by our dance sect are top-notch. How dare you say my pills are inferior? Instead, you're auctioning off some Junjio thing? You're truly blind. Before Junjio could speak, Imouyue had already lost patience. Daring to insult Little Nine, I don't even need Xiao Wu to step in. Junjio smiled coldly. Xiao Wu's brofurod, emanating à murdruera. It leaped from Junjio's arms onto the handrail. Several beggars darted out like lightning, heading straight for the Dan sect woman. Watch me tear her face apart. The woman was still mocking. Your Yun family and that third-rate Junjio are truly a match. Before she could finish, she was startled by Xiao Wu coming at her face. She hadn't even reacted yet. Xiao Wu had already struck her face. As its claws came down, screams echoed through the hall. When the woman removed her hands from her face, her palms were covered in blood. Her face bore several gashes from the cat's claws. Xiao Wu looked smugly at its handiwork. Dare to badmouth my master? You asked for it. The woman saw the provocation and disdain on the cat's face, which enraged her even more. You beast, how dare you scratch me, a spirit medium? Upon hearing the commotion, Yun Zhongji hurried downstairs. Looking up, Xiao Wu instinctively glanced around. Junjio's gaze crossed the entire hall. Their eyes met from afar, and Junjio's red lips offered a friendly greeting. The corners of Yun Zhongji's mouth turned up in a refined smile, while his heart was extremely happy. Junjio, you've come. Before they could continue, Imouyue had already reached out, turning the woman's attention back to himself. Little Nine, aren't you going to help Xiao Wu? His voice, close at hand, was low and seductive. Junjio raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu doesn't need help. He watched as Xiao Wu toyed with the woman while leaving sharp scratches. Montak Vuyu chucket lightly. His goal was achieved anyway. He looked up and cast a disdainful glance at Yun Zhongji. How could Yun Zhongji not understand? He hadn't expected this person to still be by Junjio's side after so long. Who exactly was he? The boastful woman actually wanted to attack. Didn't she see who was standing beside Junjio? Facing Xiao Wu's taunting, the woman couldn't bear it any longer. She drew her sword, about to slash at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu let out a mocking laugh, neither dodging nor evading, but directly raising its paw to meet the attack. With a loud meow, sharp claws sprang out from the meat shop. The sword blade was instantly split in two. The woman looked at the broken sword in disbelief. How could this be possible? Everyone in the auction hall collectively gasped. A spirit sword had been broken by a cat. The woman trembled with anger, holding the broken sword. Damn beast, you actually broke my sword. I'll tear you to pieces. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared fiercely at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was unfazed and mockingly spat at the woman. The woman was stunned for a moment, until the spit slid down her forehead. She finally reacted, suddenly lunging forward and shouting as she pounced towards the relaxed Xiao Wu. Grab her, a cold voice rang out. Two burly men quickly stepped forward, seizing the woman's hands and dragging her away. Yun Zhongji's face darkened. How dare you cause trouble in my Yun family auction house? The woman, covered in cat scratches, remained arrogant, trying to break free from the two men's grip. Let go of me! Who do you think you are? How dare you grab me? I'm a disciple of the Dan sect. She glared at Yun Zhongji. You dare to go against our Dan sect? Do you want to die? Hearing this, Yun Zhongji raised his hand, signaling to release her. Regaining her freedom, the woman thought they were afraid and became even more arrogant. Quickly kneel and apologize to me. If you don't give me an explanation, I guarantee you'll regret it. She pointed at Xiao Wu nearby. You grab that beast for me. I want to kill it. Xiao Wu, come back. As Xiao Wu was about to pounce on the woman, Junjio's voice suddenly came from behind. The previously fierce cat immediately turned soft and cute, jumping into Junjio's arms. The Dan sect woman frowned, looking towards the beautiful girl in the crowd. Who is this? Yun Sungi smiled and spoke towards Yuntu, Miss Yuntu. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This is Junjio? The divine hand Junjio. You're Junjio? A sharp, grating voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. The woman glared at Junjio venomously. You dare to let your cat scratch me? My Dan sect won't let this go. Junjio chuckled softly, turning to Yun Zhongji to inquire about Yun Xiao's itinerary. Seeing that she was being completely ignored, the woman gritted her teeth audibly. She raised her hand to strike Junjio, intending to teach her a lesson. However, before the guards could react, she was sent flying backwards with a single palm strike. strike. She crashed heavily onto the floor, unable to hold back her cries of pain. With Junjio backing us, what's the Dan sect to my Yun family? We don't care about them. The Dan sect woman, overestimating herself, wanted to teach Junjio a lesson. Before she could touch Junjio, Imawuyue beside her sent her flying with a palm strike. Little Nine, I can't tolerate anyone trying to harm you, even if they're just insects. Junjio's red lips curved slightly as she turned to Yun Zhongji. Drag this mad dog out. Throw this woman out. From now on, all Yun family businesses will refuse to do business with her. Kick her out every time you see her. Two burly guards immediately dragged her out, while the woman continued to shout. Junjio glanced and said lightly, I didn't expect the Dan sect to have such an arrogant alchemist. A cold glint flashed in Yun Kangji's eyes. The Dan sect, relying on their internal excellence, has always been overbearing. He looked up at Junjio, the corner of his mouth curling up. With Miss Jun and the Yun family, we'll definitely crush them. The Dan sect may endure for now, but they'll only get angrier later. Yun Kangji ordered someone to go beat up that woman again. No need, Junjio interrupted him, smirking coldly. She's already been taught a lesson. Besides, there are others. Yun Kangji nodded, surprise flashing in his eyes. Not just them? Could someone else be avenging Miss Jun? Outside the auction house, two burly men threw the woman out like trash. With a painful cry, the woman's face contorted in agony. You bastards! Just as she got up to curse, she looked up to see a circle of strong men surrounding her. The woman trembled, noticing their Tianwu sect disciple attire, and immediately sensed trouble. What are you going to do? I am a disciple of the Dan sect. Dan sect my ass. You dare bully our little master on our Tianwu sect's turf? Beat her! Several people pounced on her, grabbing and beating her severely. Her wails echoed through 3 streets. Some Dan sect disciples passing by saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. The Tianwu sect is just a bunch of brutes. A female disciple suddenly called out to the lead woman, Senior Sister Yuxing. The one being beaten seems to be Senior Sister Luo Chang. Yuxing's face changed dramatically. She immediately went over. Stop! How dare you Tianwu sect bully our Dan sect disciples? The Tianwu sect members looked at the newcomers. Luo Chang, beaten to near death, lay on the ground reaching out for help. A fake disciple stepped on Luo Chang's hand, ignoring her screams. He folded his arms, looking disdainfully at Sister Yuxing. This bitch disrespected our little master. We're just teaching her a lesson. Without waiting for Yuxing to speak, he waved his hand and turned around. Since the lesson's done, let's end it here. If there's a next time, it won't be this simple. Brothers, let's go. Seeing the Tianwu sect disciples leave so arrogantly, their faces changed back and forth with anger. Yusin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, Who is this little master of the Tianwu sect? Several people explained in a jumble. It's that Jun whom senior brother Wushang wanted to recruit into our Dan sect. I heard he's ruthless, wiped out his own clan. No one wanted him, only the Tianwu sect took him in. Hearing this, Yusin's face immediately darkened. The divine hand Junjio that Wushang can't stop thinking about is him. Observing his brother's expression, Yun Xiao suddenly realized a shocking fact. Yun Kangji pushed open the door to the top floor. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. Big Sister Nine, it's been so long. I've missed you. Yun Xiaolei exclaimed excitedly, Hoshing Owa. Yun Xiao maintained his composure behind, but his radiant smile already betrayed his excitement. After Junjio caught up with Yun Xiao and the others, the topic turned to the Wusong competition. The Wusong competition, you two will participate, right? Yun Xiaolei nodded obediently. Then both of them looked at Junjio, asking if she would participate. The Wusong competition is for the disciple generation. As a master uncle, I shouldn't participate. Yun Xiaolei is whitened. Little sister, you don't know that Jun Yunxue has vowed to defeat you and humiliate you badly. If you don't participate, won't that bad woman be strutting around with her tail in the air? Yin Xiao chimed in. Not only is there this rumor, but many people have also set up betting pools for you too. Actually, it's not just Jun Yunxue. The name of the divine beast Junjio has spread across the world. Disciples from all sects want to witness your strength. Seeing that Junjio didn't have much reaction after learning about these rumors, Feng Xiao looked over with some concern. Junjio raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. I will participate in the Wuzong ceremony. Jun Yunxue is just bait. Bait! Everyone was stunned. Junjio looked at the four's dumbfounded expressions, her red lips curling into a mischievous smile. A cold light flashed in Mo Wuyue's eyes. Xiao Wu looked up at him, and blinked. Master was recruiting them. Junjio suddenly looked up, meeting Mo Wuyue's eyes, and blinked. Mo Wuyue leaned in slightly, whispering in Junjio's ear. Little Fox, Junjio's earlobes instantly turned wine red. Mo Wuyue's thin lips curled up, his eyes sweeping over Yun Kangji. The latter was struck as if by lightning, his body suddenly trembling. How could they be so close? You don't need to worry. Jun Yunshua's actions are all with my tacit approval. It's just to lure out the mastermind behind. Junjio smiled, looking calmly at the four. Are you willing to join hands with me to catch the big fish? Yun Xiao and Jun Xiaolei eagerly took Junjio's hands. Of course we're willing. Let's do it together. Feng Xiao suddenly stood up. Little Nine, this is too dangerous. Let grandfather protect you closely. No need. Little Nine has me. She doesn't need anyone else. Mo Wuyue's voice was low and domineering, not allowing anyone to interfere. If it were anyone else, Feng Xiao would definitely not agree. But looking at Mo Wuyue, he stroked his beard and reluctantly agreed. He just felt that this guy was being too good to Little Nine. It felt strange somehow. With the plan settled, Junjio picked up Xiao Wu, preparing to leave. She was determined to win this round. After saying goodbye to everyone and agreeing to meet again at the Wuzong ceremony, she left the auction house with Mo Wuyue. As everyone was leaving, Yun Xiao was held back by Yun Kangji, who asked about Mo Wuyue. Yun Xiao was surprised and shocked. They're not just master and disciple. Miss June is in love. Mo Gong, you can't compare to Mo Wuyue in this life. How could he dare to pursue Junjio? He could only wish them well. Yun Kangji's heart sank. They were in love with each other. Yun Xiao, seeing his brother's expression, was stunned. Could it be that you also like Miss June? Enough, Yun Xiao. I'll also be attending the Wuzong ceremony to watch. You need to do your best. Yun Xiao hesitated, then finally said, Brother, you and I are both lost souls. Try to cheer up. Yun Kangji's face darkened. He almost kicked Yun Xiao out. This foolish little brother. Mo Wuyue, who had heard their conversation clearly, silently put away his spirit stone. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. At least they knew their place. There was no need to deal with them then. Sensing the change in mood of the person behind her, Junjio couldn't help but turn back. What's wrong? Mo Wuyue scanned the surroundings. Nothing, Little Nine. Just a few little mice following us. Discovering this, Junjio casually agreed, not taking them seriously at all. She patted Xiao Wu's fluffy head. There's a small alley ahead. Let's go catch them there. Soon, the two figures disappeared at the entrance of the alley. Those following closely behind hurriedly moved forward. There are only two of them. We are disciples of the Sword Sect. Teaching Junjio a lesson will be a piece of cake. Someone agreed. Chan Mei spoke up. Senior brother is right. Let's make sure to get revenge for junior sister Yunshua later. As they were talking, the group turned into the alley. Looking up, they saw the two people and a cat already waiting for them. So it's for Jun Yunshua. Junjio looked at them with cold, contemptuous eyes. The Sword Sect disciples' hearts sank upon seeing this. You were specifically waiting for us? Their confidence and pride led to their misfortune. They immediately cracked their knuckles, preparing to surround Junjio and her companion. Junjio smirked coldly. That's right. Xiao Wu, go for it. Immediately, Xiao Wu darted out like lightning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Perfect timing. You think you two and a cat can beat us? Before they could finish their taunt, Xiao Wu appeared in front of them and sent one flying with a single move. His left cheek swelled up quickly. Behind him, Junjio leaped with gathered strength, weaving between the remaining opponents. After a few breaths, accompanied by screams of pain, Junjio landed casually and effortlessly. The Sword Sect disciples, who were so aggressive just moments ago, now lay scattered and sprawled on the ground. Junjio spoke coldly. Get lost. Tell Jun Yunshua that next time, he'd better come in person. It's been a while since I've slapped his face. I wonder if his skin has gotten thicker or thinner. Their attempt at causing trouble backfired, and they got beaten instead. The Sword Sect disciples retreated, limping, but not forgetting to leave some harsh words. Junjio's red lips curled up, full of contempt. At the Wuzong competition, as long as you dare to come. Little Nine, let's go back. Mo said lazily and charmingly, full of doting affection. Junjio's eyes sparkled brightly. Everything is ready. On an auspicious day, the Wuzong competition officially began. Disciples from various sects rushed to attend. Disciples from the Sword Sect, Alchemy Sect, Winyuan Sect, and Songhai sect were all vying for first place, refusing to yield to each other. However, someone soon suggested that they should unite against a common enemy. They should prioritize dealing with the person at the center of attention. This immediately ignited the fighting spirit of the disciples. Compared to the lively commotion outside, Junjio's residence was much quieter. Junjio's lazy voice sounded from behind the curtain. "Tell me, how are the preparations going? We've increased the night patrol around Tianwu's sect, just waiting for the mastermind to show up. There are also night patrols among the spectators, as well as Jun Yinxue. We've also arranged people on his side." Junju narrowed her eyes slightly. "Remember to adapt to the situation. If he doesn't come, the Wuzong competition will proceed as usual." Hashang and Zhuqi nodded grimly before hurriedly saying goodbye and leaving. After all, there were still many things to take care of. Changing into Tianwu's sex attire, Junjio raised an eyebrow. She looked less cold and more noble and elegant. "Beautiful. Master is the prettiest." Xiao Wu raised his head happily. Although this outfit had been prepared for a month, Junjio still couldn't tell if she could defeat him. "We'll find out at the training ground." She turned and walked out, looking at the courtyard. The season was just right. As the wind blew, green leaves fell gently, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. However, the appearance of a certain demon instantly made everything else pale in comparison. Junjio couldn't help but mutter, "Looking better than flowers. Truly a troublemaker." "Are you talking about me, or Little Nine?" Mo Wiyue raised his hand and gently inserted something into her hair bun. Junjio instinctively reached up to touch it, but Mo Wiyue caught her hand. "This hairpin suits you well." It was a hairpin made of a material that looked like jade, but wasn't. It shimmered faintly in the sunlight. "He must have seen me wearing the clothes Qingyu prepared, so he specially prepared something of his own." Junjio's lips curved slightly. She looked at him with a melancholic expression. Mo Wiyue looked back, puzzled. "Wiyue, are you jealous?" She pulled down the man's collar, smiling mischievously. Having his thoughts exposed, Mo Wiyue turned his head. There was no point in denying it. "All right, I'll consider this a spontaneous gift from you." Junjio's eyes sparkled as she let go. Mo Wiyue suddenly embraced his retreating beloved. "I am jealous. So what will Little Nine do about it? Is this enough?" Junjio, without a hint of apology, kissed the corner of his thin lips. The soft touch made Mo Wiyue lean in closer. "What if I say it's not enough?" "Well, too bad. We have to go now. We'll be late if we don't leave." "Don't worry. With me here, we won't be late." Mo Wiyue pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, he vanished in a flash, leaving behind a confused cat. After the confusion came anger. "Meow. Did you forget about me?" "Meow." Jun Yinxue. When Zhongxia issues a challenge, he wants to teach Junjio a lesson. Just as dawn broke, the training ground and competition stands were packed with people. They eagerly discussed the martial sect competition, the enthusiasm reaching unprecedented levels. Only the people from the sword sect and alchemy sect looked strange. From elders to disciples, everyone had a sour expression. Our sword sect disciples participating in this competition were all reportedly injured by Tianwu's sect. "This is too much." Zhuqi merely glanced at the beaten disciples and said calmly, "The competition takes priority. Other matters can be discussed later." Jun Yinxue, who strode in, disagreed. "This won't do. It must be Junjio's doing. We can't let him get away with it. I will handle this matter." But the martial sect competition is about to begin. Nothing is more important than that. Jun Yinxue snorted coldly and sat down arrogantly. His seat was on par with the sword sect elders. This scene drew many astonished looks. The rumors were true. Jun Yinxue really was the future sect leader of the sword sect. It said he comes from the Jun family of Tianrong Kingdom. His father was the war god who created the Night March army. Hearing this, Jun Minji, a cloaked figure in the crowd, looked up for a while before silently retreating. As time passed, a disciple spoke up. "That rumored Junjio hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that he's scared?" Seeing this situation, Jun Yinxue became even more smug. "Junjio must have heard that I, Jun Yinxue, am here, so he doesn't dare to come. Otherwise, why hasn't he arrived yet? He lives in Tianwu's sect. Is his journey longer than ours?" The Tianwu sect disciples, with their quick tempers, glared angrily. "How dare you speak of our little uncle like that? Didn't your Tianwu sect claim that Junjio's heavenly father is a level 7 child? With such a great heavenly father, why doesn't he dare to come?" Nearby, Wu Shang Chun Sheng retorted, "Uxian, Junjio is not someone who fears. He will come. Uxin felt very uncomfortable inside. Plus, the Luo Xiang incident was suppressed by senior brother Wu Shang, who forbade them from seeking an explanation. The hatred in his eyes deepened. Senior brother Wu Shang says this because he believes Junjiu is a level 7 child of the Heavenly Father. Tianwu's sect is just exaggerating. Senior brother, don't be fooled. I've also heard they have a handsome elder. Those old, bark-faced elders. If they can produce a world-class handsome man, I'll eat shit. As soon as Uxin finished his mocking words, someone responded, doesn't the alchemy sect feed you? Coming to our Tianwu sect to scrounge for food. He looked towards the voice. One glance, and he was in disbelief. It was truly like seeing a ghost. People stared in shock at the two who had arrived. Their appearance and aura were unmatched, instantly overshadowing everyone else present. A magnificent beauty, elegant yet flamboyant, domineering, piercing, and breathtakingly beautiful. And the two demons were quite well matched. Uxin, known as the alchemy sect's top beauty, felt completely overshadowed standing before Junjiu. Jealousy, resentment, and shock. He gritted his teeth. It must be the saint's hand. A wave of whispers swept through the crowd around Junjiu. They sighed. Tianwu's sect really wasn't lying. They produced two characters. The demonic Mo Wuyue's eyes flashed, his aura intimidating. The crowd no longer dared to stare at him. Compared to sparring with Junjiu, what's so interesting about a tournament? This year, Qin Yu want to try something new. Faced with everyone's unrestrained appraisal of his little nine, Mo Wuyue's eyes flashed, his aura suddenly intensifying. The elders from the other 4 sects were shocked. Elder Gu frowned in confusion. Such a strong aura. Where did Tianwu's sect recruit this person from? Seeing this, Qin Yu's smile brightened even more. Little junior sister, Elder Mo, please take your seats. He had been waiting for this day for half a year. From now on, who would dare say his Tianwu sect only had brutes? Junjiu couldn't help but laugh. He liked this group of adorable, straightforward, and bold people here. Seeing the atmosphere in the arena escalating, Qin Yu officially announced the rules for this martial sect competition. He flew to the center of the training ground and proposed using Tianwu sect's secret Tianwu realm as the competition venue. Junjiu lazily propped up his chin and tilted his head to ask Elder Zhou, Elder Zhou, what is the Tianwu realm? Zhou Dai frowned. That's something left by the founding ancestor, only open to disciples of our sect who have reached the 3rd level of body refinement. I didn't expect the sect leader. The rules of the competition were simple. All participating disciples would receive a spirit jade, divided into 5 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, blue. The highest level could only be obtained by killing spirit beasts in the secret realm. Then the spirit jade would level up. After a pause, Qin Yu's smile turned dangerous. Of course, you can also go and snatch others. The entire arena was shocked. The people from the other 4 sects all changed expression. Isn't this blatantly encouraging internal strife and killing? I object. The martial sect competition is for friendly exchanges. How can you set such rules? The elders from the Sword sect and Songhai sect reprimanded. Qin Yu glanced back disdainfully. I'm in charge this time, so I make the rules. If you disagree or are dissatisfied, you can leave now. Those who spoke and those who didn't. All the elders' faces turned green, but they were helpless. After a cold snort, he continued, this competition is divided into 5 directions, with the goal being the center of the secret realm. Place your spirit jade on the garden stone to record your score and end the competition. Then rankings will be based on color. After finishing, he activated the formation on the training ground. Waves of spiritual energy began to fluctuate in the air. Qin Yu of the celestial dance realm shouted loudly, gathering spiritual energy in his hand, which transformed into a beam of light shooting behind the crowd. Amidst exclamations of surprise, a door formed by gathered spiritual energy slowly opened. Junjiu couldn't help but stand up. He didn't expect the entrance to Tianwu realm to be on the training ground. Looking at everyone's reactions in the arena, Qin Yu's tone was filled with contempt. He spoke indifferently, setting a 10-day time limit. Regardless of victory or defeat, everyone would be thrown out to end the competition. Now they could enter in sequence. Junjiu turned to look at Mo Wuyue, raising her eyebrows and saying softly, I'm going. I'll be watching over little nine here. Mo curled his thin lips, smiling charmingly and devilishly. However, this smile drew extremely amazed gasps from the surrounding crowd, leaving Junjiu speechless. Junjiu hugged Xiao Wu. Behind her were a group of fanatically worshipping Tianwu sect disciples. Go, little junior master. Seeing this scene for the first time, the people from the four sects all had expressions as if they had eaten shit. They hadn't expected Junjie to have such high prestige in Tianwu's sect. Jun Yunxue was especially angered, her face twisted as she gritted her teeth. Why was Junjie the one in the spotlight again? Not him. The Tianwu sect disciples following Junjie were in for bad luck. This pit was dug by Junjie herself. The entire Tianwu sect disciples cheered one after another, their enthusiasm making her somewhat helpless. But Jun Yunxue was so angry she gritted her teeth, determined to crush Junjie under her feet and humiliate her severely. Beside her, Wu Shang also reminded Uxin not to make an enemy of Junjie, saying that little girl was quite vicious. Uxin agreed gracefully on the surface, but inside her heart was already twisted. She wanted to see what abilities Junjie had. When the Wusong participating disciples officially entered, Qin Yu waved his sleeve and spirit jades fell into everyone's hands. Then he summoned a small mirror of flowers and moon and began to broadcast the performance of the disciples in the secret realm. As the entrance to Tianwu realm closed, the elders and disciples of each sect crowded in front of the water mirror. Doesn't Elder Mo want to watch little junior sister's competition? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Mo Wuyue with a half-smile. Without needing Mo Wuyue to be reserved and arrogant, he lightly raised his hand, and a water mirror suddenly appeared. Junjie was the main focus in the mirror. Compared to Qin Yu's water mirror, Mo Wuyue's was clearer and more flexible. Seeing his little nine, Mo Wuyue's mood inexplicably improved. He must be having fun in the Tianwu realm. The crowd, intimidated by Mo Wuyue's pressure, could only marvel at his strength but didn't dare to come forward to watch together. In the Tianwu mirror, Xiao Wu, who had disappeared for a moment, suddenly sprang out from a bush. When it walked to Junjie's front, "Master, I've checked the surroundings. There's no danger. Yun tu notit." Then she looked at the disciples. "Rest for an incense stick's time, then be at your peak to deal with spirit beasts." Yes, Tianwu's sect, the disciples unconsciously agreed, not feeling anything amiss. A disciple quickly reacted and asked puzzledly, "But little junior master, there are no spirit beasts here." "Not now, but soon there will be." Junjie took out a beast shadow box from her sleeve and threw it to that disciple. "Find 3 people to sprinkle the potion in the bottle around us in a circle." Outside Tianwu realm, countless people stared at the water mirror curiously, not understanding what Junjie was doing. Only Mo Wuyue curled his lips, smiling mischievously. Little Nine was still as simple and brutal as ever. Although several disciples were doubtful, they still obeyed and sprinkled the potion around. They couldn't imagine now that soon they would be in deep trouble. After an incense stick's time, the earth trembled. Rumbling roars echoed one after another, coming closer from afar. The disciples looked towards the horizon. It was a group of spirit beasts of different levels, roaring and running wildly towards them. Some disciples' legs shook, their lips trembling. No way, a spirit beast nest? Run? Why run? Junjie's cold glare froze everyone in place. He smiled arrogantly and defiantly. "Take down this spirit beast nest. Let me see your strength." "I, Junjie, don't raise chickens." Faced with Junjie's challenge, the Tianwu sect disciples' chaotic steps suddenly became unified. After exchanging glances, they all clenched their fists. They were going all out. They absolutely couldn't disappoint their little junior uncle. "Charge! Attack them!" a disciple shouted as he rushed into the spirit beast tide with a resolute look of facing death. The onlookers shuddered. Junjie was sending them to their deaths. Some even mocked that Junjie would lose his reputation here. Just as these words were spoken, they heard people beside them gasp. Looking up, they too were dumbfounded. They saw the Tianwu sect disciples fighting the spirit beast tide like wolves and tigers, with high morale actually seeming to have the upper hand. At this moment, behind a disciple in the heat of battle, a huge bloody mouth suddenly appeared. It was about to bite off his neck. In this life-or-death moment, Junjie flashed into view. With a flying kick, he struck the fierce beast directly. Its huge body flew back dozens of meters. Then it flew in a long arc, landing with a bang, creating a large crater. The ground cracked in all directions. The onlookers swallowed in shock. What monstrous strength Junjie had. That was a level 2 spirit beast comparable to the weight of 2 strong men. The Tianwu sect disciples were no exception. Faced with such a formidable little junior uncle, They weren't sure if they were protecting him or he was protecting them. Looking over again, Junjio had already landed lightly on the spirit beast's belly. With one forceful move, the huge body sank directly into the soil. Junjio glanced coldly and spoke. "What are you standing there for? I'll handle the level 3 spirit beasts. You deal with the rest in one incense sticks time." Seeing their little junior uncle like a human T-Rex, the Tianwu sect disciples were greatly encouraged. They seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they rejoined the battle. Outside the Tianwu realm, people were also dumbfounded, secretly thinking that this Junjio was too fierce and terrifying. Elder Zhou Dai was both surprised and pleased. Surprised at Junjio's unexpectedly strong abilities, and pleased that they didn't need to worry about his safety now. The elders from other sects were silent for a moment. What was supposed to be a fierce competition had now turned into Junjio's one-man show. Moyue was very satisfied with every move in the training ground, but soon he noticed something was off. A disciple in dark clothes suddenly appeared behind Qingyu. He whispered something in his ear, his expression strange. Qingyu frowned upon hearing it, his eyes sinking. He said, "There's such a thing?" Seeing the disciple nod, he immediately stood up and hurriedly left. "Elder Wu, please temporarily take over the Tianwu sect competition. I have to leave for a while." Moyue glanced at the direction Qingyu disappeared and silently communicated with Leng Yuan. When Leng Yuan caught up, Qingyu had already met with a black-robed figure. "Long time no see. 15 years. How have you been?" Qingyu's tone was shocked. "What do you mean long time? You betrayed Tianwu sect back then, angering my father to death. I thought you were dead. Enough talk. Tell me why you've come back now." Qingyu's expression became more guarded, his tone increasingly hostile. The black-robed figure raised his head, revealing a pair of cold, sinister eyes. "I want the key to Tianwu capital. You know what we're capable of." Qingyu's face changed, his mind racing. After a moment, he took a deep breath, softening his attitude. "What do you want the key for?" The black-robed figure scrutinized him before speaking. "We just want to catch someone inside." Junyun Shue from the Sword Sect. "The Sword Sect has nothing to do with your Tianwu sect. You wouldn't let Tianwu sect be destroyed for such a little girl, would you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyu threw something over. "This is the key. It can only be used once. Remember what you said. Don't touch Tianwu sect's territory, especially my little junior sister. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if it costs me my life. Don't worry, nephew. Your little junior sister is quite good. You should bring her to join us if you have the chance." The black-robed figure laughed loudly as he left. Only after the person completely disappeared did Qingyu relax his tense body. He muttered softly, "Are you after Sword Sect's Junyun Shue, or the Night March girl?" Qingyu's whisper was heard clearly. Leng Yuan was shocked and immediately reported back to Moyue without delay. Moyue smiled wickedly, focusing intently on Junjio in the Tianwu realm, his heart unmoved. Leng Yuan continued, "Master, that's the situation. Do you want me to kill that mysterious person?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was rejected. Moyue knew Junjio's plan and didn't intend to interfere carelessly. Moyue rested his chin on his hand, slightly lowering his eyes. His thin lips curved upwards. "Win or lose, Little Nine has me in the end." In the Thousand Dance Mirror, wherever Junjio passed, the spirit beast's screams rose and fell. As the last level 3 spirit beast fell, Junjio casually tidied her disheveled clothes. At this moment, in the eyes of the Tianwu sect disciples, their little junior uncle was undoubtedly a human T-Rex. Without lingering, Junjio curved her lips slightly. "Continue warming up. We've just begun." As more and more spirit beasts were killed, the disciples' spirit jade levels rapidly increased. Looking at the spirit jade hanging on Junjio's waist, its color had already reached yellow grade 3. Everyone was extremely proud. "It's only the second day. Who from other sects can compare with you? Little junior uncle will definitely be first." Junjio wasn't excited about this. She only hoped that the Tianwu sect she led wouldn't lose to the other 4 sects. The Tianwu sect disciples, who only looked up to Junjio, were in high spirits and vowed to crush the disciples from other sections. As soon as they finished speaking, someone sneered sarcastically, "Hey, Sk, such big talk." Approaching was the Dan sect's team, led by their senior sister. Junjio glanced at them carelessly, wondering why the Dan sect people would appear here. The two teams faced off, glaring at each other hostilely. A disciple began introducing them to Junjio. She claims to be the Dan sect's top beauty. I think she's pitiful. She can't even compare to a single strand of little junior uncle's hair. The Tianwu sect disciples nodded in agreement. Except for Elder Mo, anyone who compares their beauty to little junior uncle is just asking for humiliation. The Dan sect people's faces darkened. Nonsense. Our senior sister is recognized as the #1 beauty in the martial world. What's Junjiao? Just a woman mixed in with your Tianwu sect. Who knows what kind of dirty relationship she has? Damn you, you're asking for death. A Tianwu sect disciple roared angrily, rushing forward and striking quickly. He punched the Dan sect disciple directly in the face, instantly breaking his nose and covering his face in blood. Uxin, who quickly reacted, became furious. She shouted, "How dare you? Is your Tianwu sect trying to oppose our Dan sect?" Oppose? Junjiao curved her lips in a light smile. She raised her hand and leisurely stroked Xiao Wu's forehead. Then she looked up, staring at Uxin coldly and mercilessly. Her tone was arrogant and icy. Everyone attacked together. Rob them. I've long disliked these Dan sect weaklings. Brothers, charge. The Tianwu sect disciples surged forward without hesitation. The usually domineering Dan sect, who looked down on everyone, immediately started attacking Junjiao. Junjiao wouldn't tolerate this. Her red lips curved upwards in a cold smile as she directly gave the order. Rob the Tianwu sect disciples' tokens. Charge together. Each person grab one Dan sect disciple and go. This scene unfolded without hesitation. Stop going against our Dan sect. You want to have a good outcome. The outcome is right here. Fists rule. If you can't win, shut up and take the beating. Junjiao coldly observed Uxin with contempt. Uxin's face twisted. Why was Junjiao so arrogant? It's just because she relied on these brutes' treasures. Seeing the spirit jade hanging on Junjiao's waist, he gasped. Yellow grade 3. His own had barely broken through. It must be the Tianwu sect disciples helping her. If he could steal her spirit jade, Uxin's eyes darted around. Seeing that the Tianwu sect disciples weren't by her side, he immediately harbored malicious thoughts. Noticing Uxin's gaze on her waist, Junjiao's eyes darkened. What are you looking at? She then took out the spirit stone, tossing it in her hand. Her tone was arrogant and cold. What, want to steal my spirit stone? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Let you know what you really are. Uxin immediately drew his sword and charged at Junjiao. This sword strike seemed grand and powerful, but in reality, it didn't have much destructive force. Junjiao was unconcerned. As the sword came, she lazily stepped aside, lightly uttering 3 words, all for show. Then she raised her hand. Ha! She directly slapped Uxin's face, sending him staggering back several steps. Uxin touched his reddened cheek, completely stunned. Then he came to his senses. In a rage, he shouted, "Bitch! How dare you slap me? I'll kill you!" Another sword strike came down, his eyes full of madness. Junjiao sneered, her figure flashing as she grabbed Uxin's wrist, instantly rendering him powerless. Unable to break free, Uxin was anxious and angry. A cold voice sounded in his ear. I'll let you face reality properly. Before he could understand the meaning, a gust of wind hit his face. Slap, 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 slap. Loud slaps rained down on his face. The Uxin instant stunned the Dan sect disciples, who shouted anxiously. Uxin, his face swollen like a pig's head, looked up and glared hatefully at Junjiao. Junjiao sneered. I thought your skin was thicker. Turns out you're not even as good as our doorkeeper, Ahua. The Tianwu sect disciples burst into laughter. Little junior uncle is right. At least our doorkeeper Ahuang can raise people. Uxin finally reacted, realizing he was being compared to a dog. He exploded in rage. You bitch, Hadash. Before he could finish, a fist slammed into his stomach. Immediately, a sweet taste filled his mouth. Cursing me? Believe it or not, I'll cut out your tongue. Hand over the spirit jade, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Uxin painfully met Junjiao's eyes, cruel and merciless. He felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, his very soul frozen. Unable to win with words or fists, after being beaten, Uxin finally thought of finding someone to cooperate with. Now, with a face swollen like a pig's head, Uxin's tiny eyes flickered with unwillingness as he shrank back, looking at Junjiao. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear, what little junior uncle said? Hand over the spirit jade. The Tianwu sect disciples impatiently scolded. Uxin knew clearly this wasn't a threat. Junjie would really kill him. Trembling, he took out the spirit jade and handed it over. Junjie grabbed the spirit jade from a distance, then threw Uxin aside. Smart of you to know better. As the two spirit jades came close, they flickered with light. Uxin's spirit jade gradually changed color to dark red. Back to square one. Uxin gritted his teeth, only able to glare hatefully at Junjie. Unable to win in a fight, he could only accept defeat, but he just couldn't resign himself to it. Junjie deserved to die. Why wouldn't she die? After absorbing Uxin's achievement, Junjie's spirit jade directly changed to level 4 green. The remaining spirit stones. Thank you, little junior uncle. The Tianwu sect disciples thanked in unison, each looking at the Dan sect disciples like hungry wolves. But soon they were filled with disbelief. Most of these Dan sect spirit jades were a dull red color. You've been here for 5 days already. How can you still be at level 1? Did you hide your real spirit jades? A Dan sect disciple raised his hand and shouted, "It's senior sister Uxin. We gave all our spirit beast hunting achievements to senior sister Uxin." Upon hearing this, the Tianwu sect disciples looked at Uxin with contempt and disgust. It was truly sickening. Uxin felt no shame about this. Instead, she justified, "I'm the Dan sect's senior sister. They should naturally pay respects to me." Junjie wasn't interested in their relationships. Now that she had the spirit jade, it was time to leave. Little junior uncle, aren't you going to deal with them? The Tianwu sect disciples were still holding the Dan sect disciple who had just spoken. Let them go. But next time we meet. Junjie paused, slightly turning to look at Uxin. With a cold smile, her icy voice rang out. Next time we meet, it won't be resolved by just taking spirit jades. This glance made Uxin shudder, his body frozen stiff. Could it be that next time she wants to kill me? After the Tianwu sect group had walked far away, the Dan sect disciples came to help Uxin up. Senior sister, what should we do now? Bunch of useless trash. Our spirit jades were all taken. What else can we do? Uxin glared at them, her heart filled with anger and hatred. Hurry up and go hunt spirit beasts, then bring the spirit jades to me. Do you want my achievements to fall behind other sects? The disciples lowered their heads silently, leaving one by one, leaving Uxin alone to stew in her anger. Starting from scratch, unable to break through. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She had an idea. She remembered that Jun Yunxue from the Sword Sect also hated Junjie. He would surely be willing to join forces with her to deal with Junjie. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Jun Yunxue, this bait, would finally serve its purpose. As dusk fell, the Tianwu sect group had finished their hunting for the day and set up camp in the forest to rest. Suddenly, a burst of bird calls caught the attention of several disciples. Chirp chirp, how lively. But Junjie, who was checking her spirit jade level, paused and abruptly looked up towards the treetops. The bird's cuckoo sounds, which seemed like normal bird calls to others, were actually intelligence reports to her ears. Little master, we have news for you. We saw the Sword Sect and Dan Sect. Xiao Wu asked curiously. The Sword Sect and Dan Sect want to join forces against you. There's also a group that snuck in and is tracking you. As someone with the Vermilion bird inheritance, Junjie could understand bird language at her level, which was convenient for her to learn about the entire situation. Xiao Wu heard this and meowed. Meow, battle is coming. Meow, master, are you planning to leave? Should we tell the Tianwu sect disciples? Junjie didn't answer, turning to look elsewhere. She believed that the current Tianwu sect disciples could reach their destination smoothly without her. Moreover, she indeed needed to leave alone to confirm the true identity of that group, whether they were the masterminds behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Junjie directly flashed into the dense forest. Master, are we just leaving like this? I've already left them a note saying I have personal matters to attend to, and they shouldn't wait for me. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Junjie finally stopped. According to the intelligence, they were all up ahead. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, waving its little paws. A flash of silver light passed. It was already impatient. Junjie's figure moved as swiftly as a phantom. Her feet landed lightly on the treetops. The blazing campfire ahead was eye-catching. Xiao Wu perched on his shoulder. Its light weight didn't affect Junjio at all. They had found them. Xiao Wu split up. If you find the intruders, notify me. The snow-white figure disappeared into the darkness like lightning. In another direction, a spy dressed in a black cloak was hiding behind a large tree, intently watching the direction of the campfire. Found Jun Yunxiue. Must inform the master. The spy's lips curled into a smile, muttering sinisterly. But the footsteps from behind made him suddenly turn his head to look. Who's catching who? Yun Tu smiled coldly, narrowing his eyes. In a breath, she was already a step away from him. Then came a swift and precise palm strike to the back of his head. Before the man could react, he was already unconscious. Junjio reached out to grab his collar, preventing him from falling and making noise. Then she mentally called for Xiao Wu. Soon came Xiao Wu's gleeful response. It was carrying a sleeve in its mouth, running towards her from the treetops. Throwing the man on the ground, Xiao Wu spat and wiped its mouth. Meow, master. He's the only one around. With no one else around, Junjio praised. Well done. She then looked at the two on the ground and took out 2 corpse ghost pills. She fed one to each of them. For her, there was no need to interrogate spies. The corpse ghost pills quickly took effect. The two writhed on the ground, emitting painful groans. Then they stood up one after another in front of Junjio, heads lowered with blank eyes. They had a new master now. Junjio spoke coldly. What organization are you from? How did you get in? What's your purpose? And did Jun Yunxiue allow it? We are Tianxiu death squads. There are over 30 of us. The third elder used the blessing pool to open the Tianwu realm. Our goal is to capture Yi Xing. Young Master Jun Yunxiue wants to use this to threaten Yi Xing Jun to hand over something. Junjio's expression subtly changed, a cold light flashing in her eyes. 3 pieces of information, 2 questions. What thing? However, the 2 death squad members knew too little. In the end, she couldn't get the answer she wanted. The masterminds who secretly infiltrated the Tianwu realm actually had over 30 people. How did they obtain the threat of the blessing medicine? What exactly was the thing Yi Xing Jun had to hand over? Junjio sorted through the clues in her mind. Xiao Wu sat obediently and elegantly, staring at Junjio with slight confusion, wondering how she would deal with the 2 men before them. Under the effect of the corpse ghost pills, they had no secrets. Once the information was confirmed, they were of no use. Yun Tu moved swiftly, her wrist flicking. A shadow flashed by, and with 1 slash to the throat, both spies were instantly killed. After silently completing everything, the 2 started to head back. Suddenly, a rustling of clothes brushing against leaves came from deep in the forest. Junjio's gaze darkened as she coldly looked over. She had planned to let Jun Yunxiue continue being the bait, but now Xiao Wu's cat brothers were baring their teeth. Meow, master, we're surrounded. Outside the Tianwu realm, everyone saw Junjio suddenly leave without saying goodbye, and they all started to make a commotion. The Tianwu sect elders and disciples were also panicking. Why couldn't they continue to capture Junjio's image in the mirror flower water moon? Qingyu took in everyone's expressions, his lips pressed tightly, eyes dark, and fists clenched. Only in the area with the blessing medicine would the water mirror be unable to capture. He was anxious in his heart. What exactly did his little junior sister want to do? The scene shifted to inside the Tianwu realm. The people emerging from the forest were wearing Dan sect and sword sect attire. Leading them was Jun Yunxiue, who was the most excited. Junjio, I didn't expect to run into you here. He glared at Junjio with venom in his eyes, spitting out 2 words with resentment. What fate! Seeing the ill intentions of the newcomers, along with Jun Yunxiue's harsh words, Junjio remained calm, her face showing no emotion. She then wiped the dagger in her hand. Walking around in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of running into something you shouldn't see and getting scared off? Jun Yunxiue was about to say something, but UXN pulled her hand, softly reminding, wait a moment. Look over there. Only then did the 2 notice the 2 corpses at Junjio's feet. Their attire didn't look like Wusong disciples. Who could it be? Didn't you say you wanted to get revenge on Junjio? Why bother with anything else? Don't tell me you're scared of her. Hearing Jun Yunxiue's contempt, UXN puffed out her chest and glared, threatening to cut Junjio into 1,000 pieces. That's more like it. Jun Yunxiue smiled cruelly, turning to look at Junjio. She made a hand gesture. Sword sect disciples, form a formation. Today we'll kill Junjio and tear her to pieces. Her once beautiful face became twisted and distorted. The sword sect disciples obeyed, immediately rushing out to surround Junjio. They held sharp swords, forming a sword formation. With a shout, spiritual swords gathered above Junjie, mixed with the force of thunder and lightning descending upon her. Xiao Wu looked up at Junjie, completely unconcerned about the situation. "Master, what should we do?" Junjie put away her shadow dagger and drew her white moon straight sword. She laughed wildly. "Break through!" She charged her hands with power. A flash of brilliance, sharp and dazzling, appeared. The sword energy shot straight towards the spiritual swords in the air. A deafening crash resounded. The blinding white light made everyone squint their eyes. Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own. No, this was more like losing 1,000 without killing any enemies. Though the sword sect formation was renowned, the disciples were forced to retreat step by step in the face of Junjie's strength. "Everyone, hold your ground. Whoever injures Junjie, I'll take them as my subordinate. When I become the sword sect master in the future, you'll have limitless prospects." Jun Yinxue shouted excitedly, glaring at Junjie. Seeing this, Uxian also turned to order the Dan sect disciples to join in. But the disciples were full of fear, their faces pale. Such cowardice truly angered Uxian. "If you're weak, can't you use poison? Useless. What are you standing there for? Attack!" She scolded and kicked. Several disciples could only move forward fearfully and reluctantly. Watching Junjie being surrounded, Uxian's face was full of viciousness. "This time, I'll definitely make Junjie pay the price." She raised her hand and took out a white porcelain bottle. As long as Junjie's face is ruined, senior brother Wu Shang won't pay attention to her anymore. At that moment, a huge explosion erupted from the middle of the sword sect formation. Xiao Wu darted out like lightning, its claws flashing silver. The sword sect disciples screamed as they were thrown to the ground, scattering. Junjie had actually broken through the sword formation and charged out. When did this sword person become so powerful? Uxian, momentarily stunned, turned to look. Jun Yinxue had already drawn her sword to meet her. "Block her with the sand formation. Whoever lets Junjie escape, I'll kill them." The sword sect disciples pointed their swords, their auras suddenly surging. Sharp attacks came at Junjie. "You think you can?" Yun Tu Snera, reacting quickly. She tiptoed backward, avoiding the sharp edge of the killing formation. Turning, she spun the white moon in her hand. The sword light swept across, bringing screams of pain from several sword sect disciples. Suddenly, a cold light flashed from behind. It was Jun Yinxue, her face twisted with malice, aiming straight for her heart. He twisted his waist and turned in midair, directly facing Jun Yinxue. With a powerful strike, the sword's vibration spread like ripples. "Well, haven't seen you in half a year. Jun Yinxue, you've broken through to level 4 Spirit Master." Junjie's red lips curled slightly. "That's right. Are you scared now?" "Junjie, I'm telling you, today you'll die for sure." Yun Yongsu became increasingly small. Junjie quickly probed his strength and couldn't help but think. So weak, must have taken quite a few pills. Killing the body to destroy the spirit. Jun Yinxue, whose face had been exposed, let out a cold laugh. He drew a short-handled weapon with his left hand. "As long as I can kill you." Junjie glanced at the venom in his eyes, wanting to see what other tricks he had. "Go ahead, use everything you've got." A purple glow came straight at her. Junjie quickly leaned back to avoid it. A fatal strike. Jun Yinxue missed and wanted to attack again, but he was kicked in the stomach, a sweet taste rising in his mouth. He screamed as he flew backward. Only then did Junjie look down. Her sleeve was torn, and the wound on her wrist was turning purple-black around the edges. It was a deadly poison. She quickly sealed her meridians. Another gust of wind came from behind. It was Uxian attacking. Yuntu, testima bonicoding skin loading powder. He raised the open jade bottle, facing Junjie and scattering it. Bone-corroding skin-rotting powder? What nonsense! Junjie's face remained expressionless, not taking the Dan sect's trick seriously at all. At that moment, the silver bell in her hand rang lightly, making a tinkling sound. It immediately caught Junjie's attention. A silvery white light burst forth, enveloping her. Junjie was puzzled. This barrier was made by Mo Wuyue. The powder, isolated outside, quickly fell. Junjie waved her hand, and a gust of wind blew the powder back towards Uxian. The dark blue powder covered Uxian's face. He couldn't help but let out a terrified, shrill scream. Such strong endurance and willpower made Mo Wuyue's heart ache. This was the person he cared about. Uxian, whose scheme had backfired, now felt like dying. Unable to avoid it, he screamed out loud. The skin on his face began to rot rapidly, both painful and itchy. He couldn't help but scratch, leaving bloody marks. Junjio raised an eyebrow. Is this a low-grade version of Hua Shidan? UXIN's face is probably ruined for good. Glancing at the disciples thrusting their swords from behind, Junjio instead found their weakness. The white moon in her hand flashed with a cold light. One sword strike and the sword formation was torn open. The pressure of the sand formation suddenly dropped. Xiaowu, let's go now. The person and the cat passed through, leaving a trail of blood. They quickly escaped the encirclement. By the time the Dan sect disciples got up moaning, Junjio had already made several leaps and disappeared into the dense forest. Jun Yinxue rushed forward, stomping his feet in anger. Useless trash. You couldn't even kill him and let him escape. Yinxue, junior sister, don't be angry. That Junjio was poisoned by your dagger. There's nothing in this Tianwu realm. He's definitely dead. Jun Yinxue narrowed his eyes. That's right, this poison took a lot of effort. Even the Dan sect elders couldn't handle it. Thinking of this, he became more smug. Turning to the side, he saw UXAN was injured. You Dan sect disciples, just come with us. Find Junjio for me along the way. I want to see him alive or dead. I need to see it with my own eyes to be at ease. The person and the cat were on a tree branch. After a few vines, they finally found a mountain spring. There were footprints left by spirit beasts around. Junjio stuck White Moon into the ground, squatted down by the spring, raised her hand to tear off half her sleeve, and coldly looked at her right hand. There was only a thin scar on her wrist, but the poison spread rapidly. The blood vessels on her arm were protruding, turning golden black. Xiaowu looked at her anxiously and worriedly. Meow, 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 master. Quickly treat your wound. I'll keep watch. A day later, at noon, everyone finally saw Junjio's figure in the mirror flower water moon. Their expressions varied. Junjio has been poisoned. What should we do? Elder Zhou looked worriedly towards his sect leader. Even the divine hand Junjio can be poisoned. Looking at this toxicity, he's probably in danger. Elder Jin couldn't help but mock. The Songhai sect elder also added indifferently. There aren't many antidotes in the Tianwu mirror. He might lose his life. Qing Yu's smile faded as he spoke solemnly. Little junior sister isn't in love. As a pharmacist, he can still solve this bit of poison. Is that so? The sword sect elder squinted, smiling ambiguously. I recognized it. That's the deadly poison of the poison pharmacist. Master Junjio is poisoned. Do you want to help? Lung Yuan, who also saw the image, anxiously transmitted to his master. Little Nine knows what he's doing. He can solve this poison. If I intervene carelessly, he'll be unhappy. Montag Vuyu found it. Despite saying this, the pain in his eyes didn't diminish at all. The person he held dear in his heart. He raised his hand to caress Junjio's cheek in the water mirror, his heart trembling slightly. This little Jio truly made him unable to resist. In the Tianwu realm, Junjio had already tightly wrapped a bandage around her right arm with one hand. A shadow passed, and black, foul-smelling blood gushed from the wound, flowing to the ground. The poison blood falling on the grass directly corroded the green leaves. Even Xiao Wu had to admire the potency of this poison. Junjio's fingertips flipped, skillfully removing a ring of necrotic flesh. Her expression was cold, not even furrowing her brow. Junjio, poisoned severely, decided to personally operate to deal with the spreading toxin on her right wrist. She was seen stuffing a piece of cloth in her mouth, expressionless, biting down hard with her silver teeth. The flesh twisted like earthworms as rings of necrotic tissue were removed. The cleared areas were so deep that bone was visible. Looking at Junjio again, her face remained cold throughout. Apart from a few drops of sweat on her forehead, she didn't even furrow her brow. This scene made everyone outside the mirror flower water moon gasp, feeling chills down their spines. What strong willpower! But Moyue beside them furrowed his brow even more tightly. Junjio skillfully forced out the poisoned blood, tossed a pill into her mouth, and began to tease. Facing Xiao Wu's concerned meows, she satisfactorily moved her hand before speaking. It's fine, the poison has been neutralized. Everyone outside the mirror flower water moon had their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. It was resolved just like that? The deadly poison was dealt with? The sword sect elder spoke disdainfully. Even a 3-year-old knows to take an antidote first when poisoned severely, then use warming medicine to fumigate. Just fooling around with a dagger like this If it can drive out the poison and cure it, I'll livestream myself spinning upside down while having diarrhea. Qing Yu's face darkened as he clenched his fist and retorted, "Stop your nonsense. This bit of poison is child's play for my little junior sister." Then he looked at Mo Wuyue, transmitting with undisguised worry. He can't help but rush in and bring little junior sister out. Such a small poison is as easy as turning over one's hand for little Gio to neutralize. Mo Wuyue's eyes darkened slightly, somewhat impatient with Qing Yu's disturbance. Hearing this, Qing Yu immediately relaxed, smiling as he praised his little junior sister, unaware that Mo Wuyue had directly blocked him out. Mo Wuyue silently watched Jun Jio, his eyes obscure and unclear. His right hand's fingertips moved slightly, a golden light flashing by. In the secret realm, Jun Jio's right wrist flickered faintly with light. The radiance wrapped around his wrist, generating new flesh. Yun Tu sensed something unusual, lowering his gaze to his right hand. As an alchemist, he knew perfectly well. This was the wound rapidly healing. His eyebrows slightly raised, a pleased smile on his face. He knew clearly in his heart, this was Mo Wuyue's doing. A wolf's howl interrupted Jun Jio's thoughts. He turned to look behind him. It was a level 3 spirit beast. Seeing the spirit beast slaughter approaching, Jun Jio's red lips curled up, sneering with a humph. He swiftly drew his sword to counter the sneak attack. White moon slashed out. With a squelch, blood sprayed on the sword. The spirit beast fell to the ground with a whimper. Jun Jio looked at the fallen corpse. He clenched his right hand that held the sword. At this rate, it would fully recover by tonight. Meow meow meow, master. Are you all right? Hearing the commotion, Xiao Wu quickly returned and approached Jun Jio, alert at his side. Ignoring the level 3 spirit beast's corpse on the ground, Jun Jio simply waved his hand and walked ahead, saying it's fine. Let's go, master. I saw ancient pines and cloud bridges up ahead. Xiao Wu informed Jun Jio of what he had just scouted ahead. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Jun Jio raised an eyebrow, smiling arrogantly. Let's go see those too. Xiao Wu meowed and followed, watching Jun Jio's departing figure, then looking at the cold spirit beast corpse on the ground. The entire scene outside the realm fell silent. Xing Yu spoke up, breaking the silence. His tone was smug. Did you see that? My little junior sister just used her right hand. Xing Yu gloated. Right hand. Everyone, does your face hurt? The slapping is both painful and loud, isn't it? Faced with Jun Jio's simple and crude detoxification method, the crowd outside the Tianwu realm was in disarray, marveling at Jun Jio's prowess. How is this possible? Jun Jio actually solved the poison so simply? That was the work of a poison alchemist. Faced with the sword sect elder's disbelief, Qing Yu didn't hold back. Who was it that said they'd spin upside down while having diarrhea just now? The conversation on the Yinwu field reached his ears word for word. Mo Wuyue smiled wickedly. He lowered his gaze to the person in the water mirror, his fingertip lightly tapping. Then he disappeared from the spot without a trace. Little Nine, you've slapped all the other sect elders' faces. Grandfather's lazy voice sounded beside Jun Jio. Jun Jio was stunned for half a second, suddenly realizing that Mo Wuyue had appeared in front of him. He was somewhat puzzled, then looked the man up and down. How did you get into the Tianwu realm? Just came to see you. Don't worry, I've set up a barrier here. Others can't detect our conversation. Jun Jio's lips curled up. He shook the bell on his wrist. Your transparent barrier. And my wound too. You're outside the Tianwu realm. How did you do it? Mo Wuyue's eyes grew deeper, but he didn't deny it. Instead, as the distance between them closed infinitely, he directly pulled Jun Jio into his arms. His thin lips smiled wickedly. Jun Jio directly caressed his lips, his voice carrying a hint of enchantment. Mo Wuyue, you're even more formidable than I thought. Little Nine, are you afraid? Mo Wuyue seized Jun Jio's wrist, his body pressing even closer. Isn't it that the stronger one is, the more desire there is to conquer? Jun Jio's tone was arrogant and unruly. After speaking, he directly wrapped his arms around Mo Wuyue's neck, initiating a kiss. As their lips and teeth intertwined, the air also became dark. Just as the two were indulging in the moment, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted this shadowy scene. Both of them turned their gaze towards the depths of the forest. Mo Wuyue cast an unfriendly glance, then turned to look at Jun Jio. We'll continue when you come out. After capturing Jun Jio's soft lips, Mo Wuyue disappeared from the spot. Jun Jio's lips curled into a smile, letting out a light chuckle. That kiss wasn't bad. Continuing seems fine too. Jun Jio, who are you thinking about? Your smile is so sweet. Gusong approached Junjio with a teasing tone. You're mistaken. Junjio's expression changed, returning to cold indifference. Who was just here if not Moe? Seeing Gusong persisting with questions, Yun Xiao covered her face and poked his arm, changing the subject. Judging by Miss Jun's expression earlier, she must have been thinking of someone she likes. Gusong really has no sense. Hearing Yun Xiao's invitation to travel together, Junjio was puzzled. Won't the Hunyuan sect disciples have objections? Seeing Junjio raise an eyebrow at him, Gusong coughed and explained that the Hunyuan sect leader was actually his older brother. Junjio nodded in realization. No wonder the Hunyuan sect elder's attitude towards Gusong was unusual. So there was this relationship. After arranging Li Ishio's skirt, Junjio looked up to the side. Then let's set off. Xiao Wu had been observing from the treetops. At the sound, the surrounding Xiao Wu leapt and landed steadily in Junjio's arms. With everyone present, the group set off fully equipped. After all, there was still a long way to go from here to the center. Junjio and Yun Xiao, along with Gusong's group, headed towards the center of the Tianwu realm. Along the way, besides traveling, they didn't forget to hunt spirit beasts of various levels to improve their spirit realm levels. Junjio, like a human Tyrannosaurus, wielded White Moon and slaughtered in all directions until the spirit beast before her fell motionless. Only then did Junjio's eyebrows raise slightly, gazing at the spirit jade in her hand. A streak of light passed, and the spirit jade finally turned green. This made Gusong and the others beside her extremely envious. They both praised Junjio's extraordinary strength. 5 days passed, and everyone finally reached the center of the Tianwu realm, an ancient building located in a valley. On the stone tablet outside the building were carved the origins of the Tianwu sect's body tempering technique, its condensed version, and the final steps for attacking the city. Gusong folded his arms behind his back, slightly surprised. Isn't the Tianwu sect afraid someone will steal and learn this? Without the heart method, one can't learn just from the technique, Junjio replied while walking towards the stone tablet. She remembered Qing Yu saying that the 4th and 5th levels of the body tempering technique were destroyed by traitors. Even he didn't know what came after. Little junior uncle. Several urgent calls came from afar. Junjio withdrew her thoughts and turned to look. It turned out to be the Tianwu sect disciples arriving. Upon seeing Junjio, they immediately swarmed around her. Master said, "Why did you leave without saying goodbye? We were so worried. Are you all right? Are you hurt?" The disciples, one by one, looked at Junjio expectantly, like abandoned large dogs, pitiful and helpless. But this scene stimulated the Hunyuan sect disciples greatly. Were these still the rough men of the Tianwu sect? Faced with the accusations, Junjio easily resolved it with one sentence. "What color are your spirit realms?" Instantly, the disciples stopped asking for explanations and took out their spirit jades to show Junjio their achievements. Seeing some green and some dark yellow, Junjio smiled in approval. "Looks like you've done well." Looking up at the center of the building, a tall, towering celestial stone stood, with a depression in the middle just right for placing a spirit jade. Junjio narrowed her eyes slightly and walked over. "Meow, master, are you going to place the spirit jade?" Outside the Tianwu realm, everyone was shocked to see Junjio so confident. The green spirit jade was surely going to be first place. Hearing the endless praise and exclamations, Tingyu was extremely satisfied. Little junior sister was indeed making them proud. Suddenly, he caught something in the corner of his eye. Pricking up his ears, he overheard a very low voice. "Sect father, sect master." Zuiqiu told the monk that many Black Cloak figures have entered the Tianwu sect's territory. Their purpose is to set up Black Cloak figures? Tianqiu? Qing Yu's expression changed dramatically. Didn't they all agree to let them capture Jun Yanxue? Why would they still enter Tianwu sect's territory in large numbers? Could Tianqiu have other purposes? Restless, he immediately stood up and walked towards the two. "Sect father, sect master, and elder, I'd like to speak with you privately." Zuiqiu and the monk exchanged a glance, subtly sharing a look before rising to leave the VIP seats. Mouf frowned, casting a glance at the three leaving. Without his order, Lung Yuan voluntarily followed them. Outside the Qingkuan training ground, Qing Yu found a quiet, secluded spot. He turned directly to question Zhuo Zong and the elder. Why are you opposing Tianxiu? Are you seeking death? You shouldn't involve little junior sister either. Elder, he was first cautious, then spoke with a solemn expression. Why does the sect master say this? How much do you know? I know you're all night walkers, and little junior sister is the real night walker. Young Master Tianxiu is here to capture her. Although they all think it's Jun Yunxue now, if this drags on, who knows if little junior sister's identity will be exposed. After a moment of confrontation, the monk finally spoke, his tone unsteady. Is Tianxiu the legendary Tianxiu? That's right, it's the Tianxiu that even disciples of the 3 great academies and elders are qualified to join. You should understand the 3 great academies' suffering. Besides that, Tianxiu also recruits level 9 or higher spirit masters. You didn't even know the enemy's identity until now. Contrary to Qing Yu's incomprehension, the monk and Zuiqiu were equally shocked, finding it hard to believe that the mastermind was Tianxiu. It was already pushing it for night walkers to hide in the Wu sect, let alone contact the 3 great academies and the more mysterious Tianxiu organization. Ignoring the two's shock, Ting Yu spoke bluntly. Don't think about fighting Tianxiu. You're simply not up to it. Revenge is secondary. The most crucial thing now is to protect Junjiu. We absolutely cannot expose Junjiu's true identity. Lung Yuan absorbed their conversation word for word. He decided to hurry back and report. After listening, Moyu's half-closed eyes flashed with a dark light. His thin lips curled up wickedly. Things are getting more interesting. Master, do you want to intervene? Tianxiu is much stronger than Nightwalkers. Miss June might be in danger. We'll have to ask Xiao Zhiu's opinion. Hearing Moyu's lazy yet doting tone, Lung Yuan's eyes widened. He never expected his usually self-centered master would ask someone else's opinion. Miss June was impressive indeed. Moyu leaned over the figure in the water mirror, softly muttering to himself. Xiao Zhiu, is this still within your expectations? At this moment, Junjiu had just embedded the spirit jade into the celestial stone. A golden light shot up from the ground, piercing the clouds. Following that, the Yunxiao Wu sect disciples successively entered their scores, ranking them according to their spirit realm levels. Looking at the rankings, everyone sighed again. Junjiu's first place was set in stone at the green spirit level. Junjiu looked up at Wu Song. You can leave the Tianwu realm first. I want to wait a bit longer to see Jun Yunxue and the other scores. He didn't want to drag them into danger. After all, they might face Tianxiu head-on later. Then I'll stay to see how Jun Yunxue compares to Miss June. Wu Song said with a smile and nodded. Before Junjiu could speak, many Tianwu sect disciples chimed in, wanting to stay and help beat people up. Meow, master, these people are all loyal to you. Xiao Wu looked up at the frowning Junjiu and meowed. Junjiu didn't answer. His eyes darkened. He had already warned them coldly and emotionlessly. Since they were unwilling to leave, let them be. Junjiu, you're actually still alive? A sharp female voice rang out during his contemplation. He turned to look. It was the people from the Sword Sect and the 3 sects. Jun Yunxue was staring intently at Junjiu in disbelief. Junjiu, who should have died from poison, was now standing before her with a rosy complexion. After the shock, Jun Yunxue's face twisted in anger. She blurted out, Junjiu, you're actually not dead. Junjiu, always quick-witted, sneered and retorted, if you're not dead, how could I be? Hearing this, Jun Yunxue's face froze. This was good. She could kill Junjiu with her own hands. This time, she wouldn't let Junjiu escape. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. And my Dan sect too. Whoever dares to side with Junjiu is an enemy of the Dan sect. You'll never get another pill in the future. Yu Xian's voice was hoarse and venomous as she glared at Junjiu. The reality of her disfigurement had already driven her to madness. The Tianwu sect disciples were the first to mock. You weaklings dare to challenge our little junior aunt? My Hunyuan sect will definitely fight for Junjiu. As soon as Wu Song spoke, the Hunyuan sect disciples lined up behind him. Count me in too. Little Lei suddenly burst out from the Songhai sect's ranks, speaking up amidst the shocked and angry expressions of his senior sisters. I don't represent the Songhai sect. It's just me, Jun Xiaolei, who wants to bully big sister Jiu. You'll have to get through me first. Jun Yunxue, overflowing with confidence, became increasingly arrogant. She pointed her sword at everyone, determined to slaughter them all here. Junjiu responded with a cold smirk, contemptuously beckoning with her finger. Stop barking. Come on. Outside the Tianwu realm, birds scattered in panic as if frightened by something. Noticing the anomaly, Elder Zhou frowned and turned to Qingyu. Something's not right, sect master. XNU reacted even faster, his mind racing. He immediately shouted for everyone to leave this place at once. This unusual phenomenon, along with the black-clad figures in the Tianwu sect's territory, must mean Tianqiu's people had arrived. However, before everyone could understand, disciples from outside Yanwu were already flying in, screaming. Many black-cloaked enemies suddenly appeared. In the middle, a woman in a red gauze skirt walked gracefully towards them. The woman narrowed her phoenix eyes, scanning the surroundings. She spoke, "Elders, sect masters, don't be in such a hurry to leave." The Songhai sect elder glared angrily. "Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble at the Wu sect's grand competition? You are." His words were suddenly cut off. The Songhai sect elder felt a chill on his neck and could no longer make a sound. Then a spray of fresh blood splattered. His head separated from his body and fell to the ground. He was clearly dead. This scene shocked everyone's nerves. Fear appeared in their eyes. The whole place fell silent. He died without even having a chance to fight back. The woman lightly flicked the whip in her hand. Droplets of blood fell onto her heavenly fur coat. "If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Whoever moves will be killed." On Ying spoke softly, her brows furrowed. Her expression was extremely unpleasant. He hadn't expected that not only had Pang Qingyue come, but even Tianqiu's most bloodthirsty and cruel executioner, Hong Ying, had also arrived. Were they really just here to capture the young master of the Nightwalker army? Qingyu immediately looked up at the mirror flower water moon, hiding it behind him. He grabbed the key to the Tianwu mirror. Judging the newcomers, it turned out to be Tianqiu's most bloodthirsty and cruel executioner, Hong Ying. Her great spirit master cultivation directly intimidated everyone present. With a crack, as the key in his hand shattered, the mirror flower water moon image flickered. The situation inside the Tianwu mirror was immediately lost. Hong Ying suddenly raised her head to look at Xingnu. A smile spread across her lips. "Little brother Qingyu, long time no see." Qingyu's expression grew even worse. His brows furrowed as he spoke harshly. "What exactly do you want?" "We just want to find Yi Xingxing. As long as you obey, Qinqiu won't kill you." As she spoke, she made a gesture. Immediately, someone dragged over a person covered in wounds and barely alive. Seeing who it was, the monk and Zhuqiu's expressions changed drastically. It was actually Sui Qiyu, one of the leaders of the Nightwalker army. Hong Ying smiled recklessly, lifting the man's drooping head. "Tell me, who is the leader of the Nightwalker army?" Clearly having experienced this person's methods before, the man trembled all over. Shakily, he pointed towards the monk and Zhuqiu. Seeing this situation, the two immediately sensed trouble. Not daring to linger, they turned to flee. "Got you!" Hong Ying's eyes narrowed as she chuckled. The long whip in her hand, carrying terrifying power, lashed out. With just one strike, the monk and Zhuqiu were sent flying, falling to the ground motionless. The already blood-stained whip became even more intimidating. Elder Pang is already in the Tianwu realm. Once he captures your Nightwalker army's young master, I don't believe you won't obey. Qin, you could only watch helplessly. Hong Ying was already at the Great Spirit Master level. Probably no one present could defeat her. No, there was one person who definitely could. Qingyu immediately turned to look for Mo Wuyue. However, he was already gone. To be able to leave silently within Tianqiu's encirclement, Elder Mo's strength was evident. He would definitely protect his little junior sister. At this moment, inside the Tianwu realm, Jun Jiu and Jun Yinxue were already facing each other. Their blades clashed, emitting a piercing sound. Jun Yinxue was as confident as ever, determined to slay Jun Jiu here to quell the hatred in his heart. Jun Jiu didn't take him seriously at all. His words were full of contempt and provocation. "After being beaten by me so many times, you still haven't learned your lesson." With a slight wave of white jade, Jun Yinxue was sent staggering back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Yun Yongsu retreated, steadying himself. Just as Jun Jiu was about to pursue, the ground suddenly cracked and collapsed, sinking down, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. Junjiu was caught off guard and fell into the deep pit. Similarly, unprepared disciples from various sects also fell in, letting out cries of distress one after another. The intense falling sensation instead made Junjiu extremely calm. He immediately thrust white jade into the stone wall, stopping his descent. After stabilizing himself, Junjiu suddenly glimpsed a figure passing behind him. It was Jun Xiaolei. He quickly reached out his hand. However, just as he grabbed Jun Xiaolei, the force of the fall instantly pulled him down as well, sliding several feet. It turned out to be Jun Yunxue, who was tightly gripping Jun Xiaolei's foot. With a grotesque face, he laughed loudly at him. Yuntu, come down together. Ninth sister, let go of me quickly. Don't worry about me. Otherwise, you'll fall down too. Jun Xiaolei tried to break free from Jun Jio's hand. Yuntu hit onto Yun Xiaolei tightly. Looking at Xiao Wu running along the mountainside, she spoke coldly. Xiao Wu enlarged his body, moving sideways and leaping towards Jun Yunxue at the bottom. Still want to drag my master down? With one swipe of his paw, he directly knocked Jun Yunxue down. With a scream, Jun Yunxue completely disappeared from sight. The usually meticulous Jun Jio rarely encountered moments of unease. This danger seemed impossible to deal with. Tianxiu decided to scatter throughout the Tianwu realm. Rather than searching the entire realm for Jun Yunxue, it was better to wait at the central point. However, on the way to the center of the Tianwu realm, the birds flying around caught Pang Qingyue's attention. Alert, he clasped his palms together, slightly turning his thumb. With a crack, he broke the neck of the sparrow in his hand. These birds are not normal. From now on, kill any birds you see without exception, he said as he released the bird's corpse. Just as everyone acknowledged the order, a rumbling sound echoed through their ears. Pang Qingyue frowned. He turned his head and ordered to immediately head to the center of the Tianwu mirror. Such a big commotion must mean something major has happened. When they arrived at the central point, all that remained was a huge pit. The disciples from various sects were nowhere to be seen. Knowing the situation in the Tianwu realm, Pang Qingyue understood. Someone must have activated a mechanism to help the Wu sect disciples escape. All Tianxiu assassins, go to the bottom of the pit immediately. We must capture Jun Yunxue. Kill everyone else. A group of black-robed figures all responded in unison before disappearing like ghosts. Pang Qingyue scanned the area once more before leaping down himself. Time went back to a moment ago. Without Jun Yunxue as a burden, Xiao Wu directly threw Jun Jio and Jun Xiaolei onto his back. After the two landed steadily, Xiao Wu changed back into a cat form. His cat eyes, like lanterns in the darkness, looked at Jun Jio. Meow, master, the bottom of the pit is very deep from the top. I'm afraid the Wu sect disciples who fell down, if not dead, have lost half their lives. Jun Jio frowned, her face cold. She took out a night pearl for illumination and called out, Yin Xiao, Wu Song, Tianwu sect disciples. Can you hear me? Little master, we're here in the darkness. Someone slowly walked into the light. It was the Tianwu sect disciple Jun Jio. Looking around, she found only 4 or 5 people. The leading disciple's face was particularly pale and sickly. Fortunately, none were seriously injured. It was just that without light at the bottom of the pit, the Tianwu sect disciples were all scattered. After understanding the situation, Jun Jio directly gave a night pearl to Jun Xiaolei. Treat their wounds while searching for others. The longer they stayed here, the more uneasy Jun Jio felt. Her instincts told her this place was very dangerous. They must leave immediately. Suddenly, there was a zing sound. A light appeared in the darkness. It was Gu Zong and Yun Xiao, along with a few Tianwu sect disciples. But the appearance of the light intensified Jun Jio's sense of crisis. Her heart skipped a beat. Put out the fire immediately. Jun Jio walked towards the group, her face cold, scolding icily. Yun Xiao and the others were stunned for a moment, but they still obediently extinguished the torches. Instantly, darkness enveloped the surroundings once again. Gu Song turned his head to look at the distant light. It was the team from the Sword Sect, Dan Sect, and Songhai Sect. Jun Yunxu's voice could also be heard. Yun tuis as flikut. She took out a bottle of pills and spoke in a low voice. Recovery pills. 1 for each person. We leave immediately. Xiao Wu's power is unaffected. He can lead us out. If you follow me, you must obey my orders. If anyone disagrees, please leave. Yun Xiao, Gu Song, and Jun Xiaolei were already on Jun Jio's side. Now they trusted Jun Jio unconditionally. The disciples of Songhai Sect and Tianwu Sect were not to be outdone. They all declared their loyalty, ready to follow Jun Jio's every command. Faced with everyone's unconditional trust, Jun Jio directly ordered them to put away anything that could emit light. Then she plunged into the darkness. She could feel it getting more and more dangerous. They had to leave this place immediately. Just as Gu Song finished speaking, screams erupted from behind. A middle-aged man's cold, bloodthirsty voice rang out. Remember, only capture Jun Yunxue from the Wu sect. Kill everyone else without mercy. Don't leave a single survivor. Understood? Under the sides of the Tianqiu assassins, the Wu sect disciples were no match. Wherever they passed, it was like a slaughterhouse, blood flowing everywhere. Pang Qingyue laughed coldly. Did you think that by activating the secret mechanism of the Tianwu realm, you could let the disciples of the 5 sects escape? Since you oppose me, I'll kill them all. Then you can deal with the wrath of the 4 sects yourself. The thick smell of blood wafted over. Yun Xiao and the others were shocked. They never imagined that the people from the 3 sects would all die. Seeing this, Junjiu quickly made a hand gesture, signaling everyone to rush into the cave. No one was allowed to look back. Hurry, while the distant sounds of killing are deafening. Our movements are light. We won't attract Tianqiu's attention. But if we slow down, it's uncertain. Understanding the situation, everyone wasted no time. They moved swiftly. Following Xiao Wu, they disappeared into the darkness. Time ticked by. At the front, Junjiu suddenly stopped. She held her breath and listened. Then she raised her hand, halting the group's advance. Everyone's puzzled gazes fell on her. Yun Xiao softened his footsteps, slowly approaching Junjiu. He whispered, "Miss Jun, what's wrong?" Junjiu met his eyes, her gaze icy. "We're moving too slowly. That group is about to catch up. What should we do? Should we fight them?" Amidst the disciples' chaotic footsteps, heavy breathing could be heard. Junjiu scanned the seemingly endless cave, then turned to Gusong. "We too will stay behind to hold them off. The rest go the other way." In no time, Jun Yunxue was dragged before Pang Qingyue. The 3rd elder said, "This is Jun Yunxue." Thrown to the ground, Jun Yunxue was terrified, crying breathlessly. "What do you want? Don't kill me." Pang Qingyue smiled with hidden hatred, quite satisfied. He ordered to take the person back to Tianwu sect to be dealt with by Hong Ying. Then he turned to look at the mess on the ground and spoke cruelly. "The rest stay. Ensure there are no survivors in the Tianwu realm." At these words, the already bloodthirsty Tianqiu assassins completely let loose. They excitedly searched everywhere for breathing Wu sect disciples. The 3rd elder said, "The numbers from Tianwu sect and Hunyuan sect don't match. They must have escaped through the cave." Looking at the pitch-black cave before him, Pang Qingyue narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. "Very well. Catch them. Kill without mercy." "Oh, there's someone called Junjiu. Just capture him. Spare his life. I promised my nephew I wouldn't harm him." His tone changed. "However, if he doesn't cooperate, I can't guarantee his limbs will remain intact." The voice, growing closer, reached Junjiu's ears. He was puzzled. This person was actually Qin Yushi. Gu Song glanced at the unused hidden weapons, his eyes uneasy. Junjiu's gaze signaled that they were coming. "Don't be afraid of me. I'm a real man. I won't be scared." Gu Song blinked, pretending to be calm as he moved his dry lips. Facing the formidable Tianqiu organization, Junjiu and Gu Song had no choice but to risk holding them off. "Master, they're close. 5 steps away." "For steps." Xiao Wu's voice echoed in Junjiu's mind. Looking up, he saw a torchlight appearing in the darkness. Black-cloaked figures gradually chased towards them. Junjiu lowered his eyes, silently counting down in his heart until a crisp click sounded under Pang Qingyue's feet. Pang Qingyue's form paused, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Then, whooshing sounds erupted from all around. Countless hidden weapons flew out from the darkness. The crowd fell into chaos. No one had expected there would be traps in the cave, except for Pang Qingyue, a level 9 spirit master, who reacted quickly and cast a barrier, barely blocking the first wave of weapons. As the traps exhausted, Junjiu charged out first. Like a phantom, he leapt directly into the crowd. Wielding shadow, he dodged and weaved. With a flick of his fingers, the torches in the Tianqiu assassin's hands all broke. In an instant, darkness engulfed them again. The 3rd elder's torch was extinguished before he could finish speaking. Darkness was the most advantageous battlefield for Junjiu and Gu Song. Their attacks were swift and precise. They had to kill the Tianqiu assassins before they could react. In the darkness, bodies fell one after another, making dull thuds. Pang Qingyue gritted his teeth. "Useless trash. Can't even protect a torch." light the fire again, find them and kill them. However, in the darkness, friend and foe were indistinguishable. The melee became chaotic. Pang Qingyue quickly realized this. His face twitched, then turned ferocious with anger. He struck out with both palms furiously. If we can't distinguish friend from foe, then let them all die. The enraged strike of a level 9 spirit master instantly sent everyone flying. Those with weaker strength died on the spot. Junjio sensed the danger and quickly retreated. But he was still caught by the gust, his body flying back and hitting the wall with a groan. Caught you, little bug. Pang Qingyue laughed coldly. An attack filled with intense killing intent and cruelty descended. Danger was imminent, but Junjio's body, stunned by the impact, couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly. At the critical moment, Gu Song threw himself over, barely dodging this fatal strike. The brutal assault still sent the two rolling several meters before stopping. Just as Gu Song was about to help Junjio up, Junjio, enduring the pain, pushed Gu Song away. In his line of sight, Pang Qingyue was approaching step by step with a torch. In a split second, Junjio raised his hand. Visible black powder floated towards the approaching figure. Pang Qingyue stopped, coughing dryly. His face alternated between blue and black. "You dare poison me, you wretch!" A sharp cat cry sounded as a black shadow pounced. Pang Qingyue's face suddenly stung, and he screamed in pain. 3 deep, bone-deep scratches appeared on his face. "Damn beast!" he cursed, raising his hand to attack. Xiao had already run back to Junjio's side like lightning. The three quickly retreated, putting several steps between them. The two stared intently at the person before them, not daring to relax even slightly, despite the other's unsightly appearance. Pang Qingyue was secretly furious. The poison he had ingested and the setbacks he'd suffered had completely overwhelmed him. For a moment, both sides were at a stalemate. The hidden weapon expert's sneak attack on Junjio and Gu Song had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the Tianxia organization. Even the retreating Pang Qingyue was deeply unrepentant. Junjio raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was icy as he spoke. "Tianxia Third Elder, how did you enter the Tianwu realm?" A hint of venom flashed in Pang Qingyue's eyes as he sneered. "Of course, it was your dear senior brother, the Tianwu sect master, who gave me the key." "What? The sect master is one of your people?" Gu Song was extremely shocked, his eyes widening. "Shut up." Junjio glared at Gu Song, then continued questioning. "Why did my senior brother give you the key? Did you threaten him?" No. Let me introduce myself. I, Pang Qingyue, am the junior brother of the previous Tianwu sect master. That makes me your and Qingyu's uncle. Does a nephew need a reason to give his uncle a key? Junjio, your uncle advises you to surrender obediently. I might still spare your life. Hearing this, Junjio raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Uncle? You can't even catch me. What kind of useless trash are you to claim to be my uncle?" This cutting remark infuriated Pang Qingyue, his face contorting with anger. He gathered his palm power and lunged forward. "You little brat, I'll kill you." But his poisoned body suddenly seized up. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power to neutralize the poison's effects. He could only glare fiercely at Junjio. "Give up struggling. You won't be able to neutralize it." Junjio's words exposed Pang Qingyue's futile efforts. But to be safe, he raised his hand again. Several pills shot out, exploding midair to form a poisonous mist. Layer upon layer of toxic mist descended. Even the highly skilled Pang Qingyue couldn't withstand this barrage of attacks. He gritted his teeth in hatred, his body swaying. After a final struggle, he collapsed to the ground. You brat, you'd better pray that I never catch you in this lifetime. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." Before he could finish his threat, he coughed up blood and passed out from sheer anger. Seeing the crisis averted, Junjio's face paled. He clutched his chest with one hand and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Gu Song quickly supported the weakened Junjio, while Xiao Wu meowed anxiously beside them. Junjio took a moment to recover, his cold gaze falling on Pang Qingyue and the others. After a while, he finally spoke. "Let's go." Junjio should have taken this opportunity to kill Pang Qingyue, but if he was faking it and Junjio approached, he would surely die. Little did he know that this caution allowed Pang Qingyue, listening to their fading footsteps, to grit his teeth in frustration. He had ultimately failed when success was within reach. Gu Song, who had been hesitating to speak, finally couldn't hold back. "Junjio, I never thought Sect Master Qing would be in league with Tianxia." He turned to Junjio angrily. "These people have invaded the Tianwu realm so brazenly. quietly. Who knows what's happening outside? Junjio gave him a quiet look before analyzing the situation. Qingyu must not be allied with Tianxiu. Otherwise, they would have made their move at the Tianwu sect. That big pit must have been Qingyu activating a mechanism to protect us. Hearing Junjio's explanation, Gu Song still had doubts. After all, that person had said it himself. Junjio didn't waste more words and moved on to the next question. Tianxiu is a mysterious organization above the three great academies. They came to capture Jun Yunxue. We'll only know what's happening outside once we leave the Tianwu realm. Let's hope it's not too late. Wu Song gasped. The three great academies were stunned. Above the Wu sect, located in the core of the lower three realms, the three great academies. Understanding the enemy's strength, he immediately felt discouraged. With Tianxiu being so powerful, how could the small Wu sect possibly fight? Junjio had long guessed that the mastermind was extremely powerful, but Tianxiu was so large, going to such lengths to threaten the Night March army to hand over something. That must be the key. The two who had escaped Tianxiu's pursuit could finally rest for a moment. They hadn't yet figured out the black-robed people's purpose. Wu Song's voice came over. Junjio, we've caught up with Yin Xiao and the others. Wake up quickly. Junjio jumped off Xiao Wu's back. Xiao Wu instantly returned to its original form, standing beside Junjio. Yin Xiao, Jun Xiaolei, and the others swarmed around them. Seeing the blood on the two, their hearts tightened. Junjio stopped their constant questioning with one sentence. It's just a minor wound, nothing serious. Have you found the exit? Ling Xiao nodded. We found it, and we also ran into Yin Hai and Gusuing. Junjio's gaze passed over the crowd, seeing two people standing at the back, covered in blood, looking dejected and weak. Yin Hai nodded slightly in greeting. They had also escaped, but only the two of them. Junjio withdrew his gaze and spoke. Don't stay here. Once you find the exit, get out first and we'll talk later. But Ninth Sister, the exit is a very heavy stone door. We can't open it. Unable to leave quickly, Junjio stood in front of the stone door and began to examine it closely. This type of door, made with a 1,000-pound weight, once dropped, could not be opened again without a key. The group fell silent, eventually even holding their breath, afraid to disturb Junjio's thinking. Yin Hai and Gusuing found it incredible. Little did they know, Junjio was silently calling out to Mo Wuyue in his heart. He asked Mo Wuyue, is the jade hairpin you gave me hard? Mo Wuyue seemed to have been waiting for him and answered immediately. Little Nine, why are you asking this? Through the Tianwu mirror, Mo Wuyue watched Junjio's gestures. An ominous thought surfaced in his mind. Little Nine couldn't be thinking of. Junjio smiled and waved at everyone to step back. All of you, stand far away. Everyone retreated in unison, pressing against the opposite wall. They all stared with wide eyes, curious to see what Junjio was going to do. Junjio also stepped back a few paces. He raised his hand and pulled out the jade hairpin from his bun. The small flower at the top of the jade hairpin felt cold to the touch, pure and clean. Then, a sharp energy gathered in two places, his feet and his hand. Using the jade hairpin as a weapon, he swiftly hurled it towards the stone door. Everyone was stunned. Using a fragile and delicate jade hairpin as a weapon? Had Junjio gone mad? Mo Wuyue sat up straight, his expression becoming subtle, showing no joy or anger, yet causing Lingyan beside him to silently move hundreds of meters away. Everyone was certain they would see the jade hairpin break in two, while the stone door wouldn't even have a white mark. However, in the next instant, they were shocked by reality. With an earth-shattering sound, the stone door exploded directly, kicking up smoke and dust that rushed towards them. Seeing this, Mo Wuyue's magic flashed, and Silver Bell immediately opened a barrier, protecting Junjio, who had caught the jade hairpin back from afar. After the rolling dust, everyone, including Xiao Wu, was covered in dust and stone fragments, completely gray. Only Junjio remained clean and tidy, his clothes unruffled, leisurely playing with the jade hairpin in his hand. He smiled and said, "Indeed, very hard." Everyone wore bewildered expressions, staring blankly at the broken stone door. revealing the bright sunlight and flowers outside. For a long time, no one responded. Such a refreshingly unconventional, yet simple and brutally powerful way of opening the door. But it was clearly just a jade hairpin. Their worldviews were shattered. A female disciple from the Wu sect pulled out her own jade hairpin and stuck it into the rubble on the ground. She rubbed it, and her jade hairpin broke into 2 pieces. Just as Junjiu put the jade hairpin back, he received a message from Mo Wuyue. His tone was quite complex. "Little Nine, weren't you afraid the jade hairpin would break?" "I wasn't afraid, because I know everything you give me isn't ordinary, not that fragile." "Are you angry?" Junjiu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Mo Wuyue's lips curved slightly, his eyes full of laughter. "As long as Little Nine likes it. But if the jade hairpin had broken, be prepared to become minced meat." Hearing this, Junjiu's face turned cold as he unilaterally cut off the communication with Mo Wuyue. He looked at everyone and spoke coldly. "The door is open. Why aren't you leaving?" Xiao Wu hurriedly shook off the dust on his body. He had been so stunned earlier that he accidentally got a mouthful of it. Then he quickly caught up to walk beside Junjiu. The disciples followed closely behind, quickly walking out of the stone door. Their faces showed smiles of relief after surviving a calamity. The earlier pursuit seemed like a dream. Wu Song cautiously looked around. The unfamiliar surroundings made him wonder, is this the Tianwu realm? This isn't the Tianwu sect. Junjiu looked up, pointing to a tall snowy peak opposite them. He said, "That's Zhuang Peak where your 4 sects reside and rest." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. They all spoke up, wanting to quickly return to report to their elders. Someone had infiltrated the Tianwu realm and massacred disciples from the 5 sects at will. No one is allowed to go back. The cold, murderous voice made the disciples instantly quiet. Junjiu's icy gaze swept over them. "Do you want to go back to die?"